she's gonna catch him absolutely lacking, so obviously everybody's kind of curious. It's not like they're on her side or anything. Like, nobody's really on her side, you know, they're trying to blow her off, but obviously you're gonna be a little bit interested when it's about to be very entertaining, you know? We all agree that there's some TV shows where nobody's really the good guy on it, like Maury or some of the shows like that. But that being said, you can't help but admit it can be a little entertaining sometimes, so everybody's just kind of listening to her go on and on about how she's gonna destroy him and blah blah blah. And finally, after the bell rings, the teacher ends up coming into the class, and she doesn't even give this teacher any time to like go sit down, have a sip of coffee, nothing. He's just immediately confronted by spoiled tea stinky head Washington herself, you know, with some knowledge that she thought was gonna absolutely own him, but honestly just ended up making her look really, really creepy and desperate. Like, in her mind, she thought what she was about to say was gonna be like boom bang, and everyone was gonna be like, oh my god, that was dope. And so what comes out of her mouth is, I know why you hate when I announce why I travel and where I'm going. It's because you're jealous and poor, and you're never going to be able to go to any of these places, so your natural response is to try to shut it down, to hide the fact that you're embarrassed by the fact that I get to do cooler things than you. Which, listen, man, is quite the opening, maybe a little bit too strong in my opinion, you know? I feel like if you're trying to own somebody, just calling them jealous and poor off the rip is a good way to get nobody on your side. Just because it's like, I don't know, he kind of didn't say he's upset that you've traveled around the world, he's upset that you interrupt his class to do it, you know? I also just feel like most people would agree that it's messed up to start bullying somebody because they make less money than you, or like assuming that they're just jealous if their reasoning isn't that bad. But the teacher doesn't let it phase him, you know, he doesn't get too shaken up. He's like, oh, am I jealous? You know, that's crazy. I didn't realize that I was jealous of you. And although I probably, in fact, certainly make more, or make less, excuse me, than most of your parents, you know, I wouldn't consider myself poor. I definitely make more than the average teacher, and I feel like I do pretty well for myself. My house is paid off, not that it's any of your business, but thank you so much. Sure, I definitely don't make enough to be going to Norway every week, but I'm not really jealous of you. You know what I mean? I feel like you're kind of reaching there. And she's kind of taken aback by his answer, which is just the truth. He's like, yeah, probably. Your parents are paying for private school. They definitely have more money than I do. But her response is, well, I watched you pull into school this morning and I saw the car you drive, and I went up and I got the VIN number and I ended up looking up its Blue Book value, and I know that it's only worth $22,000. And I'll have you know that $22,000 for a car is nothing. And she folds her arm like she just won the battle. But listen, she doesn't realize it just makes her look nuts because she watched somebody park and then went and got the VIN number off their car to look up how much it cost. So the teacher says, you watched me park? You know, that seems a little bit creepy and obsessive, and everybody starts laughing because it's true, dude. Like, you came to school early to sit in the teacher's parking lot, to figure out where he parked, to go over and figure out how much his car cost. And you didn't even just look up the model. You like went and got the specific VIN number, and he says, sure, the value is $22,000, but I paid 20 grand. What's your point? You know? And she's getting embarrassed now. She's flushed red because everybody's laughing at her, and like, the teacher's not shook. He's not really embarrassed or anything. And so she's like, you just hate when I announce that where I'm going and that I'm going on vacation because you can't afford to leave the country. You're just jealous and broke. And the fact that your car only costs $20,000 is just proof of that. That's all I need to say about that. That's why you're so angry at me. And the teacher isn't mad. He just kind of starts to explain this. He's like, listen, you have to understand, I just choose not to spend money on cars. Like I said, I don't make as much money as your parents, but I could go to Europe if I wanted to, you know? It's not a matter of me being jealous of the way that you spend your money or your parents spend your money. It has nothing to do with that. You interrupting my class and trying to flex on everybody is what makes no sense. Like, you know, it just seems like you're a little bit insecure if you need to remind everybody that you're rich and going places. And she instantly just, what is that supposed to mean? You think you aren't jealous? Well, then why do you get mad whenever I interrupt your class to say where I'm going? And he's like, say that sentence again, you know, trying to point out, I'm not mad about you going places. I'm mad that you interrupt my class, which to everybody watching this is probably banging their head on the desk at this point. Like, it's really obvious. But whatever, apparently that's a little bit too much, and the teacher goes on to explain that, like, it's just annoying to have somebody trying to show off in the middle of the lesson. And besides, one thing that it seems that you forget is that everybody else in this class is also in a situation where they're going on trips all the time. They don't announce it in the middle of class, but very often I have people walk up to me and be like, hey, I'm going on vacation to Egypt or insane places. And trust me, they don't need to flex about it. It makes you look silly when you're the only one bragging. This is the reality. Tuition at this school is, in some cases, $50,000 a year. If they have a kid at this school, they can afford to go to Europe. It's not surprising. It just is what it is. So you're just making yourself look desperate by constantly bragging about it, because I promise you, basically everybody else in your class has been on an equally cool vacation in the past 6 months, and you're just making yourself look cringe by bragging about it, which is just nuts to me. Obviously, the fact that there's an entire school where people can just be dropping 50 grand a year like it's nothing. But on top of that, like, that's low-key true, I think there's a saying, it goes, money talk, wealth whispers. Yeah, if your school costs an arm and a leg, everybody there is probably, doing pretty well. There's no reason to be flexing on everybody. And she's just sitting there stammering, obviously not knowing what to say to that because she just got absolutely eviscerated. There isn't really a comeback there, and at that point, even the class starts to turn on her. One kid is kind of like, bro, you came to school early to watch him park and then took his VIN number? That's nuts. What's wrong with you? Like, I'll be honest, I was kind of on your side. I wanted to see you roast him. Me and him don't get along, but that's kind of weird. And then somebody else is like, yeah, not to mention, dude, what does the cost of his car have to do with anything? Do you feel like everybody has to drive around in a car that costs like $60,000? I don't understand. Like, what was your point? Just because he just decides not to spend all of his money on a nice car means that he's broke and instantly jealous of you? So, like, if my watch costs 800 grand and you don't like me, you're just jealous by default? His watch wasn't worth that, but you get the point. Like, some people just don't care about stuff. Some people, fashion is all they spend their money on, bro. They would not be caught dead in an outfit that costs less than 20 grand. I like clothes, don't get me wrong, but like, if I'm wearing Fruit of the Loom, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's not like what I love to spend all my money on. Everybody's got different strokes for different folks. Some people just don't want to spend all their money in the car, Anyways, they've kind of turned on her at that point, and it kind of turns into a 20v1 situation. And there's not much you can do to escape at that point. She tries to argue back and forth for a bit, kind of being like, you guys are stupid, you guys are dumb, you don't understand, he's obviously just jealous of my parents' success, which is the ultimate cringe, dude. So like, oh, he's not jealous of you, he's jealous of your parents. Why? I don't understand what your parents have to do with any of this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta interrupt the video for a second. A lot of you guys have been asking me to put these up on Spotify, post more on Spotify. So I've gone ahead and made a podcast show on Spotify called Scrubs. It's not going to be different content. It's just going to be the story times from the channel, but they're going to be posted the same day as here, just a little later. So if you like listening offline, you don't like listening or watching the gameplay, you like to listen at work, whatever it is, I will put that in the top comment down below. I'm going to pin it. So if you want to listen on Spotify, go there, and I will be keeping that super up to date. All right. No more like 3 months between storytime posts on Spotify. Anyways, after that, she inevitably gets like so fed up with trying to argue with anyone that she just decides to go ahead and toss it up to everyone being poor and jealous. You guys are only siding with the teacher because you're jealous of my travels too, because you guys can't afford them, and she just storms out of the class. When in doubt, call everyone out and make sure that they think they're poor. That's the age-old saying. I learned that from a very, very wise man on top of a mountain one time. He said, if you ever feel overwhelmed by the enemy, look at them and say, at least I'm not poor, and they will cry every single time. Jokes aside, I've just never understood why that insult matters, bro. And once again, it's like, who cares? If somebody has less money, it doesn't make your argument more right. That's not really how this works. Whatever. Even though she stormed out of class, tried to throw everything off, the teacher doesn't let him throw him off beat. He's not going to let that victory happen. He's not going to let the entire school day, the entire class get thrown off track. So after she storms out of the class, he just looks up and goes, well, that certainly feels better now, and then says, open your books to this this page. And obviously a couple people laugh and he's instantly like, I said open your books to this page. And everybody immediately starts to open it up, dude. And he just goes about teaching the class like absolutely nothing happened. Didn't miss a beat, didn't spend the rest of the day talking about it, wasting his time dealing with it. Nope, just straight to teaching, which is honestly probably the most gangster way you can handle it if you're the teacher in that situation. Literally make somebody rage quit by just like staying calm the entire time they're pissed, and then when they leave be like, anyways, back to what we were doing. You want to talk about earning the respect of everybody else in there, dude. If you were a troublemaker before, you're sitting there like, dog, that guy just handled that with so much grace, he didn't even get mad. There's no way I control this dude anymore. Everybody else that was about to start trying to flex on the teacher was like, never mind, that's gonna backfire. And usually in these stories, the kid ends up getting, their parents involved. They end up getting mad at the teacher, and most schools kind of work like that. But I guess at this school, it didn't really work like that, to the point where she ended up getting in trouble for leaving class early, had to write a 2-page essay about like, why it's wrong to disrespect your class, and then apologize and read it in front of everybody. That had to have been embarrassing, dude, having to hop up in front of everyone. My actions when I stormed out of the class were inappropriate, and on top of it, the family went to Norway and she got to stay so she wouldn't miss school, dude. Honestly, good on the parents for not rewarding that type of behavior with a trip out of the country, Oh, you want to call people poor and think that my money is your money, I guess you're not going to Norway anymore unless you can find a way to pay for the plane ticket. Alright, so working at the movie theater was a pretty cool job. I mean, I got a lot of stories from it, but for the most part, day to day, it was chill. And I didn't really like working the concession stand personally. I would much rather have just cleaned theaters. I didn't really like dealing with people. I didn't like having to scoop the popcorn. I don't know why I chose to work at a movie theater. It's kind of like all you gotta do. But, I didn't hate it. I could do it. I could talk to people fine. And one day I walked in and saw that was where I was assigned, was to be working the concession stand. So I go up there, and all my coworkers are like, dude, today has been insane. It's been so busy. There was a new movie coming out. I can't remember what it was. It was a Marvel movie of some sort. Those all kind of blur together. But whenever it was a Marvel movie opening weekend, it was basically the most chaotic scene you could ever imagine to happen in a movie theater. Just like the lobby's so full of people. People are shoulder to shoulder. For whatever reason, 85% of people that come to comic book movies are fine, but 15% just decide not to shower, so the lobby starts to smell a little weird. But, it is what it is. You just kind of got to deal with it. And so I'm working through this rush, and I'm not really recognizing customers anymore. Not that I ever would recognize them. But I'm just on autopilot. Like, my mom could have walked in and ordered something from me, and I would have just been like, okay, large popcorn, got it, got it. Like, I was just an autopilot. And I had hung out with a friend from my school a couple times, and he happened to live with one of his cousins. And so I had spent time with this guy like 2 or 3 times because I was hanging out with his cousin. I didn't know him very well. It wasn't like, we had been besties forever. But I guess he had come in, stood in line, got to my line, and I didn't recognize him. Probably because I didn't spend a lot of time with the guy and it was really busy. So I'm just like, hey, what can I get you? And he just looks at me and goes, do you know who I am? And I'm like, no, I don't know who you are, but what can I get you? And he seems a little bit offended because he was with his date. And he goes, no, he knows me. He's just messing with you. And I wasn't trying to be mean. I just didn't really recognize the dude. He looked different. He had grown out his facial hair, so like he just did not look the same. And so I was like, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm not trying to mess with you. Like, what can I get you? And the only reason I was not pretending to roll with it and just kind of being like, oh yeah, you, is because it was going to take forever to roll with it. And there was a line out the door. So I'm like, I don't got time to pretend that I know you, bro. Just like, tell me what you want. And he goes, oh, I'm Da-da-Da's cousin. And I look at him and I can kind of recognize him after that. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, what's up, bro? Like, good to see you. And he's like, yeah, can we get 2 large popcorns and a couple drinks and candy? And this man starts an insane order. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, you're going to be spending a lot of money. That's cool. I would not personally be buying snacks at the movie theater. Even after I worked at a movie theater, 0 out of 10 would not pay for anything at the movie theater except popcorn because it's just going to be fresh. Yes, it's overpriced too. Popcorn's so much cheaper at home. Yeah, all right. But like candy and stuff, just sneak it into the movie theater. Are you kidding me? You're going to pay $27 for a bag of M&Ms? Okay. I worked there and I wouldn't have done that. And that is how they make all their money. That is how they make their money. What was I trying to say? That is how they make their money. Like, they don't really make a lot of money off ticket sales. Most of it's made off of selling you crap. But anyways, I'm on a rant now. This guy comes and just gets a huge order, like probably well over $130. And so I go and get it all and I bring it back and I'm like, all right, that'll be $130 and like 80 cents, whatever it ended up being. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, you're going to help me out though, right? And I'm like, what do you mean I'm going to help you out? And he goes, well, we go way back. And like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it way back, but I don't want to be the one to tell him we don't go way back because that's just awkward. Somebody's like talking to you, oh man, you're my best friend. I just really think you're the coolest. You're the closest person in my life. And you're like, don't know them that well. You're probably just going to be quiet and not say anything. You're not going to go, actually. So whatever, he's talking about how we go way back, so I should help him out. And even if we did go way back, I don't know what you would really like me to do. I can use my employee discount, sure, but there's no way I'm going to be able to use it on an order of this size, and you're not even like my family, and I'm not supposed to do it for my friends. Like, I would do it sometimes, but it's not like it was what I was supposed to do, so I'm not just going to do it for this guy. So I tell him, I'm like, yo, I can't do anything. My manager's been really strict about it. I don't want to get fired, so I can't help you out. And he gets a little angry with me, and he's like, come on, man, I know you can do something. Like, help me out. I can't afford this. And at that point, I get mad because I'm like, dude, like, if you can't afford it, why did you get it all? Nobody cares if you can't get 8 bags of candy, 3 large popcorns, 9 sodas, and like a theater. You're going to just buy the whole theater while you're at it. I don't care that you can't afford it, but why did you make me go get it if you can't pay for it? So I'm irritated and I tell him, well, if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have ordered it, which I think's pretty fair. I don't think there's anything that wrong with that statement. And he goes, well, I thought you were going to be a good friend and help me out. And at that point, people are starting to like look over because he's starting to get a little heated. So there's eyeballs our direction. And so I don't want to cause drama. And I'm like, listen, I can't help you out. If you want me to put some stuff back, that's fine. If we need to like take stuff off so you can afford it, that's cool. And then he gets mad and he's like, are you saying that I'm broke? No, you did. You said you were broke. I don't care what you can afford or can't afford at the movie theater. You picked out all of this stuff and then went, I can't afford it. I'm saying I'm not going to help you pay for it, so therefore I'll take stuff off so it costs less. You're calling me broke? I mean, technically yes, but not something that you didn't say first. Hey man, I have no money. Oh, you have no money? Dude, why would you say that? Obviously, though, it's becoming a little bit of a scene, and his date does not want to be having a scene, and I can't blame her. Who wants to be here for this? You're hanging out with somebody, and they just start getting into some, like, insanely petty argument saying that they can't afford all the stuff that they just picked out. You're like, please stop, please stop, please stop. But she says, like, hey, it's fine. Let's just go watch the movie. I'm not hungry. I don't need any of it. Let's go. And she looks at me and says, I'm sorry. And I just said something, not even trying to be smart. Like, all I said was, it's cool, enjoy the movie. And apparently he thought that was me being passive aggressive, and I wasn't. I was saying, it's cool, go enjoy the movie. Because he starts yelling at me that I'm ruining his date, and it's going to be my fault if he doesn't get a second date, and I better be prepared for his cousin to not be my friend anymore because I'm ruining his date. And listen, dude, I'm not in charge of you getting a second date, like, because I was going to be the guy to serve you popcorn. If she didn't like you, that's on me. I just don't really understand, I guess. She's definitely not going to like you after this. Yeah, everything was fine on our first date until we got to the movie theater, and he just started freaking out over literally everything, man. Anyways, he's ranting about how I'm ruining his date, so I stop him and I say, hey, I'm not trying to ruin your date. I don't want to be involved in your date. Just go watch the movie. It's cool. You don't got to worry about it. And he goes, well, give me my stuff that I ordered. And I say, I can't give it to you because you didn't pay for it. And almost like Groundhog Day, as if we were just going to sit here and literally do this for the next 60 years until we turn to dust. He goes, well, why can't you help me out? Like, bro, we just went over this. We literally have been through these steps. I'm not going to give it to you for free. I feel like that's such a crappy position to put your friend in. Bring a date to where he works and then say, I can't afford this, help me out. And he's not even my friend. Like, even if my friend did this, I'd be like, well, that's not a very cool move. But I don't really know you, bro. So he's kind of upset, but his date, like, reluctantly gets him to leave. finally, and they leave, and I help the next person out, and they're like, what was that guy's problem? I'm like, I don't know. And I think that's going to be the end of it. No big deal. So they're gone watching the movie, and in between, like, sets of movies, they kind of do them so that it'll be, like, really busy for an hour, and then you'll have, like, 2 hours while the movies are playing where it's kind of dead to clean everything, get everything ready to go for the next rush, and then you'll have a chill town. So, like, it kind of works in a cycle. And so if you see somebody walking out during the middle of the downtime, you know that they didn't like the movie, they're leaving, something's happening, and you're not supposed to talk to them or say anything, but you just kind of are aware that, like, oh, okay, what movie did they go see? Like, if I see a bunch of people walking out in the middle of a movie, I just know it's garbage. But whatever, everyone's sitting there cleaning, and I see his date leaving the movie theater without him, and it's only been like 3 minutes. So I make a mental note that he might be mad at me for her leaving or whatever. I didn't do anything, but I'm just like preparing for him to come over and start yelling at me about it because he did earlier. And I'm kind of just doing my thing, and I hear someone come out and come over to the desk where they take the tickets, and they say, hey, we have someone who's causing a problem in the theater. And they say, what theater is it? And they say, it's da-da-da-da-da for the Marvel movie. The guy was arguing with his date and she left, and now he's crying in the movie theater. And I'm like, bro, please tell me this is somebody else. Please tell me somebody else's date left and there's someone else crying in the movie theater, because this is just too much. You get into a fight with me. You keep the fight rolling with your date, who there's no reason to fight with, into the movie theater. In the middle of the quiet movie theater. She leaves and you're like, I'm just gonna sit here and cry. So whatever, the managers come over and they ask me and a couple other guys to go check it out, and we're like, okay. So I hop over the counter, we start going to the theater, we go in, and before we even get around to like being able to see where the seats are, we hear someone being like, I hate this theater, and we're like, oh my goodness, this is gonna be a crapshoot. So we come around the corner, and the oldest guy that was like in the group of workers that was coming in had a little flashlight, and he shines it. Sure enough, my friend's cousin is sitting there just yelling, crying, like snotty-nosed crying about how he hates this theater and we ruined his date. And listen, I don't know why he thinks we ruined his date, but I'm going to give all of you some advice. No one wants to be argued with in a movie theater, especially on a date. I don't think people go on a date to try to argue. I don't think it's like, oh, I love dating because I just get to fight with everyone. No, I don't think that's on the list. And you don't want to fight with anyone in a movie theater. And I feel like if, like, my date walked out, hypothetically, I'm on a date, I'm at the movie theater, she leaves, I'm just gonna go home. I'm not gonna sit there in that movie theater with all these people. Bruh, they just watched my date walk out after we got into a giant argument. I'm supposed to just sit there and pretend everything's all good. He didn't even sit there and pretend everything's all good. He started freaking out. Like, did you think all the strangers in this movie theater were gonna go, oh my gosh, run after her into the hallway? Don't leave, he's so sweet. The flashlight hits him and he's like, what do you want? And the worker that I'm with, the guy with the flashlight, says, you have to leave, you know, you're causing problems. We've gotten too many complaints. I'm going to have to escort you out. And he says that he's not going to leave this movie theater because he paid for the ticket. And we would get this a lot. People on their cell phones, people that were just being nuisances, like, I'm not leaving, I paid. And thankfully, there's this pre-roll before the movie starts that's like, hey, just so you know, we have the right to kick you out at any time, da-da-da-da-da. So the guy I'm with gives him that spiel, and he's like, well, I'm not leaving. And at this point, what you were supposed to do, and like normal workers couldn't do it, but people in his position, managers could, was to tell them, that's okay, then from henceforth, I'm letting you know that you're trespassing, and I'm going to call the cops to remove you from trespassing. So he says that to him, and he's like, you would call the cops on me for crying in the theater? And everyone else in the theater at that point that's trying to watch the movie but has this guy crying just goes, yes! And he's like, screw you guys! And he gets up and leaves, probably realizing that no one was on his side. And he left the theater. And so he leaves, and the rest of the day is pretty uneventful. And I keep, like, checking my phone, waiting for my friend to text me and be like, bro, what happened with my cousin? But it doesn't happen. And so a couple days later, I'm at school, and I see my friend, and I say, hey, dude, I'm really sorry about what happened with your cousin. And he goes, listen, I'm really sorry. Every time that guy goes out in public, he goes to a store, he goes to an event or something, he finds a way to get into fights with the workers. I don't know if it's like a subconscious thing, a conscious thing, if he just tries to like arguing to look cool or something, but he apologizes to me saying the reason his cousin's always hanging out at his house it's because no one likes going places with him because he always does this. Which I don't know what's up with that, bro. I don't know what type of therapy you need if you just feel a need to argue with the manager everywhere you are. I'm at the beach and I'm pissed because there's no management in nature. I don't know. I feel like arguing with the manager is the crappiest thing. If I have to argue with the manager, then like you basically have to be giving me the worst service of all time. If I'm going to get into it with the manager, 9 times out of 10, if the service is bad, I'll just leave. As for the work side of things, the guy who kicked him out thankfully saw it all and was like, nah, that was really crazy and absurd. Because otherwise they might have been like, what did you do to him when he was getting popcorn? I don't know, man. I just wanted him to pay for it. Today I've got a story time that was sent in to me about a kid who was hanging out at the skate park and almost ended up throwing hands with an emo kid who thought he was the coolest dude of all time. You know, just one of those guys who thinks he's the modern day equivalent of a Spartan, but also emo, just an interesting combination. Anyways, the guy that sent this in to me was a regular at the skate park, and he would go basically every day after school, and because of that, he kind of got to know everybody else that would be at the park regularly. And for the most part, the park was very, very peaceful, and there was never really any issues. No one ever stole anything. No one really fought. Up until this day, he thought it was actually one of the better skate parks he'd ever been at in terms of like the community of people that would skate there. But on this particular day, he showed up and there was a group that he had never seen before. And you know, he didn't think much of it at first because who cares? It's a skate park. People can be there that you've never seen before. It wasn't weird that people were there, but it was just like 5 or 6 emo dudes sitting on the grind box near the entrance, just kind of sitting there. No one was skating. And he thought that was kind of weird that a group of like 6 people were just sitting here. He didn't even see any skateboards, but they're just kind of sitting on the main box. So not all of his friends were there yet, and obviously, like, not thinking much of it, he just kind of started skating, wasn't that worried about it, and was just blowing time until his friends got there. But as he's skating around, just warming up a bit, he can't help but shake the feeling that, like, he's being watched, you know? It feels like something's just kind of creepily looking at him, so he starts to look around, and he realizes that every single emo kid is staring at him, dude, like a pack of owls. Imagine just looking into the tree line and seeing 7 owls sitting there all staring at you. It's just a very creepy feeling. And like literally, they are staring at him so hard that as he's skating, their heads are like turning and following him along. So he kind of is just cruising around the park trying to lose their eyesight, but sure enough, every time he comes back up, they're just still staring at him. And he's getting a weird vibe, but he didn't want to say anything because there's one of him and like 6 of them. So if they are staring at him for a reason, like beating him up, it's not like he's gonna go over there and initiate it. And at that point, a few of his friends ended up showing up and, you know, they walked over to him and they started talking for a little bit. And sure, the staring was weird, but as soon as his friends showed up, they had kind of stopped staring at him, so he thought it was over. Maybe they were just watching him skate, you know? So he just kind of forgot about it after his friends showed up and they were talking for a bit and the staring had stopped. And him and his friends are kind of talking about the day, whatever, before anyone's skating again for like 5 minutes. And during that time, something that was a little bit odd is like none of the emo kids had skated at all. And at this point, he's starting to think that these dudes had literally just come to the skate park to sit at the box and like stare at everyone. And even one of his friends that had just showed up was like, hey, it's a little weird that none of those dudes have skated, right? But you know, once again, it's a skate park, and at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter who's there. And I guess, you know, there's nothing wrong with going to the skate park without a skateboard. It's just a little weird to just sit there and stare at everyone, not say anything, and have like 8 of you at the skate park with no skateboard. Yeah, that's a little weird, but it's not like it's illegal or anything, so they just kind of try to brush it off. Anyways, at this point, I got to give you guys a little bit of the layout of the skate park, alright? So the box that all these emo kids were sitting on was near the bottom of the stair set in the skate park. Not near the bottom to the point where, like, if you went down the stairs, you were gonna crash into an army of emo kids, but, you know, it was close enough to the bottom of the stairs where they could easily watch anyone doing a trick down it. And it just so happened that this particular stair set they were sitting by was what the subscriber was wanting to skate on that day. The day before, before, he had been trying to kickflip down it and just hadn't really landed it in a way that he liked landing it, so he was going to do it again, and decided that since it was a new day, he was just going to do that trick over and over again until he got it down. And so he just kind of accepts the fact that, like, all of the emo kids are going to be staring at him, and sure enough, when he skates over to the stairs just to give it a little run up and see if everything's all good, make sure there's nothing at the bottom of the stairs or anything, but when he goes over, sure enough, the entire pack of emo kids starts staring at him like the owl from the Tootsie Pop commercial. How many licks to the center of the Tootsie Pop? Yeah, no, it's just a pack of owls staring at him creepily, no emotion on their face, but there's just like 8 of them. Regardless, he decides, oh well, they can watch if they want, I'm still gonna try the trick. They weren't gonna stop him, and you know, he wasn't gonna say anything because technically they were just staring, it wasn't that weird. So he goes back, gets some speed, runs up to the stairs, and the first try, you know, he's pretty close to landing it, but the board slides out from under him. And at that point, the emo kids make the first noise that they've made the entire time they've been at the skate park, and they start literally laughing at him. Keep in mind, these are the dudes that are at the skate park with no skateboards, and they're laughing at someone who's trying to do a trick down a stair set. You know, sure, I'm understanding that a kickflip is not like the most insane trick of all time, but being able to throw it downstairs, catch it, and roll out, I mean, it's definitely better than someone who's never ridden a skateboard before. And one of the emo kids shouts out something about how, like, he really sucks at skating or something like that, and the subscriber decides that he's just going to ignore it. He didn't want to give them a reaction. He knew the entire situation was kind of weird, so he's like, whatever, okay, I guess I didn't land the trick. I'm just going to keep going until I do. And honestly, I'm going to give the dude credit for staying calm. At that point, I probably would have been like, why are you weirdos here just staring at everyone? But the fact that they were, like, laughing at him saying he sucked, he was starting to get pissed off. He ignored it this time, but obviously in his mind he's like, okay, if they say something again, I'm gonna say something back. Anyways, he just kind of brushes it off and goes back up to the top of the stair set to try again, and this time he goes, gets a little bit more speed, and starts running up to the stairs again. And as he's running up to the stairs, one of the emo kids, the one that had screamed that he sucked, runs out and stops right in front of the bottom of the stairs. And it's like a little bit too late. He's already got too much speed, he's too close to the stair set, and he's already like bending down into the position to do the trick. Like, you know how you kind of gotta bend your knees a little bit and get low to pop the board up? So it's just too late. So he sends it, and as soon as he gets into the air, he kicks the board out so that way it won't hit this guy. So it goes sliding off to the left. But he, at that point, is already in the air, so he just kind of keeps going, and he smashes into the dude at the bottom of the stairs. And obviously, he's got a little bit of force behind him because, like, you know, he's falling down a path of stairs that for some reason you ran out into the bottom of. But as soon as he smacks into him, he hears the entire group of emo kids start yelling like, what's wrong with you, bro? Why would you hit him? What's your issue? And the subscriber jumps up from like running into the guy and falling over off the bottom of the stairs and is like, dude, that's not my fault. You guys are mad at me? Why is he just like running out into my path? Like, what is your guys' problem? Are you guys for real? You're seriously gonna blame me for that? Because let's be honest, if the guy would have just not ran out into the front of the stairs, there would be no reason for him to have been hit by the dude falling down the stairs. Like, seriously, you obviously know what trick he's trying to do because you just saw him do it and laughed at him. Why in the world are you gonna run out to the bottom of the stairs you just saw him jumping down? And at that point, the emo kid that had ran out to the bottom of the stairs pops up and he shoves the subscriber from behind and is like, bro, what's your issue, man? Why would you hit me? And at that point, he's like, all right, I guess we're gonna fight, you know? You guys are being weird. Now you're gonna shove me and like try to turn this into some big issue. So he turns around to the emo kid that had just shoved him and reaches his hand back to hit the emo kid. And at that point, he just like, you know, sees out of the corner of his eye the entire group of them coming over to him. And so he yells out, hey guys, I need help. So his friends start coming over to him. And like, you know, obviously this had kind of thrown off the punch because there's all this stuff going on. So his friends get there and like shield their leader. I don't know if it's their leader, the emo kid that had just gotten knocked out. They like shield him like a group of bodyguards clad in Hot Topic gear. You know, for a group of people that apparently hate their lives, they were doing a dang good job of protecting it. They seriously could have been a security detail for an ambassador or something, the way they like shroud this dude. And so at that point, there's kind of the two groups facing off because his friends get there, and the emo kid that he had hit, you know, that had shoved him, is now going absolutely insane. Keep in mind, the punch that the dude was gonna throw didn't even get out because all of his buddies got there and like shielded him from it. So there's no reason for him to be going insane. He's just shoved this dude and ran out in front of him. But obviously all of his friends are holding him back now, and he's just like, you know, doing one of those I'm going crazy because I'm being held back and can be super tough. Let go of me, you know, don't hold me back. I will destroy this dude so fast. You think I'm afraid of this loser? You know, I will destroy him if we were to fight right now. Which is very tough talk for someone being held back. And so the subscriber is like, yeah, bro, you think you would destroy me? You want to shove me and like jump in front of me when I'm doing a trick? Let's go. Like, let's fight. Come on, tell your friends to let go of you. And his entire crew that's like backing him up, the 6 emo kids, right, that are holding him back, are like, wow, man, please stop escalating the situation. Which, listen, at this point, it's pretty hard to escalate it any further. Obviously, he shoved him. He's now saying that he's going to destroy him. Wow, for some reason, the word destroy would not come out of my mouth. What is him saying, okay, let's fight, really escalating the situation any further? You know, I mean, technically, sure, it's escalation, but your friend is the person that launched the first nuke. You can't blame the country that fires 2 nukes back in that situation because you fired the nuke in the first place. So regardless, the subscriber just kind of starts to like yell at the dude and be like, dude, you're so mad, but I just got a question for you. Why would you run into my path? You knew what the trick I was doing was. You knew I was going to come down the stairs. Like, why would you run into that path? I just don't understand. And the emo kid, who's still being held back by all of his friends, is like, yeah, I thought you were a good enough skater to stop, but I guess not, dude. Like, I was trying to test you. Which makes literally no sense, man. You were trying to test him by running into his path at like the last second when you know he's trying to do a trick that immediately puts you in the path of being hit. That just sounds like being stupid with extra steps, you know? Like, this guy really came to the skate park to sit and stare at everyone, except for when he can run into the path of someone doing a trick because he's the skate judge, and he decides whether or not you actually have skills based on whether or not you stop before you hit him. If anything, he's lucky the dude kicked the board out so that didn't smack him in the head. Could have ended up with like a giant concussion, forget his name and what he was trying to do, but no, at least this dude kicked it out and made them collide instead. Regardless, he's still yelling about how his friends should let him go and let him at this skater dude so he can teach him a lesson. And the subscriber is still like, all right, bro, let him go, like, let's do it. If you really think you could beat me up, like, let's go. And so finally, the emo kid's friends are like, okay, do you really want us to let you go? Like, do you guys actually want to fight this out? And the emo kid at this point that has shoved him is salivating, like with anger, like spit flying out of his mouth, like, I will destroy you. And he's like, yeah, let me at him. So they let them go, right? So now they're both just kind of standing there staring at each other, and the emo kid starts talking even more trash. He's like, I'm about to smack you around like a rag doll. You'll be finished when I'm done with you. You're never gonna want to show up to this skate park again because I'm about to embarrass you, you know, just like talking mad crap. And so the subscriber's like, all right, let's go, and starts walking up to him to fight, you know, get closer. And so the emo kid drops down into like his fighting stance, you know? At least what he, like, thinks is a fighting stance, you know? He obviously believed that this was just the most professional fighting stance of all time that would strike fear into his enemies. The only problem is it's just not very intimidating, which I'm not gonna lie is very surprising, because the amount of trash that this dude has been talking, you would think that, like, he would have just been secretly a karate master who came to the skate park to start a fight just to show off, you know, a la Cobra Kai. But no. Instead, what he drops down into is like the old-timey mob boss stance, you know, where they're like rolling their fists and they're down low. What do you say? See, you got a problem with me? I'll knock you right in the kisser. Like, you know the fighting style I'm talking about, hopefully. I don't know how else to describe it. The only thing I will say is it leaves your face very open to being punched, and on top of that, you know, it just looks very silly. If people were making fun of that stance in comedy movies in the 1920s, you know that it probably just didn't look that cool. Regardless, he drops into that stance and then like takes a step forward and throws a swing at the subscriber. And the subscriber dodges it, which, you know, makes him sound like some type of karate expert too, but it wasn't really that hard because, you know, he's throwing a punch from basically like his waist, so he just kind of stepped out of the way and he threw it with the speed of molasses running down the town. Do you guys know there was actually a town in America one time that got like flooded with syrup? Like, I'm talking like waves of syrup knocking everything over. Okay, that's off topic. Anyways, though, like, he just threw a very slow punch, so he dodges it, and he decides at that point that he's just gonna, like, tackle him. So he drives his shoulder into his stomach, which knocks the wind out of him and just kind of, like, drops him onto the ground. And he thinks that's gonna be the end of the fight, so he takes a step back and is just kind of like, all right, let's see what happens, thinking the guy's not gonna get back up. But he gets back up and takes another swing at him. This one was even slower, so he just kind of steps out of the way. And at this point, he doesn't want to, like, hurt the dude, so he decides that he's just gonna slap him. He thought, A, okay, it'll kind of show him, like, all right, just stay away from me. B, it won't hurt him as much as a punch. And C, it's just also really funny. Like, I feel like it's a very disrespectful move to be in a fight with someone and slap them, but it is hilarious. It's the equivalent of doing, like, the take the L dance on someone in Fortnite. That's an old reference, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just embarrassing to get slapped. So sure enough, he goes and just slaps him in the face, and obviously the slap is pretty loud, and everybody just goes like, oh. Even this dude's crew went, oh, when the slap happened, right? And the subscribers' friends kind of laugh a little bit at it because it's just funny. But at that point, the emo kid just, like, grabs his face and runs behind his little party and just is, like, standing behind all of his friends now and is just like, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. And, you know, at that point, the subscriber is just like, all right, it's over. I thought it was going to be over, but I guess at the end of the day, I tackle you and I slap you one time when you try to punch me twice. It is what it is. And at that point, the little emo crew goes and, like, is getting their things to leave, and he kind of feels bad because, like, he doesn't think that they need to leave. If they just want to hang out at the skate park, it's fine, you know. Obviously, just don't jump in front of him and then push him and, like, try to start a fight with him, you know. That was kind of all that was settled with that. So he decides that, like, he's going to go over with his friends and just tell them that they don't have to leave. So they go over and they're like, hey guys, you know, I understand that we got in a fight, but just so you guys know, like, you don't have to leave. Like, it's not like it's a big deal. We don't own the skate park, so, you know, if you guys want to stay, you're more than welcome to. Alright guys, if you're still watching, if you could please click the like button, I'd appreciate it. It helps the video do better, and let's get back to the video. In their response to them being like, no, it's all chill, the beef is squashed, just saying that, you know, we don't skate anyways, we just knew that if we came here, someone would mess with us and start a problem eventually. Someone would shame us, you know? And the subscriber's mad confused, so he's like, dude, no one shamed you. He just ran into my way and then shoved me. We don't care about you, you know? Like, obviously, the entire interaction was a little bit bizarre, but it's not like they cared. They weren't looking to start a problem with this group of kids at the skate park. They had started the issue, not the other way around. And then the emo group says something that makes no sense. They're like, well, if anything, you should be the ones to leave because you believe in violence. And him and his friends, the subscriber, are just confused because it's like, what? Your friend was the person that was acting rabid, being held back by like 6 people, and then got slapped one time and started crying and ran behind the rest of the group, and now you're all leaving. It's not like the guy, you know, threw himself down the stairs, ran into your friend, picked up his skateboard, and started smacking him like the Mario hammer power-up. This is basically the equivalent of, like, you know those dash cam videos where people will walk up to a car that's, like, driving, you know, and throw themselves on the hood to pretend they got hit by it? That's basically what's going on right now. So, you know, the subscriber and his friends are like, okay, if that's how you guys want to be, then, you know, we're not leaving. We're going to keep skating at the skate park because we have skateboards, but obviously we don't own the skate park, so do whatever you guys want to do. You know, they're not trying to escalate the issue, quoting them from earlier. They're just like, all right, whatever, you guys have this weird opinion on this, so do whatever you want to do, but no pressure. And at that point, the emo kids like bury their heels in and they're like, no, there's no way we can share the skate park. Either you leave or we leave. And the subscriber and his friends look at each other and then say, well, if that's the case, then all right, bye. Like, I don't even understand what the emo kids were trying to say with that, okay? First of all, you guys aren't skating at the skate park, so you should be the ones to leave. And also, you know, why would they leave? They are literally trying to make peace with you guys and you're not accepting it. And on top of that, you know, not that, like, violence is the answer. It's not. I don't advocate for that. That being said, bro, if you are, like, 2 groups, right? right? And your groups fight, and one of you ends up crying and running away, and then like doesn't even land a punch, and one of the two groups has to go. I feel like the group that got beat up just kind of has to leave, you know? Like I just, you know, what, are they supposed to be afraid of a rematch or something? This is just an insanely weird situation, and the subscriber and his friends are just really confused because it didn't have to escalate at all. Like, it didn't have to be weird. It was this group's insistence on making it weirder and weirder. I mean, honestly, the emo crew could have literally prevented all of this, but at every single point just made it even weirder. It went from like a normal day to basically the skate park equivalent of a bench clearing brawl for nothing. Like, if you wanted to just sit at the skate park and hang out, you could have just not ran in the way of the dude. You could have apologized for running into the way of the dude and like not shoved him, and then, you know, you could have just been like, whatever, it's water under the bridge. But no, at every turn it just got weirder. Anyways, they go back to packing their stuff, and at this point, the guy and his friends are just kind of watching them pack up their stuff. And they go to leave the skate park, and as they're leaving, the kid that he had gotten into the fight with turns around, points at the subscriber who, you know, had slapped him and says, like, next time I see you, I'm gonna beat you into a pulp, you coward. And listen, man, I understand wanting to have the last word. I understand wanting to be like the guy that has the cool saying or whatever. That being said, dude, if you just cried after this guy slapped you, I don't think you have much room to be talking about, next time I'm gonna beat you up. Like, what? Do you think he's gonna be afraid of a rematch after he literally dodged two of your punches and slapped you? I'm just saying, man, I feel like talking trash at this point is doing more to embarrass yourself than it is making you look tough. But at that point, the subscriber just decides to mess with this dude for talking trash and, like, goes to skate over to him. And he's not skating fast, he's not even saying anything back. He just gets on his board and starts skating over there. And as soon as he starts skating over there, the emo kid's reaction was, again, just nuts for somebody that had just said he's gonna beat this dude to a pulp. He turns to his little gang of emo kids and yells out like, "Run! He's skating after us, run!" And him and the entire crew look back and then just start sprinting out of the skate park. Like, literally all of them are in a full-blown sprint to get away from this dude. Keep in mind, he's not even trying to catch up with them. He literally just skated that direction to see what they would do and mess with him. So obviously, the subscriber starts laughing because these dudes are just freaking out and running as fast as humanly possible away from someone that's like not even really a threat at all. And so he goes back to his friends and they walk over to the fence where they can kind of see down the road a little bit, and they just watch these emo kids keep sprinting for like an insanely long time, like at least a quarter of a mile to the end of the road where there's this traffic light. Which is a pretty far run, especially considering the fact that he wasn't skating after them and chasing them. Like, alright, I guess it's not that far to run if there's actually some dude skating after you who's crazy with a baseball bat. Like, yeah, you better be able to run a quarter mile. But I'm just flabbergasted that the entire group ran that far as fast as possible without a single person looking back. Like, you would think at that point the odds of someone looking back would just happen, but, you know, I guess not. Anyways, at the skate park, they just kind of go about their business for a few more hours, skating, goofing around, but eventually they decide to go home. So they just start walking out of the park to skate back home, and as they're walking out of the park, a minivan kind of tears into the parking lot. And so everyone kind of looks, because it's obviously a weird sight to see a minivan tear into the parking lot, and as it tears into the parking lot, the door opens, and like 2 water balloons get tossed out. Neither one of them are accurate and hit anyone there, but like as soon as they pop, they just hear a voice yell, "Oh, that's for earlier, losers. We told you we'd get payback." Keep in mind, they literally missed the water balloons. And, you know, on top of it, a minivan, bro, like, I guess pulling up and throwing water balloons is scary, but on top of it, you're trying to intimidate someone in the most mom car possible. And even then, it just further goes to show that you guys took this way more serious than them, because if they really pulled up as soon as they left the skate park, that means that these dudes had to have just been waiting in the minivan for an extended period of time, just waiting for them to leave with the water balloons, and at no point decided it was a very lame idea. Like, they went back home and were like, okay, we need a plan for revenge. I know, let's hit them with water balloons. Filled up the water balloons, hopped into Jake's mom's minivan, and then just like went and sat for 4 hours watching people skate? Like, bro, what is going on? That makes you more weird. After they had yelled out that was payback for earlier, though, the same minivan then peeled back out of the parking lot. They didn't stick around to see what would happen, so they were just really going for the surprise attack and fleeing. And yeah, none of the skaters or anyone was really that pressed about it because they didn't get hit by the water balloon. If anything, they were just more confused that they had really taken the time to come back and do that. I feel like it's almost flattering. Like, when beef is extremely one-sided, it has to be complimentary to the person that the beef is with, Like, imagine being a 40-year-old man and someone walks up to you in Walmart and they're like, I bet you remember me. And you're like, who are you? And they go off about how when you were in first grade, you tagged them and, they tagged you back, but you said no tag backsies, which was against the rules, and ever since then they've hated you. And you're like, bro, that's kind of weird because I still don't know who you are. I don't remember that. Like, that's the equivalent of this. They really spent their entire day hatching up a plan for revenge on a bunch of people that weren't thinking about them, bro. But yeah, that'll do it for the video. Be sure to press the like button if you enjoyed, slap the like button so hard that it cries or something. I would appreciate it. It helps the video do better. And if you made it this far, you should also go ahead and comment the word, I don't know, let's do poop sock down below. If you have a poop sock or you made it to the end of the video, either or, be sure to comment poop sock down there. It helps the video do better. And yeah, other than that, if you really, really want to help me out, I do post the audio versions of these story times on Spotify for you guys to enjoy, so feel free to check that out. Link will be in the description. And one last thing, I went ahead and made a playlist here on YouTube of some of my favorite videos that I've released this year so far. So if you want a playlist to listen to while you do homework or whatever, that'll also be in the bottom of the description, so give it a listen if you want. But yeah, on that note, guys, that'll actually do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they are hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. Alright, we meet again. Anyways, guys, as I said, this was a story time that was sent into me by a subscriber, and this particular subscriber had one of the classes where he sat in, like, the table made out of desks where you kind of are all facing each other, and it's a group of 4 people. And, he didn't really know the people he sat with too well, but obviously whenever there was a group where they were together. And the teacher came in on this particular day and said, alright guys, instead of the normal, book lesson, today I've decided to do something fun, and I've organized a scavenger hunt for you guys to do today. Now, I haven't been in school for a bit, so like maybe things have changed, but that being said, I feel like a scavenger hunt is a pretty fun way to spend the school day, compared to like doing worksheets in a classroom. I feel like having a teacher go out of his way to set up a scavenger hunt and then, let you guys do it's a pretty cool teacher move. It beats sitting in a class all day. Apparently, though, that's not the universal opinion, because one of the people at this subscriber's table, that we're gonna name Gerald for the rest of this story time, was apparently disgusted by scavenger hunts, alright? Think of something really disgusting, a tomato with some mold on it, your grandma's feet, whatever it is you need to think of to maybe dry retch a little bit. That's how disgusted Gerald was at the fact that his teacher even suggested that he do this scavenger hunt, alright? Which to me makes no sense. I didn't realize that people hated scavenger hunts with a burning passion. Regardless, Gerald kind of blurts out, "You're gonna make me do what? I don't want to do that. That's so stupid. Why would I want to spend any of my time doing a scavenger hunt? That's not what school is about. I'm gonna learn nothing from this. What's the point of being a teacher if you're not going to teach?" And he is just going on this rant about how, this teacher is lazy for setting up a scavenger hunt, which I feel like is the exact opposite of what a person would be to go out of their way to set up a scavenger hunt. And on top of that, he's yelling how he's not going to learn anything from this, and this is terrible. And obviously, everyone else in the classroom is confused and looking at him like, what is wrong with you? That's such a random thing to say. And on top of that, everybody else in the class wants to do the scavenger hunt to avoid doing normal classwork. Usually, people don't get mad about the fact that they're not going to have to sit in a class doing boring stuff. Usually the scavenger hunt is appreciated. But whatever, Gerald kind of does his rant, and the teacher's looking at him, kind of letting him finish, and after he stops yelling, the teacher is like, "Look, the scavenger hunt is the assignment for the day. It is what it is, Gerald. If you really hate scavenger hunts that much and you despise it, then you're more than welcome not to participate in the scavenger hunt, but you're gonna get a 0 on the assignment because it is for a grade. So if you really hate it that much, you despise
despise it, by all means, you're more than welcome to protest the assignment and take a 0. But if you want a good grade, then you just have to do the scavenger hunt. It is what it is. That's what you're doing today. And before anyone's like, wow, the teacher was mean for saying that. No, he wasn't, dude. Imagine you went out of your way to organize a scavenger hunt instead of a boring assignment, and then Gerald started freaking out. Would you cancel all your hard work? No. You'd be like, Gerald, deal with it. You know, you don't always want to play the board game Clue, but guess what? You are today. It's scavenger hunt time. You know, if you want to take a 0, that's your decision. Regardless, though, the teacher said that the rest of the class kind of assumed that it was over with. Gerald would just do it and get it done with. But I guess in Gerald's mind, that was more of a challenge than anything. Because he replies to the teacher and is like, I'm gonna make you regret making me do the scavenger hunt, which is probably the weirdest threat that teacher has ever heard in his life. As far as things that you expect to be like threatened with, you know, hey, give me my money or you're gonna regret it, like that's a little bit normal. If you make me participate in this scavenger hunt for a grade, then you're gonna regret it. It has to be up there as one of the least threatening threats ever made. And the teacher, obviously not intimidated by Gerald being like, if you make me do this, then you'll regret it, looks at Gerald and says, you know what, I'll take my chances. If you end up making me regret it, then so be it. Obviously, by the end of this story time, maybe the teacher would have regretted it a little bit, but I don't blame him for saying it in that moment, because as a teacher, you can't let a kid punk you like that. And on top of it, he didn't know that Gerald was insanely nuts and meant it. Whatever, at that point, the class kind of quiets down and the teacher goes about handing out this worksheet that's for the scavenger hunt, you know? And basically, the instructions were that you needed to go around the school, find the answers to these questions with your group, which was the table you were with, and, you know, write them down and turn it back in by the end of the class period. And if most groups didn't finish, they would continue it the next day. Pretty simple instructions, you know, nothing that wild, but the one thing that everybody is kind of like crap about at this particular table that sits with Gerald is the fact that, you know, Gerald is now in their group and they have to do the scavenger hunt with him. Anyways, the subscriber is like, all right, awesome. I'm in a group with Gerald. This is gonna suck because we're gonna have to go around and do this scavenger hunt that's for a grade, and he's just gonna complain the entire time. And before they even have a chance to talk about it, Gerald just starts going off about how they're gonna have to do it on their own because he's not gonna help them. He thinks this is a stupid assignment, so, you know, even though he's in their group, he's not going to help, blah, 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 blah. And the subscriber in his mind is like, this is exactly why I was not stoked about being in a group with Gerald, as I knew he was gonna do this. And so him and the rest of the group are kind of like, all right, Gerald, that's fine. You don't have to help us. That's okay. But we're not going to let you get credit for our work unless you help, you know, which to me is pretty standard. If you decide to opt out of the group project and not do anything, then like, we're just going to drop your name from the group project. You get a 0. We don't. But I guess in Gerald's mind, how dare they even suggest that? He was sitting at their table. So by default, it just meant that he instantly had to get credit for all the work that he was protesting doing. What? Just because I don't want to do it means that I don't deserve the credit for it? Are you serious? Like, I thought this was a teamwork thing. You guys would really do a teammate that bad? I mean, I don't know if he's self-aware enough, but the words, just because I don't want to do it means I don't deserve the credit, came out of his mouth. It's like, I mean, kinda. Anyways, he's kind of going off about how, like, he deserves to get credit for it, even if he doesn't help because he's sitting there. And one of the other people at the table interrupts him and says, listen, what you said earlier, that's exactly what we mean. If we're going to do all the work, you don't get any of the credit. That seems fair to everybody here but you. Which everybody else kind of agreed on, and Gerald was like, you guys agree with him about this? And they both individually were like, yeah, I think it's insane that you expect us to do all the work and you to get all the credit when you're not going to do anything. That's insane. That's just not how this little game is played, big dog. You got to at least try to help with the group project. Maybe you take the man in the van status. You know how every superhero has the man in the van leading him on the map? Maybe that's your position on the scavenger hunt. But yeah, you got to do something, you know? And when they tell him that, like, he's not going to get any credit unless he does the work, dude, Gerald's face just contorts into some, like, the look of someone who just smelled something horrible. Imagine you just found out that, like, rotting eggs have been in your fridge for a month via scent. Like, you're smelling it for the first time, just disgust. You just found out grandpa's a con artist. You're just sad. And, you know, Gerald, after, like, making the stink face, starts to talk about, well, I'll have you know that the idea of working and walking around the school doesn't really make me comfortable uncomfortable, so I'd really prefer if you guys did all the work. Because, you know, it would just really, really not be nice of you guys to put me in a position where I'd be uncomfortable, right? You know, oh yeah, does the idea of walking around the school and working make you uncomfortable so you can't do it? At that point, the subscriber is getting annoyed, so he looks at Gerald and he's like, yeah, it doesn't make me comfortable either. Do you really feel like I want to be running around the school doing a scavenger hunt? Sometimes you just gotta do a scavenger hunt that you don't want to do, man. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I guess that is your choice, but then you gotta take the 0. Like, I'm not gonna do all the work for you, Gerald. You fought with the teacher. He's making you do it. We're gonna make you do it too. There's no way that you're gonna get credit for this unless you come help. And so the subscriber kind of yells at him for a little bit, something along those lines, everything I just said. And Gerald starts to go on an unhinged rant about how the subscriber and the teacher have to be in cahoots to make him angry today and make him embarrass himself, which is hilarious to me, dude. Imagine the teacher walking up to the subscriber who sent this to me before class, and they're like, all right, you know, we all know that Gerald hates scavenger hunts. Like, the mere mention of a scavenger hunt makes him want to punch a baby. So let's just troll him and make him do a scavenger hunt. Like, I don't think the teacher thought that far ahead. It's not normal for people to hate scavenger hunts with such a passion. Regardless, the subscriber tells him, like, Gerald, there's no conspiracy going on here, all right? Me and the teacher didn't meet up and talk about how to make you angry. All that I'm saying is that I don't want to do all your work because you're too lazy to do it. It's annoying, you know? Like, no amount of you saying you don't want to do the scavenger hunt is going to make us do it and then put your name on it. Quit being lazy and just decide to do it. And obviously, that's all this boils down to, is him being lazy, right? He just doesn't want to go do the scavenger hunt. But Gerald can't take that. No. So he just starts another rant about how, like, if everyone thinks he's lazy, then he's going to do something that'll make the entire school know that he's not lazy, and they'll just have to wait and see what he decides to do, but they're going to regret calling him lazy. And he goes to run off away from the group. I think in his mind, you know, it was going to be this big mysterious, like, where did Gerald go? He ran away from the group. The only problem was Gerald wasn't exactly like Speed Racer out here, and so he tries to run off quickly. It's very not quick because A, he runs slow, and on top of that, the run just kind of looks funny. And so they're kind of watching him run away from the group because they called him lazy, and now he's going to like get revenge on the school or something. And they see him run up the stairs and into the bathroom, kind of like on the upper level of their courtyard above the lunchroom. And they're like, all right, I guess if that's going to teach us a lesson, that's fine. At least he's not bugging us anymore. And for the most part, they just assume that he had gone to like sit in the bathroom for the rest of class and ignore them and just not really deal with it. So they're like, all right, it's just one less annoying thing we have to deal with. Let's go do the scavenger hunt. So they start walking around the school doing the assignment the way that they were expected to. And they get it done pretty quickly, mainly because Gerald's not there to be complaining and yelling about it the whole time. And it wasn't like it was an insanely complex assignment. You know, it's a scavenger hunt the teacher made so that way most people could do it. It's not the national treasure stealing the Declaration of Independence or anything. After about 30 minutes, though, they're all done and they start walking back to that class to turn everything in. But the path that they have to walk on this class, they have to go back through the courtyard and past the stairs where Gerald had ran upstairs into those bathrooms above the lunchroom. And so that's just like part of their path. So they're walking back kind of talking about the assignment. And like I said, the way it's laid out, this is going to start to be important. It's basically like a courtyard layout. So there's 2 sets of stairs on either end of the courtyard going up. And on either end of the top of those stairs are bathrooms, and underneath one bathroom's the lunchroom, and underneath one bathroom on the other side's the gymnasium. Well, they come around the corner and they look at the stairs above the lunchroom, and when they do, they just see water pouring down those stairs, almost like somebody put a hose at the top to just keep it running. And so obviously they're kind of like, whoa, what's going on? Why does it look like the courtyard is starting to flood? And as they start to pay closer attention, that's when they start to like hear the noise as well from the other side of the courtyard. And as they start to pay attention to the noise, they start looking as well, and they see janitors up like by the doors of the bathroom banging on it, saying, open up, turn off the water, you're flooding the school, you know. And like they start to walk over to get a closer look, as you do, obviously, whenever there's just a situation like this going on. Your first thought isn't, let me go the opposite direction. Like, oh, someone's flooding the bathroom and the janitors are trying to get in and turn it off. This could be interesting to watch. Grab the popcorn. That's more of the reaction I expect. But immediately this group is like, I bet you Gerald has locked himself in the bathroom and is now trying to flood the school to teach us a lesson. Which, yeah, is about as stupid as it sounds, dude. Like, let me get this straight. You didn't like the fact that the teacher gave you a scavenger hunt. So in your brain, you were like, meh, I should flood flood the school. I mean, whatever floats your boat, Gerald, but that just seems like a little bit of an overreaction. You could have just done the scavenger hunt and, like, gone to the next class an hour later. Now you're just getting yourself in a tricky situation. As they're getting closer to the stairs that are flooding, though, they see how bad it is. There's literally a pool of water on the stairs. The bottom of the stairs, it's running down everywhere. There's like a huge pool of water under the door. And it's like to the point where they can hear the water running from the bathroom because it's all the sinks, all the toilets. Basically, anything that can flood water is currently clogged and flooding water out of the bathroom that they can't get into, and out from under the door is just coming water, right? And so they're kind of standing there watching it, and the janitors are trying to get in. And now that they're a little bit closer, they can hear Gerald on the other side of the door laughing like a maniac, being like, "I'm not gonna turn off the water." And the janitor's trying to reason with him, like, "No, please turn off the water, everything's flooding." And he's like giggling at the fact that everything is flooding, saying he's not gonna turn off the water. Honestly, man, some pure evil villain moment. Like, this had to have been Gerald's Joker moment, Like, he didn't get his homework done for free, so he had to flood the school instead. When the janitors are begging you to please stop because they're gonna have to like clean up a flooded school, you just start laughing at them for thinking that you were going to stop. Like, that is some straight up Joker moment situation right there. Y'all thought the Joker movie was intense, just wait for the Gerald version. Every actor that does the Joker tries to go all like method actor. There's no method acting here. Gerald just is the Joker, dude. Anyways, I really love just imagining the thought process. Like, he really was just had to have sat there for a moment and decided that flooding school was a good idea. Which I just don't really understand how you come to that conclusion, dude. Like, okay, you ran away from the group of people you're supposed to do the project with because they don't want to do your work. You're going to teach them a lesson or whatever. You ran into the bathroom. So that's the last time that the subscriber saw him up until this point, right? So after that, he walked into the bathroom and said, "Man, nobody's gonna do my homework for me. I have to do this stupid scavenger hunt. I hate everything. Life is the worst. Why does nobody want to do all my homework for me? Why can't they just do it? This is ridiculous. I hate it here." And then while he was having that little rant to himself, he looked up, like saw himself in the mirror, right? And straight up out of a cartoon, like the angel and devil popped up on his shoulder. The angel, "Come on, just do the work. It's a scavenger hunt. It's not that bad. It could be worse. You could be sitting in a classroom, Just consider the fact that the teacher put in this hard work to organize it for you, and maybe just do it." And he's like, shut up. That angel, that's stupid. No, I don't want to listen to that." The devil on the other shoulder, though, is like, "You remember Christmas time? Do you remember Home Alone? Do you remember the Wet Bandits? How about we flood the school to teach everyone a lesson about making us do scavenger hunts?" And then, instead of saying, "No, that's ridiculous," decided that that really was the best course of action and he might as well just go through with it, dude. He had to have been inspired by Home Alone, right? Like, how else do you come up with the idea to flood a building to piss people off? It has to have come from a movie of some sort, and that's the only one I can think of where this is what the bad guys do, is flood stuff. I'm sure there is other movies, like, I'm making a joke, but honestly, man, I just love the idea of him sitting there in the bathroom like, "No, you're right, this is a good idea. If I flood the school, that'll teach everybody not to mess with me and make me do a scavenger hunt ever again." Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. I'm going ahead and posting all my story times the day after they're posted on YouTube, on this show, on Spotify. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link at the top of the description, but if you want to listen offline, or just without gameplay, I'm keeping this one super updated. So like I said, link in the top of the description if you want to listen offline. I'd appreciate it. Thanks. I just don't really understand what his plan was because, alright, even if hypothetically that teaches everybody not to ever give you a scavenger hunt again, you did just flood your own school, oh, I hate scavenger hunts so much, I better destroy my school. Big brain, 500 IQ play, punish yourself because of a scavenger hunt. Regardless, though, they're watching this, eyes wide open because Gerald's just straight up acting like the Joker, vibing, doing his thing. And as they're standing there, they really can't believe what they're seeing. Obviously they knew that Gerald had been mad at them for not doing his homework, but they didn't expect it to, lead to him trying to do a mini Noah's Ark flood on the rest of the school. Really just tried to damage the school as much as possible because he had to do homework. Call me crazy, but I think everyone hates homework. Nobody likes doing it. It's just a reality. Imagine if every time your, boss told you to do something you didn't want to do, you just flooded the business, I know school's not a a job, but like same principle, right? Anyways, at that point, the school cop finally shows up to like help the janitors get in, and he starts banging on the door saying that, if you don't come out, I'm gonna kick it in, like now's your chance to not get in a lot of trouble, blah blah blah, otherwise I'm gonna force my way in. And something that I've always thought is weird at like schools is that the bathroom doors are usually like metal. I don't know if the other schools were the same way. So obviously you'd think at that point, even if the door's metal or whatever, Gerald would at least come to the realization that the gig is up. The school's flooded, they're not messing around, the cops here saying he's gonna kick in a metal door if you don't come out. It's probably time to just give up. But no, Gerald on the other side, still laughing maniacally at the fact that he's flooded the school, starts screaming like, "Go ahead, loser, go ahead, come to try get me, I don't care, you won't do anything." And obviously, the school cop's not too happy about that, so he starts kicking the door, but it's a metal door, so it doesn't really do a whole lot, And now Gerald is laughing even harder on the other side. He's like, "Wow, good job, way to go, man, you're so much closer to getting me than you were before." And listen, one thing that like, I don't know if every door is like this, but it was convenient that this door was. Even though the door was metal, the hinges were on the outside of the door. So even though Gerald had blocked the door, they couldn't get in. They could just like take the door off the hinges. And at that point, janitors, teachers, the cop, whoever was there, they all start looking for a tool to just take the door off the hinges and just get it off that way. He can't be hiding behind the door if the door no longer is on the hinges. That was kind of the thought of it. But, as they're searching around, scrambling, trying to find it, there's a lot of chaos, and Gerald is on the other side of the door in the chaos, laughing like an evil villain having himself a fantastic time. The part of like, the superhero movie where the villain's plan is kind of working and he's like watching all the bad stuff happen and he's like, "Ha ha ha, ha, this is my plan all along." That's kind of how Gerald sounds on the other side of the door, as all the chaos of like people trying to figure out what's going on happens, figuring out where the tools are to get the door off the hinges. And during all of this chaos, the flood's just getting worse. I don't know if the janitors had misplaced the tool, if it wasn't something they had often, but it takes about 15 minutes for the teachers to end up getting back with the tool to take the door off the hinges. And in that amount of time, an insane amount of water continues to flood down the stairs and flood the school. Because like I said, he had clogged all the toilets and kept flushing them. He had all the sinks clogged and just kept pressing the buttons. There's literally water pouring down the stairs, and like the teachers are running around trying not to slip and fall, looking for everything they need to fix this. Seriously, I feel like the water flow at one point was so much that it was described as like the potential ninth wonder of the world, just a magnificent waterfall in the middle of nowhere falling. Wow, nature is incredible. Only difference is, except like, most waterfalls are from nature, this one's just from some crazy kid smacking the sync button every 15 seconds. Anyways, finally the teachers manage to get like the hinges off, and they all storm in there, like the school cop, the janitors, and they're stomping in there, and you can like hear the splashes of their feet when they go in because it's just flooded, And as they go into the bathroom and go around the corner, the group that was watching them can't see exactly what's going on, right? But what they do hear is Gerald laughing maniacally and all the adults screaming like, "Get him!" and then a bunch of what sounds like someone trying to grab somebody. And out of the bathroom comes Gerald, dude, which is obviously not what they're expecting. All the angry adults went in to capture him, and out comes Gerald. And so Gerald runs out of the bathroom covered in water, just like covered in it. Obviously, he'd been in a room that was flooding, and he just starts sprinting down the hallway away from the bathroom, still laughing the entire time like this is hilarious. You'd think by this point the reality might have been setting in that like he's about to get expelled, he flooded the school. No, he probably was so spoiled he thought his parents would somehow manage to get him out of this, but he's gotten out of the bathroom. No teachers have noticed he's out yet, and he's just sprinting down laughing like an evil villain. And at that point, the school cop comes out of the bathroom covered in water and starts trying to like run after him, and they're assuming that he got covered in water too by like trying to tackle Gerald in the flooded bathroom or something. And as he starts to sprint after Gerald, obviously a lot of the hallway has become flooded, there's just water everywhere, and he ends up slipping. So Gerald is now like kind of on his way out of the school with nobody that he thinks between him and the door. And so when Gerald sees the cop fall, he literally throws his hand up and starts screaming like, "Wet bandit strike again!" He feels like he got one over on everybody. No way he's going to get caught. And he's near an exit door, and it just so happens that he slams it open and he starts to run out. And for some reason, just by horrible luck on Gerald's part, there's a teacher on the other side who just grabs his shirt because he assumes that he's trying to make a break from trouble or something, right? And so he's caught. And so the teacher's got his shirt, and Gerald immediately, now that the teacher has him, changes his tune. The whole evil villain laughing, everything's hilarious thing drops. And he looks at the teacher who has his shirt, and he's like, I didn't do anything. I swear there was somebody else in the bathroom who flooded it. They locked me in the bathroom. I wasn't allowed to leave. Oh my gosh, it was a ghost. It was a ghost. Just like saying any excuse he can think of to this teacher about why he didn't do it. And obviously, it was just hilarious to the people that had watched the situation because, like, you know, when Gerald wasn't going to be in trouble, it's hilarious, laughing like there's no tomorrow, you know, sounding like a hyena with a chainsaw. But he's just like on the other side of the door, just, you know, torturing the poor janitors. They're going to have to clean up this flood. As soon as the teacher gets him, though, oh my gosh, it was the ghost, man. I'm telling you, it was a ghost. Yeah, the plumber ghost, you know, of the school that hates us. Obviously, the teacher hadn't even said anything yet, you know, and just instantly starts going with the ghost excuse. At that point, though, the bell rings, so people start coming out into the hallway and just seeing all of this chaos, and they don't want the kids to see all this. They have to clean up the mess. They have to do a whole lot before it's safe to just let everybody start running back out in the hallway. So they start ushering everybody back to class, you know, and the group that had been watching this go down obviously gets caught up in that and gets kind of ushered back to class. And as they get back to class, everybody's talking about it. You know, what happened? What went down? Obviously, a rumor like this is going to spread like wildfire because it's not every day somebody just decides to try to flood the school, you know? So rumors are swirling, and the people that actually saw what went down are just like, none of these rumors make any sense. Literally, one of the rumors that was going around about why the flood happened had nothing to do with Gerald, right? But instead, they assumed that the Illuminati had broken into the school and for some reason decided to flood it, which, you know, I don't know why that was the route in their head that they jumped to make a rumor, because, like, it's pretty obvious that wouldn't happen. Why would the Illuminati be wasting their time flooding a high school? It makes no sense as to why they would even be there. Imagine the Illuminati board meeting, you know, it's like all the billionaires, all the presidents, everybody in charge of the woods, or the world, not the woods, I guess technically the woods, but also the world. And they're like, hey man, I know we're destabilizing Cuba at 7 p.m., but I was thinking at 1 we could just go flood this random school for no reason. They won't even know it's the Illuminati. Actually, no, we should tell them it's the Illuminati. But yeah, I just feel like we should go flood this random place. And everybody in the board meeting, you know, like all the billionaires are like, yeah, that's a genius idea. That makes sense to me. Anyways, obviously people are just kind of saying whatever about the rumor, and the subscriber had gotten put back into the class he was in before. So the teacher that organized the scavenger hunt. And so he's kind of talking to the teacher about everything, because obviously the teacher didn't really know what had gone down. And he's like, it was insane, you know, the janitors were banging on the door trying to get in, and Gerald was on the other side laughing. And the teacher kind of stops him when he mentioned it was Gerald and turns white as a ghost. He goes, wait a second, it was Gerald that flooded the school? Like, you're telling me that Gerald was involved in this? And obviously the subscriber just kind of confirms it, because, like, yeah, it was Gerald, you know, he was the one that flooded it. And the teacher's like, do you think the administration's going to get mad at me? And they're like, well, why would they get mad at you? And he starts talking about how Gerald had said he was going to get the teacher in trouble, and so maybe because it had happened during the scavenger hunt, this was going to get blamed on him. And, you know, that didn't end up happening, thankfully, but, like, at that point, it kind of clicked what Gerald's overarching evil plan had kind of been in the first place. I guess somehow, in Gerald's mind, it made sense that, like, the teacher was somehow going to get blamed for him deciding to flood the school. I mean, that's not what happened, thankfully, but, like, I guess in his mind, you know, the administration would look at all of this that went down and was like, this teacher made him do a scavenger hunt? Obviously, that's the reason he was pushed to flooding the school. Without the scavenger hunt, this would have never happened. Fire the teacher. How are they going to hold this random dude accountable for flooding the school that literally had nothing to do with it, right? Like, he was not the person flooding the bathroom, Gerald. You can't really blame someone for that if they had nothing to do with it. That's like, you know, just speeding in a car, and when the cop pulls you over and it's like, why are you speeding? Being like, well, you made me speed, actually. It's like, well, I mean, not really, you know, it's not really how this works. I would not have flooded the bathroom if this teacher didn't make me do a scavenger hunt. It's like, yeah, but the teacher didn't tell you to do the scavenger hunt. He didn't provide instructions and tell you to do it. You know, good one, Gerald. Like, how is the teacher gonna get in trouble, dude? They literally caught Gerald flooding everything. How would that have been the teacher's fault? Unless he literally gave him instructions on how to do it. Anyways, obviously it backfired. fired. Teacher didn't end up getting in trouble for Gerald's shenanigans. However, Gerald did end up getting expelled, which, I mean, I can't really say I'm surprised, dude. You kind of leave them with no choice when you flood the entire school, and then when they're like, hey, please let us in to stop flooding the school, you just laugh at them and make fun of them. And for like an hour, they have to go get tools to rip the door off the hinges. Yeah, you're probably gonna get expelled. Like, you know, I don't really know what the message they're sending to the school would be if he just showed back up on school like Monday. Everybody there is like, oh, I can basically start a riot and nothing will happen. That's lit. Even though they did end up getting rid of him, it didn't change the fact that, like, kids ended up making memes about this, which obviously they're going to, bro. If someone floods your school, it's going to become a joke at the school. Whenever teachers would give, like, too much homework or anything, an anonymous letter would be written to the teacher about how, like, if they didn't stop, the school was going to flood and blah, 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 blah. And the teachers wouldn't stop giving homework off of that. Like, don't get it wrong. The notes didn't do anything, but, you know, it was just kind of the type of shenanigans people would get up to afterwards. And honestly, man, Gerald did become like a little bit of a folk villain. I won't say folk hero because people weren't like, yo, that Gerald guy was lit. But people would be like, remember when Gerald flooded the school? That was crazy. Overall, I just thought this was some next level spoiled kid behavior. You know, flooding a school instead of doing homework or a scavenger hunt is like a pretty much the largest aversion to work I've ever heard of. You have to basically think work is the most evil thing ever existed to decide that like flooding the school is somehow a better alternative to just doing the homework. And all of this over a scavenger hunt, like one of the most fun things you could possibly get assigned that still work. Imagine what he would have done if it was a Scantron test, dude. He probably would have tried to burn it down instead. Like a real test would have absolutely melted his brain, man. No reason to get mad at this type of easy work. I do say, though, the teacher who caught him by accident, you know, just grabbed his shirt, probably did feel like a secret agent for a pretty long time afterwards. Like he had just wiggled from the hands of justice, and there he was. Perfect timing to catch him right before he escaped. Gary the geometry teacher, national hero, baby. That's what we need more of, Gary the geometry teacher. Anyways, other than that, they only had one staircase at the school for about a month. Obviously, the other one had flooded, had a bunch of water damage, and it took about a month for them to fix it. But, you know, during that time, it was a pain at the school because everybody had to just, like, use one stair. But, yeah, it did end up getting fixed, and overall, I just thought the story was something you guys would enjoy. Moral of the story, though, don't flood the school to get out of work. It's probably just not worth it. You're going to end up with a huge repair bill probably and getting expelled. And it's just also not cool to flood a school, all right? You shouldn't need a reason. All right, so like I said, this story time is from when I was a little bit younger. I couldn't drive yet, so I was still kind of stuck like skating around everywhere. And I stumbled upon and found something that I definitely was not supposed to find because it just wasn't meant for me. Just so happened that the people that it was meant for happened to be around at the same time, and I ended up skating around thinking for my life. I can't confirm that, but I was horrified. But regardless, I ended up getting myself into this situation because, like, I would just kind of skate around the area by my house and just try to find cool stuff to do, explore, find things. There was a couple shopping centers down the road from my house, you know, a kind of like a busier road, and so I would just like skate the stairs down there, that type of thing. And it just so happened that one of these shopping centers hadn't been doing so well. Like, this was right around the recession, like after the recession, 3-4 years after the recession. But like the effects were still really bad in Las Vegas. There's a lot of abandoned buildings. There's a lot of stuff that just never really came back. And down the road on this main road was this huge empty parking lot. Like, I'm talking absolutely massive. And it used to be for this huge shopping center that was like originally, you know, one giant like big box store and then a bunch of stores around it, and like the traffic from the one big box store kind of drove traffic to everything else. And the big box store was actually a Kmart, and it had ended up closing. You know, they hadn't gone bankrupt yet, but that particular one had closed. And when the Kmart closed, people kind of stopped coming into the parking lot. It was dying for a while before that, but like that really killed all the traffic there, and now there was no businesses there. But they had built this Kmart a long time ago when it was still popping, so it had this huge parking lot. And obviously, whenever you're like a skater who's just bored and looking for something to do, a ginormous empty parking lot that has like no cars in it, you know, people were very rarely there, and on top of it, they hadn't taken out some of like the little parking blocks like where you can't go any further, so we would butter those up and just kind of skate on them. And it was just a pretty little perfect spot to practice tricks and be left alone. I didn't have to worry about cars. I didn't have to worry about anyone being around me. I would just like listen to music and goof off, right? And I really didn't think anything of it very often. In fact, I would skate there like pretty much every day, especially in the winter because the parking lot still had lights on. So it would get dark at like 5 p.m., but I could still skate there till 7 because there was lights. Anyways, one night it was already dark because it was a winter night. It's like 7 p.m., so the sun's down, and I was there skating, and I had set my water bottle on this light pole. And the way the light poles were, it was like a concrete cylinder and then the light pole coming out of it. But there was like this little box that you could kind of shimmy up the pole and put stuff in. And I didn't even think about it. I had just put my water bottle on the concrete circle, like at the base of this light. So I'm just kind of doing my thing skating. And I have my headphones in, but I was kind of aware of my surroundings, obviously. You don't just want to not know what's going on. And as I'm skating, I noticed like 2 cars pull around the back of this old Kmart and kind of pull over to me. And they're kind of watching from far enough away where I like don't feel unsafe, but close enough where I'm feeling weird. I can definitely tell that they're looking at me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very obvious feeling when somebody's staring at you. And on top of that, their headlights are shining, so I can't really see what they're doing. Like, I can't confirm they're staring at me. It just feels like it, and I'm starting to get the heebie-jeebies. But, you know, I don't know if it's like an undercover cop car. I don't want to take off, so I just kind of keep skating. And one of the cars pulls over to me very slowly, and as it pulls up, I like pick up my skateboard, and I'm like mall grabbing it with the trucks in my hand in case I have to swing the skateboard. And the window rolls down, and I'm obviously just like heart racing, not knowing what's about to happen. Are they gonna scream at me? Are they gonna try to kidnap me? Like, I'm not too sure. And so the window's rolling down, and finally I can see into the car a little bit, and there's 2 guys there, you know, and they're just kind of like staring at me, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just skating." And they're like, "Do you know about it?" And I'm like, what are you talking about? The empty parking lot? And like, they kind of drop their guard a bit, and they just say, "You need to go skate somewhere else." And I can tell that whatever they're saying, like, "You need to go skate somewhere else," isn't a suggestion. It's more of a, you need to go skate somewhere else, or you need to like, or we're gonna make you go skate somewhere else. So I get the vibe, and I'm not trying to stick around and see what happens. So I get on my skateboard and I go, "All right, I'll get out of here." And I go to skate. And the entire time I'm skating, so like my body is turned and I can look at them, and they're just watching me. So I skate around the back of this Kmart just because that was the closest way to like get out of their line of sight. They didn't know where I had come from, but it happened to be the opposite way of my house. I didn't know what they were doing, but I just wanted to get out of there. So when I get behind the building, I stop and I look back around to see where they are, because like when they leave, I'm gonna go back across the parking lot. And they go over to the light pole, and this is when it gets weird. Like I said, they had that thing where you could like shimmy the part up the light pole, and there was a little space in there. And I see all these people get out of their cars, there's 5 of them, and they shimmy up the light pole, and there's 4 packages that are probably about, you know, they're holding them in one hand, but there's 4 packages, and they give one to this guy, one to this guy, one to this guy, one to this guy. They get back in the car, and, you know, I'm not sure what they were doing in there, but they're just kind of sitting there in the car near this light pole. And it's at that moment that I realized that my light pole was a dead drop, which is just really sketchy. Basically, for those of you that don't know what a dead drop is, it's this place where like you're gonna leave something, right? Like you leave your I don't know, your like shoe in this hidden spot and tell someone to go grab it in 3 hours when you're not there anymore. But whatever they had put in the light pole was wrapped up in a brown paper bag, and the people didn't want me around when they grabbed it. I'm not trying to stick around and find out, right? Like I don't want to be involved at all. Literally 0%. I want nothing to do with this. And before anyone is like, "Why didn't you want to investigate more?" Because I'm not stupid. If people tell you to get out of there before they grab something that was hidden in a light pole, you don't go investigate, because real life isn't Scooby-Doo, okay? It's not. You just don't want to know. You just leave. You just go. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video, so subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on free money. And while I got your attention, press the like button, or no joke, no scam, your mom's a hoe. Let's get back to it. Anyways, obviously at that point, I'm like, I've got to get out of there. But as I mentioned, you know, there's a little bit of an issue because my house is on the other side of them, and I'm behind the Kmart, and like the only way is to either go through the parking lot where they'll obviously see me, or way down the road, like through this undeveloped desert part, was another building that I could use, and there was a crosswalk there that I could use to like get back on this side and get back up to my house, right? It was going to be a lot longer, but I decide that's the best bet because I'm not trying to go back across this parking lot and have them be like, "That guy definitely just saw us do that sketchy thing." So I crouched behind this like dirt beam and I like crouch sprinted. I don't know. I felt like I was in like PUBG, dude. I was moving. I was scared. Run behind this dirt dirt mound over to this building, and it was like this VA hospital thing. So I'm standing there and I'm like, okay, well, I'll be all right here. So I walk through the parking lot and I get on the crosswalk, and I get in the parking lot, and as I'm walking across, I decide to like look around and see if they're still in the parking lot, because if they're gone now, I don't really have to be as on alert. But of course I look and they're still there, so now I'm like, awesome, I have to be careful crossing the road, like being careful that they don't see me when they're leaving. So I go through this parking lot and I get back on the main road. I cross the street and I start skating back towards my house. And the way it worked is I was back on the side of the road that I needed to be on in terms of like being north, right? Going north to south. But I still needed to cross another road west, right? Like I still needed to go to my left over a main road. And so on this last main road that I needed to cross, there happened to be a crosswalk. And I pressed the button because I can't cross right now. There was cars going. I would have been froggered. And of course, right when the light turns red, they pull up and I'm walking across and they see me and I see them. And I don't know if I had like the Home Alone moment, when he's at the stop sign and they pull up and his eyes get all wide and he's like, or what, or if they just recognized me, but like they definitely recognized me and I recognized them. And I don't know if they wanted to scare me or what, but they honk the horn. And at that point, I'm like, ah, crap. So I pick up my skateboard and I just start running. I know people are like, why didn't you skate? I was going uphill at this point. So I'm like, I just gotta go. So I'm running, and the like entrance to the neighborhood is pretty far up the road. But I happen to know there was this friend that like I didn't know incredibly well. I had been to his house once or twice that had a house along the road, right? And so if I could jump that wall and get in the backyard, I knew the house owner. So as I'm running to it, like I'm sprinting, I hear the light turn green and I hear tires squealing turning, and I don't look back at all. I don't like know if they're right behind me. I don't know how close they are, but I just hear tires squealing and a car coming. And so I throw my skateboard over and I jump the wall, like I'm shimmying up the wall. I probably looked like a little rat. I can't even lie. I probably looked like Ratatouille trying to find a hiding place. And I get over the wall and I hide in the backyard, and they had this like shed. So I go into the shed and I'm just like bundled up on my hands and knees, curled up, just peeking out of this little crack in the door, trying to make sure nobody's there. And honestly, like, I didn't hear or see any cars while I was hiding in the shed. I don't know if it even was their tires that squealed. Like I said, I didn't look back. For all I know, I could have just been insanely paranoid. But, like, obviously, they had just honked at me. I heard tires squeal, and I wasn't taking chances, bro. I was trying to get over that wall. After about, like, 30 minutes of sitting there, though, I decided to go home. So, like, I slowly skated home. I was in my neighborhood, and I get back, and my mom's like, hey, I know you usually say that you skate in the Kmart parking lot at night. I drove by there after your brother's soccer game, and we didn't see you. So, like, where were you? And obviously, I'm not trying to tell her what's going on because, like, I don't know. I didn't want my parents to make me not able to, like, go skate anywhere. So I just tell her, oh, I took another way home that takes a little bit longer, so maybe that's why you didn't see me. I was on my way home. And I don't know if I was out of breath or she could just tell that, like, I had just had so much adrenaline running through my veins. I probably could have fought an elephant, but, like, she just kept pressing me. And obviously, after a while, I ended up caving in, and I was like, all right, so don't be scared. And I kind of told her their story, and she was not too thrilled. Obviously, she was like, I don't want you down there anymore. Which, all in all, at the time, I was upset, but that makes sense. Like, if they really had been chasing me, burning their tires, making me jump the wall, I probably shouldn't have gone back to, like, where they were, But all in all, my parents were right. But at the time, I was mad, man. I was like, oh, I shouldn't have said anything. I was so stupid to even tell you about it. Like, all in all, it was really for the best. But, yeah, at the time, I was kind of mad. Seriously, though, one of the top 10 scariest moments of my life when I heard those tires squealing. Like I said, I can't prove that they were coming for me, but you be chased by somebody in that situation, hear tires squealing, and not freak out. It was okay, though. I guess I got a good story out of it. And, yeah, the only thing I wish is that I would have somehow been able to keep that great practice spot, bro. But I didn't really skate there after that, So like I said, this happened when I was at a friend's house, When it happened doesn't really matter. All you gotta know is, like I said, I went over to his house because he had just moved into his new place. He was having a little get-together with a couple friends, mostly family, There wasn't a whole lot of people there. Just enough to the point where, like, you could walk into a room, have a conversation, go into another room, talk to a different group of people. Like, just enough to be at that point, but not much bigger than that. So, regardless, I was just kind of walking around with a plate of food, talking to people. And I was talking to his family members, and they were kind of asking what I do. And I was kind of explaining it to them. And they were like, oh, you should meet your friend's nephew, who's 12. He's, like, super, super into Minecraft. And obviously, I don't really, like, know a whole bunch about Minecraft. I've played it about as much as every other gamer had. It's not like my channel is super Minecraft focused or anything, but whatever. I was like, oh, that's cool. And they were like, yeah, and they just kind of stared at me. And I knew something was weird because, like, they pointed out that his nephew was over there. And when I walk up to him and just said, hey, just to try to, like, start a conversation because no one was talking to him, his mom looks over at me and says, oh, yeah, you can try to talk to him all you want, but he doesn't really do the talking thing. And, I get it. Some people just don't like social situations, but it was just kind of weird the way that she said it. So I must have looked confused. There must have been a weird look on my face. Because she started to explain that for the last month or so, he had become increasingly convinced that he was actually a cat. And about 2 weeks ago, he had just stopped talking and was now only communicating by, like, meowing, hissing, or scratching people. So, dude was actually living his life as a feline. It would have been one of those, like, TLC shows where they're like, my strain's obsession is pretending to be a cat. And regardless, I guess he must have been paying enough attention to overhear his mom explaining to me how he thinks he's a cat, because he looks over at us and at that moment goes, like, hisses at us like a cat, and then crawls away on all fours out of the room. And honestly, I did not know how to react in that situation. It's not every day somebody's like, oh yeah, that dude thinks he's an animal, and then they hiss at you and crawl out of the room. I was kind of like, all right, well, that's weird. I'm not going to lie. That was not what I was expecting. But obviously, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to act normal, considering that his family's right there. It's not like now's the time to be like, dude, what is up with your nephew? Why is he thinking he's a cat? Regardless, like I said, I'm not really saying too much. I'm just kind of keeping my mouth shut, but in my mind, I'm thinking about how weird that entire interaction was. And what was weirder to me was the fact that nobody said anything about how weird it was. They just, like, all acted like it was normal. Listen, I understand that sometimes 12-year-olds have a hyperactive imagination, but I would hope that if I was acting like a cat for a month straight, somebody in my family would have said something and been like, dude, what are you doing? The fact that everybody just kept going about their business eating barbecue like it was a perfectly normal occurrence for him to hiss at somebody and then crawl out of the room definitely threw me off. So whatever, I was kind of talking to my friend whose house party it was, and I was mentioning something about his cousin kind of, like, acting like a cat, right? And I wasn't saying anything mean about it, I was just kind of talking to him about it, and he said, watch this. And we, like, walked into a room where his cousin was, and he just kind of started loudly talking about Minecraft. And as soon as the word Minecraft was said, you could just see Catboy's ears perk up a little bit, you could tell that he was eavesdropping on the conversation, just definitely doing his best not to look like he's paying attention. So whatever, me and my friend are just kind of talking about Minecraft back and forth, and it was kind of entertaining because, like, we would say something and his cousin would just react with a facial expression but was trying to act like he wasn't listening. Like, it was just kind of fun. So whatever, we're talking about Minecraft, and at a certain point I was like, maybe he's gonna come talk to us about Minecraft. Like, maybe Catboy's gonna drop the act if we talk about something he's into enough. So whatever, he's staring at us for a while, and finally he makes a move. He starts crawling over on all fours like a possessed demon, right? Like, over to where we're sitting. And he, like, crawls over and just stares at us the entire time. I'm telling you, it was like he was possessed. If you would have told me this was Paranormal Activity 17 footage, I would have believed you. And he just kind of crawls by and, like, ends up behind my friend and I, listening to the conversation. And so I'm freaked out at this point because I'm like, dude, he's behind me now. I don't have a vantage point. If Demon Catboy decides to, like, I don't know, eat a human, then, like, I can't block him. He's behind me now. So we just kind of keep talking about Minecraft, but the hairs on my neck are standing up because I just don't like the vibe of, like, I can feel him staring at me, but I can't look. And finally, he growls something. And I realize he's saying something, and he growls it again, and he's like, "What do you know about Minecraft?" Like, that's what he says, except it was more of a growl. I can't even do it right. And at this point, I've straight up got the heebie-jeebies, all right? This kid is acting like he's possessed, dude. I've seen enough scary movies to know how this usually goes down, like a ghost is gonna start slamming doors and stuff. No, thank you. And on top of it, the fact that the only thing he's said other than hissing like a cat is, "What do you know about Minecraft?" Possessed like a demon does not really help the overall vibe, you know? I don't think he's actually possessed, but it wasn't like I was feeling great about the situation. So I just tried to calmly say something that I thought would be good in this situation. I said, "Oh, I know a little bit about Minecraft, you know, I've been playing since the beta, I'm pretty old," just trying to make a joke about how, like, I've been playing for a while. And my thought was, this kid really likes Minecraft, so he's gonna think that, like, playing during the beta is kind of cool. I don't know, I just assumed that would be the reaction. But instead, all the demon act, like the cat hissing, everything dropped, and he just started screaming, "You did not play in the beta! You did not play in the beta! No one played in the beta!" And he's like hissing after each sentence, but he's now British every sentence. I don't really understand what the accent of the cat was, you know, maybe they're all British. And I'm just kind of confused on what he's saying, because, like, you know, sure, I understand the beta happened before Minecraft came out, but it was pretty popular for a long time before the full version released. Like, a crap ton of people played the beta. It's not like that's rare, you know? I understand it was a long time ago now, but there was, like, at least a couple million accounts online at the end of the beta, so it's not like it's incredibly rare. So I was like, I really did play during the beta, because I did. And his reaction to me claiming to play during the beta was, "You lie about Minecraft! You must pay for your transgressions!" And at that point, I'm like, oh no, I don't know what that means, but it's not great. And Nightcrawler over here, this wannabe X-Man, just lunged at me from all fours like a track star taking off, just lunges through the air, dude. Teeth barred like a tiger. Everything kind of slowed down for a minute. I'm just kind of watching this like Minecraft addicted cat boy flying through the air, knowing he's about to try to bite me, you know, and there's really nothing I can do about it. And in that like amount of time where time's going a little bit slower, I decide to stand up. And when I stand up, the trajectory of him launching at me just kind of ends up with his head like smacking into my elbow forearm area. And, you know, I guess that was all he needed, because the next thing I feel is just teeth clamping down on my forearm as this kid bites down after launching onto me from like this hunting position. So at this point, I am literally just like a little bit in shock. Obviously, I feel him bite me, but it's not like I expected this to happen. This kid has literally bit into my arm for saying that I played the Minecraft beta. And I wasn't even making it up, dude. Like, I legitimately did. Not that this matters at all, but I'm just super confused on why I'm getting attacked in this situation, because I didn't do anything. But sure enough, there's a very real person biting my arm. So I am just standing here, and finally, like, you know, I come to a little bit, and I decide that I'm just gonna yell something. So I look at my friend, and I'm like, "Get it off me." And he's looking at his nephew that is now attached to my arm, and is like, "What are you doing? Why are you biting him?" We're both just insanely confused on what happened. And I guess we must have been yelling pretty loudly, because the next thing I know is like hearing a bunch of people come into the room, and it's all the adults from the other room. So it's, you know, this kid's mom, his aunts, like all of his family, and a couple of our friends. And his mom runs over and starts like peeling this Minecraft demon off of me, dude. I don't know if it was like a zombie situation or what, but he literally gets peeled off me. I feel his teeth release. And so I'm just kind of standing there like, what? And at that point, my friend's mom is like, "Are you okay?" And "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I don't even know. I haven't even looked at my arm yet." So I look down at my arm, and I'm kind of like surprised what I see. I thought it was going to be worse. I mean, I was bleeding a little bit, don't get it wrong. But considering this dude literally flew through the air and bit into my arm, I was expecting to have like, you know, a little chunk of flesh dangling or something. I'm not going to lie. Like maybe a little bit of a Shark Week moment. It was just feeling like that in my head. I had a couple little marks marks where like his teeth had poked through the skin, but nothing too bad. But there was definitely teeth marks. You could tell someone had bitten me, and I was like, I've never been attacked by a demon before, this is a first. And honestly, I was just kind of in shock at that moment, but this is a stupid fear to admit out loud. One of my first thoughts was like, what if he has venom? Only because I know humans don't have venom, but humans also aren't supposed to think that they're cats and be running around lunging and attacking people that played Minecraft at different times than them, So just for a split second, I'm not proud of it, but I definitely was like, maybe he's got a poison of some type. Thankfully, my logical brain kicked back in and was like, all right, there's no way the human is poisonous. But I'm just saying, if he thinks he's a cat, he's roaming around acting like one, who knows what type of cleaning products he's eaten. Maybe he's like combined some different things in his mouth that together like create the bacteria for the bubonic plague. I'm not trying to take my chances. This is the type of person that runs around biting people. It's not like logic and understanding is at the forefront of anything in this situation. So whatever, the kid's peeled off me. His mom is talking to me, or my friend's mom. His mom has the demon child, and they're all kind of telling him to calm down and asking what happened. And so I start kind of like explaining what happened. I'm like, me and my friend were talking about Minecraft. He came up behind us and asked what we knew about it. So I said when I started playing, next thing I know, he flew through the air and bit me. And what's nuts is like I expected maybe a couple people to push back a little bit on my saying like he bit you for no reason, but nobody acted that surprised. They were all just kind of like, oh no, I'm so sorry that happened. That's crazy. But they were saying, oh no, that's crazy, but not like being very convincing, So at that point, Demon Kid's mom like pulls me into the kitchen and she's like, don't sue me, please don't sue me. And she grabs ice out of the fridge, like puts it in a bag and puts it on my arm. And the entire time she's putting the ice on me, she's like, really, we can figure something out. Just like, please don't sue me, please don't sue me. And I'm really confused by this because I haven't even mentioned suing her at all. It's just like not my vibe. I'm not trying to sue anybody. Obviously, your kid's a little bit nuts because he thinks he's a cat and is biting people over Minecraft, but I think that's punishment enough, There's no reason for me to go to court. Unless you, like, get me rabies or something, at which point, I've got to sue you if I get rabies, okay? Like, there's really not much I can do, but I kind of tell her, like, I'm not going to sue you. I wouldn't do that. It's not like you told him to bite me, It's not like I walked into my friend's house for the barbecue and they were like, eat him now! Like, that's just not what happened. So she kind of looks relieved and she's like, well, that's great because the last person that he bit wanted to sue us for it. And she says that like it's a pretty normal sentence to say, like we should just graze over it. And she kind of keeps talking and my brain takes a second to catch it. And I'm like, wait a second, what did you just say? Like, can you say that one more time? And she goes, yeah, well, the last person that he bit wanted to sue us for the bite. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't something that you were, trying to do. Like, please don't sue us. And I'm trying to stay calm. And so I'm like, oh, this isn't a one-time thing? Like, that's what I say out loud. But in my head, I'm like, last person he bit? You're telling me that this is a consistent problem? Like the patch notes for this dude is just part of it was like, oh, he just started biting people like crazy. I'm just saying, I was definitely feeling a little bit different after that. At first, I'm like, oh, this dude's just nuts. What's going on? But now I'm coming to find out that he's got a pattern of just biting people. What is going on? And his mom's like, well, you're the third person that he's bit like this. And so she kind of adjusts the ice and she's like, but we're going to figure it out. And honestly, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Cause like, you bite one person and never do it again. You learned your lesson. You bite two people and do it again. I don't understand. If I'm the third person you're biting over Minecraft, I feel like you just kind of have to like accept the fact that you don't have a kid, you have a canine. Like, let's be honest here. And so I kind of make a joke to his mom. I'm like, well, if he's going to be biting people that often and he's bitten 3 people by now, you might want to put him on a leash or something. And I was only half joking, I'm just saying if your kid's running around biting people, it might not be a bad idea to get one of those backpacks that has the leash built in. I'm normally against people having it, but if your kid's biting people, you might not have a choice. And maybe even a leash isn't enough, dude. We might have to go muzzle if it's like reaching to the point where, if he's only thought he's a cat for a month and he's bitten 3 people, that's almost 1 a week. That's not great odds. And I was like half kidding, and his mom's like, well, you try to control someone that genuinely thinks they're a cat. It's awful. And I did feel a little bit bad for her. I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know how you end up in a situation where you think you're a cat in the first place. It's just all messy. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, oh, it's okay. And she leaves the kitchen, so I'm just kind of standing there with this ice on this bite mark. And I start to think about why I got bitten. And I'm really confused because I'm like, I didn't threaten him or anything. All I said was that I played Minecraft during the beta, which I really don't understand why that was so unbelievable. Like, truthfully, like I said, I don't know exactly how many people played the Minecraft beta, but I know everyone in my school played it for sure. I was not, an outlier for playing Minecraft at the time. So I didn't realize that it was so rare that I might be getting like a rabies shot over it, Either way, after that, when I tried to like go back and rejoin the festivities, the vibes were kind of off, which I get. Obviously things were kind of weird, so I bounced out pretty early. No one wants to hang out with the guy that might be a potential zombie, like what's the person? Patient Z, like the first person to get infected with the zombie virus. No one wants to hang out with that guy, and for at least 48 hours after I was bitten, I was curious if I was going to turn into a zombie or not. I'm very glad I didn't. Saved y'all from the apocalypse. You're welcome. Anyways, overall, the friend's still a good guy. I definitely won't be hanging at his house anytime soon, though, and especially not if there's a family barbecue. I'm just going to avoid that at all odds, and I would recommend if you don't want rabies doing the same. I am. Today I've got a story time that a friend actually told me about how one time he was like going over to a classmate's house to work on a group project, but they ended up giving him the wrong address, and he was in some stranger's kitchen when they came down and were like, "What are you doing in my house?" Regardless, I just thought this story was a little bit of a funny situation nobody should ever have to find themselves in, so I figured I would share it with y'all. So without further ado, let's go. Alright, so this takes place when my friend was a junior in high school. He had just gotten his license and could drive, and because of that, whenever there was a group project or anything, usually he would be like, "Alright guys, we can meet up after school and work on it. I can drive people over to somebody's house and we can like get extra work done." He had just gotten his license, so he was excited to just be driving places and just be like, have some freedom. So whatever, in this particular class, they ended up having a group project, and someone in the group said that they could all meet at their house and work on the project. Now, this person and my friend never really hung out a ton. They didn't know each other very well. It was just going to be a situation where like they were going to work on the group project and then go their separate ways. So he didn't have his address. He didn't know where he lived. He didn't know what this dude's house looked like or, what cars were in the driveway. All he knew is that they were going to do the group project at this house. So everybody agrees to meet there at like 3 p.m. after school, and sure enough, the school day ends, and he realizes that he didn't get the address, so he texts the person in his class and is like, "Hey, can you send me the address?" Sure enough, they send it to him, and he like clicks, how you can click it from your text and open it in Maps to get directions, so, he's assuming there's gonna be no miscommunication at all. If you send me the address and I click on it and get directions, I'm gonna assume that it just like takes me to your house. So whatever, he drives there, and he walks up to the front door and he knocks, and he's like, no one's answering. So he texts him and says, "Hey, I'm outside, no one's answering, can you let me in?" And his classmate responds that it was open and to just come in. So obviously at this point, he doesn't really think anything that weird is going on. Maybe they were just upstairs working on the project and didn't want to come to the door. Maybe, they just were messing with him. Regardless, it's not like he was really afraid. He thought this was the right address. It was the one the person had texted him, so he just opened the door and went in. And to his surprise, the door was unlocked, so he walks in and he immediately is really confused because the house is very quiet. Like, so quiet, he was almost convinced nobody was home, and so he's getting a little bit confused because he at least had expected to walk in and be able to hear everyone working on the group project. And so he just starts kind of walking around the house, looking in the living room, looking in the kitchen, and as he's looking around, he's getting even more confused because he's like, man, it just doesn't seem like anyone who goes to my school lives here. There's no papers anywhere, there's not like a backpack, there's no like pictures of a family or anything. It's just like a bunch of pictures of this dude and his dog everywhere, and he's like, I don't know, maybe his dad just only likes pictures of himself, who knows? So whatever, he's just kind of doing his thing, waiting for somebody to come down and get him, and that's when he hears some footsteps coming down the stairs. And so obviously he kind of walks back into the front room where the stairs were to kind of see who it is, just to see if it's his classmate, if they're sneaking down to mess with him or something. And when he comes around the corner and looks, he sees the guy who was in the pictures from the dog, or with the dog, like the same guy whose house it is. And the guy looks at him and his eyes immediately just shoot really, really wide. And my friend doesn't think this is the wrong house, doesn't realize what's going on. So he just goes, hey, I'm here for the group project, where is everybody? And the guy just starts screaming, what are you doing in my house? What are you doing in my house? And my friend is insanely confused because he's like, what? No, I'm here for the group project. I'm here for the group project. And the guy's like, we don't have a group project. I don't have kids. What are you doing in my house? And at that point, my friend is looking around and he's like, oh my God, am I in the wrong house? Obviously, he didn't know where his classmate lived. So he's just like, I'm so sorry. And so he just runs back out the front door and slams it behind him and like goes to his car, gets in, drives around the corner and pulls up the text to double check. Sure enough, when he scrolls back up and sees the address, he's like, all right, let me double check and put it into my maps just to make sure that I didn't go to the wrong address. And sure enough, it takes him right back to the house that he had just been inside of, And at this point, when he comes back around the corner, the guy is now outside on the phone and he sees him in the car and he's like, you. And he rolls down the window. He's like, I did not mean to come into your house. I'm trying to look for my classmate's house. I'm here to do a group project. And he's like, why are you in my house? What were you doing in there? And he goes, listen, it sounds insane. I have a group project for school. My classmate texted me an address. It was this one. I said the door was locked and he said to come in. And he's like, well, it's not your classmate's house, man. Get out of here. And my friend is literally mortifying, like embarrassed at this point. How could you not be mortified? You just accidentally walked into a stranger's house in the middle of the day and like they came down and just saw you standing there. So whatever, my friend drives away. He goes back to his house and by this point, his phone is getting blown up from his group, being like, dude, are you really not going to show up? I thought we were going to work on the project. What the heck, man? You could have told us you weren't going to come. Like, why did you, this was all your plan? And he's like, bro, you gave me the wrong address. I just walked into some stranger's house. And the classmate's like, dude, I didn't give you the wrong address. Trust me, I think I know where I live. I've lived here for like my entire life. I didn't give you the wrong address. And he's like, well, scroll up and look, dude, because whoever's house that directions took me to and whoever's house I walked in had no clue what group project we were talking about. And his classmate goes up and checks and he goes, oh yeah, my bad. Okay, yeah, sorry, I did send the wrong address. And he's like, dude, you didn't double check? Like, you didn't double check that you sent me the right address? Do you realize that you just made me walk into this stranger's house? And he's like, yeah, whatever, but you still should have like called and made sure that you could come to the group project. He goes, dude, I technically just committed breaking and entering. I'm not coming to work on the group project now. Obviously, that was never his intention. The door was unlocked. Like, he didn't break into this dude's house, but it feels insane to like, imagine being on the other end of that, There's just some kid, he's like, I didn't mean to break into your house. Obviously that's going to freak out whoever was on the other side. So the classmates are getting annoyed that he doesn't want to come work on the project. And he's like, look, I already drove all the way over there. I already drove all the way home. I'm not going to like come over and do this project. I'm sorry. And his classmate's like, dude, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Like, so what? You walked into a stranger's house. It's not like it matters. We're almost done with it, but can you do the citations then? Like, fine. If you're not going to do come over and work on it, then you have to do the citations. And he's like, whatever, I'll do the citations. That's okay. So the next day he goes into school, and as he's walking down the hallway, the teacher that the group was for kind of pulls him aside and goes, hey, can I talk to you? And he goes in, and I guess the classmates had like emailed his teacher being all, he had blown off coming to work on the group project, and wasn't answering us when we were asking him where he was, and we just feel like it's unfair that he's going to get a good grade if he didn't do any of the work. And he's just kind of flabbergasted because he thought that they had, at least settled it all over text and had kind of agreed that he was going to do the citations. So he tells the teacher, he's like, look, I called, they told me to do the citations, so that's what I'm doing. And she's like, but why didn't you go? Like, you said you were going to meet up with them and then you didn't. And he goes, it's an insane story. Are you sure you want to know? And the teacher's like, yes. So he starts recounting this back to the teacher about, he got the text for the address, he put it in the GPS, drives up, door doesn't open, they say go in, he goes in, meets a stranger, blah, 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 blah. And the teacher is like, okay, yeah, I can understand why you didn't exactly go feel like doing a giant group project after that. And he's like, I know. And the teacher says that they had conveniently left that part out. They had just gone to her and tried to be all like, he just isn't going to do any of the work. Which, to be fair and defend his classmates for a second, the story doesn't sound legit. Like, doesn't that sound like an excuse somebody would make up to not have to do the group project. It just so happened that my friend had legitimately walked into a stranger's house. So the teacher said, all right, here's what we're going to do. Just because it seems like this group's a little bit of a mess, instead of you doing the citations, can you just do a project on your own? It doesn't have to be an insane presentation, just a PowerPoint about it, that way they feel better, you don't have to work with the group, and we don't have to worry about it. And he's like, yeah, that's fine with me. Obviously, he wanted his grade, but he just really couldn't believe that they had gone to snitch on him and try to get him in trouble when it was their fault for sending the wrong address. I'm just saying, if you tell everybody to meet at your house and then you're texting them the address, I feel like that's one of the things that you should double check. Like the casualness of, oh yeah, I did send the wrong address, my bad. But why are you also telling me to go inside if, I said I'm here? You think they would have looked out the door at some point? They had to have realized he was at the wrong house when he said, oh, I'm outside, come get me, and he just wasn't outside. But nah, they just went straight to the teacher to try to get him to fail the quarter instead, which, not very swag. Either way, it did end up working out. My friend got a good grade and he got a heck of a story out of it. I mean, it's not every day you end up accidentally walking into some dude's house, and if anything, he's very lucky that the dude was just screaming at him to get out of his house and not blap blap. Because let's be honest, I feel like if most people walked into just a stranger in their kitchen who started being like, hi, I'm here for the group project, they would feel like it's just some Craigslist dude trying to rob them. Anyways, guys, I think that is going to do it for the video. I know this was a shorter one, but, made a lot of story times, got stuff going on, all that jazz. Not like everything can be a 45-minute banger. Alright, so the weather has been getting a little bit better than it was a month ago, so I've been spending a little bit more time outside. And on this particular day, I was in the backyard throwing my dog the ball over and over again, playing fetch. And, the backyards where I live aren't necessarily huge, so you're a little bit more aware of what your neighbors are doing. And the neighbor to my left was having a barbecue and playing some music, and I could just know it was there. It wasn't crazy distracting or overly loud. Seriously, I would be honest if I thought it was an insane out of control party. Obviously, I knew music was playing because I was outside and they were playing music outside, but it wasn't it was a big deal or insanely loud. In fact, if I was in my house, I probably couldn't even have heard it. And on top of it, it was 11 a.m., noon on a weekend, so people are probably going to be in their backyard doing stuff. There's not really a reason to get mad about it. However, the person on my left has another neighbor on either side of them, they're sandwiched between me and this other dude that I'm going to call Baldy. And Baldy, I guess, had an issue with the music because as I'm in the backyard throwing the ball, I hear some yelling coming from what sounds like the left of me. Turn that racket off. I don't know why you're playing that garbage. You need to turn it down. You're interrupting my weekend. Do you have any idea what time it is? Da-da-da-da-da. And, I turn around to look and see where it's coming from because I don't know if it's the person at a party yelling at me or what's happening. And when I look, I can't really see anyone in my neighbor's yard because the walls are tall enough where you can't see a normal height person. But what I do see is on the yard other to them. So Baldy's house, I see this dude's bald head and the top of his body over the top of the wall yelling down. And so I don't know what he's standing on, probably a milk crate or something, but he's literally got his head over the fence in their yard yelling at them to turn that down. And I can't see the people that he's yelling at, I can't see my neighbor, but I hear them being dude, what are you doing? Quit leaning over the wall. You're halfway in my yard. Get out of here. It's none of your business what I'm doing in my backyard. I'm not gonna turn it down. Which, listen, alright, if your neighbor comes over and nicely asks you to turn it down, it's one thing, but if they start half jumping your wall into your backyard demanding you turn it down, yeah, I'd probably be get out of here, you crazy old man. No. And listen, it really was none of his business. Like I said, music was playing, but it wasn't it was so loud I couldn't hear myself think. In fact, if you're in the house, you probably wouldn't be able to hear it unless you had the window open. But whatever, I guess he ends up taking that in the most disrespectful way possible. It's in his mind, this is a vacuum, them saying a disrespectful thing old man, get out of here. Yeah, that would be rude, but you gotta remember that you are the bald old man leaning in their backyard telling them to shut off their music. That's probably going to be their reaction. And so he takes it in the most disrespectful way possible, and he's still all I can really see. And I'm not kidding when I say I see his bald head starting to turn red. That's how angry he is at this. And so I guess his response to that was to escalate it to violence, because he starts to threaten my neighbor, and he goes, if you say anything about me being an old man again, I'm going to beat you in front of your family and embarrass you. I'm going to beat the crap out of you in front of your wife. And listen,
listen, you can't just go around saying that stuff, bro. Like, those are fighting words. I don't know. If you say that to anybody, they'd probably be willing to throw hands. Like, if some lady was there and said to his wife, like, if you keep talking like that, I'm gonna beat you up in front of your husband. Nah, the wife's throwing hands. And obviously, if you're the husband in that situation, he's like, I'm gonna beat you up in front of your family, you're probably throwing hands. You can't just roll around saying that to people. And I don't know if the neighbor thought that he was Mr. Tough Guy and like no one was gonna react to him at all, but obviously the neighbor wasn't just gonna eat that. So he replies and he's like, you're the one standing on a milk crate right now, leaning in my backyard telling me to shut up. If you're such a tough guy, how about you get over here and beat me up then if you want me to turn it off so bad? Like, if you want to take it there and get violent and threaten to beat me up in front of my family, then let's go. Get over here. You're the one on the milk crate, tough guy. Which, you know, I guess is also a little bit of escalation, I can't lie. But yeah, I don't know, man. If somebody started being like, oh, I'm gonna beat you up in front of your family if you don't shut up, like, it'd be hard for me to keep cool, I can't lie. And so, like I said, the bald old man's head is literally red at that point with anger, but he decides to jump off the milk crate and throw himself over the wall, which, you know, is basically saying, we're gonna throw hands, I'm coming over here to beat you up. And so I'm watching this old man trying to, like, jump over this wall from the milk crate, and I can't really see him once he starts to get over the wall. He does get over the wall, it just takes him a little bit, because it's not like he's some spring chicken that's fantastic at flexibility. And so to get a better view at this point, I have these like planter boxes against the wall that are probably like a foot tall, and I jumped up on the edge of it so that way I could see into their yard, you know. So I jump onto that and I'm looking over the wall into my neighbor's yard now. So I can see Baldy, who's like kind of over the wall, and I see my neighbor, who's probably about 10 feet away, kind of in like a surprise stance because he doesn't believe that this neighbor's actually jumping over the wall to throw hands. It's just not something you expect to happen. And whatever, Baldy gets over the wall, but he doesn't get over very well. Like, gravity does most of the work, and it just so happens that gravity does most of the work while he's head first. So he kind of falls off this wall head first, you know, like, oh, you know, just it doesn't look like it didn't hurt. It definitely looked a little painful, which is not a good approach or very intimidating if you're coming over to beat somebody up, but whatever. He pops up and it's immediately evident that he's out of breath, which is just also not a good start. So this guy's off to a terrible start at this fight, probably the least intimidating thing that I've ever seen, to be honest. Anyways, Baldy isn't too caught up on like being out of breath or anything, because he stands up and he just starts swinging on my neighbor, dude. But he's swinging on my neighbor like, you know, he's a tornado in a trailer park just trying to hit anything he can. So he's more just kind of spinning wildly around with his fists closed. And it's not like it takes very much to just not get in the way of somebody that's just swinging punches like there's no tomorrow. Like, yeah, it's in the general direction of the guy you're trying to fight, but you don't even know where they're going. And my neighbor is quite a bit younger than Baldy over here, so he just kind of dodging it, and I'm literally watching this entire thing go down, and I'm surprised because instead of like getting ready to fight this, you know, Baldy back, I hear my neighbor start to say, I don't want to hit you. I don't want to hit you. Please don't make me hit you. And listen, you know, I'm not a combat expert by any means, but I feel like if you are swinging on somebody and they're like, hey, please don't make me fight you, they probably are really good at fighting, you know, like they're literally getting swung on and still trying to get you to calm down. But whatever, the neighbor takes it offensively again, Baldy, and he's like, you think I'm an old man? You think I need your pity? I can still fight, you know, you don't need to give me any sympathy. I'm gonna beat you, you know, in front of your family, and you're gonna look stupid for trying to not hit me. You gotta fight me like an adult, as if it's offensive that this guy doesn't want to fight him, you know. Oh, I'm so angry that you don't want to punch me in the face. And I hear my neighbor one more time just say, please don't make me hit you. Just go back over the wall. Stop. Like, don't make me do this. So he gives him one more chance. He's like, don't make me fight you. But could you imagine if he actually did? Like, he stops the fight and jumps back over the wall. He's like, oh, yes, you're sorry. You know, do you have another milk crate? I can't reach the top of the wall on my own. Either way, though, my neighbor gives him one more chance. He's like, dude, I really don't want to fight you. And at this point, I'm nervous about what's to happen because he's still trying to let him leave the backyard, which to me implies that my neighbor knows that this is not going to end well for Baldy over here. But Baldy, not really thinking it through too much, probably just seeing red at this point, is like, fight me like a man, you little coward. You are such a coward. I can't believe that you live next to me. I don't want to live next to somebody that's such a pansy. Then he drops into his fighting stance, and my neighbor drops into
into a stance and looks and just voomf, hits him with an uppercut. And, you know, I've seen a lot of fights in my time. I've been beat up a couple times. There's a lot of punches that I've seen where I've been like, wow, that was some power. And I'll be honest, I have no clue what type of experience my neighbor had, how many people he's fought before, but I can tell you that he uppercutted Baldy. Uppercutted, wow, I said that so weird. Uppercutted, sorry. He uppercuts Baldy, and he literally gets lifted off his feet. Like, this old man gets lifted off his feet and kind of dropped back, which to me is just absolutely bonkers. It would look like something out of a cartoon. I had never seen anything like that before. And I'm kind of in shock because I just watched this man get like Doctor Strange lifted out of his body, you know, and my neighbor, instead of like continuing to fight him or being mad, walks over to Baldy immediately and is like, are you okay? Are you okay? Can I get you anything? My neighbor definitely did not want to have to lay that dude out. You could tell he felt horrible about it because he's literally checking on him after one punch. He knows that it's over. He's like, okay, are you okay? Are you okay? And I hear Baldy start to apologize, which I'm not gonna lie, makes me laugh a little bit because it's like, dude, 10 seconds ago you were jumping over the wall telling him you were gonna beat him up, and now he lands one punch and you're like, I'm so sorry. But anyways, he continues his apology. He's like, I shouldn't have come over the wall, you know, you're right. I came into your backyard and said I was gonna fight you and that was wrong. At least he's apologizing, you know, I'll give him that. But I'll be honest, he was probably insanely embarrassed because he had started this fight, swore he was gonna, you know, lay him out, and now not only did he get beat up, but like the guy who beat him up is having so much sympathy for him. He's like, can I get you some ice? Are you okay? So he helps up Baldy, and Baldy's like, are we good? You know, are we gonna have any issues? And the neighbor's like, if you're good, then I'm good. And Baldy's like, yeah, we're good. And he goes over and he starts trying to jump back over the wall, which to me is hilarious, man. Like, you just got laid out and you're still gonna try to jump over the wall, get your exercise in. I feel like getting knocked off your feet was exercise enough. You already got knocked out. It's already embarrassing enough. You might as well just ask if you can use his side gate at this point. What's he's gonna do? Think even less of you because you used the gate? Anyways, he's kind of struggling to jump over the wall, and for probably about 20 seconds, he's just kind of literally struggling to get his hands up there and get enough momentum to pull himself onto the wall, and it's pretty hard to watch. And finally, he gets back over there, and the entire time, my neighbor's just kind of standing there with his arms folded, watching him try to get over the wall, and he gets back over, and then Baldy once again is like, are we good? And my neighbor's like, yeah, you know, we're good. If you're good, then we're good. And so he turns back around to talk to his family, but I guess when he turns around, he sees me standing on the planter box, which, you know, all right, I'll admit I probably could be considered snooping. I wasn't trying to snoop, man. Listen, if you heard your neighbors fighting, you'd probably want to watch it too. But when he sees me, instead of getting mad and being like, what are you looking at? He just kind of smiles at me. So I smile back and I wave because, you know, I don't want a problem. And he goes, did you see all that? And I'm like, yeah, I did. And he's like, from the beginning? And I said, I saw him jump over the wall, you know? And he says, well, if he tries to get me in trouble and, like, you know, anyone comes and says that I beat him up for no reason or anything, would you be willing to say what you saw? And obviously, you know, in a situation where Baldy tries to make it seem like the neighbor attacked him for no reason out of nowhere, I would be like, yeah, that's just not what happened. So I tell him, yeah. And he's like, awesome, thanks. We're going back to the barbecue. And I said, I'm gonna go inside. And he said, all right. So I get off the planter box and I go inside. And I'm like, what in the world just happened? You know, and thankfully, then Baldy didn't, like, you know, try to get anyone else involved or call the cops. Probably because he didn't want to, you know, have to explain what happened. And on top of it, at the end of the day, he did start it. Like, you know, the neighbor didn't go over there and want to fight. You jumped over the wall into his backyard, started swinging on him, and he told you, hey, please don't make me do this repeatedly, and then you made him do it. I mean, sure, he did choose to punch you, but like, what is really his option at the point where you're not leaving? I will say my neighbor, out of respect though, did turn the music down a bit. They didn't stop the barbecue or anything. I'm sure at that point the party was way too hype, but they did turn down the music, so I don't even think he was really a bad guy. Like I said, it just seems like it happened to be at the point where he's like, listen, dude, you're in my backyard, you're threatening me, I'm gonna have to hit you, please don't make me do it. I just could not believe how adamant he was that he didn't want to fight, you know? In my mind, that means he has to be like a secret karate master, or, you know, he's got to be trained in some type of combat. Because those are the only types of dudes that I've ever known that will adamantly try to avoid a fight as much as humanly possible, because they're not like afraid of fighting. They know they're gonna win. They just also know that the average person doesn't know what they're doing, so they don't want to have to fight them. And listen, I'm not a fighter, okay? Trust me, I'm not out here like, I don't want to have to fight you, don't make me do this. I don't know any kung fu or anything. I'm just saying general life advice. If you're about to fight somebody and they keep trying to let you escape, right? You keep disrespecting them and trying to be like, let's go. And they keep saying, nah, man, just go away. It's okay. Chances are they're trying to let you escape for a reason. You know, if they weren't insanely confident that they could beat you up, no one would take that disrespect. But if they literally are like, bro, just walk away. Take the chance to walk. That's my honest advice. I'm just saying. Trust me, you don't want to do this. You can leave now. You know, you really don't want to end up having to fight the love child of Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris like Baldy did over here. I still can't believe how impressive that uppercut was, bro. Literally took him off of his feet, dude. It looked like when Doctor Strange hits somebody and they like fall out of their body, but just as one motion, you know, the entire body just did the whole like boom thing and just straight onto his butt. And as for Baldy and other interactions and stuff, I don't know. I've never really interacted with him much. My only interactions that I've had with him is I know he's an angry, grumpy man. Because every now and then I'll be like checking the mail and see him outside or something and I'll wave, just trying to be neighborly, and he'll just give me a dirty look. So, I don't know. I wasn't really surprised he was angry about music being played, but what I can say is that you probably should be happier, because if you're going to be rolling around as angry as you are, starting fights as much as you are, you need to fight better or be happier. So, yeah, moral of the story, I think my neighbor might legitimately be some type of undercover superhero, you know? I know the Avenger project has come to an end, so maybe he's just kind of laying low over here. He definitely has some type of training for punching people, because my goodness, dude, he looked like a professional boxer fighting a kindergartner out there. Anyways, I would also say, moral of the story, don't try to fight people for no reason, and don't hop into people's backyards and start swinging on them, because at that point, you know, I think they have the legal right to punch you in the face.
Alright, so the person who sent this into me, I guess, worked at a frozen yogurt shop. I've never worked at one of those, but I could guess that working with the public in any capacity recently has not been insanely fun. And for the most part, working there was pretty chill. It wasn't like Karens were roaming in to get frozen yogurt on a daily basis. You know, they tend to hate fun things, and Froyo's on that list. That being said, him and his manager would just kind of goof off, help customers whenever they came in, and it was a pretty cool job. His manager that he worked with most often was like this older 27-year-old dude named Jacob, who was pretty chill, you know, just kind of like managed the Froyo store, went home, played video games, did his thing, minded his own business. And he was kind of notorious at the Froyo store for being extremely hard to piss off. Like, guy just kind of had a very, very long fuse. You know, you had to really go out of your way to do something wrong on purpose to get him to even like give you a stern talking to, let alone freak out on. But one day, it was a Sunday, and they were just kind of at the Froyo shop doing their thing, and him and Jacob were goofing off behind the counter, and they see this car pull up, and out pops this like mom and dad, you know, and they walk into the store, and right away they can tell that it's not going to be a very fun interaction with these customers, because the dad instantly goes, all right, bozos, off your phone, it's time to actually work for a living, and like not in a very joking way, but like snapping at them. And even when they had pulled up, they had like slammed on the brakes, got up, slammed their car doors, walked in all angrily, you know when you can just tell that somebody's not having a good day and they're about to take it out on you. And obviously Jacob and the person who sent this to me aren't trying to piss off the customers, so they're just kind of like, all right, sure, what can we get for you? And before they can even finish the what can we get for you, the mom holds up a finger and goes, all right, be quiet. And they're like, okay, it's gonna be like that. And she just starts rattling off all these different Froyo orders. Large banana with like insanely fast, to the point where they can't even put it on the register or write it down. So whatever, she goes on for like 45 seconds saying a bunch of frozen yogurt, and it's at this point like 25 cups of this stuff. Keep in mind, most of the time it's a self-serve yogurt place. It's not like they're the ones usually making it. So she kind of rattles it off and then looks at them, and they're kind of standing there confused. And she's like, well, let's go, get on it. And they're like, this is self-serve yogurt. And they're like, no, we don't like that. You know, basically the only thing the workers were there to do was like help, you know, take the measurement of the yogurt, maybe put on some toppings that like weren't out for the public to deal with themselves, and then help people check out. It's not like every day they were really out here making 75 cups of frozen yogurt when somebody requested it, but this lady's like, well, guess what? Today you need to make this yogurt, otherwise you're not getting this sale. And they're like, all right, well then can you like repeat it a little bit slower as we make each one? And the mom is kind of like, ugh, can you believe how dumb workers are?
talking to her husband, but she's saying this right in front of the workers. So, just not the nicest thing in the world. And the dad's not being any nicer either, because his response is like, oh my God, yeah, no wonder these losers are working at a frozen yogurt store. And listen, dude, like, I don't know if maybe somebody had pissed in their cornflakes this morning, they had a bad breakfast or whatever, but why you gotta be going in on the guy making frozen yogurt? How are you angry while getting froyo? Like, you just say froyo angrily. Froyo! Like, you can't even, I don't understand how you stay mad while getting frozen yogurt. Regardless, Jacob and the subscriber are just keeping their mouths shut, they're trying not to argue or fight back, and he looks over at Jacob and he sees that he's like kind of turning red a little bit, which is weird because, as I said, this dude's usually super chill. Obviously, I think anyone in this situation would be getting heated if somebody's like, you're an idiot, you're a loser for working here, they're talking crap about you, acting like you don't exist. So whatever, he kind of starts like going out and making the yogurt, and they're just trying to get them out of there. But of course, the lady and the husband are like standing over their shoulders watching everything they do. And anytime, they don't like the pattern of the yogurt or anything, they're like, oh, nope, you messed up. Got to take a different one. Nope, I'm not paying for that. And obviously, Jacob and this other worker are getting annoyed because it's like, we're not going to throw away this yogurt. It's self-serve. If you don't like how I'm serving your yogurt, then brilliant. You do it. That's the entire point of this place. So whatever. They're like just trying to get this done. And each time, they keep messing up, they keep making them throw away this yogurt. And finally, after like the fourth cup that they had quote unquote done wrong, and the dad was kind of like, you need to throw that away, Jacob said, no, you guys are taking this one, I'm not throwing it away. And the response to that from the dad was to grab the yogurt out of Jacob's hand, but Jacob like didn't let go of the yogurt, so the dad pulls harder and Jacob lets go, and the froyo just goes all over the dad. And obviously it's pretty funny, so the person who sent this to me laughs a little bit, and the mom at that point is like, oh my gosh, you're attacking my husband, what's wrong with you? And Jacob's like, no, I'm not attacking your husband, he just tried to grab the froyo out of my hands, but I don't feel like we want to serve you guys anymore. And they just start freaking out about how, he's allergic to dairy, which, listen, man, okay, like if you're lactose intolerant, it happens. Obviously people are out there like that. Why are you in a frozen yogurt store buying a bunch of frozen yogurt? And B, yeah, I don't understand how dairy allergies work, so I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure if you just like get ice cream on your shirt, you don't burst into flames and explode and start dying. Like, don't you have to ingest something you're allergic to? Maybe that's not how it works, but I don't understand how his allergic reaction is going to be caused by just getting it on his shirt. So whatever, they're just kind of freaking out, screaming, and at that point Jacob's like, you guys need to go, we're not serving you anymore. And there isn't really much communication going on because Karen's yelling, Jacob's yelling, the husband's yelling, everyone's yelling, It's like that scene in Anchorman where Brick walks in and he's like, I don't know what we're yelling about. Everyone's just screaming. But finally, I guess the Karen realized that nobody was really listening to what was going on, because she picks up a couple of the cups that were like filled up already and just starts throwing them at the workers. And at that point, Jacob and the workers start like hiding behind the counter, right? And she's like, you guys are insane for not serving us. You just missed out on the biggest order that this store's ever seen. I'm gonna call your manager and let him know how disrespectful you are. This is ridiculous. And the husband's like, yeah, I've never been so insulted in my life. Keep in mind, they're the ones literally throwing ice cream at these poor workers that were just trying to have a chill Sunday. No, now they're out here playing dodgeball with frozen things. It's not Anna and Elsa out here, all right? Nobody's expecting to play like a Modern Warfare snowball while at work. Regardless, after ranting about how they've been so disrespected, they end up storming out, without their froyo. And they get up and they're just like, what in the world was that? Obviously, the store's not in very good shape. There's froyo everywhere. Froyo had gotten dropped like minutes ago, so now it's all melting. And they kind of just are just in shock about what happened. So obviously, Jacob's pretty pissed off. He had been red. He had been arguing with her. He had never really seen him snap at a customer like that. But he's kind of calmed down now. He's like, look, let's just clean this up. They're not going to come back. It's fine. If the boss and the owner have a problem with like what went down, I'll explain to them what happened and we'll be good, right? And like I said, Jacob was a very good manager. It's not like there was issues very often. He wasn't getting into fights with people often. He never got customer complaints, so he just figured that like the owner was going to take his side, because obviously it would be out of character for this worker who's worked for like years there and never had a problem to just all of a sudden decide to attack people with ice cream. But sure enough, they finish work that day, they clean up, they get everything together. The next day he comes in and Jacob is like not looking happy. And he's like, all right, so the owner's coming in today because I guess that Karen and her husband called him and said that we attacked them with yogurt, and he called me and said that he was very disappointed in my behavior and that there's no reason that I should have done that. And the worker, the person who sent this to me is like, well, that's ridiculous because they were throwing ice cream at you. Like, they came in and caused all the problems. You didn't do anything. And he's like, yeah, I tried to tell him that, but the owner of the Froyo store just like kept yelling at me and saying I was wrong, and that my behavior was unacceptable. And he's coming today to talk about it. So I've decided that, like, if the owner gets here and isn't going to be a little bit on my side and realize that, like, I didn't do anything to make them throw Froyo, then I quit. Like, I'm just done, So obviously he's like, all right, well, when he gets here, if you guys need some time to like talk, let me know. So about an hour later, the owner comes in and he's like, all right, Jacob, you ready to have a talk? And Jacob's like, yeah, let's go. So they go to this like back office room thing and they start talking. And obviously the subscriber who sent this to me is being a little nosy. He's over by the door trying to eavesdrop a little bit because he just wants to know what's going on.
And he hears the boss go like, wait, can you explain to me what happened? And he hears Jacob start to explain that they were there minding this business when this lady rolled up all mad and her and her husband came in and the husband started insulting them right away. And the next thing you know, they're expecting them to make the yogurt. So they were making the yogurt, but every time that they would put it in the cup, they said we were doing it wrong and they started like trying to rip it out of our hands and they were just being insanely rude. I've never seen someone act more ridiculous in my life. Like, honestly, it was embarrassing that a grown-up was acting that way. And he's saying all this thinking that it's gonna, make the boss be a little bit more on his side. But then there's just this insanely long silence and the subscriber can't see what's going on. But the next thing he hears is the manager just screaming at Jacob. You thought she was the rudest person you've ever seen? You've never seen one act more embarrassing? Well, guess what? That was my sister. My sister came in to get Froyo and that's who you treated like that. I bet you didn't think that was a mistake, did you? And Jacob at this point, bro, I bet you, he was already mad enough at the lady. Here's his boss getting mad at him. So he starts screaming back at the owner. He's like, damn, bro, well then your family sucks. That's crazy. I'm not going to excuse your sister's behavior. She should have respected you more when she came into your business. And the manager's like, how dare you tell me, like, how to tell my sister how to act or how she should treat me. That's none of your business. You're the one who works at a Froyo store. And Jacob's like, yeah, you're the guy who owns the Froyo store. I guess that makes you a little bit better than me, but if I'm the guy actually doing all the work for your business, then it makes you lame too. And the manager's like, well, guess what, Jacob? You like to have this attitude and think that you're so smart? Well, you're going to call my sister and you're going to apologize. Which, listen, man, this boss is just insanely out of pocket, dude. Just because someone is your family doesn't mean that they're like always going to act appropriately, right? And even then, I'm going to assume you have security cameras or something. You could probably go look at your sister throwing the Froyo at them, What, were they supposed to just let it happen when, like, because she's related to you and they didn't know that? Obviously, though, the manager was just not in the mood to be getting fact-checked at all. And even then, let's say that you're, like, really pissed, whatever, you're gonna let your sister come into your business and throw Froyo all over the place. That's your prerogative, man. I guess nobody can really stop you. But it's nuts that you're gonna, like, make this dude pull out his cell phone and then call your family and apologize for something that they did. Like, you want to handle this between you guys, that's fine, but you can't just make him apologize for no reason, I guess technically he probably could try to make him, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't have done this either. And Jacob is like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like, there's no way I'm gonna call and apologize because your sister was the one that was out of pocket. And the manager's like, are you kidding me? You're really gonna go to this? It's gonna come to this after how long you've worked here? You're really gonna let your job be put on the line because of this, because you're too proud to apologize? And Jacob is like, yeah, I'm gonna be too proud to apologize on this one because I did nothing wrong. If you're gonna say that to me, I'm gonna put all this on the line after how hard I've worked and how long I've worked here because I was mean to your sister, who deserved it, by the way. I could say the same thing to you. Like, you're gonna fire me over this after everything I've done for you? And the boss is like, well, what are you trying to say? Are you threatening to quit? He's like, no, I'm not threatening to quit. The fact that I'm here all the time doing all the work for this business and then you're gonna come in here and scream at me the one time I've ever had a problem with a customer, I'm done. I quit. I'm out. Good luck, man. Best of luck to you. And he hears Jacob start coming to the door, so the subscriber kind of like gets out of the way a little bit, and the door opens and Jacob storms out and he's like taking off his uniform thing and he's like, all right, I'm out. I quit. And at that point, it was almost like the manager had a change of heart, Originally, it was like he thought he was going to come in and start screaming at him, get the apology out of him, get him on the phone, and then everything was going to go to normal. But now that the guy was like actually willing to quit and walk out and just be like, good luck, bro. Seriously,
best of luck to you. I'm not working for you no more. The manager was literally following Jacob out like, wait, Jacob, come on, let's talk about this.
I mean, at this point, dude, I don't really feel like there's much to talk about. You insisted he apologized and then, just kind of said that he's a loser for working at the place that you own. Why would he want to work there? Like, you're not going to have his back, and then on top of it, you think that he's a loser because he works for you. Like, why would he want to keep working for somebody that has that much just like you suck in their veins for somebody that's working for them? If somebody comes at your customer or your employee, sorry, related or not, it's your job to like maybe say, hey, don't treat my workers like that. Anyways, Jacob's like, yeah, no, I'm done. And he's like, fine, you don't have to apologize. And he's like, okay, fine, then you apologize. And the manager is now in the hallway and they're standing in front of like the subscriber, right? And the boss goes, well, I can't say that. I can't apologize to you in front of him because then it's going to belittle my leadership, which is some of the worst leadership ever, bro. If apologizing is like something that you never do, if you never own up and admit you're wrong ever, then you're probably not very good at the leading thing, because everybody is going to mess up, bro. Like, listen, is there anyone that's ever owned a business and never made a mistake? No, I think that's literally impossible to do, to always be perfect. But at the same time, dude, like sometimes you're going to mess up and you got to tell the people that you're leading, if you're a boss, that like, I messed up, okay? So obviously at that point, Jacob's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, bro. This is why I hate working for you and I'm done. I quit. And the manager looks at the subscriber at that point and is like, can you believe that Jacob's doing this to us? And the subscriber was also getting pretty fed up at that point, but really the only reason he had stayed at this job as long as he did is because Jacob was a cool manager. So he looks at the boss too and he's like, yeah, I can. And you know what? I quit too. And Jacob smiled. He's like, yo, you don't have to quit for me. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he quits too on the spot. And they were the only two people that were going to be like, that day on shift. So the boss is like, well, if you guys are quitting and walking out today, then like, what am I supposed to do? And they were both like, yo, man, I don't know, call your sister. That's not really our problem. Like, good luck, we quit. And the boss starts yelling about how like, this is so unfair and he can't believe that they would just quit on the spot. And they were like, listen, man, like, what do you expect me to do, bro? You literally were gonna make me call and apologize to somebody that trashed your store and was screaming at us. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. Like, I don't want to work here anymore. It's nothing personal. I just literally have no desire to work for you ever again. And the boss is like, so you just expect me to be here all day by myself managing it? And they were like, yeah, you leave us alone all the time to deal with it, so it looks like you can finally figure it out. Which, all in all, listen, I'm not saying you should walk around quitting your job on the spot. If your boss has been good to you, you just got a better job, it's probably the right thing to do to put in the 2-day notice. But I mean, if your boss is gonna just throw you out to dry like this, then by all means, dude. Oh well, with the current job market, I feel like there's a huge worker shortage, so workers for once are actually a little bit more in control. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like Jacob, with the amount of experience he has, is probably going to be okay getting another job. As for finding people that have the patience to deal with Karens and do nothing about it, I feel like those people are definitely falling into harder and harder supply. It's like finding diamonds in Minecraft, and you shouldn't really just let yourself get ice cream thrown at you. I feel like that's a perfectly reasonable time to be like, hey, this is out of control. Anyways, they both ended up leaving, and Jacob was like, yo, that actually meant a lot that you quit with me, and the subscriber's like, whatever. Like, that job kind of sucked, and listening to the way he was screaming at you, it's like, what? He's just gonna promote me to manager, and then, like, I'm gonna have to deal with all that crap? No, thank you. So whatever, they ended up leaving, but to make matters worse, dude, a couple hours later, their boss calls them, and you think by now you would maybe have learned to like be a little bit nicer, will you guys please come back, we can work it out, I'll make sure that the Karens can't attack you no more. No, instead they both got like an angry voicemail that was screaming at them and was like, you're the reason that I had such a bad day, and you guys suck and you're never allowed to work here again, you're fired. Which to me, I love, dude, just the fact that like he had to call, let them know that he had a bad day and then fire them even though they already quit. It's like, hey man, they kind of already did the leaving thing. I don't really know what firing them after that is going to do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't have any step parents. I'm not too familiar with the concept of it. That being said, I can certainly understand why you wouldn't like somebody that's, new in your life, destroying your favorite things. Even if they're old in your life, destroying your stuff's a good way to make somebody not like you. That being said, this story takes place when somebody sent it in to me. Their mom and dad had been like, apart for a little bit, and his mom had started dating this guy that was super obsessed with like discipline discipline and hard work. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you don't have any discipline, life's not really gonna go that well for you. If you have no work ethic, life's not gonna go that well for you. But this dude was strangely obsessed with it, to the point where, he just figured if you weren't always earning a callus on your hand, you're pathetic. And obviously, this was not like the life this kid was used to beforehand. He wasn't used to being like out in the yard helping cut down trees for 12 hours straight. It just wasn't something he was used to. So they kind of didn't see eye to eye. They disagreed on quite a bit. And one of the things that they would constantly fight on and disagree on was the fact that this kid played video games. And listen, I'm just letting you know, like, on the off chance any parents are watching this video, it's not insane for people to play video games anymore, all right? Like, I get it, you think it's weird that somebody can play a video game for 4 hours straight, and I get it, that's probably bizarre to you, but this isn't the 1980s anymore. Like, it's not the case where everybody playing video games has no friends and could not muster the courage to talk to a girl if they wanted to. Anyways, this stepdad was basically insistent that this kid's Xbox was like the root of all of his problems. It was the reason that he didn't have straight A's. It was the reason he wasn't a millionaire yet, even though he wasn't old enough to have a job. Basically anything that the stepdad didn't like was taken out on video games. So they would argue about it a lot. And one of the other things that they would argue about a lot was the fact that he had a C in this class in school. And literally the rest of his report card was straight A's. He had one C, and the C was because this teacher and him just really did not get along. Not to the point where the teacher was like sabotaging his grade or anything, but I think you guys will understand. If you've ever had a teacher that's just kind of got it out for you and doesn't like you, it makes it really hard to do the whole learning thing. It's hard to stay focused in class when it feels like you and your mortal enemy are locked in a battle. Forget paying attention. And on top of that, it's not like they're tossing you any favors when they're grading any of your work. If they don't like you, they're grading you a little bit more harshly than they are the teacher's pet. Anyways, of course, these two arguments ended up combining, and the stepdad was like, the reason you have a C in that class is because of the Xbox, blah, 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 and obviously, he disagreed. Well, one night they were having an argument about him having low grades, and he started saying how his grade point average, if you combined it all, still wasn't that bad. It was literally the only C he's ever gotten, which is probably a fair point, like fair enough. I guess if you have straight A's, a C throws things off a little bit, but if they've literally never had problems maintaining good grades before, and then all of the sudden struggle with one class, and they're like, whatever, I just don't really like it, me and the teacher don't get along. I feel like picking a fight about it every night at the dinner table is just a little bit unnecessary, But they were fighting about it, and the stepdad said something about how it's the Xbox's fault he has a C in this class. And the kid just decided to respond something along the lines of, actually, it's this douche of a stepdad that I have that makes me have a C in this class. And listen, was that a little bit out of pocket? Absolutely. Was it also kind of funny? Absolutely. And I'll be honest, I bet you yelling at him every day probably has more of an impact on his grades than like the Xbox does. Regardless, the stepdad gets incredibly upset at that, and starts talking about how, like, he doesn't need to be talked to with that disrespect, blah, 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 and how this kid needed to respect him. And that's actually one of my biggest pet peeves on the planet, is when people are like, you have to respect me. Because in my opinion, respect is a two-way road, right? Like, if you respect me, I'ma respect you. That's just the way it should go. But nah, if you're gonna be talking crap, calling me stupid and not respecting me, then like, I have no obligation not to roast you, At least that's the way it makes sense in my head. Like, if y'all have settled the beef, okay, there's no reason to go stir up the pot again. But in the middle of an argument, if you're calling someone stupid, they're allowed to call you stupid back. There's no need to rehash a bunch of old stuff. But yeah, if you're not going to respect your stepson and call him an idiot, he's allowed to call you a douche. It's even in my mind. Regardless, that really sets him off. He's like, you really don't respect me, huh? And, another thing that I would say, and I'm not saying the kid was smart to answer this question the way he did. Sometimes you don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. And if your stepson just said, I have a douche for a stepdad, and you and him are constantly fighting, maybe it's not the time to ask, do you respect me truthfully? Because I just feel like no matter what he says, it's not going to be an answer that you would like to hear from that question, Anyways, he goes on about like, no, I don't respect you. You suck. If you weren't married to my mom, I wouldn't listen to a word you say, which, brutal to be sure. But I also feel like,
if you weren't married to his mom, you wouldn't listen to a word you say is like kind of fair. If you weren't married to his mom, you wouldn't be his stepdad, right? So you'd just be some dude. Like, why would he listen to you? That's a fair argument. I don't know. If that's really not fair, then I wouldn't know, but hey, that sounds fair. Anyways, the stepdad at that moment freaks out and he's like, this is all the Xbox fault. If you didn't have that Xbox, you wouldn't be treating me that way, which is honestly like a little delusional, bro. I don't think the gaming system has anything to do with this relationship not being good. Anyways, he storms upstairs. So obviously the subscriber storms up after him because he has no clue what the guy's going to do. You know, is he going to go use the restroom, take a shower, destroy his room? Who knows? Regardless, he follows him and he starts walking towards the subscriber's room. So he's like, hey, what are you doing? Don't go in there. Don't go into my room. And he looks at the kid and goes, no, I'm going in your room. This is for your own good. And he opens the door and he walks over to this kid's setup. And, you know, I wanted to make it clear because he made it clear in the message he sent. The stepdad did not pay for the setup at all. Everything he had in that setup was, you know, from his mom or money that he had or like stuff that his dad had given him, you know. Even the Xbox. So the stepdad walks over to his setup and grabs the Xbox. And the way it was underneath one of his monitors, right? And he grabs it and just rips it off the desk, but he pulls it upward. So the monitor that was on top of the Xbox goes like flying off the back of the desk, and his desk wasn't up against the wall, so it falls off the desk and it breaks. And the Xbox, you know, is just in his hands, cords coming out of the wall, the whole thing. And he just grabs the cords and rips it out all angrily, you know? Like, you know, in a sci-fi movie when there's like the ship full of people cryogenically frozen for long-term travel, and like the guy's in there just unplugging everything all angrily. That's the way this dude is taking the power cords off the Xbox, bro. And so he finally has this Xbox in his hand, and the subscriber's yelling at him like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And his mom's there yelling like, put his Xbox back, because, you know, she knows this is not going to end well. And the stepdad's like, no, I'm not putting the Xbox back. This is the reason we're constantly fighting. If he doesn't want to respect me because of video games, then he's not going to play them. And he starts to walk back towards the stairs. And the way that this house was laid out is there was like this like walkway along close to the stairs where like there was a wall on one side and a little half balcony railing thing, you know, where you can like look down into the living room from upstairs. And he walks over to it and he has the Xbox in one hand and he just lifts up and throws it down as hard as he can, straight down. And obviously electronics are not the toughest things in the world, so falling like a floor onto tile is not great for the Xbox. It hits the ground, the casing pops open, stuff's flying everywhere. And like I said, he had thrown it down. It wasn't even like he just let gravity do the work. And he had thrown the Xbox so hard down onto the tile that one of the tiles had cracked. And obviously at that point, this kid is pissed. He's like, you crazy person, what did you just do? That wasn't yours. You're going to be buying me a new one. And even his mom is like, come on, you can't break his Xbox. What's wrong with you? And the stepdad's like, I guarantee you he's going to start respecting me now that he doesn't have those stupid video games to go rely on. And obviously, you know, at that point, he gets sent to his room. He closes the door and he's pissed, bro. Like, as you would be. And he hears the stepdad and his mom arguing in their room. And he's just like, this guy is an absolute douche, you know? He is more affirmed in that belief than ever. I'm just saying, if somebody ever, like, really doesn't like you, really has beef with you, I feel like the worst possible thing you can do is go break a bunch of their stuff. I don't understand how that's gonna earn their respect or make you like you more, you know? Like, oh, you know this thing that you love to do every day after school? Yeah, I destroyed it. You're gonna like me more now, right? No, I'm gonna go with probably not as the answer to that question, you know? I've never really had anyone like out here trying to earn my respect destroying my Xbox, but I can assume that would put quite a damper on the situation. Anyways, you know, eventually he hears them start arguing, he goes to bed, he wakes up the next day, goes downstairs, and usually his mom is the one to take him to school, and his stepdad's sitting there at the table, and he sees him and he just goes, where's my mom? And he's like, oh, you know, she went to work. I'm going to take you to school, though, because I just feel like we need to talk a little bit. And he looks at him and he's like, no, I'm not going with you if you're driving to school. I'll walk. And he literally, like, has his backpack in his hand and just starts walking out the door. And his stepdad's like, you can't walk to school? And he's like, yeah, I am. I'm not going anywhere with you. And he straight up walks out of his house, walks to school. It takes him like 45 minutes, but he gets there. He deals with school that day. He comes out, you know, and usually his mom, like, like was there to pick him up from school. Sure enough, stepdad's there, and this time he's way more apologetic. He's like, look, I'm so sorry about last night. I got out of hand. I shouldn't have destroyed your Xbox. I'm going to get you a new one. I'm going to replace your monitor. Will you just talk to me? And he's like, nope, I'm not going to talk to you, bro. Best of luck, I will appreciate you replacing my Xbox and my monitor, but we're not good, dude. We're not. And he just walked back home. He just didn't get a ride the other way either. And at this point, I think the stepdad's starting to realize, like, oh crap, this backfired. I thought getting rid of the Xbox was going to increase the respect, but really it just, made him not like me at all, which this is the reality of the situation. Are there times where people play too much video games? Absolutely. The way to go about that is, kind of have a conversation with them about how you've got to cut back a little bit. You don't run into their room and break something that means a lot to them and expect them to instantly be like, you're right, and have earned my respect. If that was the case, then imagine, trying to impress somebody, you just break into their house and smash their most prized possessions, and you're like, why are you not happy with me? I'm trying to impress you. Anyways, he gets home, and both of his parents are waiting there, and he looks at his mom and he goes, I don't know why you keep having to, try to have him drive me to and bring me home from school. I don't like him, and until I get my stuff replaced and I have it in writing that he's not breaking any more stuff, I'm just not going to talk to him. And his stepdad's sitting right next to her, and he goes, you're not going to talk to me? And he just doesn't acknowledge him, and he goes straight upstairs, which, if you thought you weren't getting respect before, bro, now he's just straight up pretending you don't exist. If somebody puts you in foster's home for imaginary friends territory, that's how you know you crossed a line. Anyways, usually in these stories that get sent to me, the parent that, is married to the step-parent doesn't have the kids back and is like, no, you just gotta get over it. Thankfully, that wasn't the case in this time, because this kid woke up the next morning, went downstairs. There was a monitor, Xbox on the table, and a note from his stepdad apologizing and saying he wouldn't break anything again. Which I feel like, all in all right, would I have the balls to walk in, demand a letter and new electronics? Probably not. But hey, bro, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If somebody breaks your Xbox, nothing wrong with asking for a new one, in my opinion. Especially if it's a situation where they just want you to go back to normal, bro. You're like, listen, man, you destroyed my thing. You gotta replace the thing. Even after that, though, obviously the relationship didn't go back to being great. It wasn't great in the first place, but you tend to trust somebody a little bit less after they break a bunch of your stuff. So to this day, their stepdad is still being incredibly nice to them, which is probably the way that it should be. That should have been that way from the start. But it's like they feel just incredibly guilty about everything that happened, destroying the Xbox, how mad it made them at it. So in a weird way, it did actually end up solving quite a bit of their problems. They still disagree from time to time, but whenever they do disagree, it's a lot less running up the stairs and destroying the Xbox and a lot more, all right, we can agree to disagree, which is the way it should be, bro. I'm just glad this kid's mom had his back. Could you imagine if she was like, that's ridiculous. You have to go get a job now to buy your own Xbox, and we're sending you to military school for not respecting us. Wakes up the next morning. All the other kids at military school are like, yeah, my parents sent me here because they feel like I needed some discipline in my life after I committed Grand Theft Auto. He's like, yeah, my stepdad broke my Xbox and now I'm here. And they're like, wait, what? Is military school still a thing? I feel like that was something that was genuinely a fear for mine when I was little, only because in the show Recess, they were always like, I don't want to go to military school. And before some Karen in the comments, it's like, you don't respect the troops, you're making fun of their school. No, I respect the troops. Military school and the military are not the same thing, okay? Real boot camp and military school, not the same. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. And, of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. Alright, guys, so the person who sent this to me, I guess, was working at a frozen yogurt store. And they said it was usually really, really busy when they first got the job in the summer. But at this point, it's become really slow because they live in a place that has some pretty strong winters. And obviously, whenever it's snowing outside, the last thing on people's mind can be frozen yogurt. So they had reduced their hours and they had kind of cut back on the amount of workers that were there because it was just never really busy in the first place during the winter. Anyways, one day this lady comes in and is like, do you have frozen yogurt? Keep in mind the name of this place literally has frozen yogurt in it. So, the subscriber is like, yes, we do, ma'am. How can I help you? And, she starts being like, good, I'm going to take a look around before I let you know what I need, And he's like, all right, whatever.
whatever. And she starts to look around the restaurants. And one of the other things that like they had done earlier because of the winter season is they had only kept like the really popular flavors, you know, the kind of like less popular flavors that weren't selling as much. They just decided to not have in the winter because there wasn't enough people coming and getting it to make it worth it. So they had the really popular flavors, but about half the machines didn't have anything in them just because, you know, it was just not worth it to be ordering the supply. And she notices that half the machines are empty, and instead of like calmly asking what had happened or, you know, asking what the flavors were, she gets angry. Why do you not have all your flavors ready? What is wrong with you? You have these machines here that are empty. You might as well just put a sign on the door that says false advertising if you're gonna have machines that look like they would have frozen yogurt but don't have frozen yogurt. I wouldn't even have walked in here if I knew half the machines were empty. And he's just kind of confused because he's never seen someone that mad at the machines being empty. It's not even like they have no frozen yogurt. They just don't have like banana flavor. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And so he tries to explain to her that like, you know, the winter's not necessarily very busy at a frozen yogurt store. So in order to cut down on costs a little bit, his boss had decided to not stock all the unpopular flavors. Not that people didn't get them, it just like people weren't ordering them in the winter, you know, and he figures that makes sense because it tracks logically to me that like frozen yogurt is less popular when the entire world is frozen around you. And she apparently just disagrees with that. She's like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why would you not carry flavors in the winter? Everybody knows that frozen yogurt is like one of the most famous winter Christmas treats of all time. And I'll be honest, I've literally never heard that before. I've never heard somebody be like, my favorite Christmas dessert is frozen yogurt. Maybe it was specific to her family, but like, is that a thing? I've never heard of ice cream being a Christmas thing. And neither had the person who sent this in to me, so they don't really know how to reply to that. Like, what am I supposed to say to somebody saying that ice cream's a winter snack? And so they're like, well, okay, either way, we're not very busy lately, so I guess a lot of people don't look at it as a winter snack. Which I feel like is a very respectful way of saying, if you look at it that way, that makes sense, but like, you know, not a lot of people do, so it doesn't make sense for us to carry all the flavors just for you. But she assumes that he was being sassy by saying that, and she's like, is that backtalk? And obviously, it wasn't backtalk, so he's trying to nicely explain, you know, no, obviously, I'm just saying that we're not very busy this time of the year. That's why we don't have the flavors. You said that it was stupid of us because it was a winter treat, and yet frozen yogurt's very popular in the winter, so I was just explaining that, like, I don't know where you're from, or, you know, what frozen yogurt shops you're used to, but we're not very busy in the winter. And instead of just being like, oh, okay, miscommunication, she says, you're lying to me. You're lying to me about how busy you are. Now I know you're lying because I know frozen yogurt places are always busy. Give me your boss's number now. And the worker is just confused, right? And so he's like, ma'am, are you sure that you want to call my boss? I think there's a misunderstanding. And she's like, give me the number to your boss now. And he doesn't really know what to do. She's not leaving, so he finally breaks down and is like, all right, I'll hand over the number. And usually if there's a chain and they call the boss, like, they just sell out the employee pretty quick. But this was like a frozen yogurt stop that was owned by a family in town. It wasn't his only business. He was like a big businessman, but it was owned by a local guy, so that way his kids could have a job in high school. You know, he wasn't one of his kids, but like, it was one of the kids he had hired to work there. So he hands him the number and is like, all right, go ahead and call. And I think that Karen was expecting it to be a corporate number where she was just going to be able to bully whatever worker was on the other side. But she calls, and surprisingly he answers, and he's like, hello, how can I help you? And she just immediately starts screaming. She doesn't introduce herself. She doesn't say she's calling about the frozen yogurt shop. Why do you not have all your flavors of yogurt? Everyone knows that frozen yogurt is very important to have a mixture of flavors. And if you have half your machines empty, then I don't understand how you expect me to find this business reasonable. It's disgusting. Why are half your machines empty? And she had put him on speaker, I guess, to flex like what he was gonna say back to her, and he just kind of is like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's not very busy this time of year, and those products add to our cost. So because it's not busy, we got rid of the products people don't order. And to me, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, I'm very much following the logic here. I understand why you would make that decision, obviously. That being said, dude, apparently The Karen just disagreed, was like, no, I'm not tracking the logic here. I just want to know what happened to make this lady feel like frozen yogurt is like, it's so important to have 30 machines of flavors, one. And on top of that, how dare they not have all the flavors ready in the winter? Because everyone knows that frozen yogurt is especially important in the winter. I've literally never heard of that before anywhere, dude. Like, let me know in the comment section down below if I'm just stupid or if this lady is just making up winter traditions. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video, so subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on free money. And while I got your attention, press the like button or no joke, no scam, your mom's a hoe. And without further ado, let's get back to it. Anyways, she doubles down. She like, that makes no sense. And the owner just isn't the type of person to get like pushed around like that. So he just says, well, you know, I've done it this way for 20 years. I've always done this in the winter, and you're literally the first person to ever complain about it, so I don't know what to tell you. And she starts to say something about how, like, he was ruining Christmas by not having all the flavors or whatever. And instead of just letting himself get yelled at, he did what any one of us would want to do in that situation and, like, just hung up the phone. Because, you know, he's a grown man. He don't have to get yelled at like that. And she's like, did he just hang up on me? Did he just hang up on me? What? What? Let me speak to the manager. Get the manager now. I cannot believe that that person just hung up on me. You need to get me the manager instantly. And the worker is just kind of like, you know, standing there. So she tells him again, go get the manager. Are you stupid? Why are you just standing there? You know, you could have solved this by now. Go get your boss immediately. And he's kind of sitting there and he goes, ma'am, I don't think you understand. That person that you talked to on the phone wasn't corporate. Like, it wasn't somebody out of state. That was the owner. The manager isn't going to change anything because the owner just told you what he wants to do. Which to me is like obvious that the manager can't really overpower the owner. That's not the ranking system. If the owner said don't do anything about it, the manager really can't do anything about it. But whatever, the Karen can't seem to accept that, like, she has lost, right? If the owner of the place tells you you've lost, there really isn't much that she can do. But she doubles down. I said get me the manager this instant. Go get me the manager. And so he's like, all right. And he goes to the back and he's like, some lady is losing it right now. She's saying that we are basically ruining Christmas because we don't have all of our flavors ready, and that, you know, she wants us to do something about it. I don't know what she wants us to do. We don't have the flavors, but she insists on talking to you. And so the manager's like, all right. And so the manager comes out of the back room, and Karen takes her froyo that she has in her hands and just throws it at the manager. And his manager ducks, like she manages to dodge out of the way because she had just been in the back making ice cream. And Karen at that point just decides to run out of the store. Like, she literally said, go get the manager, just so when the manager came out, she could throw frozen yogurt at her, which has to be one of the pettiest dodgeball moves of all time. And she tries to make a quick getaway, right? Like lickety-split running out the door. The only problem is she's not agile at all. And she gets to like the pole door and she just pushes into it. So it doesn't go anywhere and she just like slams into the door. And she bounces back and falls down and everybody's like, what's going on? And she gets up and scrambles to like get out of the door as fast as possible. And the second attempt gets better. You know, it did take her 2 tries to outsmart the door, but she manages to do it. And she leaves. And as she's leaving, she's like, you guys better not call the cops. And like, obviously they weren't going to call the cops because like, what were they really gonna do? You just threw froyo at them and like said that it was against Christmas or whatever. And they decided that like there wasn't really much that they could do other than what they could do anyways, which was banning her. So they were like, if she comes back, just don't let her come in. And obviously they just accepted the fact that sometimes people are nuts. I don't know though, man. I love that she thought this was a felony. Like, she's running away and her first thought is like, I might get arrested for throwing frozen yogurt. Has she done this before? You know, is it a repeat offense? Has she spent time in the slammer for it a couple times? Seriously though, I have never heard of frozen yogurt being a winter treat. It just doesn't make sense to me. Even if it is a thing, it's just illogical. Why would I want to eat frozen things in the winter? That would just make me more cold. And like, on top of it, even if it is a winter thing, is it not good that it's open? Like, if I owned a frozen froyo place in a place where winters are harsh, I'd probably close it. The fact they even stay open with half the flavors is a benefit, you know? And even then, if you love frozen yogurt, why attack the poor people that are just trying to give it to you, you know? Like, it's just some poor manager comes out from making frozen yogurt in the bag, just gets assaulted with a face full of dairy. No, thank you, man. Nobody deserves a face full of dairy, no matter how much you think that they're ruining Christmas, dude. Even the Grinch. Alright, so the subscriber that sent this in to me had just gone into class, and they were in the middle of this situation where, like, the teacher was moving people around just to break up groups and, like, introduce new kids to new kids, I guess, you know, make the school community better. And he ended up getting put at this table with 3 other people, and it was very awkward because the 3 of them were very good friends, and he was, like, the only person that didn't know them, right? And so they're talking, and they kind of realize that he's just sitting there awkwardly, so they go to introduce themselves, and they introduce themselves as the Coven 3, the best group of witches and warlocks in the area. And he thinks that they're kidding, right? You know, like he's waiting for them to laugh or something, but no, they are insisting that they are a group of witches and warlocks with a nickname. Similar to like what you do when you make a clan on Xbox when you're like 12, you know, your FaZe clan, but your PHASE instead of, you know, the way they do it. Regardless, the person who sent this in to me doesn't really understand what they mean by, like, being a group of witches and warlocks because they're not familiar with people actually thinking they have magic powers. So he's like, oh, well, I don't really know what that means, so, cool, good for you guys. What does it mean to be a witch and a warlock, you know? And he wasn't even trying to be insulting. He just really had never met someone that actually thinks they're magic, right? So they instantly just recoil, so offended. You don't know what witches and warlocks are? What? What's wrong with you? Like, you've never heard of witches that do curses and warlocks that are in tune with the spirit of the moon and can use it to influence reality? And, like, you know, they're going off about how, you know, witches and warlocks have magic powers and they can control everything. Which, listen, I'm not here to say that there's nothing to, like, witch and warlock beliefs or whatever. I don't care whatever you do, whatever you had, whatever. I'm just saying, if y'all were actually magic, you think you'd pick some lottery numbers right or something by now. You know, you would use it to make yourself a little moolah. But whatever, they're kind of lecturing him about how they have magic powers, and so the connection the subscriber makes in his head is like Harry Potter. So he says, oh, like Harry Potter? Once again, not trying to be insulting, just saying the first thing that came to his mind, and you would think that'd be close enough, right? Like, oh, okay, yeah, similar. Nope, wrong. They got insulted. They, like, look at him offended. Well, now you're just trying to insult my intelligence. Do you think it's funny to make fun of the idea that we're witches and warlocks? And, you know, he doesn't really know what to say, so he's just kind of stammering, like, and they're like, because I'll have you know right now, Harry Potter has set witches and warlocks back centuries from where our acceptance could be otherwise. Which, you know, I didn't realize was a problem, okay? I didn't realize the witches and warlocks out there really hated Harry Potter. So the subscriber is trying to take this seriously, so he's like, no, of course I'm not trying to insult you, you know, I just know that in Harry Potter, the teachers that are women are like witches, and I know Harry Potter's a wizard, but a warlock and a wizard are the same thing, right? You know, like pretty close. I wasn't trying to insult anyone, it was just something that I thought of that was similar. And they're rolling their eyes as he's saying this, right? Like they can't believe the stupidity coming out of his mouth. How dare he not understand how offensive that is? And so they're like, well, that is fiction. Our group actually has magic powers, unlike Harry Potter. You think an owl brings you a letter in your magic? No. Me and my group have tapped into the Earth's ancient powers and their magic fields in order to gain access to the ability to bend reality at our whim. And they're saying this completely normal, dude. They're not, like, pretending that they're in an anime or whatever. They're saying this like they're actually supposed to have magic powers. So the subscriber is like, you're telling me that you guys are actually magic. You know, you're not kidding. Like, you're actually telling me that you guys have the ability to, like, zippity zoom and lightning will come out of your fingers. You know, you have the Force, not because you're a Jedi, but because you're magic. Like, that's actually what you're gonna tell me, because he just can't believe somebody would be sitting here trying to say that, right? Because listen, if you're into, like, witchcraft or whatever as a hobby, that's fine. You don't actually have the ability to cast Stupefy on somebody. But the group of the Coven 3 is like,
like, yes, we've done so many rituals that we're deeply in tune with the magic in the area. So, before you decide to compare us to anything of fiction, know that we've actually done the rituals and we know that we have the power. And he's kind of sitting there, like, not knowing what to think about this. Obviously, the Coven 3 is trying to look extremely intimidating, but, he's kind of like, you guys seem more nuts than anything. So his only response to that entire rant is just, yeah, okay. And they're like, do you have any questions? It sounds like you maybe are skeptical on the idea that we actually have magic powers, which, hey, why would anyone be skeptical about that?
Anyways, obviously the subscriber has one question, which is like, okay, if you guys are magic and, me assuming you're like Harry Potter is offensive, then can you prove to me you're magic by like doing something, like making a lantern in your hands or casting a spell? Like, can you give me something to prove that you're magic? Which is totally a fair question. If somebody's roaming around claiming to fly, you're like, all right, hover for a second. I don't feel like that's out of bounds. You're just trying to make sure that they actually got the flying power. And obviously the witches and warlocks get offended at that as well. I can't do that. That's not how our magic works. Are you kidding me? Do you feel like magic that's linked to ancient earthen powers is just something I can use willy-nilly to impress somebody in class? Like, that's no respect for the power. If you don't respect the power, it won't be there. Convenient, you just have to use magic for serious things. You can never use it to just prove it to somebody. That would be ridiculous. So the subscriber is like, well, why not? Like, why can't you just do it? I'm not saying it in a disrespectful way to the power. I'm just saying, if you really have done like all these crazy rituals in your magic, then do some magic, like, fine, just pick a card that I've picked in my head, like do a street magic trick, whatever, but just do a little bit of magic just so I can know you're not like yanking my chain here. Which once again I feel like is fair. If somebody's claiming they're a wizard, you gotta produce some magic. It just is what it is. And obviously the warlock at that point jumps in and is like, you're a disbeliever, aren't you? You have no belief in the ancient earthen magic. You reek of misunderstanding. I can sense it. My magic is being dampened just being around you. The fact that you misunderstand magic shows why we can never show you the true scale of our power. Just the most convenient cop-out of all time. Like, yeah, I would totally show you my magic, but you just wouldn't understand it. And the subscriber's like, I'm just saying that if you have magic powers that you need to do a bunch of rituals for, but it's also magic powers that you can never use for anything fun or show to anyone, it seems kind of pointless. Which is true, man. Call me a non-believer, call me crappy, but like if I have to do all this crazy stuff to get the magic powers, but the rule is I can just never use the magic powers, then it's like, well, this was not really worth it at all. Is it a situation like when you sign up for a timeshare? Anyone who signed up for a timeshare can't admit that a timeshare sucks because they've paid for a timeshare. But we all know for a fact that a timeshare sucks. Everybody that doesn't have a timeshare doesn't like timeshares, Regardless, they get all mad at him and they're like, we're going to curse you for daring to challenge us in the validity of our magic. You're going to pay for that. This curse is going to ruin your life. And the subscriber that sent this to me literally can't believe that they're threatening to curse him now. So he does the only logical thing he can do and just goes, ooh, shiver me timbers, which is like the only reaction you can have to somebody saying they're gonna curse you. Anyways, at that point the teacher comes over because it was getting pretty loud and disrupting the class, and she's like, I did not move you guys over here to fight, so you guys need to get it together and figure out how to work as a team, otherwise you're all going to the principal's office, and I don't have the patience for this right now, so if you want to spend the rest of your day in the office, then keep it up, but if not, I would just get along. So they all just go silent for the rest of class. But the witch and warlock, the Coven 3 just can't help but keep threatening him, and like by writing him threatening notes, and I'm doing air quotes around threatening because they weren't necessarily threatening as much as they were like kind of cringe fan fiction, They're writing him notes and passing it to him. He's like not even wanting to open it because it's obviously just some weird note, and so whatever. Finally, after passing him a bunch of notes, he opens it. And it's written in like this really cursive font, almost like it probably took them 25 minutes to get the calligraphy down. We're going to curse you tonight. Sleep with one eye open, and it's like just, okay, man, like you're gonna curse me, whatever. I mean, I'm sure for some people that's absolutely horrifying, but if these are the same people that like are late to first period every day because they need to go get Starbucks saying they're gonna curse you, it loses a lot of its luster as a threat. So whatever, he ended up writing
back a note that said something along the lines of like, I'm not really afraid of your curse because I feel like there's more magic in the fairy godmother from Shrek. And she was really out there doing some crazy magic, all things considered. You know, I don't know if y'all remember that movie, the I Needed a Hero sequence, that entire debacle is what I was going for there. I don't know what word shabackle would be. Regardless, you know, that entire debacle, she was making people disappear, putting people in bubbles. That was crazy. So whatever, he passed the note back. You would think they'd take it as a compliment to be as powerful as the fairy godmother. But they start losing it. The witch that hadn't said anything to that point starts screaming, "Oh my gosh, the fairy godmother is not a witch. It's not the same thing." Just insanely offended, which to me is hilarious, dude, because it's like, listen, if Harry Potter isn't, you know, fair enough, the fairy godmother's not fair enough, what witch or wizard, like what magic representation can you compare yourself to then? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. And on top of it, if you're going to be losing it over anything, it's just weird to be losing it over the fairy godmother from Shrek. Like, to just be disrupting the class, losing your mind over a non-fiction, or I guess absolutely fiction, hopefully not non-fiction character, especially to the point where the teacher's already said that if you keep doing that, they're going to send you to the principal's office. So of course the teacher comes over, sends the person that just screamed to the principal's office, and so the witch is leaving and she's like, "Look what you did," you know, as if it's the subscriber's fault that she decided to start screaming about Shrek. So after she leaves, the rest of the Coven 3, you know, the Coven 2 now is like, "Oh, we're really gonna curse you now. You got our friend in trouble, so we're gonna extra curse you. Like, we're gonna go above and beyond to make sure this is the worst curse that you've ever had on you." Keep in mind, they had already been threatening to curse him, right? Which, you know, in my mind means that, like, the curse before was the light mode. I know they don't really do light mode apps anymore, but, like, it was that the light version of the curse. "Oh, before, we were gonna take the curse light on you, you know, we were gonna make you poop your pants once. Now we're burning your house down." Like, oh, okay, before it wasn't gonna be an extreme curse. I'm just saying, is there different levels of curses? I feel like a curse just sucks no matter what. I mean, obviously a curse that, like, kills you would be the worst curse, but I'm just not really trying to figure out different severities or figure out how to cast different severities. Just seems like a lot more work than it's worth, really. Anyways, he's kind of okay with being cursed. He's not too afraid of it. Class ends and he ends up going about his day. You know, the rest of school's pretty uneventful. No other witches or warlocks come up and threaten him. He gets a little bit more homework than usual, which kind of sucks, but whatever. He just goes home, does his homework. It's a completely uneventful day. This is gonna matter later. I know right now you're like, why are you telling me about his uneventful day? But like I said, after school, going home, nothing crazy happens. There's no meteors coming through the walls, you know, there's no dreams of him dying. Like, there's nothing crazy, spooky, scary you would expect from a curse. There's not like him walking through a field and a zombie hand reaches up and grabs him and going, "Brains, brains." Like, there's literally nothing that you could constitute as a curse in any way. He doesn't even have, like, any run-of-the-mill bad luck, like biting his tongue at dinner or accidentally swallowing his gum. Like, it's just literally completely uneventful. Anyways, he's on his way into class the next day, feeling completely fine because the day was uneventful, and so he's walking in the Coven 3, all the witches are standing there, just like arms folded, dirty looks, making him, you know, feel a little uncomfy. And as he's like going in, he just goes to walk by him and they block his way and he goes, "Excuse me," and they just don't move. And they're like, "So, guess who decided to show up today?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course I showed up today." And they're like, "Oh, we're just surprised you showed up today because we're gonna assume last night was pretty rough, wasn't it, huh? You tell us how last night was." And obviously their arms are folded. They're like asking him about how rough last night was, as if, you know, they know for a fact he had a horrible night. And he's not sure if they like thought they jumped him but got the wrong guy or what, you know, or what they're really referring to. So in his confusion, he literally just like outlines kind of just the truth. "What are you guys talking about? You know, last night was fine. I mean, I had a little bit more homework than normal, but nothing crazy happened. Like, it was a pretty normal night, you know." And he doesn't really know these people. He doesn't owe them an explanation, but he's not even sure why they're asking about his night. So he just answers it normally, that like nothing crazy had gone down. And as he's explaining that nothing really gone down, there's no fear in his voice or anything, and the warlock and one of the witches kind of has like their face change and is a little bit surprised. But the one witch who's like in control of the Coven 3, the leader, is like, "Yeah, sure, there's no way last night was uneventful. We used a pretty powerful spell on you to make sure that you had yourself the worst night ever. Trust me, it was one of the most powerful ones that we've ever cast. There's no way that last night was uneventful. I guarantee you were having night terrors like crazy. I bet you there was tons of bad luck, wasn't there? And he's standing there confused because there just really wasn't a whole lot of bad luck. So he's like, I guess if that was your most powerful spell, you need to work on it, because my night was completely normal and fine. It was completely uneventful. And she had said, like, the spell was so powerful with so much confidence that, her deflation when he was like, yeah, no, nothing happened, just was hilarious to see. Because you got to imagine, at that point, she's like, no way, we used a powerful spell on you, hoping that his, like, cool facade is gonna crumble and he'll be like, please lift the curse, it's so scary, I can't handle it any longer. And he's like, yeah, no, it just wasn't that scary. So she doubles down on trying to, like, break him, even though there's nothing to break. And she starts saying that the Coven 3 had gone out into the woods for 4 hours the night before and done a powerful ritual with chanting and stuff to, like, put a curse on him. Which is nuts to me, dude. 4 hours out in the woods to curse somebody that just, like, questioned if you have magic powers is nuts, especially when it didn't work. So the subscriber, like, points that out to him, he says, wow, I'm flattered, but all that means is that you spent 4 hours dancing around the woods for nothing to happen. Like, that just seems like kind of a giant waste of your time. And he starts laughing because it's just so unthreatening at that point. Like, imagine finding out that somebody's like, oh, guess what? We followed your car for 4 hours last night. And you're like, I didn't drive for 4 hours, man. They just followed the wrong car. Like, yeah, it's creepy they were trying to follow you, It sucks they were trying to curse him, but at the same time, they were the idiots roaming around the woods just chanting stuff for 4 hours and got nothing out of it. And so when he starts laughing, they get angry and they're like, we know your parents fought last night and that you had night terrors. We know that was the curse that we put on you. And, his parents hadn't fought the night before. He hadn't had any night terrors. But once again, she had just said it with so much confidence that it just made him laugh more than anything. And at that point, he starts to feel bad for him. Like, all the fight he had in him to argue with him and make him feel stupid starts to leave, because he's like, oh, you poor guys just stood in the woods for 4 hours for no reason. So he's like, hey, I don't want to fight with you guys, but literally none of that happened, all right? My parents didn't fight. I didn't have any bad dreams, so I don't know, man. Maybe, like, the moon wasn't powerful enough. Your ancient earth powers need a reboot or whatever. But all I'm saying is that your magic didn't work. And he wasn't trying to be condescending. He just didn't know how to talk to people casting spells, but I guess that was very rude, because the lead witch of the Coven 3 slaps him at that point. I guess to really own him, if the curse wasn't gonna inflict any damage, your palm might as well. So she just gets a good, nice slap. And they're in the hallway before class at that point. They wouldn't let him in. So everybody that's out in the hallway sees the slap. And as you do in a situation like that, when you watch somebody just get slapped a little bit, you just go like, oh. Well, the O happens. The teacher had seen the slap. When kids react, now they gotta deal with it. So the teacher comes over and is like, okay, what happened? Why are you slapping him? Like, what's the situation? Why do I have to deal with this again? I dealt with this yesterday. Teacher's rightfully annoyed, because I'm sure they thought that, like, moving the tables around, shifting people around was gonna make things easier, maybe cut down on the drama. Now they're out here with Scooby-Doo and, like, the Coven 3 cursing people and whatnot. And the lead witch that had slapped him is like, he's making fun of our witchcraft and saying that our spells are fake because they didn't work on him. But just because they didn't work on him doesn't mean that they're fake. Which, I don't follow the logic there. I feel like if you spend 4 hours swearing that you casted a spell and that spell doesn't work, then, like, there's no way the smaller spells work. If 4 hours of dedication can't get your magic to work, like, you expect me to be afraid of you casting magic on the fly with no preparation in, like, 2 minutes? No, because that's a 95% chance that's not working, But whatever, the teacher doesn't really have the patience for any witchcraft or wizardry whatsoever, and they're just like, well, you aren't magic, and you can't slap people even if you are magic because they don't believe it, so you need to go to the deans now. And so the witch ends up, like, reluctantly walking to the deans, probably kind of scared the entire time because, she realized that the magic wasn't going to do much against the teachers. Sure, the magic that you were chanting in the woods for 4 hours last night was supposed to give him bad dreams, but I don't really think it's gonna protect you from getting suspended from slapping somebody in front of a teacher. And that's just one of those things that I think you might need an invisibility cloak to get out of. Too bad you thought Harry Potter was stupid. You maybe should have been trying to copy some of his spells instead, I think that's even more proof that the whole we're witches and warlocks thing doesn't make sense and definitely wasn't true, because, like, if there's ever a chance to use your magic, it's right now when you're in trouble or your friend's in trouble. Like, why isn't the warlock out in the bathroom casting spells spells to get his homie out of trouble. That's what you should be doing. I'm just saying, if you do have magic powers, you should 100% be using it to make sure you guys don't get in trouble. There's no reason to not use the magic at this point. We can never show people our powers. Well, then the powers are pointless. You know, if I'm Spider-Man, but I can never use it to save anyone, I just have to keep it a secret. That sucks. Plus, on top of that, even if they were going to use the magic to get out of trouble, I guess it's hard to, like, get out of school and run around the woods chanting for 4 hours in the middle of third period. You know, maybe that's fair. Could you imagine, like, accidentally stumbling upon that? That had to have been something straight out of a horror movie. You're just walking through the woods at night with your dog or something. There's just a bunch of people running around chanting magic spells. I don't care if it's fake. That would be absolutely horrifying. You know, I don't know what cult I just accidentally stumbled upon in the woods, but I'm not trying to stick around and find out. No, thank you.
So it's not like he can go over there, knock on the door, and demand his phone back, but at the same time, he now knows that somebody stole it at that school, and he's just pissed because all the parents were trying to make him feel bad for accusing one of them of stealing it, and one of their kids did steal his phone. And at that point, like I said, it's just confirmed that his phone has been stolen, so he takes a screenshot of where it is, and he emails it to the teacher that was helping him talk to the parents, and is kind of like, look, here it is, it's not at the school, this is not my house, so somebody took it. And he just kind of starts emailing everything that he finds to the teacher just to make sure that there's record of it, right? He doesn't want anyone to think that he's just making this stuff up or whatever. He just wants track of it. My thing is, you would think someone who stole an iPhone would immediately, like, turn off the location, turn off iCloud, all that stuff. But for some reason, the person who had taken this hadn't turned off the location, and they also hadn't turned off the iCloud, and that's how this guy figured out that the person who stole his phone was actually the Minecraft kid. And he started figuring that out because the kid started using the phone. You know, I guess when you're stealing people's phones in middle school, you don't think about turning off iCloud or, like, the location. He didn't have a passcode on his phone, which I personally think is a mistake. All right, you know, you gotta have a passcode. That way, if some Minecraft kid steals your phone, he can't get into it so easily. But regardless, because the phone was unlocked, instead of, like, resetting it, turning it off, any of that, Minecraft kid just started using it as his own little personal device. That's hilarious to me, dude. You'd think by middle school you would at least be smart enough to realize that, like, I don't know, stealing someone's phone and using it like your own is going to backfire. But over the course of, like, the next couple hours, the camera roll slowly fills up with, like, selfies of the Minecraft kid. He's got his iCloud linked, so, like, all the photos sync up. Selfies of him, you know, pictures of his dog. He's screenshotting memes, basically just incriminating himself as the person who was 100% on his iPhone, because on his iPad, everything is popping up. So it's 100% him. And along with that, dude starts coming in screenshots of, like, his Minecraft world that he had started working on, you know, diamonds he found, obnoxious memes. And the everything that he's, like, getting on his iCloud, he's screenshotting, adding to that email chain so that way he has all the proof. And he's getting more and more pissed off as he's watching this, you know, because the kid is literally, like, screenshotting YouTube videos, playing Minecraft on his phone that he stole. So whatever, the next day he gets an email back from the teacher who is kind of like, wow, all right, give me a second to look at this. He had sent a bunch of different emails with evidence in it. So the teacher takes a little bit to look at everything, and they're emailing back and forth. And at first the teacher doesn't want to admit that the kid stole it. They're like, well, I don't know, maybe something is up here, like maybe there's just a glitch or something. But as they continue to look through the emails and more of the evidence starts to add up, they come to the obvious conclusion, which is obviously this kid had something to do with stealing the iPhone. But the teacher, you know, does the very bizarre request of asking if it's okay that they get his phone back during the next tutoring session. And those were once a week. Obviously, it had been pretty close to when all this is going down. He didn't want to wait a week to not have his phone. But the teacher that he's emailing back and forth with is pretty insistent. You know, no, trust me, if we can just wait till the next tutoring session, I'd really appreciate it. The timing would just work out better. And obviously, the subscriber who sent this in is like, no, I want my phone back today. Like, I know this kid stole it. I'm not going to let him just keep using my phone. But the teacher says that she doesn't want to involve the administration because, you know, if there's all this drama and all this trouble about this tutoring group, they'll probably just get rid of it. And she doesn't want to get rid of the tutoring for all the kids just because this one kid stole a phone. And so he's kind of like, all right, fair enough, you know, fine. I really don't want to. I really don't want to, but I will wait. Honestly, I probably would have just like demanded I get it back that day. Call me horrible for that, dude, but I would have wanted my phone back right away. I'm not about to just let him be running around with my phone for a week. On the bright side, it would give you more time to collect in a bunch of evidence, but you know, I want my phone back. What am I supposed to do? Be walking around with an iPad in my pocket? Like, if this guy is using his iPad to gather evidence, dude, is he really walking around? Oh, hey, I gotta text my mom back. Pulls off his backpack and, like, you know what I mean? Has to whip the iPad out of the laptop sleeve to text somebody back real quick. No, thank you, dude. I would prefer not to wait for my stuff back. I don't care that the kid would get in trouble for it. That's kind of the whole point. He stole my phone. I don't feel bad about that. Anyways, like I said, somehow he gets talked into waiting until the end of the week, so that's what he does. However, tutoring day comes and, you know, he's ready to rock and roll. He wants his phone back, as any of us would. He's not about to just let Minecraft kids steal his phone and run away with it into, you know, the wilderness, never to be seen again. Gonna have to cop himself a new device. No, thank you. He's trying to get that thing back, bro. New iPhones ain't cheap. Anyways, the entire tutoring session, he's just kind of giving him dirty looks. And then finally, after the tutoring session, the teacher pulls Minecraft Kid aside and the subscriber, and they kind of confront him with this information. You know, they're like, look, you need to give him the phone back now. You know, if you don't, we're going to get your parents involved. I'm going to assume that you don't want that to happen. So if you want this to stay between us and your parents not to get involved, then this is your one chance to give us the phone and you can just avoid the rest of this. And I'm gonna say, bro, this kid had to have been spoiled, because instead of deciding that that was the point to, you know, give the phone back, he decides to have just, like, go ahead and deny the entire thing, which in my mind means he has to think his parents are crazy enough to back him up here, right? Like, everybody knows he took it. They have selfies of him, screenshots of his Minecraft world, and even then, this is your one chance to, you know, give us the phone and just avoid getting in trouble. I don't have your phone. I don't know what to talk about. So, whatever. They're kind of in shock that he denies it, simply because they thought the evidence that they had was, like, immensely overwhelming, which it was. But once again, the kid just kind of denies it and they don't know what to do. So the teacher and the subscriber start to be like, come on, man, really look at the evidence here. Come on, look at it and tell me that you're gonna stick to denial. And he pulls out his iPad and starts to be like, here's selfies that you took on the device. Here's screenshots of your Minecraft world. Here's a picture of your dog. Like, here's all these things that ended up on this iPad because it's linked to that phone. We know you have the phone, just admit it. And now he starts to twist it, dude. He's like, no, actually, you took those photos from Instagram and that's not my Minecraft world. You just Googled Minecraft world and took the first screenshot. You've always hated me. You're just trying to get me in trouble. And so they start trying to, like, have an argument, you know, and finally the subscriber thinks of something and he says, all right, you said that you don't have it, right? And he's like, yes, I didn't steal your phone. So if I track it right now, it won't be at the school because it wasn't earlier. So unless you brought it back, you know, why would it still be here? Everyone else is gone. And at that point, the kid's eyes get all wide. He pulls out the iPad, pulls up Find My Phone, and sure enough, the device is back at the school. So at that point, it's obvious that he literally has it on him. You know, how else is the phone back at the school? Tutoring is after school, so if there was a bunch of, like, other kids that had stolen his phone, they wouldn't be here unless they were also a part of the group. On top of it, you know, what are the odds that somebody else in tutoring steals his phone, takes a bunch of screenshots of him that he knows are going to go to the iPad's iCloud account? Those photos are going to get checked so that way he can frame him for stealing the phone. He just wants his phone back, you know, so even if you frame him and he doesn't have the phone, it doesn't actually get you out of trouble. And at that point, he realizes he's in too deep and just decides to keep playing dumb, pretending that there's nothing he knows about the magic phone. And at that point, his dad is pretty close to getting him. So they're like, all right, dude, well, we're going to talk to your parent when he gets here, you know, and we're going to let him know everything, just so you know. And the kid kind of seems confident that he's going to get out of it. Whatever, the dad comes in to pick up his kid, and the teacher and the subscriber go to tell him everything that happened. And they're explaining everything, and it's immediately obvious just based off this dad's body language that he is pissed about what he's hearing about. And not at the kid, but in a defensive way. he keeps wanting to interrupt, his arms are all folded, and so they finally get to the end of the story, and they're like, and that's where we're at, we need you to, do this. They hadn't shown him the iPad pictures or anything. They just said, we know your son has the phone. And the dad just starts to go on this rant. My son would never steal anything, especially a phone. You're accusing him of something he 100% didn't do, and I can't believe this. He's supposed to come to tutoring to learn. I didn't realize that when I was bringing him here, you were just gonna try to accuse him of taking stuff that you were irresponsible and lost. And obviously the subscriber's getting more and more annoyed because everybody just keeps being like, you made this up. And he's like, your kid literally has my phone. So whatever, he looks at the dad after his rant and says, so if I showed you evidence that proved that your son has my phone, would you believe me? And the dad's like, yeah, sure, I would believe it, but there's no way that he stole your phone. I just don't believe it. My son isn't a thief. You can't go around accusing people of things like that. I'll have you know that I know a lawyer. Like, okay, cool, bro. You know a lawyer? You don't even have a lawyer. You just know one? Awesome. If I bump carts with a dude in the grocery store who happens to be a lawyer, I can say that too. Anyways, the subscriber whips out his iPad, shows him all the evidence, kind of explains how it works in terms of it's linked to that phone, all the photos on that phone go here. That's why I know that he has the phone, because he took pictures on the phone that he stole. Super smart criminal move, right? I think the best way to go about incriminating yourself is to do it with a really dope selfie, maybe with a cool background, some train tracks or something, just to show everyone you mean business. Regardless, the dad kind of looks at the evidence and, unlike the kid, realizes, ah, crap, my kid definitely stole the phone. But instead of admitting that he stole the phone, the dad switches his tune, which, I'll give him credit for at least coming to terms with the fact that the kid had the phone, but he goes into denial in a way that might be even stupider, and basically the equivalent of when an ostrich just throws his head into the sand as hard as humanly possible in order to avoid confronting the truth. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for a second. I'm sorry. For the next couple days, if you're watching this on the date it's coming out, which is the 26th of January, code Scrubby at the G Fuel store is gonna be 30% off. Yeah, that's right. So head on over to gfuel.com, pick yourself up some G Fuel. I would very much appreciate it, and use code Scrubby. And on that note, let's get back to the video. Anyways, the dad's new theory is, well, there had to have been a misunderstanding. You see, there's no way my child would steal your phone. Something had to have confused him, and led to him saying or thinking that he could take the phone. So, something must to have confused him. There's no way my child would steal it. And at that point, he decides to do arguably the stupidest thing you could do in this situation. He looks at the subscriber, who, keep in mind, is the person who has just had their phone stolen from them by this kid, and says, did you tell him that he could take it or something? Did you tell my son that he was allowed to take your phone? No, obviously not, you idiot. What type of stupid question is that? He doesn't even have to answer for that, answer to be obvious. No one should have to say anything for the answer to that question to, make very, very clear sense to you. Let's put this in perspective, bro. This guy, this random dude, told your kid to steal his phone and take it home, right? And then after he told your son to steal his phone, he got really, really mad about it. And instead of asking for his phone back or anything, decided to accuse him of stealing it, planted a bunch of evidence that would make your son look like he stole it, and then waited a week to pull you aside and get your kid in trouble. Yeah, man, makes total sense, dude. Makes total sense to me. I don't know about y'all, but I feel like on a daily basis I end up running into somebody trying to hand out a $1,000 iPhone. No, man, it's not Halloween. I won't take your free technology. Ugh, aren't those people the worst? Those people running around. Take a phone, take a phone. Does he think Mr. Beast is his kid's tutor, dude? I just really don't understand why in the world you would think that somebody would just be walking around handing out expensive pieces of technology for no reason. Especially then getting mad about it. You'd think that person would be probably one of the most generous people to ever exist. In my mind, this is equally as dumb as those people every Halloween, make sure people aren't handing edibles out to your kids. People are trying to drug your kids. No one's giving edibles to your kid, bro. I promise you. I really do promise you, nobody's sitting there looking at their edibles. I'm gonna give this out for Halloween. No one's doing that for free. Oh, did you tell your kid to steal my phone? Obviously not. Anyways, though, the subscriber at that point is no, I did not tell your kid to take my phone, regardless of whether or not you think he's capable of stealing or whatever. Can you just make him give it back to me? At this point, I don't care. I just want my phone back. Which, fair enough. I'm sure at this point, the frustration, I mean, I'm not even the person who got my phone stolen, and I'm frustrated. So in order to keep his cool, I'm sure he's just like, give me the phone before I become a volcano and just end up going crazy. Anyways, the dad at that point, though, just isn't going to let it slide. He's like, look, whatever. Whether or not you think your son stole doesn't matter. Just get my phone back. Well, I don't want to accuse my son of being a thief. So if we're going to make him give the phone back, then I want to go under the guise that it was an accident. I'm not going to accuse him of stealing anything. Do you understand? Are you mature enough to handle that? And at that point, like I said, he just ends up losing it. He's not able to hold it together. But let's be honest, that level of condescension, can you handle that? So his response is just, well, I can handle that if you can handle the fact that your child is a thief that stole my phone. Now, how about you be an adult? I know that's very difficult for you. It seems hard. And go over there and tell your kid to give back the phone that he stole, okay? Hey, all in all, pretty snappy response. Fair enough, dude. Like, I would have lost it a lot sooner. The fact that he made it this long, I'm gonna have to give him credit for having the patience of, I don't know, something with a lot of patience. Anyways, the dad's reply, my son is not a thief. And at that point, the kid walks around the corner. He'd probably been standing there for a while listening to the conversation, I'll be honest, just kind of making sure that things didn't get out of control. Anyways, he walks around the corner and he's looking a little sheepish, like he's up to no good, and he just so happens to have magically found the device, right? Comes around the corner and he says, hey, I just found this phone randomly in the lunchroom. I don't know, it was on the floor. Is it yours? Yeah, that's right. Suddenly the phone reappeared. It'd just been sitting on the floor of the lunchroom for a week. People have been going to and from school using the lunchroom. Nobody else picked it up. Nope, it magically did not move for a week being on the floor. Yeah, sure, whatever though, he's getting his phone back, I guess, right? But the dad just won't let it slide. At that point, he decides to believe that stupid story. See, he didn't steal it. You were just irresponsible and left your phone at the table for a week. See, you need to apologize to my son for insinuating that he would ever steal. That's not the type of person he is. The fact that you would play off your irresponsibility to be my son's fault is truly disgusting, Dude, how are you believing this story and an adult? Like, you think the phone really sat on the floor of the lunchroom for a week and nobody else saw it until now? I think your kid was smart enough to be spying on this conversation, realized he's screwed, and that his dad was about to look really, really stupid and get mad at him too. Not only is he in trouble for stealing the phone, dad's gonna be mad at embarrassing him too. Magically, the phone appears. Oh my goodness. Call me crazy, I can't confirm that's what happened. I've just got a very strong inkling that's probably what happened. But whatever, like I said, the subscriber at that point is just relieved to see his phone, so he walks over to the kid and he says, thank you for finding the phone that you stole from me, dude. I really appreciate it. Sure, absolutely a petty comment, but I don't know. I think in this situation, any of us would be being petty, dude. Sometimes people on the internet, my goodness, I would not act this way if someone stole my device. Yeah, you say that, bro, until someone steals your phone and then tries to be like, oh, I found this. You'd be like, yeah, thanks for giving me the stuff you stole back. I guarantee you'd be a little petty too. Anyways, the dad, though, is gonna not let that slide and jumps in and is like, he did not steal it. You have absolutely no proof that he stole it. You just can't roll around telling people that they're a thief with no proof, forgetting the fact that, this kid had literally been taking selfies on the phone that are getting sent to the iPad for the week. Yeah, no proof. In fact, you're such an idiot that I refuse to bring my son back for tutoring as long as you are here. You just seem so irresponsible. I don't know what type of parent would feel like their kid's education is in good hands if you're the person tutoring them. And he cuts the dad off. At this point, he knows it's just angry. Who cares? And he says, go ahead and not bring your son back to tutoring. He never pays attention anyways. You might as well keep him home and let him play Minecraft there. At least that way you wouldn't have to come drive and pick him up. He's not learning anything here. Which, once again, pretty funny. He didn't even call the kid stupid, all right? He didn't say your kid's a moron. He just said he doesn't pay attention at tutoring, all right? I feel like that's an important distinction. He could have called your kid a moron, but he didn't. You gotta give him credit where credit is due. Anyways, the dad at that point is like, that's it. I'm filing a complaint with the principal. You will be taken off of tutoring, consider your job gone. And he looks at him and he goes, you're an an absolute moron. I volunteer. What are you gonna do? Get me fired from the job that I don't get paid for? Oh, I love that, dude. I'm gonna get you fired. All right, dude, I don't work here. Go ahead. Get me fired from the school that I don't work at. Feel free. Obviously, this was kind of part of his plan to have something to like put on his college application, so he didn't want to get kicked out, right? But at the same time, it's like not a job. There's only a certain amount of disrespect you're gonna take for a job, let alone something that you're not getting paid for. What are they gonna do? Not make him volunteer his time? Oh no, what a punishment. You don't have to come in and tutor kids once a week and they won't steal your phone. Anyways, the teacher, who up to this point has already kind of been a slimeball, being like, no, don't get your phone back now, don't tell the administration, don't say anything like that. They interject and they're like, yeah, I actually think it's probably best if you don't tutor here anymore anyways. And the dad's like, see, look it, your attitude and behavior got you kicked out of here, you know. Whatever, he gets the phone back and he's like, all right, are you really gonna make me not able to tutor here anymore because I'm angry about somebody stealing the phone? And the teacher's like, yes, I think it's just best if you don't tutor here. I mean, come on, dude. You can't be mad at the person for being mad that somebody stole something from them. Like, I don't know. I understand why they might have to. But to me, it's like, do you really have to give the dad the satisfaction of feeling like he got this kid fired? I don't know. You didn't really have to give him that big of a W. At that point, though, the subscriber really had nothing to lose. So he looked at the dad, he looked at the teacher, said they could both kiss where the sun don't shine, and flipped them off and left. Fair enough, whatever. What are they gonna do? Take away your volunteer time? Anyways, all in all, they don't really regret quitting or getting fired, whatever you would call it, because they don't really have to deal with that anymore. So I don't know if it's a W, but he got his phone back and doesn't have to deal with that anymore, so kind of a W. My question in all of this is like, why Minecraft Kid even felt like stealing a phone in the first place if he literally had an iPad with him all the time? Like, it just seems like a little bit too much overlap there, you know? Oh, I'm gonna play Minecraft on my phone and my iPad. That way I can have two worlds going at once, and everyone knows that all Minecraft pros can have two games going at one time. Anyways, I guess moral of the story is don't steal people's phones, you know? Just don't do it. It's not swag, and if someone's gonna steal your phone, I don't know, make sure the person backing you up isn't gonna get mad at you for being angry about stuff being stolen from you. But, yeah, if you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below, what you thought, and of course, subscribe and turn on notifications. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment Minecraft down below. It helps the video do better, hit recommended, all that good stuff. I'd appreciate it. I will go ahead and put the intro song in a link down below, along with the link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or like I said, use code SCRUBBY for 30% off G Fuel. The last link in the description is going to be a link to the merch store, so feel free to go over there, pick out a t-shirt. I'd very much appreciate it. And yeah, on that note, that'll really do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
Street, you know, everything else was in the parking lot. And sure enough, he gets out and the lady comes out and she's talking to him and she's pointing at our cars and making like all these very dramatic hand movements. You know, the best way I would describe it is like, you know when the guy at the airport is trying to get the plane to get ready for takeoff and they're just waving those glowing triangle things everywhere? That's basically what she's doing. So we walk over there, and as we get closer, you know, we can't hear the tow truck guy, but we can hear bits and pieces of her incoherent screaming. And it's basically like, what do you mean I own this road? Wait till my husband hears about this. I'm gonna have your head. Da-da-da-da. Typical Karen talk. Like, what? What is your husband gonna do about the fact that you don't own the road? Do you really think that your husband has like $30 million to just buy a park in Las Vegas and the road and every house on the road and then also be able to pay to turn it private? I just don't think that's gonna happen. So we get closer and the tow truck driver is very calmly explaining to her that no, he can't just tow a car because she wants him to if it's not parked illegally. That's just called stealing a car. Like, if a tow truck takes your car when it's parked legally, I'm pretty sure that's just Grand Theft Auto. Anyways, one of my friends who's with us very calmly walks up to the tow truck driver and is like, hey, these are our cars. Do you need us to move them? And the tow truck driver is like, no, you're not parked illegally. You don't have to move it. But the Karen like cuts him off. She's like, yes, you need to move your cars immediately or he'll have them towed. And he's like, I'm not towing their cars. They're not parked illegally. And she's like, well, what am I paying you for? And he's like, well, you don't pay me. Tow trucks make money by towing cars that are parked illegally and then the owner coming and paying to get it out. You don't pay me anything. And she starts going on about how she pays this tow truck driver's salary and all taxpayers do. This lady unironically thought that tow truck drivers were paid for with taxpayer money. And now even the tow truck driver is realizing that this lady's unhinged, and finally he's like, ma'am, I work for a private company. Please stop screaming at me or I'm going to leave. I'm not towing these kids' car. And she just starts going off about how when she called, they said they were going to help her. And he's like, yeah, because when you called, you told us that there were a bunch of kids blocking your car in and you couldn't get out of your house. That's a reason to call a tow truck. Kids parked across the street playing kickball is not illegal. And no matter how many times he explained it to her, she just wouldn't get it. So finally, he hops back in his car and leaves, and she's just standing there, like with her arms folded. I don't know what the threat is now. And she's just like standing in her driveway with her arms folded, just like watching us play kickball after the guy left. So sure enough, we went back and we finished our game. Like, nah, you're not making me give up my kickball game early, okay? You want to get mad, throw a tantrum, call a tow truck driver? That's fine. Hope you enjoy it, okay? I know sports are gone right now. Back then they weren't, but maybe I'll just vlog some kickball gameplay and upload it. Start a professional kickball league since this lady wants to watch so bad. I didn't realize I was that entertaining at playing sports. I thought it was just talking. But yeah, regardless, she just kind of stood there and watched us for a while. We ended up leaving like an hour later. I'm not sure when she went inside because eventually we just stopped paying attention to her because it's like, oh, the creepy lady's still staring at you. Nothing's changed. It's not like there's really much you could do about it. But yeah, that's the time a lady tried to tell us that she literally owns every public road, you know, and that we can never park on a road ever, and she owns a park. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you did, I would appreciate you pressing the like button, letting me know in the comments section down below what you thought. And as always, subscribe and turn on those notifications. I upload stories times like this every single day, and I would really appreciate the support. Real talk, though, if you want to get yourself some of the OG Sub Club merch, you should use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout for quite the discount. And follow me on Twitter at Scrubby_69, Instagram at Scrubby. And yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant if you do. Make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
A wall breaker from Clash of Clans. You know how they're holding that bucket of explosives and they just got the biggest smile like, wowee, I'm about to blow up some walls. That's the way that he's holding on to this, the bucket with the snake in it. Just envious. Like this bucket has the greatest job ever because it gets to be the thing holding the snake. So he'll take the second best option and be the guy holding the bucket holding the snake instead. So whatever, they're kind of talking for a little bit about where to drop off the snake, and they agree to take it to the desert across from the school. It was a pretty big expanse. At the time, it was actually government-owned land across from the school, so just a huge stretch of desert for miles and miles. They assumed it'd be better to drop it off there. It could go do whatever snakes do and stay out of the classroom. If there's one thing we definitely don't want, it's snakes becoming aware of the concept of education and being able to get smarter. You think we're already going to have a hard enough time with aliens? Imagine if snakes started getting doctorates. That breakaway civilization would be horrifying. Come to find out, the rattlesnake has gained sentience while it's in the bucket. It listened to the history of government. I think that I can fix your problems. No, we don't want a snake government, all right? We already got enough lizard people in charge. One of these days, I'm going to make too many jokes about crazy conspiracy theories, and the CIA is going to be like, he knows too much. I don't think lizard people are really in charge of the government, unless they are. They start walking out of the school, though, with the snake in the bucket, and Franklin asks my dad why he wasn't afraid of the snake when everybody else was. And so my dad kind of tells Franklin that he's caught snakes before. It's not really something that scares him because he's done it a couple times. And Franklin sighs and said, I didn't think about the fact that no one would be afraid of it and how it was pretty cool, I guess. And didn't really expand anymore. My dad kind of picked up the vibe that he had been hoping to like really freak out the class and make everybody lose their minds, which he had kind of succeeded, but the only problem is when people live in a desert, they probably aren't that afraid of desert things. Like some people will be, but especially at the time, it wasn't crazy uncommon to be able to just go out into the expanse of desert, find a snake, a rattlesnake, a scorpion, whatever it may be, and it just so happened that my dad was one of the people that would do that. And so they get across from the school into that large patch of desert that was perfect for dumping a snake, and they start walking out into the desert. And my dad starts to get a little nervous that maybe, you know, in his craziness, Franklin was going to disappear him. I'm just saying, if he's willing to sneak a snake into school, he'd probably be willing to hide a body in the desert. So he's kind of like watching his back. Not that he actually had anything to be worried about, but at the time, he's just kind of working himself up to be a little bit more scared because the vibe off Franklin was weird.
And they kind of start talking back and forth, and then out of nowhere, once they got a little further into the desert, Franklin just starts whispering everything. And my dad is kind of straining to listen to what he's saying, but he really can't hear anything because he's literally whispering everything he says. Hey guys, it's Franklin. But you gotta remember, they're walking through the desert, so there's like the crunch of sand and rocks, and it's louder than his whisper. So finally, he says something to him, and he's like, hey man, why are you whispering? I can't hear you, what you're saying. And Franklin leans really, really close to my dad, like a little bit too close to my dad, and whispers something along the lines of like, don't you know that they're listening to us? And obviously, my dad doesn't know who they are that's listening to us. But he doesn't really want to fight with him because who knows if this guy's starting to hear stuff. So instead of calling him crazy off rip, he's just like, oh, who is they? Who's listening to us? And he's starting to get more nervous because you don't want to be in the desert with a dude hearing voices that are telling him that people are spying on him. You know, it wouldn't be Franklin's fault. Like, obviously, no one wants to be in that situation. That being said, being out in the desert with someone starting to hear voices saying they're being spied on doesn't sound like a fun situation either. And so when my dad asks, well, who is they? Franklin starts to angrily rant while whispering, which is just an interesting combination, about how apparently the CIA had planted listening devices in the cactuses. Except, like I said, angrily whispering. So, you know, the CIA has put whispering devices in the cactuses to make sure that they can hear our every move. And my dad is just kind of standing there absorbing this information, not really knowing how to react, what to say, what to do, as he's going off about how the CIA apparently puts microphones in every cactus to listen to the population. And trust me, I'm somebody that's aware of the fact the CIA's probably got some weird stuff going on. Maybe they have put a microphone in a cactus. It is the CIA. They do CIA things. But why? Why would they put microphones in every cactus? And even if they did put microphones in every cactus, why would they care about two random kids that are coming to release a rattlesnake? The CIA's on red alert, you know? Oh my gosh, these two kids have a rattlesnake in a bucket. Technically, we could consider this a chemical weapon. Should we take them out, sir? Obviously, I don't think the CIA has microphones in every cactus. And on top of that, even if they do, okay, I guess they can listen to me in the desert if they really want to. Franklin is still going off, though, about the government, and he finally finishes, and my dad doesn't know what to say, so he just kind of says, okay, I didn't know that. Alright guys, we're about halfway through the video. If you guys could do me a favor and press the like button if you're enjoying it so far, I'd appreciate it, and I'll shut up. Enjoy. Keep in mind, this is the days before cell phones and everything, so he's way ahead of his time in terms of talking about the government spying on him. You know, when Edward Snowden came out with the story about, like, the American government spying, Franklin was probably hyped. Yes, finally, I knew it! They've always been listening from the cactuses. He probably has a poster of him up on the wall. Oh, Edward, one day you'll be back. Everybody thinks he's a Twilight stan. No, not Edward and Bella. Edward, Snowden. It goes quiet for a little bit. They're both standing there awkwardly, and my dad finally suggests that this is the spot where they should release the snake, and Franklin says yes and takes the lid off the bucket and dumps the snake onto the ground. And they're kind of looking at the snake, and it's just kind of standing there, not moving, or not standing there. That would be terrifying, a snake just all the way standing up on its tail. No, thank you. You guys get what I'm saying. It's just doing what snakes do, laying there. And then Franklin starts hissing at the snake, but in a pattern. Almost like he's trying to talk to the snake. And my dad asks him, what are you doing? Because obviously it's a bizarre situation to see this dude hissing at a snake that's not moving. But my dad asks why, and Franklin looks at him and whispers that he's telling the snake to go away. And at this point, my dad's not even questioning him. He's way ahead of his time. He was doing the Harry Potter talking to snake things before Harry Potter existed, but it's obvious that he's just so in his own world, there's no reason to question him, especially because he's still out in the desert with him. So after that, they end up going their separate ways. My dad goes home, thoroughly confused about what had happened, but not really more afraid of Franklin. If anything, he just kind of respected him more. He was confused about what had happened, but had been kind of reassured that Franklin was a good dude, just was a little bit out there, had some weird ideas. And like I said, the best comparison would be Bigfoot, almost like a legend. You just can't believe the person is real, you can't believe the thing is real, and you gotta respect it even if it is a Bigfoot or a Franklin, same vibe. After that, him and Franklin were pretty cool, but there were some other people in the school that for whatever reason decided that they were gonna mess with Franklin. It was one day in the lunchroom, my dad had had just kind of witnessed this. He wasn't hanging out with Franklin directly, just watched it go down. Franklin had gotten his food and had been going over to sit down. And there was this huge wrestler dude that I guess had decided to mess with Franklin, and he would come to regret it, but he had decided, oh, I'm gonna mess with this dude. What's he gonna do about it? He's way smaller than me. And so as Franklin's walking with his food to his lunch table, this huge dude just smacks the tray out of his hand onto the floor, and it hits the ground like an artillery shell. And the wrestler guy starts laughing and asks him what he's gonna eat for lunch now, which is just really messed up, bro. That's like the ultimate disrespect. Imagine you haven't eaten all day, dude. You finally get your lunch, you're going to eat it, someone smacks it out of your hand. It would feel like someone just crushed your soul. And then he says something along the lines of like, look at this little Frankenstein freak, what's he gonna do? Which I'm gonna give a 0 out of 10. His name's Franklin. Calling him Frankenstein isn't that good of an insult because it's just like really close to his name. It's basically his name.
Huh, get it? Because Frankenstein's ugly.
It's like, wow, bro, that's sick. That's a really fly one. Anyways, he smacks his food out of his hand, calls him Frankenstein, and is like, what are you gonna do about it? And I think the reason the guy was so confident that Franklin wasn't gonna do anything about it is because this dude is like twice the size of Franklin. You know when, in Super Smash Bros, Kirby can eat someone and then like absorb their powers? The dude is the size where it looks like he could possibly do that to a human. Eat them, absorb all their martial arts tactics. Maybe that's why he had become so good at being a bully. He's a very, very large dude, at least 2 Franklins. And obviously didn't think that Franklin was going to do anything back. But after he calls him Frankenstein, Franklin decides to shove him. And he shoves him pretty hard, and the guy's a little bit in shock. Just due to his size, I'm sure he's not used to people standing up to him. But after he gets shoved, he decides he can't really let Franklin do that, so he goes to swing on him. And usually in these situations, I would love to say that he manages to dodge the punch, but Franklin doesn't get so lucky, and this huge dude just smacks the ever-living crap out of him. Like I said, double his size, the punch hits Franklin, and Franklin drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes. And everyone now that's watching this is like, man, Franklin just got knocked out, that sucks. But they were still going to give him credit because he had stood up to a dude twice his size that was known for beating people up. Obviously, you got to give credit where credit is due. But everyone just thinks it's over. Franklin got knocked out by the giant guy. And even if he had been knocked out, it's in a situation where you really can't be mad at him. He's basically fighting a brick wall. If you lose to a brick wall, it's because you can't win a fight against a wall. And as Franklin's on the ground, the wrestler guy turns around to start high-fiving his friends. Yo, dude, did you see the way I knocked out that dude that's way smaller than me? Wasn't that sick? But as he's turned around high-fiving his friends, Franklin pops back up like the Undertaker, dude, off the floor, and starts going back over to the guy. And most people at this point would have backed down, and you couldn't really blame him. He had already gotten knocked out to stand up for himself. There really was no need to go for round 2. But sure enough, he goes back to the wrestler guy and starts attacking him. And I'm talking an attack straight out of an Animal Planet documentary, narrator and all. Franklin channeled his inner honey badger to strike back with vengeance. The bully does his best to escape, but Franklin uses his claws to dig into him and prevent him from moving. And even though he's a lot smaller, the ferocity and anger with which he's fighting this dude, he is just straight up crushing this guy. But it makes sense. I mean, if Franklin is running around thinking the FBI is always listening, at some point you've got to start preparing for karate or some type of martial art. If the CIA is listening from the cactuses, eventually they're going to kidnap you, so you just got to be ready to fight off a few secret agents. Either way, jokes aside, Franklin just puts the beat down on this dude who's twice his size. And the entire lunchroom is watching this go down. His friends aren't jumping in. Probably because they're surprised at how, like, Franklin is fighting this dude. And finally, a group of teachers bursts through and pulls them apart. And they're pulling Franklin off of this guy because Franklin is still just, like, beating on him. And he starts screaming something to the effect of how he should have just let him eat. Which, hey, I mean, fair enough. Listen, obviously, violence is never the answer. You should do everything to avoid a fight. But if you're in the lunchroom going to eat, someone smacks the tray, shoves you, and then hits you, you, yeah, you're allowed to get pissed off and go full honey badger mode on him. I can't really say that I blame Franklin for defending himself. And even then, it's funnier to be being pulled off the dude and being like, you should have just let me eat. I'm sure he's regretting it now. He just got not only beat up, but embarrassed by somebody half his size. If the dude was used to running around bullying the lunchroom, probably going to see that that's a lot less effective when everyone knows you can be thwarted by a man that could potentially be the size of an Oompa Loompa in the chocolate factory. And listen, like I said, violence isn't the answer. Sure, he really put the beat down on this guy, but he didn't swing first or start it. So Franklin's just trying to eat and do his thing. You start a fight with him, I'm gonna put that on you. Either way, the teachers drag everyone involved in the fight outside up to the office as the drill goes.
We're gonna go have a serious talk in the office about how you guys behaved. If you can't do that in the real world, you shouldn't do it at school. Would you punch your boss in the face?
It's like, I mean, listen, man, do you want the answer to can I punch my boss in the face, or do I want to punch my boss in the face? Those are two different things. Either way, Franklin and the big dude get taken up to the principal's office to get their lecture about how immature and irresponsible they've been. And usually after a fight, the lunchroom would get a little bit chaotic. Oh, dude, did you see that? The way he went bam, and then he went boom, and then there was a punch in the face. Like, usually people would kind of talk about the fight in that way. But after this one, the entire lunchroom just had a silence kind of fall over it like a blanket. No one really knew what to say or what to do. They were basically just shocked. They had just watched the school fight equivalent of like a possum fighting an alligator and somehow winning. Imagine you're just sitting out on the porch, you see a possum come out of nowhere and beat up a 10-foot alligator. You would be flabbergasted. You wouldn't know what to do or say. That's basically what they had just seen happen, but in human form. They both end up getting suspended, but by the time Franklin had gotten back to school from his suspension, his legend status had been elevated even more. It's not that they needed to exaggerate what had happened in the fight, but by the time Franklin comes back, people were saying that Franklin had basically done like a 720 no-scope ninja kick and knocked out the dude in a single shot, and then had done like a cool breakdance move on top of him, the original Fortnite dance. So his status as like a meme legend around the school is basically solidified. Being compared to Bigfoot, freshmen would be like, oh dude, that's the guy that took out the wrestler. And Franklin didn't really do a whole lot with it. He didn't care. He just wanted to do his thing. And for the most part, all he did with his newfound popularity and status was just be left alone. Before that, people like the wrestler dude would just kind of mess with him because they thought he was weird. But after he had put the beat down on that guy, they had just kind of decided to leave him alone, which fair enough, I would leave him alone too. After someone goes full honey badger in the lunchroom, there's only so much you can do to mess with them, knowing full damn well that they're about to go honey badger on you. And that was all the stories that my dad told me about Franklin. And as you can tell, I'm a little bit of a big fan of it. I think it's an entertaining story, probably a cool dude. But one day, I'm at this department store with my dad. I think we were shopping for something for my mom for like Mother's Day or something. It wasn't like I had really wanted to go to the store, one of those situations where you get dragged along.
No, it'll just be a quick trip to the store.
You're like, oh, sweet, this is going to be at least 6.5 hours. Awesome. I'm just not feeling it. Outside's 120 degrees. My option is standing in a department store. Not a whole lot of cool things going on. But I look up and I see this guy walk into the store who's just got an interesting outfit on. He's got like a full parka on. Like I said, it's the summertime, so it's 120 degrees outside. And he has a hat, but it's obvious that he has something under his hat that looks a little bit reflective. And so I'm looking, trying to figure out what it is. And I realize that this guy has like a skull cap of aluminum foil on under his hat. Like he had made an aluminum foil hat and then decided, no, I can't wear that out in public. People will think it's weird. And so he had put a regular hat over the top of the aluminum foil to try to camouflage it a bit. You know, make sure that nobody was aware of the fact that he was dodging the CIA mind reading rays. And so I'm kind of like, oh, that's funny. And so I tapped my dad on the shoulder and I pointed out, being like, haha, look at this guy's wearing a tinfoil hat. I had never really seen anyone do that before. And my dad's eyes get all wide and he goes, no way, do you know who that is? And I think he's messing with me. I'm like, oh, my dad's gonna pretend to know this dude because it's just some crazy conspiracy theorist guy, but whatever. I'm like, no, who is it? And he goes, that's Franklin. And immediately I'm like, oh, I gotta meet this guy, right? So I say Franklin, and sure enough, tinfoil guy looks over and he kind of stares at my dad for a second, and then he says my dad's name, and my dad says his name, and they walk over to each other and they shake hands, and he's like, wow, it's been so long. When was the last time we talked? High school? And he said, yeah. And then Franklin said, remember when we had to go take the rattlesnake in the bucket out into the desert? And at this point, I'm literally like gobsmacked, jaw dropped, because I can't believe that this person is real. I had kind of thought my dad had kind of exaggerated the situation, just made it a good story. I wouldn't even be mad at him, because listen, a good story is a good story. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day as long as it's entertaining. But here I am, face to face with Franklin, confirming that the bucket rattlesnake story is true. And on top of it, he's still wearing a tinfoil hat, so clearly still a very, very big fan of cactus listening devices out in the desert. And they talk for a little bit, and he starts mentioning how the government's listening to everything, blah, 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 which, hey, at this point, he was kind of right. We got cell phones. They don't need to put listening devices in the cactuses anymore. They've just got it in your pocket. But either way, they talked for a little bit, then he said he had to get shopping and went on his way. But what was really surprising to me is the fact that, like, he's still just kind of being a perfectly normal human being who just also thinks the government is listening and wearing an aluminum foil hat. He was really eloquent, you know. He was in a department store shopping. He went about his business. He was very polite. Just had a tinfoil hat on and was rambling about how the government's always listening to everything. Very interesting dude. If anybody ever gets the chance, you see a guy wearing a tinfoil hat, just ask him, what's with the hat? They'll probably have a very entertaining, crazy reason. Either that or just avoid them. One of those two. I wouldn't pick a fight with them, though. They're probably crazy.
Involves a Karen freaking out, which is par for the course, but usually they're not freaking out 40,000 feet in the air. I feel like airplanes are by far the worst place to freak out, because no one's really cool with someone freaking out on an airplane. It's just not the type of place you want to be goofing off and acting all crazy. The federal marshals are waiting for you on the ground. No, thank you, dude. You don't want to get Hannibal Lectered and dragged through the airport with your arms all bundled up. Either way, the person who sent this to me saw someone go ballistic on a flight, so I thought it would be a fantastic video for y'all. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the person who sent this to me was at the airport, and they noticed Karen even before they got on the plane, which is hard to do. I feel like when you're in an airport by a gate, it's just a bunch of people all looking at their phone. It's hard to stand out. But the reason that this Karen stood out so much is because she decided to, like, talk insanely loud in the airport, which is especially annoying. Look, if there's two places where it's kind of known you kind of gotta, like, I don't know, not be insanely loud, it's an airport and a library. Those are the two places where it's just rude to take a phone call and start screaming into your phone. But for some reason, Karen decided that her phone call was more important than everyone else around her. And I'm not opposed to people taking calls in the airport. You have a business meeting or something, you have to take a call. I understand. I'm not going to fault anyone for taking the call. But what I will say is there's a certain way to talk into the phone when you're on the phone call, and it's not screaming out loud. But Karen apparently only had one voice, and it was loud because she takes this phone call, and it was one of her friends, and she starts telling her friend that she's at the airport. And then she does something that lets everybody around her in the boarding area know that she's a Karen. She starts talking about the other passengers that are going to be on the plane while on the phone. And let's just say she's not being very complimentary. She's not out here being like, oh my gosh, the family next to me is adorable. I hope they have a great vacation. She's not complimenting grandma's shoes. She's insulting people. For example, there was a lady sitting across from her who was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and she said something along the lines of how she looked like a fat version of the guy from Magnum PI with his Hawaiian shirt on, which is mad out of pocket to say, period, even if you're arguing with someone. But she just said that completely unprompted while sitting across from the person out loud. And somehow everybody at the gate manages to hold it together. Nobody interrupts her phone call, and it only lasts a little bit longer, but in that amount of time, she probably insulted like 5 or 6 people sitting at the gate, but they're all being polite. Not thrilled, but also not trying to jump down her throat about the phone convo and start an argument in the airport. But after the call, I guess she wasn't done with being a Karen before the flight has even started, because her next move was to go over to like the gate attendant, the people in charge of seating and whatnot, and just just start being rude to them about some flight information that they have no clue about. They're supposed to know most of it, I'm not gonna deny that. But she walks up to the person running the desk who's just trying to get people seated, make moves, check bags at the gate, all that stuff, and is like, when is the plane going to be here? And they look at the board and they say, well, it's scheduled at this time, so probably around then. And instead of just being cool with that answer, because that's the only answer, I don't think the person at the gate is in control of the flight. Oh, hold on, ma'am, let me call the pilot, tell him to speed things up a little bit because someone's getting antsy at the gate. They'll fly a little bit faster. Forget a safe landing, they might as well just crash land. It'll be a little bit quicker. Like, I don't think they're in charge of that, but they don't know. But she starts yelling at him and is like, and if it's not here at the time that it says on the board, am I allowed to call corporate and complain about you lying to me? And the person working the gate is just really confused, and they're like, no, I mean, obviously it's subject to change. If there's a weather delay, if something happens on the flight, it's not guaranteed. That's just the closest estimate we can offer, and I don't understand what about that is complaint worthy. And she's just kind of like, well, whatever, it better be on time, otherwise I'm going to be filing a formal complaint about the way that you've handled this interaction. And now people are visibly rolling their eyes and whatnot because it's just like, oh, this is mad Karen mode. The person answered the question. It's not even like they didn't answer the question. It's not like they said, screw off, lady, I'm not going to tell you when the flight lands. They answered the question to their best of their ability. What you're asking them to do is impossible. Can you look into the future and guarantee that no delays happen at an airport? No, probably not. I don't know if you're aware of this, Karen, but airports tend to have delays from time to time. And it's not any of the workers' fault. Like, what would you like the guy at the gate to do? Run outside and start screaming at rain clouds if they appear? Stop raining! These people need to get home. And then the rain clouds are going to be like, oh, I didn't realize I was causing a delay at the airport. Of course we'll go away. That's not how it works. Trust me, it would be way more convenient for everybody if that's how it works, but weather's gonna do what weathers are gonna do, and planes can only do what planes can do. Call me crazy, but I would rather be delayed at the airport than them strap me into a plane and send me into like a tornado. I don't want to be flying through a supercell Category 5 storm because somebody else just wanted to get home faster. Anyways, the Karen just returned to her seat and started texting furiously, probably texting someone about how unfair the people at the airport were being. And after about 20 more minutes of sitting there, the plane pulled up, they let everybody off, and then they announced that they had to clean the plane, which is something that they just have to do. Obviously, it's regulations out of their control. And you have to remember, getting mad at the workers doesn't do anything, because even if they shouldn't clean the plane, which they probably just should in between groups of people, it's not their call. It's corporate's call. The Karen audibly lets out like are you kidding me? You have to clean the plane too? And everyone kind of looks at her, and she takes everybody's looks, not as like, what are you yelling at them for? Please stop way, but as if everyone's supporting her. So she starts yelling at the gate attendant again, look at all these people that are irritated with the processes here today. Like, there's no reason we should have to wait while you clean the plane. And the attendant is still trying to be professional, which I don't understand why you would still be trying to be professional at this point, but they're trying. Well, we have to clean the plane. It's out of our hands. It's a federal aviation requirement. It's not something that we're just doing for fun. We're going to go as fast as we can, but there's no way for us to like shorten it. And after he explains it, a different older lady says something along the lines of like, it's okay, thank you, we understand, don't let her like give you a hard time for trying to do your job. Which was just the nice thing to do. It was obvious that the worker was getting a little bit flustered, as happens when someone's just yelling at you about things that are out of your control. I'm gonna try to get you fired because you have to clean the plane, even though you're not in charge of picking if you get to clean the planes or not. And why would you be mad that they're cleaning the plane? I just feel like that's a very weird thing to get angry at. Nah, I love to put my butt where another stranger's butt was for the last 6 hours. I love to get those fart gases up in there. Like, why would you want to not be on a clean plane? That's what I'm not getting. But whatever, obviously he's grateful to the lady that voices her support, but the Karen's not having any of it, and she just yells out like, shut up, lady. And the lady doesn't reply, but everybody's like, hey, relax. And the Karen does relax, at least till everyone gets on board of the plane. But as you can tell, we're 8 minutes into this story time, and we still haven't even gotten on the plane yet. And before anyone's like, why did they let her fly? She's not being disruptive enough to be kicked out of the airport or arrested. She's just being annoying, and being annoying isn't illegal. Everybody starts getting on the plane, and that takes a little bit. If you've ever flown on a plane before, you know this is the worst part. You're just kind of herded like cattle down the little thing onto the plane, and everybody's sitting there waiting for the plane to start taxiing before they take off. And before they've even backed out of the gate, she's already hitting the like service button to get attention from the flight attendants. And she's pressing it, turning it off, pressing it, turning it off, pressing it like over and over again, just making it blink. And finally, a flight attendant sees and walks up and goes, "Excuse me, ma'am, service hasn't started yet. We haven't even left the gate. We can't get anything out right now because everything's tucked away for takeoff." And instead of listening to that and thinking, oh, okay, that makes sense. Obviously, they can't be pouring a drink while the plane's taking off because then they would be wearing the drink. The Karen acts like this is the most inconvenient thing she's ever heard. Just, oh, well, I want peanuts. Okay, let me get this straight. The flight attendant, the person that's flying all the time, says, "I can't do that because there's a reason. It could be unsafe. I could spill something. We're about to take off." And your response is, "Oh, I want peanuts," as if that somehow overrates everything they just said. You, the person who wants peanuts, you have the priority over everything else. Forget safety, forget logic. If she gets you peanuts, then she has to get everybody peanuts. Forget anything that makes sense. Just start complaining and getting angry about it. But the flight attendant isn't going to back down, and they just say, "No, not yet. Service hasn't started." But the Karen doubles down and screams something about like, "Well, I want peanuts now." And the flight attendant says, "Ma'am, calm down. If you're going to keep yelling at me, then you're not going to be on the flight." And that calms her down. But because she calmed down, I don't know if the flight attendant was like giving her a treat. When a little kid is starting to behave better so their mom buys them Pokemon cards, because she came back with peanuts and gave them to the lady. And truthfully, that was a mistake, because that made Karen think that she could win on this plane. She was like, oh, if I throw a fit, they'll get me what I want. But whatever, she has her peanuts and she calms down for a little bit because the flight attendant had threatened her a little. I don't know, getting kicked off the plane is a big threat, but she wasn't being like mean about it, just saying if you keep yelling at me, you're getting off the flight. So she calmed down for a bit, the plane taxied off and it takes off, and everything is all chill for the first hour or so of the flight. It was gonna be a long flight, basically across the country, a 5-6 hour flight. Pretty long time to be on a plane, and throughout the course of a 5-6 hour flight, there's going to be times where they turn on the fasten your seatbelt signs because there's gonna be turbulence or whatever, and during that you can't go to the bathroom. Everybody kind of knows that rule. If you really have to go, that's okay, but for your safety, it's probably best to keep it buckled when you're in insane turbulence. Because people are not made to be walking on airplanes being jostled around the air. We're not even meant to be like in the air, bro. We got some human ingenuity to build these planes. We just strap 600 people in a big metal tube and throw it through the sky. I know there's a lot more to it and a lot of science, but I still am flabbergasted by the fact that like 30,000 years ago, human civilization is just getting started. And now we're flying. You want to talk about having good thumbs and good brain? That's it. That's the ticket to build plane. And as they're flying about an hour into the flight, the captain gets on the intercom and says, "Hey, we're about to fly through a really rough patch of turbulence. It's gonna be really bad. There's a cold pressure system and a hot pressure system, whatever causes turbulence. So please stay in your seat. This is not, a suggestion. I would really recommend staying in your seat because it's going to be really bad." And I don't know if Karen heard that and it went in one ear, out the other, not paying attention, or maybe took it as a challenge. How dare he say that I'm not going to be able to be running around this plane like Spider-Man while it's being insanely turbulent. Because as soon as the captain got off of the intercom, she decided right then would be a perfect time to go to the bathroom. And before she can get up to go to the bathroom, the turbulence starts, and it's really bad. The person who sent this to me apparently is flying all the time for work, and they said it was in the top 3 worst turbulences they've ever felt. The plane was just bumping up and down. So she knows that it's insanely turbulent, yet in Karen's mind, it's still a good idea to get up and go to the bathroom. And even if you're trying to prove something to the captain, screw you, I'll go to the bathroom when I want. The only issue with going to the bathroom when a plane is turbulent is it's bumping and jostling all around, and you're going to be on the toilet while being bumped and jostled around. And if you're jostled around at an unfortunate time, you're going going to be wearing a lot of what you were trying to put into the toilet, which is disgusting, but that's the reality. And she starts making her way to the bathroom, having to stop like every 3 rows of seats and hold on because it's so bumpy. And the flight attendants are in their chair and they say, "Ma'am, sit down." And she's like, "I have to go to the bathroom." So she gets to the bathroom and goes in, and the entire plane is sitting, and it's also pretty quiet because people are pretty scared of the turbulence. That's how much it's rocking around. And the next thing that everybody hears is just thwump, wump, 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 wump after a big thing of turbulence. And then screaming from the bathroom, "What's going on?" Which, I don't know if she's aware, but she's on an airplane, and from time to time, airplanes do the turbulence thing. But she is in the bathroom, and it sounds like she's being tossed around by the turbulence. That's the only thing that would ever make turbulence like this enjoyable. I don't really love flying. It kind of freaks me out, I'm not gonna lie. It's fascinating, and I'm proud of humans, but it does freak me out a little bit. Bad turbulence would scare me. I understand it's probably going to be okay. Planes do it all the time. I'm not gonna freak out. But what would definitely make it better is if the plane was in a bunch of turbulence and I just knew that some Karen was getting tossed around in the bathroom. Not because I hope that anything bad happens to the Karen, but how hilarious to just be sitting there and you hear someone going, "What's happening?" around the toilet, dude. It'd be like watching somebody get tipped over in a porta potty. I'm not saying I'm glad somebody got tipped over in a porta potty, but I can enjoy the fact that that happened and it's kind of funny. If the porta potty is already tipped over and I didn't do it, what is not laughing going to do? They already got tipped over in the porta potty. Same type of vibe. If they choose to go into the bathroom and are getting tossed around, me not laughing isn't going to change the fact that it's still happening. And I guess a lot of the plane had the same idea because the subscriber says a bunch of the planes started laughing, and apparently the Karen heard them laughing from inside the bathroom because she starts yelling about how it was insanely rude for them to be laughing, which I'm sure it didn't feel good to be being laughed at. But you gotta have a little bit of self-awareness. Like, imagine if you were not in the situation and you were listening to the situation, you would probably laugh. It sucks because you're the one in the bathroom getting tossed around by the turbulence. No one wants to be in that position. I don't want to be in your shoes. But if you're not in that position, the situation itself is pretty funny. And the door opens and the Karen comes out and she's just got like wet spots on her shirt. And no one's really sure if it's water from the sink or if it's, and she yells out something along the lines of like, "I was washing my hands when the turbulence hit," which gives everybody a sigh of relief. It would not be fun to be trapped on a plane with somebody covered in whatever they were doing in the bathroom. That would definitely stink. It's an enclosed space. So I'm glad it was just water from washing her hands that had gotten all over her. But then she proceeds to start yelling at the plane that they were so inconsiderate and rude for laughing, and she had never seen such a lack of humanity from people before, and it was not funny, and they should all be ashamed of themselves. And obviously, it's not nice to laugh at people in a bad situation, but it is funny. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna pretend that the situation of someone being stuck in an airplane bathroom while it's turbulent is not funny. If they were seriously hurt, I get it. It's not funny anymore. But if they're not hurt, they just got annoyed, yeah, it is funny. And the plane is responding to the lecture by just booing. Like, a couple people start booing and then more people join in. And eventually she realizes the booing isn't going to stop. And the flight attendants are saying stop it, so everybody stops, she goes and sits down. But my goodness, you have to be pretty annoying for an entire plane to unite and start booing you. After all this turbulence, they were like, "Okay, we almost just died on this plane, but forget it, I'm still gonna boo you instead because you were more annoying than the turbulence ever could have been." You know how hard it is to get 600 strangers to agree on anything? Insanely difficult, and yet somehow you were that annoying. The Karen sits down, and the flight attendant, who she had kind of argued with earlier, comes over and brings a ton of napkins and says, "Here, these are to help you dry off," which you can take as a petty side comment if you want to, but I don't know, it kind of seems like a jump to do that. I would much rather take it as a nice gesture of it would suck to be tossed around in a bathroom during turbulence, so I'm going to bring you napkins to help you dry off from how wet you got. I think it was nice. It was obvious the flight attendant was trying to be nice, but the Karen starts getting mad at the flight attendant, being like, "Why are you bringing more attention to it? It's already embarrassing enough. I don't know why you would come over here and offer me that." And the flight attendant had gone over there and offered it pretty quietly. It wasn't like they came over the intercom. "To the person sitting in 19D who just got tossed around in the bathroom of the plane, would you like napkins?" They just quietly walked over and handed it to him. If anything, screaming at the flight attendant for it was going to attract way more attention to it than just taking the napkins ever would have. But she starts screaming about how she doesn't understand why the flight attendant wants to bring attention to it or why they're trying to embarrass her. And the flight attendant is confused and is just like, all right, and walks away. And as they're walking away, the Karen stands up and starts yelling at them as they're walking away, which definitely is going to get everyone's attention because now you're just yelling down the length of the plane, saying that they were the most unprofessional flight attendant that they had ever experienced on an airline, and they were so insanely disappointed with the service. And I guess the flight attendant had had enough because they turned around at that point and said that they had, in all their years of flying, and they had been doing it for 15 years, never seen someone have such a disregard for everyone else on the plane and also not listen to the basic rules. And then went off about how he had never seen anyone get tossed around a bathroom by turbulence because usually if the pilot warns them like that, they won't go to the bathroom. So it was all on her, and that the flight attendant's so sorry for bringing napkins over to try to help them clean up. That would never happen again. Obviously, they wanted to just sit for the rest of the 5-hour flight, soaking wet with apparently water from washing their hands. And the Karen finally is just gonna be quiet and sit down. She doesn't say anything back, nothing snarky, which is surprising. That's how you know you really defeated a Karen, is if they don't even reply, they just sit down. They're like, okay, I guess that was a fairly good point. And plus, by that point, she had been thoroughly embarrassed by everyone on the plane. Now everybody was aware of what was going on. Before, it was only the people really around her by the bathroom. But now that she had gotten into a screaming match with a flight attendant as they were walking down the plane, everyone was well aware of the fact that they had been tossed around the bathroom. So she just kind of shut up and sat down for the rest of the plane ride, which is what most people should do on the plane. There's no reason to talk really loud on a plane, period. But especially after you get wrecked by a flight attendant, you might as well just sit down and enjoy the rest of the flight because nothing you say is going to look cool. Even if you start zinging the flight attendant back, everyone's going to be on their side because, you know, they're the flight attendant. And no one wants to hear you screaming at them. And if they're defending themselves, people are probably going to take their side. Maybe it's a little bit different. I think about it differently because I make videos like this. But I don't know. I would hope most people would not be on board with the person getting mad that someone brought them napkins after they got into an accident. Like, oh man, you're going to be mad at the person trying to help? That makes sense. And for the rest of the flight, everything was pretty peaceful, and the subscriber thought that it was done. There's no way she's going to do something else. She had made a fuss at the gate. She had made a fuss on the plane. Both times kind of been told to shut up. But then they landed, and I guess the Karen was sitting there plotting the entire time on how she thought she was going to get the last word. How dare this flight attendant try to help me and then get mad when I yelled at them for trying to help me. They should have just taken getting screamed at for trying to be a nice person. I can't stand when people try to help me with things. It's the absolute worst. Because they land and everybody starts getting all their luggage, and Karen stands up in her seat because they're waiting for like the door to open and says, "Excuse me, can I have the plane's attention?" And everybody looks, even the flight attendants, and the flight attendant doesn't interrupt her or anything, probably a matter of, no, I want to see where this goes. Let's see where this goes. And starts ranting about how she's never had a worse flying experience, never had such unprofessional flight attendants. She would never fly with this airline again. She'd be voting with her wallets, and she hoped everyone else on this flight did the same. And someone from like 2 rows behind said, "Who are you and why would I care?" Which is a fair question. Why would I care that you're never going to fly on this airline and you thought it was the worst flight ever? If I didn't think it was the worst flight ever, no offense, but I don't really care what you think. And she starts saying that it's rude to interrupt people and they shouldn't have said anything, and the reason they should care is because she's a fellow customer like them. And someone from like 15 rows forward at that point goes, "Shut up!" And people start laughing, and she turns and says, "Who said that?" And obviously the person's not going to jump up and be like, "It was me!" And now it's shifted from just the pilot and the crew suck to, "Oh my goodness, all of you are so selfish. I didn't realize that I got on a plane with people that would be okay with another customer having a bad experience." I don't know why they would care about your bad experience. If they were okay with the flight and you weren't, why would they just be like, "You know what? I am pissed. I wasn't pissed, but now I am. This random person who I've never met is upset, so now I am too." And that's when the ultimate GG hammer drops. This is making a pretty loud commotion, and I don't know if a flight attendant had cued him, sorry, because all that was heard was the sound of the intercom happening and the pilot saying, "Excuse me, I'm aware that we have a disturbance at the back of the plane. I would like to remind everybody that no one cares. Please sit down until you can be bored." A lot of the plane laughed, and I think finally it clicked that Karen was not going to get the last word. It didn't matter how many times she stood up and said, "Attention, attention." People were not going to just sit there and listen to her rant about how much it sucked. Even the pilot, I don't know if he could hear it. I don't know how soundproof a cockpit is. I'm not a pilot. But the fact that one of the flight attendants would cue him in and tell him to come on the intercom and say something is pretty funny. I don't know. A lot of people are like, "Wow, that's so unprofessional." All right, whatever, man. You're lame. Look who has no fun. Look who has no fun. If you're not on board with pilots coming on the intercom and embarrassing Karens when they're acting out of control, you are a no fun person. I feel like airline employees are getting a lot more power. I don't know if it's been fixed, but for a while they had a huge worker shortage. I'm sure with a worker shortage, you can kind of do a lot more of what you want to do when a customer's being a jerk, because what are they going to do? Fire you during a shortage? Your employee told me that I was being ridiculous and my demand was undoable. Okay, ma'am, what was your demand? I wanted a giraffe on the plane. Well, that is ridiculous and undoable. I'm glad we're finally getting out of this idea that, like, the customer is always right. That's always been a stupid slogan. But finally, you're allowed to be like, nah, you're not allowed to scream at me because, I don't know, you just feel like yelling at me and had a bad day. You can finally say that. For a while, it was like, nope, you just have to sit there and get screamed at. It is what it is. Let everybody take their anger out on you, employee. Either way, as soon as this story time got sent into me, I knew I had to turn it into a video. I don't know how the Karen had the confidence to keep trying it. After, like, being shut down the third time, you think she would finally be like, all right, I'm not winning this one. Nope, she thought she had the comeback skills of the Patriots versus the Atlanta Falcons. Never forget that they blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. Sorry if you're a Falcons fan, I just have to remind you every now and then.
The person who sent this to me had just graduated college, and there was a town that they had spent a lot of time in when they were younger on vacations and stuff, and it happened to have a pretty popping industry for what they had majored in. So they wanted to move down there, try to get a job because it had always been a dream of theirs. So they started looking for an apartment on Craigslist. And listen, I'm not saying that Craigslist is always gonna end up being a horrible roommate if that's where you look, but I am saying that it's the year 2022, and anyone that is using Craigslist to still find roommates is gonna have themselves a bad time. I feel like Craigslist at this point is known for, like, either buying stuff 10 minutes away from you or horrible things. Those are the two things that it's known for. I don't know why you would take the gamble and roll the dice on a Craigslist roommate, but whatever, this person decided to do it and they said they regret it now. That's all you gotta know about that. So they met the person who they were rooming in with once before they moved in, and everything seemed normal enough, so they decided to move in. And once they moved in, for the first couple weeks, everything was normal. Their roommate was a little bit of a dorkier guy, didn't go out a whole lot, spent most of his time alone playing video games. I can't judge anyone for that because that's kind of what I do. Imagine if I came out here and was like, oh, this dude played video games, cringe. But for the most part, the roommate situation was pretty all right. But one night, a couple weeks after this guy had moved in, they were chilling, watching TV, and they were watching something that was like, I don't know, not controversial, like a football game. And out of nowhere, the roommate looks at the subscriber who sent this to me and goes, how do you feel about the fact that lizard people run the government? And obviously that catches the subscriber off guard because it's not every day you're just like watching sports and someone casually admits that they think lizard people run the government and what your opinion is on it. So he's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't really feel like lizard people run the government. And that was the first time he knew his roommate was a little bit out there because he proceeded to talk for the next 3 hours about how all of the people in charge of the world are secretly lizards and how, you know, obviously they're lizards because you can see them blink sideways sometimes on TV. Just like the weirdest, most out there conspiracy theories of all time. And the person who sent this to me he is just sitting there smiling, going, yeah, uh-huh. Because when someone reveals they're crazy, the last thing you want to do is be the person to call them crazy. So he's just like, oh, okay. He ends up going to his room and he makes a note to himself in his head that my roommate's a little bit out there and I should probably just avoid having situations where I have to talk to him in the future. And that, I guess, made the roommate feel like he was cool with the roommate having all these crazy conspiracy theories and stuff and maybe acting a little bit different. Because it was almost like after that conversation, his guard was let down and he just started letting the full force of his weirdness and full effect come out. He would come home and his roommate would be sitting in the middle of the living room with all the lights off, rocking back and forth in the fetal position, talking about how the lizards were listening. And, you know, whenever the roommate would come home, he would just look up at him and go, oh, hey, man, and get up like nothing was happening, which made it even weirder. Either way, it's creepy, right? Like, imagine you come home to your roommate in the fetal position, rocking back and forth. But the fact that he would be able to get up and act completely normal when he came home made him more uncomfortable, because it was like, dude, what is happening? Are you just rocking back and forth for 9 hours a day until I get back? One day, though, things were a little different. The subscriber comes home and his roommate is doing the thing where he's just sitting there in the dark. But this time when he looks at him, instead of being like, oh, hey, bro, what's up? Going back to normal, he looks at him and he says, I found all of the listening devices. And, you know, there were no listening devices, so the roommate gets a little confused and he's like, all right, what do you mean you found listening devices? And the crazy conspiracy theorist guy goes, look on the ground. And at that point, the subscriber looks down and all on the ground around him, the entire living room floor is covered in forks, all the forks that they had had. When he had first moved in, he had obviously asked the guy if it was cool if he used his silverware and whatnot, and the guy had said yeah. And he had had 4 drawers full of just forks, which is weird, but it's even more weird that he had had all these drawers full of the forks just to eventually find out that they're the listening devices. And so the subscriber, trying to calm him down, goes, hey, I don't think those are listening devices. Those are just forks. You have a lot of forks. If they're all listening devices, then how'd they get him in here? And he starts to get upset with him, and he's like, those are not forks. They're multi-pointed alien listening devices. Which, multi-pointed, technically the truth. Alien listening device, I don't know about that. Even if it was an alien listening device, why would they put 3 drawers full of them in your house? Obviously, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like, we all know aliens don't use forks as listening devices. They probably don't use listening devices at all. They're just aliens. They're smarter than us. But let's roll with them here. They put 900 listening devices in your house, but they just put all of them in the kitchen. It doesn't seem like that much of an advanced smart species at that point. It seems like they have horrible ideas. But either way, he's very insistent that all of these forks on the ground are indeed alien listening devices. And the subscriber is like, all right, dude, I get that you think they're alien listening devices, but I need forks to eat. It's not like I can eat everything with a spoon. And the roommate, in his infinite wisdom, had obviously already thought about that. Come on, you don't find a bunch of listening devices in your house and not come up with the backup plan. So what he said is that they were no longer allowed to use these forks. He had to throw them away because they're listening devices, but they could use plastic ones. And then he tapped next to him, and there was a box that the subscriber hadn't seen that was full of a bunch of plastic forks, which is horrible for the environment, might I add. But the roommate then goes around the room, grabs up all these forks, just a big handful of them, and he starts walking to the kitchen. And there were so many forks on the floor that he had tried to pick up that as he's walking to the kitchen, all you're hearing is like ching, 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 ching. Forks falling, hitting the tile. But he goes over to the trash can, and the next sound the subscriber hears is just all of the forks going into the trash. And at that point, he was too tired from work to actually have the argument. There were plastic forks. He was going to eat later, so he decided his best course of action would probably to go to his room. Just because here was this guy thinking that all the forks were listening devices. I probably wouldn't want to be around that very long either. So just go to your room and figure out what the next move was. So he gets to his room and he's a little bit confused because he's like, most people probably don't have to deal with this. It's not every day that you come home to your roommate throwing away most of the silverware in the house because he's convinced that it's a listening device, but I guess this is my problem. And so he starts texting one of his friends being like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, this is insane. I don't know how much longer I can live
live with this. It's just too crazy. And he hears a knock on his door and he goes, who is it? And his roommate opens the door and says, hey, I just wanted to let you know that I think the aliens are going to come take me tonight. And he's like, dude, what do you mean? Like, the aliens are not going to come take you. There's no way that's going to happen. But his roommate is pretty insistent. He says, the lizard people are mad at me, so the aliens are going to come save me from the lizard people. And then he, like, leaves. He closes the door. And so the subscriber is insanely confused. Imagine somebody just coming and knocking on your door. Hey, man, the aliens are going to kidnap me tonight. You're like, what aliens? You know, the sworn enemies of the lizard people that run the government. You'd be like, yeah, okay, good luck with that. But whatever, he kind of brushes it off and forgets about it because his roommate is going to be there the next morning. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for 1 second. On screen now is a gift card code. I give one of these away in every video, so subscribe and turn on notifications, otherwise I will have to fight you. And let's get back to the video. Well, he wakes up the next morning and he goes out and he's immediately shocked because all of his roommate's stuff is gone. The couch, the kitchen table, all of the silverware, everything from all the cabinets. And last night, it was all still there. So he kind of starts to freak out a little bit like, bro, did this guy get taken by aliens? This is insane. All of this stuff is gone. And he's kind of freaking out because even if the guy had moved out in the middle of the night, that would A, be weird, and B, how did he manage to get all the stuff out by himself in the middle of the night without waking anyone up or making noise? So he's freaking out, but he decides the best course of action would be to go to the apartment office and ask if they knew anything, because if the guy's just gone missing, he doesn't know what to do, so he decides to go down there. And he had never been to the apartment office before. When he had met the dude on Craigslist, he had just sublet a room in the apartment. So he didn't really have to do a whole lot with the main office. That was that guy's job. So he goes in there and he says, hey, I'm subletting a room in an apartment, da-da-da-da-da. All my roommate's stuff is gone. Did he move out or something? I'm not sure what's going on. And they like start looking it up at the computer and then they look at him really confused and they go, wait, what unit was it? So he says the number and they go, well, that can't be right because that unit is vacant. And then he's like, no, it's not. Here's the key. So one of them goes with him. They open the door. They see it. They're like, holy crap, this one's supposed to have been empty. And that's when they realize the roommate he's been living with that's obsessed with like the lizard people and he's going to get kidnapped by aliens had just been squatting in this apartment. He was renting a room from a squatter. And if you don't know what a squatter is, it's someone that just goes into a building and starts living there. They're not a legal tenant. They're not actually supposed to be living there. He had just found an empty apartment and moved in and then posted on Craigslist that there was a room for rent. So the apartment staff is like, how long have you been living here? He's like, a month, weeks. And they start looking around and the staff is flabbergasted because when an apartment is vacant, it's not supposed to have like internet power, any of that stuff. Somehow, Lizard Conspiracy Man had like managed to get power into it. He had daisy chained and DIY'd the power box to work. He had gotten the water to work. Everything was working, which is also why the subscriber had never thought anything was weird. You know, if someone's squatting, you'd assume things would be obvious. Certain stuff wouldn't work. People would come knock on the door and whatnot. But the guy had been good at it, even to the point where he would talk to the neighbors and whatnot, and they thought that he was renting. They had no clue it was supposed to have been vacant either. So the apartment team is like, we have to figure this out. This is supposed to be vacant, so you can't stay here. So the subscriber has to, like, get a bag full of his stuff. He gets in a hotel room for a few days. And after a while, the apartment staff calls him and they're like, we have no clue who the guy who was living in that apartment was. He wasn't supposed to be in there. It was supposed to be empty. But since you say you were subletting from him off Craigslist, we'll rent you the apartment. And the subscriber who sent this to me responds and is like, listen, as flattering as that is for the offer, I'm not really down to do that because the last thing I want is the guy that apparently is getting kidnapped by aliens to show back up. The dude didn't have an issue breaking into places because he had been squatting there for a while, so I probably wouldn't want to stay either. Just some guy you know is borderline unstable talking about how the governments are colluding against him because they're all secretly lizards. He disappears one day, moved out in the middle of the night. You go talk to the office, you find out he was never supposed to be there in the first place. No thank you, I'm not gonna stay there. And he had keys for the door and everything. Like, this guy was a professional apartment squatter. So they say that's that's all right. That's fine. They understand. So he goes and gets the rest of his stuff. He hadn't been able to grab all of it, and he moves into a different apartment. And he thinks that's the end of it. He thinks that's all good. The guy has still been missing. Nobody knows where he is. It's not like they were exceptionally close. He didn't have his find my location or anything like that, but still, the guy straight up vanishes, obviously not taken by aliens, but just decided to leave in the middle of the night with all of his stuff. Probably knew they were about to catch on to the squatting. Maybe the apartment was getting rented out soon or something like that, so he just knew that he had to get out of there, but he was gone. When one day the subscriber wakes up and he has a message on Facebook and he clicks it because who uses Facebook anymore, and the request is from the guy. And the request just says, hey man, I left some stuff there. Do you happen to have it? So he replies to him and lets him know, look, I know you were squatting. You sublet the apartment. I had to move out like it was an entire thing. That why did you do that? Like, squatting's illegal, just kind of letting him know that the guy had really screwed him over and affected him. And all the guy replied with was, yeah, that's what happens when the lizards are after you. He had just deluded himself into thinking squatting was something that he had to do because the secret government of the world was after him or something. And at that point, the subscriber just decided to give him the old block, which was the best maneuver. If someone's crazy and saying all this stuff, it's probably best to just block them and not get involved. About this guy who apparently just loved to act tough in his school, just being a little bit over the top when it comes to saying he could beat everybody up and he's smarter than everybody. I know you guys love this, but the real kicker is apparently his dad's in the CIA, so watch out, you know, we all might be on a watch list somewhere for making fun of this guy. Either way, I just thought it would be a pretty funny story time, so yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so first things first, this kid was just one of those people that loves to act tough, you know, like, oh, I can take on anyone in a fight, but he was delusional. He would actually try to convince people that if a team of Navy SEALs were to break into his house, he would be able to take them. Which, listen, man, I'm not saying that Navy SEALs are real superheroes, but, like, as far as what they do, they're as close to superhero as superhero gets. I think there's a reason that we can send a team of, like, 6 of them somewhere, and they're like, yeah, no, we got everything done. We're the Navy SEALs. Keep in mind this dude's in school, so the odds of him taking on every Navy SEAL is slim to none. But one of the weirdest things that he would do is, like, try to spy on people in his class. And obviously that's already a little bit weird. I think if anyone, like, realized someone was trying to spy on them, they would be a little bit uncomfortable. But this guy would be really, really annoying about it. Like, for example, if you were talking to somebody at recess you didn't normally talk to, he would come up to you at lunch and, like, ask you why you were talking to them. And if you didn't answer, he would be like, why are you getting so defensive? I don't know, probably because I didn't realize there was some dude watching everyone that I was talking to all the time. Maybe that's why I'm getting a little bit defensive. I'm just not too comfortable with the whole being watched thing. Either way, he would just try to spy on people, but he was really bad at it. Like, for example, if you were in the library and you were trying to talk to somebody about something, he would get within like 2 feet of you, which is so close to the point you can just tell someone's overhearing what you're saying. And he would just like look at a book and flip through the pages, which, listen, might be some good cover if you're across the room, you're looking like you're reading the book, but it was almost like someone had told him, reading a book is a good way to make sure you're not paying attention or make it look like you're not paying attention. But unless this dude was like an insane professional speed reader, there's no way he would be reading that fast. Because he would be trying to spy on somebody, flipping through the pages like he had, I don't know, something wrong with his wrist where it was just constantly doing that motion. Like, seriously, would fly through pages, which also made sound. He was doing it so fast, so whoever he was trying to spy on would look over and just see this kid furiously speed reading and be like, hey man, can we help you? And whenever someone would ask him, what are you doing, when he would do this weird thing in the library, he would just immediately be like, I'm not spying on you. And you'd be like, all right, I just asked what you're doing. Kind of weird to blurt that out. Sorry, dude. I don't know. My brain stopped working there. You know, like some guy's sitting next to you. Hey, man, what's up? I'm not spying on you. You're like, okay, I didn't think you were, but now I know you're definitely spying on me. It's just a weird reaction to do. And obviously, he would be trying to overhear the conversation, because why else would you go stand like 2 feet away from people and loudly flip through a book? And that wasn't the only time he would try to spy on people and just do it very, very poorly. They had this like thing for reading on their classroom computers that was this like a website that would have articles on it written for kids, and then like the kids could write articles. It was this thing that they had at their school, right? And everybody had a password, and everybody had like, you know, their login for it. And so he would try to like get people to give over the login information, which, listen, people do it all the time, you know, it's like phishing, I guess it's possible, but the guy just would do it in the dumbest way possible. For example, like one of the reset questions that you would have to reset your password, everybody had the same one, and it was like, you know, what was the first street you lived on, and what was your first pet's name? Something along those lines. And he would walk up to somebody and ask like 2 questions to them. Oh, how is your day? Did you do your homework? What street do you live on? Which, if you've never had a conversation with someone before and they just start walking up and asking security questions, it's a little obvious. Hello, fellow stranger. I believe that we have never met. If you could please provide me with your mother's maiden name and your date of birth, I would greatly appreciate it. It is for a survey, for surveying. Like, it's pretty obvious when someone's doing that. And when they would not answer, he would sometimes just get so obvious about it that he would just try to convince them to give him the password. Hey man, what's your password? I want to see if mine is stronger than it. Which, listen, if anyone falls for that one, they just kind of deserve to have their account hacked into and be spied on. I'm not saying anyone would deserve it, but if somebody says, hey, can you tell me your password so I can make sure mine is as strong, and you give them your password, you might just be one of the stupidest people of all time. Oh yeah, no problem, man. Mine is I love socks 86. What's yours? My password is password. Like, I just feel like if someone answers that question, they're dumb. And everybody would get very annoyed with it because it wasn't like he was just always trying to spy on people, was bad at it, and would just shut up beyond that. He was always telling people that he was like very talented at getting information, you know, he was just a next level spy. He was basically gonna get recruited by the CIA straight out of high school. You know, just real I'm going to be a big tough James Bond guy type of stuff. And considering how bad he was at spying, I think if he even tried to go to the CIA, they would be like, no. They would be doing the prerequisite questioning. I don't know how the CIA picks spies. I'm guessing they make you do a questionnaire before they just start training you. Are you good at espionage? He's like, yes, I'll have you know, I've asked 8,000 people what their passwords are, and one person has told me. Just like something like that just makes no sense. Whatever, though. He just got really annoying with it, and there was another kid in the class who was never trying to spy on people, but was just one of those kids that everybody knew was one of the smarter kids in the class. And one day, the spy kid tries to get this guy's password, and he's not having any of it, and he straight up asks the guy, do you really think that one day someone's gonna be stupid enough to give you that information? Which, listen, is that a little bit aggressive? Yeah, but at the same time, if someone's trying to get you to tell them your password, you're probably justified in being like, hey man, that's stupid. Do you ever think anyone's gonna fall for that? But whatever, the kid who's spying gets very upset and starts yelling at him, saying he has no idea who he's messing with, and he has no idea what training this kid has been through. And listen, dude, even if your dad is some secret CIA agent, whatever, I said that weird, I don't think that you just miraculously have training. Like, I don't think Agent Cody Banks is real life. The Spy Kids was not a documentary. This guy probably thinks that Spy Kids was based on a true story. You know that second one where they have like all the monsters on the island? He just thinks somewhere there's actually an evil scientist who has a bunch of people with magnets on their heads flying around. The thumb people are just at the bottom of the ocean in Atlantis. I don't think that's reality, but whatever. He starts telling this kid that he has all this training and he doesn't want to mess with him because he has no idea who he'd be messing with. And listen, bro, it just doesn't matter how like much you swear you have super cool training. If this guy was trained by the CIA and was still this bad at spying, then I'm losing all faith in our government. No wonder they can't do a coup right. Every time they try to overthrow a government, they get caught. It's probably because they're trying to recruit like 8th graders to the spy network. All right, sir, we're gonna go try to destabilize Peru. You guys go for it. Take the crack team of 9th graders. Like, I mean, come on. The CIA is good at destabilizing countries. I don't want to insult them. I'm so sorry, CIA agent outside my house. Sorry, I had to save myself. I wasn't trying to wake up with a bag over my head being told I'm being taken somewhere for insulting the CIA. Either way, the kid who had started arguing with him about how he's not a very good spy and he doesn't know what he's doing got fed up with it and said something along the lines of like, if your training is so good, then you should have no problem beating me up after school then, which is just a good way of saying like, we're gonna fight after school. And I'm not saying that that was the smartest decision that he would ever make, but I think it was a little bit of him like calling his bluff. I don't know, I'm not that guy, I can't know what he's thinking. But I mean, if you think about it from a strategic perspective, the guy can't really back down because apparently he's a secret CIA agent who's got all this training. And on top of it, if he doesn't instantly like 720 no-scope karate kick you and pinch your shoulder where you pass out instantly, it's gonna be really obvious he's not an agent. And listen, it's obvious he's not an agent. Spoiler alert, the CIA doesn't recruit children that I know of. But it's a pretty good way to A, make him look dumb because he either has to back down, at which point what spy would be backing down from this situation, or B, he makes himself look stupid. Either way, it's kind of a W. And the spy kid, being the spy kid, is like, you know, I'm not going to fight you because my hands are registered as lethal weapons, so if I fight you, I could get in trouble. But you should stop threatening me and don't you dare try to fight me, because if you try to fight me, then I'll tell the CIA and they'll arrest your entire family. Which, once again, don't know if that's how it works. Like, hey man, this guy threatened to fight me. Can we just kidnap his whole family? I think that's more of a North Korea thing where they put people in prison for like the next 3 generations. Yeah, your great uncle insulted Kim Jong-un once, so your grandkid's going to be in prison. I don't think that's how it works here. Once again, not in the CIA, I wouldn't really know. But I'm just saying that like, oh, don't threaten me because I will call the CIA and they'll arrest you. Also, I can't fight you because my hands are lethal weapons. Very convenient, but the smart kids having none of it, he's like, no bro, I'm just saying, if you're some tough spy, you should be able to show me up no problem. But the kid is just not letting it go. He's like, I'm going to tell the CIA and you're gonna get in trouble. And now the kid that started this argument with him changes his tactic. Instead of trying to fight the CIA guy, he just starts calling his bluff that he can tell the CIA. Go ahead, tell them. Like, what are they gonna do, show up at my house? And the kid's like, yeah, they will show up at your house actually. And so, whatever, finally they drop it and he says, I'm fighting you after school, like we're fighting, everyone's had enough of this CIA agent crap, it's going down. And immediately people start talking about it, they're like, finally, we're gonna see this kid have to get into a fight, he's been trying to spy on everybody. Everyone had kind of wanted to punch the dude in the face at some point, it was just now somebody was actually being like, nope, it's going down. Well, apparently, when the spy kid said that he was going to tell the CIA, what he really meant was that he was going in to tell the teacher. Basically, just snitch. I don't know if in his mind it was codename Kids Next Door and all the teachers were like secretly CIA agents or something. But he snitches, and everybody knows he snitches because when they get back to class, the teacher is like, all right, guys, no fighting, calls out the kid who wanted to fight him by name and says, I don't know who you want to fight, but it's not acceptable. And everybody is like, bro, you told the teacher? Are you serious? Mr. CIA agent was so afraid that he told? And he's like, I didn't tell the teacher. The CIA told the teacher. I just told the CIA. Yeah, that's definitely how it works. The CIA has a main line into every classroom. You can't let our agent's cover be blown. Make sure that this fight doesn't happen. I don't know. If the CIA was going to get involved, I don't think they would just tell the teacher not to make it happen. But whatever. He was kind of like implying that the CIA had gotten involved because this guy wanted to fight him, and the guy's not backing down. He says, I don't care that the teacher told me not to do it. I don't care that you told the CIA. I'm fighting you after school. And the CIA kid is freaking out. He's like, oh my goodness, dude, I don't know what to do. And after school that day, they see him sprinting across the parking lot to his mom's car to avoid having to walk past them. So that's the length of what he's willing to go to avoid the fight, right? And after that, the smart kid kind of had proved his point. Obviously, he's not a CIA agent. Everybody would make fun of him for backing out of the fight. So whatever, it had kind of gone away. Everyone had just kind of known it was bullcrap after that day because he literally ran away. I don't know if that's what the CIA teaches people. They're like, all right, CIA agents, run as fast as you can. Everyone was disappointed the fight didn't happen, but it did serve the purpose of like, okay, the guy clearly is not a CIA agent and he's going to tell the teacher on anything you do. But then came the day where he actually ended up getting into a lot of trouble because he wouldn't drop the CIA thing. And up to this point, he had just kept it between like him and the students, really, which, whatever, annoying, but there's nothing they can really do. However, the time it went too far was when he decided to use the whole my dad is in the CIA thing for his teacher as well. Anyways, one day he just decides that he's going to sneak out of class. And I don't know if sneaking out of a classroom is even something a real spy could do. Because, I mean, think about it. Like, the teacher is standing at the front of the room looking at everyone, and you have to get up and walk out of the door while the teacher is looking your direction. I mean, maybe it's possible if you got like some Halo active cloak or whatever. I don't know what secret gadgets they're handing out to the spies these days, but I'm just saying the odds of being able to like sneak out of a classroom seem pretty low, unless your teacher is got the worst nearsighted vision of all time and everything's just kind of a blob from 10 feet out. I don't know how you're going to just stand up and walk out without getting noticed. But sure enough, he gets out of his chair and starts doing like this tiptoe slow movement thing. I don't know if he thought teachers were like T-Rexes where their sight was based on movement. Maybe he had watched a little bit too much Jurassic Park, got that mixed up with his James Bond. But he's moving really slowly, and obviously the teacher is like, "What are you doing?" Because it's obvious that he's walking towards the door. And the kid just stops in his tracks. He just stops moving and freezes. And I don't know if he thought that the teacher was just going to be so confused by why he stood still, he would just drop the entire subject. I don't know if he thought that standing still would make him seem less guilty, but he's standing there just not replying. So the teacher asks him again, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Me?" and points at himself. And the teacher is like, "Yeah, you. Who else should they be talking to, man? What are you doing? Do you see anyone else out of their chair doing anything else?" "No." "Me? What am I doing? Goodness gracious, I'm only standing still in the middle of class for some reason. Why would you think I'm up to anything?" But the teacher is like, "Yes, you." And he says that he has a very important mission that he has to take care of, and he has to go gather intel on the office for such and such, for blah, blah, blah. And the teacher is kind of like, "What in the world are you talking about?" Because I don't think if he was a spy, which we all know he's not, why would they assign you to go spy on the principal? Like, I feel like the CIA probably knows everything about anyone that they want to know. I don't think they would be like, "Wow, I sure am glad we trained this child to be an agent. Now he can go spy on his principal for us." But all right, whatever. And the teacher is like, "No, you can't leave. You don't have a mission. What are you talking about?" And you would think maybe it would register in this kid's mind that, oh, this is a teacher and I can't really commit to the whole my dad's a CIA agent and so am I thing. But he starts yelling at the teacher saying that she is obstructing a national security investigation, and if she does this, she's responsible for whatever the bad guys do next. And the teacher is just looking at him like he's crazy. Because imagine you're a teacher in this situation. You've got like, I don't know, 900 students in a day. Well, how many ever students teachers have? And all of a sudden, one of them is yelling at you that he's a CIA agent. And if you don't let him leave the class and go spy on the principal, you're responsible for whatever the bad guys do. Like, what? You would just be thinking that this kid has to be on something, right? Like, okay, little Timmy, how much rat poison did you accidentally eat last night? Something's going on that doesn't make sense. And the teacher is kind of telling him that I don't really care what national security, and she does air quotes, is on the line. You don't get to just get up and leave class whenever you feel like it. I have to run my classroom like a classroom. And if everyone's just getting up and leaving all willy-nilly, that kind of defeats the purpose. I would have no control over the class. Which is fair. I don't think she should have even tried to reason with him. She should have just been like, "Dude, you're not a CIA agent, and even if you were, it doesn't mean you can just get out of everything. Sit down." But she's trying to reason with him, and you'd think he would respect that a little bit. Like, okay, thank you for at least not telling me I'm insanely delusional. You can pretend that anything he's saying about being a CIA agent makes sense. And then he's like, "If you don't let me go, the CIA is going to kidnap you and take you to a black site." Which, if you don't know where those are, they is basically a location where the CIA takes you when they want to do a little bit of interrogation that maybe might not be legal on U.S. soil. maybe a little bit of waterboarding, and we're not talking surfing. So the teacher is like, what? Did you just threaten me? And the kid says, yeah, my dad's a CIA agent. I have to help him. You need to let me go now. And the teacher's having none of that. And she's like, you're not going to threaten me. I don't care what your dad is. You're not an agent, even if your dad is, and I don't believe you. And the kid's like, what do you mean you don't believe me? My dad's a CIA agent. I can do whatever you want. And she says, I would stop saying your dad's a CIA agent or I'm going to have to embarrass you. And at this point, if I was the kid, I would just shut up. Because I feel like when an adult says, don't say anything or I'm going to embarrass you, like, it's just going to happen. I wouldn't really want to take those chances. But whatever, he says something about how, like, you would have no clue what my dad can do, so you don't know anything, shut up. And the teacher just looks at him and says, I know your dad is a mailman, shut up. And everybody is like, oh my God, losing their mind, you know? Everybody had wanted to tell this kid to shut up. And here was the teacher confirming that not only is dad not a CIA agent, but he's a mailman. No disrespect to mailmans. I love getting the mail. Thank you so much for bringing it to my house. I appreciate it. But it's definitely not a CIA agent, and it's definitely not any job that gives you permission to just start running around the school willy-nilly spying on people. No, you don't understand. I have to wiretap the principal. My dad works for the post office. Doesn't really have the same ring to it. Well, the kid tries to double down on the story, which, all right, maybe he's in too deep at this point. He's like, look, I just have to commit. There's nothing else I can do. That's a possibility. But he starts trying to argue with the teacher, being like, no, that's just his cover. That's the job that he says he has. He's actually a CIA agent, but he can't tell you that because he's undercover. And the teacher looks at him and she's like, okay, so you're telling me that your dad is actually a CIA agent, but he's using mailman as his cover because he's on a secret assignment? And the kid very confidently is like, yeah, that's it. He thinks this one's gonna work, all right? Now everyone's gonna think he's a CIA agent. The teacher's gonna back off. This was the greatest thing that he's ever come up with. And the teacher goes, are you sure that's the story you wanna go with? And the kid says yes. And so the teacher points out, well, if he's on a secret assignment and he's supposed to be undercover, why did you just tell the entire class about your dad's secret identity? And the kid is standing there stammering. And obviously neither him or his dad is a CIA agent. Not that his dad said he was, but he's just kind of like, because that's kind of a good point. I'm pretty sure when they assign like secret missions, one of the things that they make sure to tell you is keep it a secret. The CIA likes to do secret things. I don't think you get through training without being able to keep a secret. And he's stammering and he's like, well, and everybody's just kind of laughing at this point because if you are a spy, you're a horrible one. No, my dad's a secret agent. We're on a secret mission and this is secret. It's classified. No one knows about it. Turns around, realize he's been sitting on the intercom button, like almost comical levels of exposing yourself here. And he doesn't know what to say, so he just doubles down and yells at the teacher, well, I have a mission to do and it's of the utmost importance to national security, so you can't stop me. I have to get out of this classroom. You got me. My dad's not in the CIA, but that's my cover, is that he's using the mailman cover for the CIA, which at this point we've got covers on top of covers on top of covers with secret stories, and there's still a CIA kid for some reason, and everybody is starting to laugh even more, and he's getting pissed because it's obvious that no one's believing it. And the teacher says it doesn't matter how many times you try to change your story, you're not allowed to just leave the class. And he's getting very angry, and finally he just looks at everyone in the class laughing at him. He looks at the teacher and he says, screw you, opens the door and just runs out. And now everybody is just laughing out loud because the way he said screw you, his voice just happened to crack when he did it. Unfortunate timing, dude. We've all been there. Every time my voice cracks in a video, oh, nice voice crack. Every time in the comments. But if you're gonna be like, screw you, it's just definitely not gonna go over well, dude. Everyone's gonna be laughing at you. But he runs out, and the teacher goes to look out the door just to kind of see where he's running. I don't know, like just see what's happening. And when they open the door, a few of the kids look out, and they start laughing even harder. Listen, if you are some type of secret agent, one of the things I'm sure they make you do a lot of is like endurance training, you know, conditioning. If you're gonna be spying spying and saving the world, you gotta be able to run for a bit. I don't think lazy agents is something they got on deck. Well, apparently the CIA school of teaching kids how to run had really messed with this dude's, because he's doing like, I don't even know how to explain it. Imagine somebody had taken a backpack, put it way too low on their back, and then tried to run while it's like bouncing on them, but he's just not wearing a backpack. He's just kind of running really weird, like he's uncomfortable, and everyone's laughing. And he turns around and sees the door open and sees a few kids. And he yells something about how, like, he's off to save the country and they can thank him when they watch the news later or whatever, and storms off. And the teacher has to call the office at that point and it explains the situation. And listening to the teacher explain it to the office was hilarious, because she's like, yeah, I have a kid who apparently thinks he's in the CIA. Apparently his dad is too. When I told him he couldn't leave class to go do his mission, he got very angry at me, started screaming at me, and then ran out of the class. But when he was running, it looked like he had something wrong with his leg. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but just so you know, there is a crazy kid running around the campus. And of course, they start looking for him. They find him. He does not come back to the class that day. He gets taken to the office. They call in his dad, who is a mailman. And obviously, no one really knows what went down in the meeting. But what we do know is that when he comes back to school after a little suspension, he did not get rid of the CIA story. So apparently, whatever they told him in the office didn't have enough going on for him to not pretend to be a spy anymore. But everybody in class started calling him James, like, you know, James Bond, which, listen, it's kind of funny. Like, listen, sure, would I love to be nicknamed after something as embarrassing as this? No. But if you're gonna stick to the CIA story, you ran out of the class to go save the country or whatever, people are gonna call you James Bond. You just gotta deal with it. As for the news later that day, there was nothing about some super spy saving the world and then running back to 8th grade geometry or whatever. So I'm not quite sure what he meant by that, not sure what his mission was, but he ended up changing schools the year after that because his family moved states. Probably another CIA reassignment, all right? You know, there's no way that he was moving for any other reason. Realistically, his dad probably just wanted to go be a mailman in a different town. And I don't want anyone to get it twisted and think I'm dunking on mailmen. It's like a very respectable job. Someone's got to do it. You get paid well, good benefits. It's just not a CIA agent. They're a little bit different. Who would have thunk it?
And today I have a story time that's definitely different than anything I've ever had sent into me before. Apparently this guy's neighborhood was being terrorized by a group of kids on bicycles who would act like pirates and rob everybody else. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how you get that idea. Watching a little bit too much Pirates of the Caribbean or something. Oh, if we just pretend to be Jack Sparrow, we can rob everyone. And he always gets away with it, so we will too. Either way, I just thought it was a pretty crazy story time that you guys would enjoy. So without further ado, let's hop right into it, grab some popcorn, and let's go. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me is a lot older now, but at the time was probably around like 10 years old, and he had just moved into this new neighborhood that he thought was really cool because it was one of those neighborhoods where people's yards are like kind of big, like an acre or 2 acre lots. So you still have like friends in the neighborhood you can play with, but you can also still have a tree house and some woods in your backyard. And he thought it was sick, but what he didn't know is that there was a group of kids in the neighborhood who really sucked. And he found out about it while riding his bike one day. He had like a cheap MP3 player his parents had bought him with like just some cheap headphones. You know, one that can hold like 15 songs. And he was riding around on his bike and he comes around the corner and he sees like 4 kids on bikes with some wooden swords, and like a few of them are wearing eye patches and bandanas, and he just thinks to himself, oh, these kids are playing pirate. And so he goes to ride past them, but he rides past them and he instantly gets this weird feeling, and he turns around and he sees them following him. And so he turns down his music, but like doesn't let them know that. He doesn't take his headphones out, which was pretty quick thinking, I'll be honest. And he kind of hears them talking about how they're going to take his iPod, they're going to take it from him, blah, 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 blah. So he starts riding his bike even faster, and they start riding faster and start yelling at him to stop. So he starts trying to get back to his house, but they had been here a lot longer than he was. So they take a little shortcut through the woods, cut him off. And one of them walks right up to him and smacks him with this wooden pirate sword right on the back. And it hurts, man. Like, listen, even if someone hits you with a Nerf sword really, really hard, it's not a very pleasant feeling. I'm not saying it's gonna, like, permanently injure you, but you can bruise someone with one of those very easy. Getting smacked with a piece of wood definitely doesn't feel good, and so it kind of knocks him off his bike, and they're all standing over him, and they're like, give us your iPod, give us your iPod. And he's like, it's not an iPod, it's not an iPod, it's an MP3 player. And they're like, oh, that's garbage, give it to us. So he hands it over because he doesn't want to get smacked again. And instead of taking it, they just put it on the ground and use a different one of their wooden swords to smash it. And he's like, what is wrong with you guys? And they're like, we know you're new here, but anything that you have of value, like, we're probably going to take it. You know, we're the pirates of the cul-de-sac, like, don't mess with us, blah, 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 blah. And the kid is like, what? Fine. Like, what is your guys' issue? I won't mess with you guys, but like, what in the world? And they're like, yeah, we've been doing this forever, and if you tell your parents, we're gonna have even bigger problems, like we'll make your whole family's life suck. And he's like, dude, you guys are nuts. But clearly they're committed to being nuts, considering they're just roaming around smacking people they don't know with wooden swords just to take things from them and break them. So whatever, he goes home and he just doesn't really tell his parents, which is dumb. I'm letting everyone know right now, if someone smacks you with a wooden sword, you should tell someone. Cause like, I don't know why you would keep that a secret, man. Someone's gotta nip that in the bud. That just seems like a pretty dangerous situation. Just a roaming gang of pirates on bikes smacking people with wooden swords. Like, someone needs to call someone to make sure that this doesn't keep happening, because this is psychotic. All the kids just live in fear. They're like so afraid to take their new skateboard out, you know, their parents, why aren't you using your new skateboard, son? Is something going on? No. But whatever, he doesn't tell his parents, and he goes up to his room and he's like, dude, what should I do? And he had an older brother who was like 14 at the time, so like 4 years older than him. And so he goes to him and he kind of tells him the situation and is like, what should I do? And his brother says, well, you got to do something about it, which, you know, you should tell someone. I don't think you should necessarily go all Batman vigilante mode. But his brother goes, I'm going to give you something to help you, like, do something about it. And he says, okay. And his brother was a little bit older, so his parents had decided he was mature enough to have an airsoft gun. And so it was just like a little like, I don't know, AR-looking airsoft gun with a battery in it that could, like, shoot. And airsoft guns hurt, but you can't really do damage unless you, like, hit someone in the eye with it or something. And he goes, if they give you any trouble, just shoot them with this. And he's like, oh, yeah, your airsoft gun's so awesome. Because his brother, being his older brother, had, like, shot him with it before, so he knew how much it hurts. And he's like, yeah, they won't be able to rob me now. And one of the best parts about this house that they had moved into is that the family that had lived there before them had raised a bunch of kids. So there was, like, tree houses and zip lines and all this stuff. And one of them kind of overlooked the road. And so his plan was to go up there and yell at them that they needed to give him money for a new MP3 player. And, like, he wasn't even going to tell them that he had the airsoft gun. And if they tried to, like, rush him or attack him or anything, then he would use it. Because he didn't want to have to do it. He was like, maybe if I just stand up for myself, they'll respect me, you know? Like, he had seen enough movies about it. So whatever, he climbs up in the treehouse, and sure enough, about 15 minutes later, he hears some yelling and pedaling, and he thinks it's the pirate gang coming to, like, ride their bikes by. But what he sees is a kid way smaller than him. Like, gotta be, you know, 6, 7 years old, pedaling as fast as he can away from the pirate gang. And they're gaining on him pretty easily because they're just a lot older than him. And eventually they come and they kind of run him off the road, like right underneath this guy's treehouse. The stars just align. And they walk up to this kid that they're at least twice as old as. And they start like hitting him with the wooden swords. And the kid's like, ow, stop. And at that point, the kid is like, well, I can't go down there and do anything about it because there's so many of them, but I can just open up the airsoft gun, I guess. So he like sticks it out and yells at them to stop, and they're like, no. So he starts shooting the airsoft gun, and they're all like, ow, and they're running. And he didn't really check to see how many pellets were in the little, like, magazine thing for the airsoft gun before he started. And there was only about, like, 20 pellets in there, so it runs out pretty quick. And obviously, at that point, they're like, we're gonna come get you for that. If you're gonna shoot someone with an airsoft gun, they're not gonna be thrilled about it. Like, let's be honest, chances are if you do something like this guy did, the pirates are going to come and try to, like, raid your treehouse. But at least they're not, like, focused on the little kid anymore, so they start walking over to the treehouse and starting to climb up the ladder.
And so he starts looking around the treehouse, and all he has is like some water bottles up there. So he just starts like trying to drop the water bottles down the ladder, and they're not very far up the ladder yet. So they stop, and they're like, "We're just gonna wait until you come down. We know you have to come down soon." And he's in the treehouse, and he starts realizing that this was not the best, well thought out plan. Like, I don't really think you should do this. I'm not saying you should do what he did. Obviously, you should like yell at them to stop if they're trying to rob another guy. But you get what I'm saying. I don't think this was the most well thought out plan. I don't think this was the best way to handle the situation. But here he is, stuck in the treehouse with them down there, saying that they're just gonna wait. And he doesn't really know what to do. And they had some like walkie-talkies in the treehouse, but he didn't know if his brother was home or not. So he just starts kind of going on the walkie-talkie, and he's whispering because he doesn't want them to hear him like calling for help. And he's like, "Bro, listen, I was really dumb. I'm stuck in the treehouse. The gang of pirates is standing underneath me. They're just gonna wait till I have to come down. Like, can you come help me?" And somehow, by the grace of Grayskull, his brother is in his room, and so he picks it up and he's like, "Yeah, I'll come out." And so he opens and closes the back door really loud. And the gang of pirates kind of hears that, and they are like, "We got to get out of here. You know, it's his parents. We got to go." And they go get on their bikes and they get out of there. And his brother comes over and he sees them riding their bikes away, and he yells at them to stop. But obviously they don't stop. If they're willing to be roaming around, like stealing people's stuff and smacking them with wooden swords, I don't really know how telling them to stop is going to work. But whatever, they leave. His brother's like, "What happened?" He tells him what happened. They decide to go figure out where that kid lives. So they go over, knock on the door, ask if they can talk to him. His parents are like, "Yeah, sure." So they go get him, and the little kid comes out, and they're like, "All right, what happened?" And he says it's the 4th time that they've tried to rob him, but he never has anything on him, so they just get angry and tell him to bring something nice, which is absolutely bonkers. I mean, think about that. You try to rob someone, and they have nothing on them, and you're like, "Hey, next time you come, you better make sure that you have a wallet full of Benjamins, okay? I'm over trying to rob you for 4 pennies. Like, I would just never have anything valuable on me after that point. If someone's repeatedly robbing you and keeps telling you to bring nicer things, just don't bring anything nice. Like, why would you do that?" But whatever, they're realizing that this problem is really out of control. And even though they had threatened them with, like, if anyone told their parents, they decide that it's gone too far and they have to tell them. So because they were new in the neighborhood, they decide that they're going to tell their parents, and they go and they do. And their parents decide to go around and talk to the other parents about it, just to make sure that this wasn't just some rumor that they were telling the new kids to scare them. And all the parents ask their kids, and as soon as the parents start pressuring their kids about it, a bunch of them break, you know? Like, when their parents just weren't pressing them and asking questions, it was just no big deal. But the second they're like, "Is this going on? Like, please tell me, because we got to take care of this if it's happening," they are like, "Yes, it happened," you know? They would steal our stuff and whatnot. And all the parents decide that they're going to have a neighborhood meeting. A bunch of the dads wanted to like go over there and like yell at them, and they were like, no, you can't handle it that way. So they're going to have a neighborhood meeting. And so all the parents go to the neighborhood meeting. So this is just what he heard from his parents who were at the neighborhood meeting, like back when they came back and told him what had happened. Well, they started talking to the parents of the kids who were in the pirate gang, and they were kind of like split in their reactions. There was 4 or 5 kids. And a few of them were like immediately outraged, went home to punish their kid because they were like so shocked that they would even think that that was okay. They didn't know it was happening. They just thought they were playing pirates outside. I mean, let's be honest. If your kid was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go play pirates," and walked out with an eye patch and a wooden sword, you probably wouldn't think he was going to be roaming around actually robbing people like a pirate. You would probably just think they're like, I don't know, doing what kids do and like playing pirate. I just wouldn't assume that my kid's going on a robbed armory, like an armed robbery spree. I would just assume they're playing pirate. Why would you assume that they're going to be going around stealing from people? But a few of them were almost mad that anything was said. They were like, "Yeah, well, my kid's playing pirate. What do you expect them to do?" As if that makes any sense. Like, I don't know, build a pretend ship fort out of sticks in the woods and like pretend that you found buried treasure. You don't run around like ramming people off the road, hitting them with wooden swords. You don't do that. There are many ways you can play pirate without actually having to steal anything. You know, or like maybe ask some of the other neighborhood kids, like, okay, we're gonna give you guys some fake gold and we're gonna come pillage your ship. I feel like it's way messed up to just go around smacking people with wooden sticks and then like taking their MP3 players and smashing it just to teach them a lesson. And those parents immediately start getting drowned out and just screaming from the other parents who are like, you're not actually gonna try to defend this right now, like what's wrong with you? And the parents kind of double down for a bit and they're like, well, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. No wonder kids these days are so soft. Do I think kids these days are as tough as they were like in the 30s when the Great Depression was going on? No, of course not. A lot of those kids were working in factories at 8. And that being said, I don't think even tough people would really love being robbed and beaten with sticks. Oh, kids are so soft these days. Would you like to be robbed every day, good sir? If on your way to work, there was just some dude way bigger than you in the office and he walked up to you and just smacked you in the face with a log and said, give me your money, would you be like, yeah, of course, man, you're bigger than me, that's the way the world works? Would you be soft if you didn't like that? I don't think so. I don't think that makes you a soft person to not like being robbed. And at that point, a bunch of the parents decide that they are going to threaten to do something that they didn't want to do. And they're like, well, if you're not going to tell your kids to stop it, the next time it happens, we're going to call the police. And at that point, I think the parents of the kids who were still like, oh, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, realized that they were going to get themselves in a lot more trouble and their kids in a lot more trouble, and that these parents weren't messing around if they didn't shut it down, and they should have shut it down. It's ridiculous that they had to be like blackmailed to go tell their kids to stop robbing people. No wonder some kids end up so weird. If your parents are just like, nah, robbery's not that big of a deal, like, dude, no wonder you're roaming around smacking people with wooden swords. You have horrible role models at home. His dad just comes home every day. He's like, son, you will not believe what I got at the store today. I didn't pay for any of it. He walks outside. It's just like a semi-trailer full of stuff. But once they threatened to call the cops, they were like, okay, we'll shut it down. So after that, no one went outside for a while. A bunch of the parents were afraid. They're like, until this gets handled, we're going to give it a little bit for them to have the conversation and know that we're serious about it. We just don't want you guys like riding around. And the neighborhood was actually very united about not liking this, obviously. They had kept it a secret for a while, but as soon as the parents find out that like the stuff that they're giving their kids is being robbed and their kids are being threatened and hit with wooden sticks, they're pretty unified in stopping that. I feel like that's something that definitely gets people on the same page, is like anything like this where the neighborhood begins to get unsafe, and especially if it's people's kids being robbed, like they'll do anything to make sure that their kids are safe. But what I don't think anyone expected was that, you know, some of the kids in the pirate gang coming door to door to all the kids that they had robbed and like giving them the stuff back if they still had it and reading a letter. And there was one kid who had actually definitely written his letter and was like actually sorry. He was sobbing as he read it. I'm so sorry. Which, I guess that kid, whatever, lesson learned. I don't know. I don't know how much you can really, like, apologize for beating someone with a stick and taking their things. That just kind of seems out there. But whatever, at least he seems sorry. A couple of them definitely were just reading something that their mom wrote. Like, you know, you have to write an apology letter. Mom, I don't want to. This is stupid. You have to. Well, what should I write? You know, they're just standing there straight-faced, like no emotion, acting like they don't want to be there. I'm really sorry for breaking your MP3 player. It probably was not very cool of me. But a lot of the people, like, came and apologized. The kids whose parents were like, no, we're not going to make our kids stop it. Your kids just need to toughen up. Their kids didn't come and apologize, but honestly, considering that they didn't even really care until they threatened to get the cops called, I can't find that surprising. But what was really hilarious is that, like, the subscriber who sent this to me, because his older brother was a little bit older, was just trolling the kids whenever they would come to apologize. Like, they'd be reading the letter, you know, I'm really sorry. Sorry for what? Trying to be a pirate and stealing all the stuff and running you off the road and making you crash your bike and then hitting you with a wooden stick and just like making them go on and on. But whatever, the two kids that hadn't apologized were obviously pissed off that their little ruse had been shut down, and for some reason they were really mad at the subscriber's older brother, the one who had like come out and saw them and then decided to tell everyone, blah 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 blah.
So those two decided that they were going to get revenge by robbing his older brother. Their plan was to kind of do their usual pirate tactic of like running someone's bike off the road, making them crash, just kind of like hitting them, kicking them, whatever it may be, just doing anything you can to make them give you the stuff. But his older brother was a little bit older than these two and a bit bigger too, so whatever. He's riding his bike and he sees those two following him, and he's not an idiot. He figures out pretty quickly that if these two guys are going to be following him, they're probably up to no good. Considering all of the other pirate guys had like apologized and really had left it alone, and these two guys were looking pissed off and clearly kind of like communicating to each other, his brother decides to just kind of start going faster. They start going faster, and at that point, it's a high-speed bike chase. You know, it's the scene from 21 Jump Street when they're chasing everybody on the bikes, just going around, just chasing each other. However, his brother had been, I don't know if it had been like inspired by, maybe it was just convenient that it happened like this, had been like watching Star Wars, I guess, and you know when they're flying the fighters and they'll like do a maneuver to make two enemy fighters crash into each other? He just kind of starts weaving, making super tight turns, and it's forcing them to like get closer and closer to each other on the bikes to like keep up with each other. And so he realizes that they keep kind of lining up one in front of the other, so he goes down this really thin alleyway where it's basically enough for you to like ride your bike down it, but not much else. And right at the end, he just decides to make them crash into each other, and he slams on the brake. You know, full Star Wars fighter pilot, the two enemy fighters. Except what happened was it was like all three of them in a line. There was probably about 15 feet between the guy's older brother and like the first guy trying to rob him, and like 2 feet between him and the other guy. So when he slammed on his brake, the first guy slammed on his brake and the second guy did, but obviously that didn't really work in time because he only had like 2 feet to react, so they just crashed into each other. And because it was a thin alleyway and they were going so fast, the guy in the back kind of flips over the guy in the front, his bike goes up and slams down, and the older brother is just laughing because obviously these guys have been like up to no good trying to rob him, and he had literally made them crash into each other, had to have felt pretty 500 IQ big brain. So he's laughing at them and they get up. They're like, it's not funny. Except like one of them has pretty messed up his shoulder area. Come to find out he had broke his collarbone, but whatever. They're all pissed off. They're like, you should give us what you have in your pockets since you made us crash. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. You guys were trying to rob me. Why would I give you something because you guys crashed? And they're like, well, you made us crash. And he said, yes, because you guys were chasing me trying to rob me. And they're like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you have to make us crash our bikes. I don't know, man, but I also think it means that he's allowed to make you crash your bikes. Like, if someone's chasing you and you make them run into a wall, you're not suddenly responsible for them running into the wall. Because if they wouldn't have been trying to rob you, you wouldn't have had to been taking evasive maneuvers now, would you? But whatever, the older brother just bikes away at that point, and they only knew that the kid had broken his collarbone because a couple days later they saw him like going to the mailbox. You know, his parents had told him to go check the mail, and he had the little cast thing on that people get when they break their collarbone. And I love that they were trying to get revenge on who they blamed for it all, only to end up getting themselves even more hurt. And the older brother hadn't decided to tell his parents or anything. He told his little brother, but didn't want to get them in more trouble. He figured them being hurt was enough. And thankfully, after this one, they did learn their lesson. First time around, they really could have just walked away, just got it apologized. No, we've got to go for the ultimate crime. That's like going to jail for like bank robbery, getting out, and the first thing you do is go rob a bank. Oh, were all those years sitting in jail thinking about robbing the bank, were you inspired to do it even better? I can break my record time. You know, they did give up pirating after that, probably because it became a self-hazard. Clearly, they didn't care about stealing from people or anything. But I'm sure when he broke his bone and they were trying to explain to his parents what happened and it involved chasing someone on a bike and crashing, it was like, all right, you guys got to really leave that alone now. I'm saying they should have stopped. Everyone else stopped. But if these kids' parents didn't even want to make them apologize, can we really say we're surprised that it took them getting hurt to stop? Oh no, now that I'm robbing people and they're not going to let me and they're going to make me crash on my bike, I no longer want to rob anyone. Like, that's what's going to make you do it, not the fact that it's just not your property and it's messed up to take things that don't belong to you. No hang-ups on that. You're perfectly fine breaking someone's MP3 player to take them a lesson. But the second they make you crash on your bike, it's too much, guys. I simply cannot continue to take these risks.
My health matters too, okay? Robber safety is very important.
Everyone has since grown up. The two kids that had tried to rob him again, the one who broke his collarbone and the one whose like parents didn't want to make him apologize, they ended up moving about like 6-7 months after that, and they didn't really keep touch, so they don't really know what happened to them. As for every other pirate, they've now reformed from their ways of piracy and have decided to live in a more civilized era. You know, they went full privateer. They're just robbing people with permission of the HOA now. That's a joke. But seriously, like, they just became semi-normal. I mean, obviously, if you do stupid things when you're a kid, you can grow up and change. I don't think that's impossible. I think even if, like, there's enough time, if you do something dumb and you're an adult, you could probably change too. That being said, it is really funny that they're, like, still walking around with the shame, knowing that they used to be pirates. Someone starts talking about Pirates of the Caribbean. They're like, in my personal pirating experience, I would say, da-da-da-da-da. They're like, personal pirating experience? Yes, I used to be the captain of a pirate crew. I would love to know where the two that decided to go for the follow-up robbery are now, though. Probably, like, I don't know, out in the woods somewhere, just like, you know that guy who lived in that town in California and would just break into cabins when people weren't there and steal their food for like 25 years? They're probably living like that, just still have an eye patch on and go, arg. That's like the only thing they can say now. It's been so long since they've had contact with other humans, they've just gone semi-feral. Anyways, moral of the story, don't rob people or you will break your collarbone. I know most of you probably didn't need to be told that anyways, but just in case you're out there and like, I want to be a pirate, don't do it.
Basically, this dude's stepdad ended up destroying his PC, and it's just a wild story time that I knew that you guys would enjoy listening to, and he sent it in, so why not tell it? Pretty nuts story, so before we get into it, if you don't mind pressing the like button, I'd really appreciate it, and yeah, without further ado, let's go. Alright, so I think anyone who's got a PC, like, would say that it's one of their prized possessions, not in a weird, like, no, my PC's gone way, but they're not exactly cheap, you know? And on top of that, they're pretty fragile, so I feel like most people who have a PC are like, don't want people messing around with it or throwing it around or anything like that. And they especially don't want someone like throwing it down the stairs, but I guess this guy just got really bad luck when it came to the stepdad department. This guy's mom remarried to this dude, and right away there were some issues because he was the type of guy who was like, you need to be up at 5 a.m. out there with 6 jobs, otherwise you're a lazy turd. And listen, I'm not saying there's something to be said for like having a job or having good work ethic. I think that's a big part of being successful, right? Is like being able to do work even when you don't necessarily want to do it, but it needs to be done. That's important. But I think it's also nuts to like have this idea that you should never have anything you enjoy. There should never be any fun ever. You should only work all the time, and anything other than work is a waste of time. Because if anything, the whole reason you want to get like really good at work and get faster at it is so you can do more work in a shorter period so you can enjoy life even more, you know? Either way, they just instantly butted heads, and one of the things that they really butted heads about was this guy's PC. Now, this guy wanted to be a computer programmer, computer scientist, engineer, whatever you call it. I don't know the proper term, but that was his goal when he got older. So he was already into computers, and he would use his computer to like study that type of stuff. He was already teaching himself how to code. He was doing like some networking classes on his computer. And so he's on it a lot, and yeah, sometimes he would play video games on it because it was a gaming PC. It's not like that was the only thing he was doing. But his stepdad just couldn't understand that you can use a computer for something other than just goofing off and playing video games. And he would just nag him constantly about like, you're spending way too much time on that computer and it's gonna rot your brain and no wonder you're falling behind in school, blah, 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 blah. And what was annoying is he would like make stuff up. The guy wasn't falling behind in school, but this guy would just be like, your computer's making you do all these things that he just wasn't doing. Which has to be mad annoying, man. Like someone's just like, oh, you smoking those cigarettes is making your teeth fall out. And you're like, I don't smoke cigarettes and none of my teeth have fallen out, but okay. And he would try to explain to his stepdad that like, I'm not always goofing off on my computer. I'm learning what to do for my future job. I'm teaching myself how to do useful skills. Like not everything on the computer is goofing off. And his stepdad would just tell them that, you know, no amount of hard work at the computer compares to real life hard work experience.
But listen, Mr. Stepdad, I'm not trying to say you're dumb or anything, but even if he was gonna go get quote-unquote super real-world experience coding, he would just be sitting in front of a computer in a different location, man. Like, it's not like it would change anything about how much he's using the computer. You need to get real-life work experience. Well, my real-life work, I hope, has to do with computers, so I'd rather do it in my room with the computer I already own. I don't know, man. I'm just not really understanding where he was going with that. Like, I feel like teaching yourself how to code is better and then go get real work experience. But it'd be really annoying to go convince someone to give you a job and like get real world experience when you don't know what they're doing. I don't think they'd take too kindly to that. Maybe tell your stepdad that. Oh, you want me to go get a job and immediately piss them off because I can't do anything that I was supposed to be able to do when I got the job? I don't think they're gonna go, we appreciate the follow through and you wanting to work here. They're just gonna fire you and probably be pissed at you for wasting their time and tell everybody else that you're just gonna waste their time. I don't think that's a good thing. But whatever, they would get into these huge arguments about it, and his stepdad also had the bad ability of never being able to admit he was wrong. And those people suck, cause you know, like everyone's wrong sometimes. I'm sure there's stuff I've done that's wrong, a lot of stuff I've done that's stupid. Like everybody's got mistakes. It doesn't mean that you're always wrong. It doesn't mean that you're instantly some like irredeemable idiot. But everyone's made mistakes, everyone's done stupid things, everyone's been wrong before. And if you say that you've never been wrong, then like you're just delusional. But he would just get into these screaming matches with this kid about how he knows enough about computers to know that he's only wasting his time on there and there's no way he's wrong about it. Keep in mind, this guy's like pretty technologically illiterate. Like the fact that this dude was able to turn on his laptop by himself was a miracle. That's how bad he was with technology. So the idea that he's somehow some computer expert who can just instantly tell what you're doing the second he looks at your computer and he knows that you're just gaming all the time when you're just not doing it all the time would get really annoying. So it would obviously escalate and turn into a screaming match, and then his mom would have to get involved, which would make it even worse. Because then his stepdad's like, you know, oh, you need your mom to come save you. Like, it was just a really crappy, bad situation. But whatever, he finally told his mom to like, just let him handle the arguments about technology because he could handle it himself. And his mom was like, all right, I know he's stubborn and I'm sorry about it. Like, even his mom felt bad about everything that had been going down and how it had been going down. And listen, I don't really know the dynamic here, but I feel like she should have probably done a little bit more to rein him in, because what happens next is just absolutely bonkers. His stepdad decides to make this rule for the house, which is basically that like you can't spend more than an hour a day on any type of screen, including your cell phone, including your computer, any of that. And obviously every kid in the house is like, that's just not gonna work because they're going to school online, so there's no way it's gonna be possible. And the stepdad's like, well, you're just gonna have to figure it out or go to the library or something, but I need to limit screen time in my house. Was just a nuts level of control. You hate them being on technology, but you're gonna make them like go to the library to finish their schoolwork? Oh yeah, man, you're definitely gonna make them learn their lesson about over-reliance on technology. It's not gonna backfire and make them like hate you for making life way more difficult for no reason. They have computers, but they're not allowed to do their schoolwork or anything else on them at home. Nope, not for more than an hour. Then they have to go figure it out. That real world experience sure is gonna toughen them up, you know? Just don't be surprised when you're like an old man and you get put in the crappiest nursing home because none of them care enough to take good care of you. Why do my grandkids never call? Because their parents told them that grandpa sucked, that's why. Anyways, when he announces this rule, immediately a huge fight breaks out between everyone and the stepdad. Like all the kids, his mom's kids, like everyone's just pissed, right? And his mom's not home when he announces this rule, which probably was something he thought through a little bit, because obviously she wouldn't have been cool with it. And they're kind of trying to reason with him about how it would be ridiculous for them to not be able to do schoolwork, and like it's just a reality in the modern age that for them to work from home, do school from home, all that stuff, they need more than an hour a day. And he just keeps telling them that they're over-reliant on this and they need to go out in the real world and get some real world experience instead. And listen, I get it. I think if your kid is doing literally nothing but playing Fortnite for like 18 hours a day, yeah, you should probably limit how much they're allowed to do that. I know that like that might be an unpopular opinion, but if you're literally doing nothing but playing War Thunder 18 hours a day every single day for months, that's just not very healthy. Like you gotta have a little bit more well-rounded things. But that's not what's going on here, and limiting people to an hour a day isn't preparing them for the real world because, believe it or not, in the real world, people use technology now. Like, listen, when our parents were kids, yeah, it was reality that not everyone was using the computer all the time. Not everybody needed to learn how to do a bunch of stuff with technology. Video games were probably like a ginormous waste of time. There was no redeeming qualities about it other than just being fun. Wastes of time are okay to me. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to play video games. I'm just saying like I can get why boomers might not like it. But now, in the real world, everyone uses technology. Like, it's just a fact of life that you need to use a computer, you need to be able to use the internet. I think most places don't even hand out paper applications for jobs anymore. They just all tell you to apply online. So the idea that, like, if you just ban your kids from technology, they're magically gonna become millionaires because of all this real-world experience is just dumb. Because in the real world, you gotta be able to use it too. We're not gonna go back to the 1980s again, you know? I'm sure it was cool. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't born. But like, it's just not. And the idea that all technology is going to magically disappear is just crazy. Because yeah, there's a lot of downsides, but it does make things a little bit more efficient. You know, there's no denying that. But whatever, they're arguing back and forth with him, and he's just doing his usual maneuver of not backing down at all or saying that there's anything wrong with what he's doing. Just saying that they're gonna understand when they're older, and trust me, one day they'll get it. And I don't think they're gonna get it. This isn't limiting them to like playing an hour of video games a day. This is literally making their lives substantially harder for no reason. And when they keep arguing with them, his response isn't to like keep arguing with them, it's to just say that everyone needs to go to their room. And he says it like screaming at the top of his lungs. And you know when someone's screaming and you're starting to sit in like the splash zone at SeaWorld? Shamu's gonna come out, do a double backflip, give you a little splash. Well, he's so pissed that he's spitting and basically everyone in front of him is getting the splash zone treatment. Just should have worn a poncho to dinner when dad was going to announce the rules. And so they get the vibe and they decide to go up to their room. And everyone's going up the stairs kind of being like, this is so stupid, blah, 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 blah. And the stepdad yells out as they're going upstairs that no one better go get on any technology and like, it's serious, no technology tonight, blah, blah, blah. And listen, up to this point, the stepdad hadn't really like been barging into anyone's rooms when the doors were closed or anything. And everybody was like going to go upstairs and get on their phone or do whatever. So the subscriber goes upstairs, closes his door, locks it, which was not unusual. Like he did this all the time. It's not the first time that he's done any of this, right? So it's not like he had any inkling that this was gonna piss off his stepdad any more than it normally did, which was not at all. And because his door was closed and it was locked, he went over, got on his computer, which was in the corner, and he wasn't gonna get on Discord or anything, but he was just gonna watch some YouTube videos, so he put on one earphone, like on the left side, just so that way he could hear the video, but he could also hear if someone was coming upstairs, and he just kind of starts watching YouTube. And he hears his stepdad coming upstairs, and he knows his stepdad's coming upstairs, because he's just kind of like loudly complaining about the kid's reaction. Can't believe how ungrateful they are, they have all this technology, and you know, they just want to use it all the time. Well, yeah, I think that's kind of what happens when you buy people technology. Like, if you buy all your kids an Xbox and you don't like Xbox, don't be surprised that they want to play Xbox. Like, you bought them an Xbox. What did you think was going to happen? This guy just seems like he does not understand cause and effect at all. Like, if you explained anything to him, like you did X and Y happened, he just could not understand how they're related. What do you mean I bought my kids an Xbox and now they want to play video games? How is this my fault? It's like, well, if they didn't have a game console, they couldn't be addicted to playing video games, you know? And this guy's dad and mom had bought him this PC, not his stepdad. Like, his dad and his mom had agreed to get him a computer so that way he could learn to code and all this stuff. So obviously, he had nothing to do with this kid having his computer, but he had bought all the other kids' game consoles and stuff. And whatever, he starts kind of like going from room to room and knocking on the door and being like, what are you doing? And so this kid, obviously knowing that he's going to come knock on the door and ask what he's doing, puts his computer on sleep really quick, goes and
gets in his bed and opens a book and pretends like he's reading it. And so his stepdad comes, knocks on the door, and then tries the handle, and it's locked. And instead of being like, hey, come unlock the door, his stepdad, who's already raging for no reason, instantly starts freaking out and starts banging on the door, just like an angry man trying to kick in the door, the Kool-Aid man himself coming in, and is like, open this door right now, I know you're on your computer, da-da-da-da-da. And the subscriber had just forgotten he locked the door. He did it all the time. It's not like it's something he thought of when he heard his stepdad coming. He just went to cover himself real quick. He just wasn't really thinking about the door. And so he says, sorry, I'm reading a book. And he gets up and he runs over and he unlocks the door and he opens it. And his stepdad like flings open the door. And when he flings it open, it hits the subscriber in the chest. And he's like, relax. And the stepdad gets even more pissed about that and is like, you don't tell me to relax in my own home. What I do in my home is my business. I don't know who you think you are trying to tell me to relax when I know you're up here on your computer after I just explicitly told you not to be on your computer. You're way out of line, young man. You need to respect me, blah, blah, blah. And the subscriber just says, I wasn't on my computer. And so the stepdad goes over to his computer, and unfortunately, it's just the reality of PCs. It's a little warm. He was watching a video on like 4K, and he doesn't have the sickest setup, so it's a little warm. And the dad's like, well, why is your computer warm? And he says, oh, it must have been from earlier before dinner. I was playing a game. At that point, though, his stepdad's like, well, then turn it on, like take it off sleep. And at that point, the subscriber's like, ah, crap, I'm probably screwed. Because the second he takes it off sleep, he knows it's going to pop up with a YouTube video. It's just going to be like really obvious he was on the computer. But his stepdad's insistent. He's like, you need to take it off sleep now. So he does. And sure enough, the YouTube video pops up and his stepdad starts screaming. You are such a rule breaker. I can't believe that you have no respect for the rules that I set in this household. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is? I have half the mind to take away your computer. And at that point, he just tells his stepdad to get out of his room. He's like, you're not going to take my computer. You didn't pay for it. You have nothing to do with it. So you need to get out of my room. And that sets his stepdad off even more. And he's like, I'll get out of your room. But if I'm going to get out of your room, then I'm going to take what I think you don't deserve anymore. And he grabs his computer. And so the subscriber starts like trying to put himself between his stepdad and the door. And the stepdad kind of uses the computer to push the kid out into the hallway. And the way the house is positioned, they have like just this long thing of stairs. And at the end of the stairs is the front door. And his stepdad just starts yelling that he doesn't deserve this anymore and blah, 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 blah. And the subscriber is screaming, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, something I should have done a long time ago, and just throws the PC down the stairs. And on the first bounce, it hits about like halfway down the stairs, and it hits and the tempered glass just shatters. And it bounces like after that, because it didn't hit on the tempered glass, it hit like on the front where those front fans would go. And it hits there, tempered glass shatters, it bounces, hits on the like top corner, and that hits with enough force where the GPU breaks off the motherboard and it comes flying out. So now you know the PC's just donezo. Like the tempered glass, you'd have to get a new one of those, but you can get a new one of those. Your GPU breaks off the motherboard, probably a new GPU and definitely a new motherboard. At that point, you just gotta hope that the CPU's okay, but considering the state of the motherboard, you know, you just never know, bro. A very expensive fix though, and as it bounces the third time and gets to the bottom of the stairs, like perfect timing, his mom opens the door. And so the first thing that his mom sees when she opens the door is just this glass flying towards her and the computer bouncing, and it hits on the ground and falls over. And it's very obvious to like anyone with eyes at that point that this computer's broken. Even without eyes, man, if you heard this thing falling down the stairs, you would 100% know that it's broken, just the sound of it. And his mom is just kind of staring at this like broken computer at the bottom of the stairs that very evidently just got thrown down the stairs. And then she looks up to be like, where did this just come from? Because I'm guessing that was not on her bingo card of what she was going to see when she came home from work today.
I don't know. She's probably thinking, oh, they've probably eaten dinner already. I'm a little late to get home. Maybe we can still watch the Muppets movie. You know, the one where they sing the song, Am I a Muppet or am I a man? Like that one. That's probably what she was thinking she was going to do tonight. Nope, she opens the door to a computer flying down the stairs instead. She probably sitting there like, what in the Nanny McPhee is going on? Objects are flying. We got some witchcraft and wizardry going on. The new Harry Potter movie that hasn't been announced yet. They're shooting on location. But when she looks up, she sees her son, who's like at this point in tears, pissed off, and her husband, his stepdad, kind of standing there, and the stepdad now has his jaw just dropped open. I don't know if he expected her to just never found out that he broke the computer, if he just did it not kind of thinking about what he was doing, and now he realized the consequences of his actions. But either way, now his jaw's dropped open like, oh, I can't believe what just happened. Yep, like I said, didn't seem like he understood the whole cause and effect thing. Believe it or not, when you throw computer downstairs, computer break. I know, very, very complicated, all right. I tried to dumb it down, took out as many words as I could. I'll even simplify it more. Computer no downstairs. All right? Like, that's really all you needed to figure out to prevent this from happening. After you throw down the computer down the stairs, and I guess throw down with the computer too, whatever, that both would have worked, you kind of got to understand that it's just going to break. After you've thrown it is a little bit too late. You know, if this was an episode of Mythbusters, Buster would have exploded. This myth would 100% be plausible. If you throw a computer down the stairs, it will break. Who would have thought that the stepdad is a scientist? He's just out here trying to figure out the questions we all have, such as how durable is a gaming PC? Like, you know Demolition Ranch, how he's just always blowing random stuff up. This is something on his channel. Like, we shot a gaming computer with a 50 cal. What happened? Well, it probably broke. That's what I would guess happened. His mom's standing there, though, taking in this scene, and she's just pissed. And she starts screaming immediately that, like, he just threw a $1,500 computer that he didn't pay for down the stairs, and what's wrong with him? Why would he ever think that's okay? It's not even his, it's her son's. He uses it for work and he uses it for school. Why would you ever break it? Like, are you kidding me? This is psychotic. Which, listen, at least she was pissed about it. I feel like I've had enough crazy step-parent stories submitted to me and like here on the channel where the parents just don't care. At least she's pissed, but it is also a little bit too little too late when it's already been thrown down the stairs and destroyed. But the stepdad is still stammering, but like trying to somehow maintain that what he did was somehow justified, and he's like, well, he was on it too much. Yeah, well, you know what's possible if he's on it too much? You could have just taken it away, or I don't know, like put some parental control on it. I don't know what you can do. I don't have a kid. That being said, I feel like throwing it down the stairs is not on the list of things I would feel like I had to do. Like, hypothetically, if I had a kid and he was playing too much Xbox, I'd put the controls on. And if that didn't work, then I would just take away the Xbox. Last on my list would be pick it up, throw it down the stairs. Like, that would just never be on my list of things to do. Cause I don't know, I paid for the Xbox. Like, aren't you messing up yourself? Maybe that's why he didn't pay for the computer. So he's like, whatever, I'll throw it down the stairs. Anyways, his mom's response to that, like, pathetic attempt at justifying it is to just go off on him, saying that he's a moron and she doesn't understand why he has this, like, weird beef with technology, but it's here to stay, so we might as well just accept it instead of pretending that the world's gonna go back to the way it was. Which, listen, is very true. That's what I was saying earlier, man. Like, even if you don't like technology, it's just a little bit too late to be on this train of I'm just never going to use it. Like it or not, it's just a reality that, like, some stuff requires technology in the modern age, especially just to exist in society. You know, oh, we live in a society, but like, yeah, bro, life's just way easier if you have a computer. I'm sure technically, if you really wanted to do it completely off-grid, completely offline, I'm sure there's ways to do it, but like, if you just want to make life easier on yourself, just embrace it, you know? Especially if this guy's got like a normal job. Imagine trying to be this guy's boss. Hey man, will you write up the report for me? Sure thing, I'll write it up with my pen. You're like, can you just type it please? You have bad handwriting. Nope, I don't do laptops. I refuse to use any technology. If you're gonna do that, just like go be Amish, you know? I feel like you're just being Amish with a bunch of extra steps and like, oh, I'm gonna have my cell phone, but like I hate gaming computers and I'm gonna throw them down the stairs. Either way, the stepdad and the mom go into their room and they're having an insane argument. And about an hour later, the stepmom comes and is like, hey, can I talk to you? And he's like, yeah, of course, because, you know, it's his mom. He's going to talk to his mom. And she says that she really wants to apologize. She knows that computer meant a lot to him and he had no right to destroy it. And she doesn't know what's gotten into him and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, I get it, but I still don't have a computer. Like, it's still destroyed. And I appreciate the apology, but like, what is this guy's issue? He can't be doing that. This is what I want to do with the rest of my life. You can't just throw my stuff down the stairs all the time. Like, that's ridiculous, you know? And she says, yeah, they talked about it and he's never going to do it again. And he agreed to get you a new computer. And the kid's like, yeah, but you know, like a lot of the parts that were on that computer are old now. Like, I don't know how much it'll be to get them and da-da-da-da-da. It doesn't seem fair that he destroys my computer and then just like has to get me a replacement. I feel like he like owes me an apology as well. And she says that he is going to apologize. And she said that he will also get him any computer he wants. And at that point, you know, he's like, all right, well, my stepdad destroyed my computer. If he says he's going to get me any computer he wants, I know what I want. So he's like, all right, well, I'll pick out the parts then because I need to get it ordered so I can work on my stuff. And he goes online and he builds an absolute beast of a PC, bro. I'm talking like an i9, whatever, blah, 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 3090 Ti, just like the most overkill computer, 128 gigabytes of RAM. And he goes in and he shows his stepdad and his stepdad's like, this is so expensive. And he's like, yeah, and you could have prevented yourself having to buy this if you wouldn't have destroyed my computer. Which, listen, I think asking for a 3090 Ti, was he probably taking advantage of the situation a little bit? Yeah. But at the same time, bro, you wouldn't have had to buy him a new computer if you didn't throw his old one down the stairs. This all could have been very easily prevented. You could have stopped yourself from being forced to buy all this stuff, but nope, for some reason you threw it down the stairs, man. This one's kind of on you. Overkill 100%, but at the same time, throwing it down the stairs was also overkill. So whatever, they order all his parts, it gets there, he builds it, and his stepdad gives him this long apology about how, like, he needs to have more respect for him, and he's really sorry for it, and da-da-da-da-da. And it was a lot of really good words, but he could tell his stepdad didn't really mean it, and it was more of a, like, his mom, sorry, not my mom. You know, the kid's mom was like telling him what to say to him, if that makes sense. Like, oh yeah, you need to say this and this is why this is important. Like, he could just tell that none of it was actually any of his original thoughts. But whatever, he just accepted it to make his mom's life easier and had his computer. And after that, his stepdad just kind of stayed out of his way, so it worked out. He realized that, like, oh, I can fight him on this all the time, but it's just gonna end up with me having to buy him another computer, so no thanks. Either way, though, horrible that the kid had to get his stuff thrown down the stairs. Like, at least this one kind of had an okay ending because he got a better computer out of it. But, like, what is up with step-parents being nutter butters, man? Like, I don't have any. But that being said, bro, is it normal for them to just be, like, breaking stuff? I feel like so often I get stories sent in to me where people throwing stuff down the stairs and whatnot. Like, this just seems, like, exhausting to try to live with. I know you guys probably don't have much control over it if you got them, though. That being said, hopefully your guys' step-parents are a lot cooler than this. And, you know, if you, like, kind of don't like your step-parent, at least they're not throwing your computer down the stairs. There's always that. You gotta look on the bright side.
All right, so this first one that was sent in to me is from a guy who skates in front of his house with his friends on the weekend and, like, sometimes after school. He has a grind box and a rail, so every now and then they'll set it up out there and skate for a few hours. And they've never had any issue with any of the neighbors before, just because they were pretty nice. They would stop if cars were coming. They weren't, like, you know, screaming at every other kid outside. It wasn't like they were getting in anyone's way. They were just skating. Well, the house across the street from them goes up for sale and a new guy moves in, and he's just an older gentleman, and I don't mean this to disparage him at all, but he's just not in the greatest shape. He's old. It's hard to stay in, like, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson shape if you're 84. He wasn't actually 84. He was like that weird in-between stage where they're old, but they're not, like, old yet, you know, like late 50s, early 60s, where you're like, kinda. And this guy was one of those people that apparently subscribed to the school of thought that, like, skateboarding was just the worst thing to ever exist. If there was a movie made about it, bro, like Footloose, where they try to ban dancing, this guy's town would ban skateboarding. Every time they would go out there and try to skate, he would come out and just yell at them that they were being too loud, which I love. For some reason, I feel like bad neighbors always do that. They say you're being too loud, so their way to solve it is to just be really, really loud. Like, you know what makes this more loud? You screaming at them. That definitely adds to the volume. And it got to the point where he got a bullhorn, and whenever they would try to skate, he would just be like, "Get out of here, get out of here," way louder than the skateboarding would be. And a bunch of the other neighbors started being mad at him, and he would be like, well, I wouldn't have to do it if it wasn't for the skaters, da-da-da-da-da. And the other neighbors told the kids that the next time he does it, just keep skating. It doesn't matter how loud he gets. We don't care. Just, like, put him in his place. So they had the blessing of the rest of the neighborhood because this grumpy old man was just pissing on everyone's toes. And so the next time they go skating, they head out there, they set up the rail, they set up the box, and they start skating. And within probably 15, 20 minutes, Old Man McGeezak has made his way outside to his lawn chair with his bullhorn and just starts yelling at them. And they're just ignoring it. They're acting like they can't hear it. They just keep skating. Nah, bro, I don't care that you're yelling as loud as humanly possible. It does not matter to me. I'm just going to keep on trucking. And he starts to get annoyed that they're not reacting to him or responding or even looking at him or leaving. So he just starts like turning it up and he maxes it out and they're still not listening or paying attention. So he just starts getting like more and more angry with what he's saying. And he was always mad, but you know, he's starting to be like spit flying out of his mouth into the bullhorn, probably going to cause an electric shock moment here in a bit. And they just are ignoring him. And finally, he gets up and he starts walking over to them. And they're like, okay, we can't ignore him anymore because he's coming over. And as he's walking over, he's screaming that like he's gonna fight them and he's tired of only using his words. They're gonna speak with their fists like real men. And listen, I don't think fighting is ever the answer to a problem like this. Like, there's just no reason to fight the person that lives across the street from you. It's just not a good idea. Unless you absolutely have to. Like, if an old man is about to attack you, like, what are you gonna do? You just kind of gotta defend yourself. But he's walking over saying that, you know, oh, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna use my fists, not just my words, like real men. And the group is like, dude, we don't want to fight you. Like, stop, man. And the guy is kind of not in good shape to the point that by the time he even gets across the road to them, he's like starting to be out of breath. And he's like, I'm gonna beat you up, man. And then when I'm done with beating him up, I'm gonna pick up his skateboard and I'm gonna fight you two next. And maybe in his head, he's got this really intimidating, like, whoa, this old man is some secret CIA agent thing going on. But in reality, it's just this, like, out-of-shape old dude who still thinks he's 21 trying to fight all these kids. And so they're like, bro, stop. But he keeps coming at them and he won't stop being like, I'm going to do something about this situation. And so the person who sent this in to me says, look, we're going to go inside, but even if you wanted to fight us, that wouldn't end bad for you, bro. Like, or that wouldn't end good for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, listen, like, you're not in any condition to fight us. We're gonna leave because we don't want to fight you, but, like, you're lucky that we are not gonna fight you type of vibe. Which I don't know if I 1000% agree with, but at the same time, some dude's just screaming that he's gonna beat you up, and it's very obvious that he would not be able to beat you up. It'd be hard not to say something. And so they start backing up to go into their house, and he keeps chasing them. And now he speeds up, and they turn around, and he has, like, his fist balled, and he tries to hit them. And, you know, he's once again very slow, so the punch doesn't really do anything. It just kind of, like, goes a foot away from them because they just took another step back. And he starts screaming that, like, they need to stop running away from him and they need to settle this now. And they're like, man, we're not gonna fight you. This is not going to end well. Stop. Like, if you keep coming at me, bro, we're gonna have to do something. We're trying to go in the house. Stop. And he just keeps walking at them, swinging at them. But it's like those swings where it's just somebody that clearly got their idea of fighting from, like, action movies. Just throwing haymakers, dude. He could basically start a tornado with how just out there and wide his punches are going. And as he's doing it, he's so mad at them that spit's flying out of his mouth. And he's like, stop running. And they're not running. They're just backing up. And they keep being like, dude, stop. And they're getting close to their garage door. So they're running out of room to back up. And when they get to the garage door, they all kind of get into the stance of like, okay, man, you've literally backed us against the wall. And it becomes obvious that they might actually have to fight back now. And all of a sudden, the guy who's very out of breath, like still, stops in his tracks. Oh, before this, I'm gonna beat you guys up throwing punches. But once he sees that like they're turning around and getting ready to have to defend themselves, he stops. And he's like, you guys should have fought me like men. I don't know why you don't want to fight me. And they are just telling him that they don't want to fight an old man. And he's like, I'm not old. I'm only your dad's age. And the subscriber snapped back at him and said he was probably so old he sat behind Julius Caesar in the 3rd grade, which is a solid one, bro. I mean, you definitely were a little bit older than these kids' dad. He wasn't insanely old. Like, this isn't some 95-year-old man with his oxygen tank running up on them like, I'm gonna beat you up. No, this is like a 58-year-old man just trying to fight this group of kids and then being like, I'm not old. So they're saying just whatever, man, whatever, man. And at that point, a bunch of the other neighbors start coming out and being like, what's going on? And the old man tries to be like, nothing's going on. But the kids start saying that he's trying to fight them and he's attacking them, and all the neighbors start yelling at him to leave them alone. And now that he realizes he either has to fight them or, leave, and the neighbors are now yelling at him, I think the embarrassment finally hits and he just kind of realizes it'd be best to go back to his house. Because he's like, I don't have time for this, and walks back across the street. And so they go inside to his house and they're telling his mom, and his mom's pissed, but she just says, just ignore him. I've tried to talk to him. He's unreasonable, but if it happens again, you didn't do anything wrong. And I think the embarrassment of all the neighbors coming outside and seeing him trying to fight these kids after he had backed them into the corner actually made him realize that he should stop. Because he was just almost afraid of seeing them outside. Not in oh, I'm afraid they're going to beat me up way. But if they came outside and he was getting his mail, he would just put his head down and just not look at them, get the mail, and go inside. Almost a bit of, oh yeah, I definitely overreacted, and it's really hard to look someone in the face after you've done something that stupid. The rest of the neighborhood was grateful, though, that his bullhorning finally stopped. He kind of left them alone. And they still skate sometimes. They don't do it as much at his house just because his friends were like, yeah, I'm not trying to get attacked by an angry guy again, which I get. But I thought that was a crazy story. Hope you guys did too. If you liked that one, press the like button, but we got more in the video, so don't leave. All right, so this next person who sent this into me said that there was this lady who had lived on their street for a couple years. She had moved in when another family had moved out, and she was known for being a super sweet lady. If you saw her going to the mailbox, she would say hi and talk to you. She remembered things about people, and she was basically the grandma of the neighborhood. On the 4th of July, she would make cookies and give them out to the neighborhood and whatnot, and everybody thought she was just the sweetest lady ever. And she was a very, very sweet lady, for sure. I'm not saying she wasn't nice, but one day she starts telling everyone in the neighborhood that she's going to be moving to Florida. No one really questions it because she said that's where her children lived, and she was around retirement aged. So if you retire, moving to Florida is one of the most stereotypical old person things you can really do. So it's not really causing alarm bells for anybody. And 2 days later, she had moved out. It was quick. She said, I'm moving to Florida, and then was gone. 48-hour window. And people thought it was weird that she had moved out really quickly, but things start to get weirder when one day the kids are playing outside and they realize that she had left all of her cats in the backyard. And they were mostly outdoor cats anyways, so they were okay, but the neighborhood kind of each took one in and gave it a water bowl and whatnot because she had just left. And you're a really crappy person if you do that to your pet. Thank goodness they were okay, but you just move to a different state and leave your cats? That's nuts. And so everybody started being like, wow, maybe she wasn't that nice, da-da-da-da-da. Thanks for the cookies, but you just left your cats when you moved? That's bizarre. And then the situation gets even weirder. A truck pulls up to the house one day, and they see this company going in and whatnot, and they come back out, and they start knocking on doors asking what happened to that house. And they're really confused about it, and they explain that, for the past 2 years, that house has been a part of a trust or something, and, the guy who owns it through the trust wants to do something or other with it, and they knew it had been sitting for 2 years, so they were just coming to see what the situation was. But when they had gone in, it had been obvious someone was living there. And the neighborhood's confused because they're like, yeah, an old lady lived there, but she owned the house. A family moved out and she moved in. And they're like, wait, hold on. You're telling me someone's been living there for 2 years? They confirm it, and they explain that, yeah, it was some dude's trust had bought this house as an investment or something, and no one was supposed to have been living in there because he was trying to decide whether or not he wanted to use it for a rental or a Airbnb. 2 years is a long time to be deciding that, but still. I don't know. I don't have a bunch of houses in a trust, so whatever. But you know what I'm saying. It was not supposed to be lived in. And they're telling them that, no, the lady's been living there for years. And they say, it was just one lady? And they're like, yeah, why? and they say the house is destroyed. And obviously a couple people get curious, so like the neighborhood dads get together and they go over to look, and a couple of them come running out, and the old lady who had been super sweet, friendly to everyone, baking cookies, you've already found out she's essentially a squatter. Well, she was also a hoarder too, and I know that like that's a condition people need psychiatric help for, but imagine finding out that the person whose cookies you have been eating had like a kitchen full of cat poop, bro. This house was next level TLC hoarding, like to the point where you couldn't even see the walls when you walked in. It was just bags of trash all the way up to the ceiling. And listen, you know what? It's not good for you. It's not healthy. If you are a hoarder, you should probably get help. But at the end of the day, we do live in America. If you want to fill your house with trash, until it starts to be a health hazard for other people, I don't know if there's a legal thing they can do. But what's nuts is she was just doing this in a house she didn't even own. She just pulled up to this house and said, this will make a great home, and started hoarding immediately. Like, okay, letting a house sit empty for 2 years is stupid. I'm not saying that guy was a genius. But imagine finding out that a house you bought, someone had been living in for 2 years. You're already pissed. Wait, what? Someone's been living in my house for 2 years? And then you go to it and there's just like cat poop in the kitchen, bags of garbage everywhere. Anyways, the entire neighborhood is shocked though, because this lady was just like basically grandma of the neighborhood. Turns out she was hoarding, feeding them her disgusting cookies baked on a whole layer of cat poop. And she wasn't even supposed to be there, dude. I guess never judge a book by its cover or something, you know. The cover is grandma of the neighborhood behind the scenes squatting. It was very Florida woman of her, though. Like, if you think about it, the fact that she said she's going to move to Florida because that's where her family is, she's going to fit right in. Yeah, my last house I wasn't supposed to live in, so I trashed it, and now I fled the state. And they're like, no way. Me too. I know most people from Florida are normal. I just feel like if you are crazy, you go there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. Las Vegas kind of has that too. A lot of crazy people here. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying she is a Florida woman. It makes sense she would go there. Alright, this next one was really funny. So the person who sent this in to me, they have a bunch of fruit trees in their backyard, and it just so happens that they have like 2 apple trees that produce a substantial amount of apples. That's pretty sweet. You can get some fresh apple juice, take it to your teacher, whatever you want to do with it. Your apple, your choice. But obviously, if the apple is in your backyard, then it's your apple, and it would be really weird if anyone was just like in your backyard taking things off your tree. That's really weird. But one day, right when the apples started coming in, the subscriber who sent this in to me looks in the backyard and he sees the neighbor who lived like 3 houses down in the backyard just casually with like a canvas tote bag picking apples off the tree and putting them in the bag. And he had never talked to him before, so he didn't want to go out there and confront him, and he also didn't want to confront him because the dude's crazy enough to just walk into somebody's backyard and start taking their stuff. It doesn't seem like the type of situation you would really love to go yell at them for. Alone, you know, obviously get out of my backyard, but like he goes to get his dad, sorry, I'm trying to talk here. So he goes and gets his dad and he's like, the neighbor is in the backyard right now stealing our apples. And the dad looks out into the backyard and sure enough, the guy is leisurely just taking his time. He was looking at them, and if he didn't like them, like he's not taking them. It's not even like he just came over and said, look, I'm going to pick the ones that fell onto the floor. No, he's just trying to take the best apples. So the dad opens the window where they're looking out of and says, hey, you can't take those, get out of here. And I don't know if the guy has headphones in or what, but he's like either pretending not to hear them, which is probably what's going on, or he can't hear them. So the dad yells louder like, hey, stop it. And this time the guy turns around and looks at them and then just turns back around and goes right back to it. And so now the dad's starting to get pissed. And so he's like, I'm going to count to 10. And if you're not leaving my backyard, I'm coming out there. And he starts counting down, which is such a dad thing to do. Like, okay, Mr. Man, I'm going to count to 10. And the guy's just still out there leisurely taking the apples. And so the dad gets to 10 and he goes into the backyard and he picks up the hose that they have. And it just so happens to have like one of those nozzles on it. Not a pressure washer nozzle, but one where like the water definitely doesn't feel good full blast. And he cranks the hose and he just starts spraying the dude that's stealing the apples off of his tree. Because that's what you do if someone's trying to steal your apples. And you've told them to leave. And they're like, no, get out of my backyard. And the guy turns around and starts freaking out and is like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? And he's like, why are you in my backyard taking my fruit? And he's like, dude, you can't own fruit trees. That's illegal. if you own a fruit tree, then it's community property. And the guy looks at him and is like, are you an idiot? What? And he says, yeah, Mother Nature is everyone's, so I'm allowed to come into your backyard and take fruit from this tree. It's wrong for you to say that it's yours. And he's like, all right, I don't know what argument you're trying to make or what you're talking about, but that's not how it works. It's just my tree. Even if you are a whole like, oh, dude, if the tree bears fruit, it's everyone's, you're still trespassing on private property. He could get you for that, even if the cops agreed. No, man, nature's everyone's. Well, still, I want him trespassed then. Get him out of my yard. And what's really funny is the subscriber even says, when they sent it in, that the dad probably would have let him take some apples. It's not like they ever ate all of them. They would give a lot away to their neighbors and stuff, but now he wasn't getting any. They had given apples away before, but if someone just goes into your backyard and starts taking stuff, your kindness is probably on 0%. But the guy's still trying to argue that, you can't own a fruit tree. And the dad, after spraying him with the hose, says, well, then we can call the cops and find out what they think about that. And as soon as he says that, the guy's like, no, dude, there's no reason to get the police involved. I'll leave. But you really suck for trying to think that you own nature. And starts going off about something about the Lorax. And I don't know if that dude read the same book or saw the same movie that I did, but the Lorax is about not chopping down all trees and exploiting nature to the point of destruction. I don't think there was any point in the Lorax where he was like, remember kids, if you break and enter to steal fruit, it's okay. Maybe I missed that part, but I don't think Dr. Seuss's point in the Lorax was like, okay, you should just go to orchards and steal all the fruit. I don't know, man. Call me crazy. Someone out there is right now typing a comment about how that guy was right. Nature is everyone's. Yeah, but my house isn't yours and neither is my backyard, so get out. I just could never imagine having the cojones to do that, dude. Just walk into someone's backyard and start taking things. Imagine if it wasn't fruit. Imagine you just walked into somebody's backyard, you start picking up pieces of their lawn furniture and just carrying it back to your house. What is nice, though, is after that, the dad installed a padlock on the gate, so he doesn't know if he ever tried to steal any more apples, but they never saw him in the backyard stealing them. Maybe he went to the gate and was like, dang it, nature is everyone's, but this gate and its lock is belonging to that man. Either way, don't go into people's backyard and just start taking things. I especially love the irony where they're like, yeah, we would have just let him take some apples, but after you break in and start trying to take apples, it's a completely different story. You could have just knocked on the door. Excuse me, sir. I'm a great fan of some Granny Smith apples. May I have some, please? Yeah, sure, go for it. Instead, you just went for the approach of taking it off the tree. And I don't understand why he ignored him for so long either. Okay, yeah, dude, he kind of had to spray you with the hose because you're just not listening. He didn't have to spray him with the hose. Don't get it twisted. That being said, if someone's in your backyard stealing your stuff, spraying them with the hose is the nice thing to do. At that point, he would have been justified to go, push the guy out of his yard, I feel. So if all he did was just psh for a second, then, that's not that bad. It's like training a cat, the little squirt bottle. Squirt, squirt.
All right, this last one was really nuts to me. So this guy and his family had been driving the same car for a very long time, probably 15, 16 years, and the dad had gotten a new job, so they decided to get a new car. And the deal was his mom had a car too, so his dad was getting another car, so they were going to have 3 cars now, was that he was going to buy it back from his parents. They worked out a deal where he was working a job and he had a payment plan, and he was very grateful to his parents for the situation. He obviously realized that he was lucky. So the car sat in the driveway, and until he could afford it and register it and all that stuff, it was just going to sit, which was probably going to take him about a month to get all that done. So it's sitting there for a month, and over that course of time, a few of the neighbors had been like, oh, is that for sale? And his parents had explained, no, the situation. But there was one family 6, 7 houses down that was always known for being a little bit entitled. They were all just kind of cringe. And they had a son who was about the same age as this guy. And for whatever reason, he decided that he deserved the car. So he comes over one day and knocks on the door and is like, hey, is that car available? And the dad starts explaining that, no, it's not really available. He's going to give it to his son, but thank you for the interest, da-da-da-da-da.
And he goes, well, how much for it? And now the dad is listening, not because his son doesn't deserve the car, but if this guy's going to be insanely entitled and spoiled and be dumb and offer like $10,000 more than the car is worth, then you sell it and everyone wins. So he's like, well, what do you mean? Well, how much is it worth? So he tells him it's probably worth about da-da-da-da-da. And the guy goes, oh, okay, so is that why you're not going to sell it? And he goes, well, my son's going to buy it from me. And he's like, well, why are you going to give it to your son? And he's kind of confused by that question. Like, what do you mean? Why would the dad give his son first dibs on buying the car? Because it's his son? And he's like explaining that to the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid goes, well, listen, I don't think he really deserves it as much as I do. I think you should give it to me. And the dad's like, you mean sell it to you? And he goes, no, I think that I deserve the car. I've been working really hard in school this year, and I just feel like I should get the car, not your son. And the dad is taken aback, and he goes, I'm not giving the son my car, he's buying it. And he goes, yeah, you should give it to me. And he's saying this with all seriousness in his voice. Like, he's not messing around. He's not pulling his leg or anything. He is saying that instead of selling it to his son and, like, making money on the car or whatever, breaking even, whatever it may be, he should give it to a kid he doesn't know from like 7 houses down. And obviously the dad's not going for that. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And you would think maybe it was just a desperate Hail Mary attempt for a car and he would go, okay, and walk away. But he starts arguing with this guy's dad, being like, well, why do you think I don't deserve the car? And the dad doesn't really know this dude. It's not like they had ever had conversations or anything. So he looks at him and is like, I don't know that you don't deserve the car. I wouldn't give a car to anyone, but I don't know you. Like, I don't know you. How do you deserve the car? And he starts to answer the question. And it was obviously asked in a way where, like, it was supposed to be a rhetorical question. Don't actually answer. Well, like I said, da-da-da-da-da, I've been working very hard in school this year, blah, 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 blah. My parents just got a promotion. And his dad's like, well, if your parents just got a promotion, then why do you need my car for free? Why can't they get you a car? And he scoffs at this and is like, well, then they couldn't spend money on stuff that they like. Yeah, man, that's kind of how it works. So you just expect this dude to give you a car so that way your parents can spend money on stuff that they like instead of getting you a car. That seems like your problem. And even then, your parents aren't obligated to get you a car. Like, saying that an adult in the neighborhood has to give you anything for free is really weird. No, you don't understand. I've worked very hard in school. Well, I'm not your dad, man. Like, what do you want him to do about it? And the dad at this point is getting frustrated and tells him to get off his lawn. He's like, get out of here. You're not getting the car and you need to leave. And the spoiled kid starts threatening to call the cops. He's like, well, I bet if we call the cops, they would see my side of things. And the dad starts laughing at that point because he can't believe that that's the threat he came up with. I'm going to call the cops and tell them that you won't give me your car for free and they're going to be pissed. Yeah, man, they're probably gonna pull up, slap him in cuffs. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe that this guy doesn't want to give a car away to a rude stranger? And so he's laughing and the spoiled kid's like, I'll actually do it. And so the dad tells him to knock himself out and closes the door. And everyone had been sitting in the living room kind of listening to the conversation, so they're all laughing. But then they hear some like noises from outside. And so they go and look out the window and the spoiled kid hadn't called the cops, but he's over by the car just kicking the crap out of the tires. Which, listen, I don't know if he was like, I'm not gonna cause damage to it, I'm just mad or what, but that's the weirdest place to kick a car. Like, you're just gonna kick the tire, okay, your foot's just going to bounce and it's gonna do absolutely nothing. But the dad's pissed off and opens the door and is like, hey, stop kicking the car, get out of here. And the spoiled kid just looks at him and says, I'm not gonna get out of here until you tell me that this car is mine. And the dad says, well, then I guess we're gonna stand here all day because I'm not giving you the car. And he says he's gonna keep kicking it then. And so he keeps kicking the tire, and now the dad starts walking to the end of the driveway to like get the kid out of the driveway, which is their property. And the kid is like, no, I'm not going anywhere. Mom, mom. He's just screaming mom. And his mom is like several houses down. There's no way she's going to hear it. So finally, after he realizes he's gonna have to leave, he leaves. And they think that's the end of it. They go back inside, sit on the couch, doing their thing. And probably about 5 minutes later, the doorbell rings, and the dad goes and just expecting it to be that kid again, opens the door with a little bit of anger, you know, which probably not the best idea. You never know who's knocking on the door. But when he opens it up, he gives it a little bit of a what? Because he just doesn't want to deal with this. And he's there with his mom and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry." And he thinks that they're here to apologize. He probably went, told his mom. His mom said, "You did what? You went and demanded someone gave you a free car. You're an idiot. Why would you do that? That made me look really bad." But no, apparently his mom had heard about this entire situation and thought, my poor baby has been so dramatically wronged in life. No wonder the kid was acting like this, bro, because his mom was on his side, as if her son just deserved a free car. But she starts going off on the dad, saying how dare he not hear out his son's reasoning as to why he deserved the car. And the dad cuts her off and says, "I don't care about your reasoning. I'm not giving him a car. It doesn't matter what his reasoning is." And she's like, as a human, you have to hear him out. And he's just arguing with her, saying, "I don't have to hear her out, or hear him out, sorry. He doesn't have to hear either of you out, really." But she starts to say that he had just been working so hard at school. And I don't know why both of them are harping on that point so hard, as if that just magically makes this all understandable. Little Timmy made the AB honor roll. You're right. I have to get out of my car and hand over the keys. He just owns everything now. Like what? Under that logic, can you use that to steal a house as well? Listen, I know this is your mansion. You paid the millions for it. However, I got really, really good grades. It's like Nathan for you. I graduated business school with really good grades. So you just have to give me your billion-dollar company. That's not how it works. And the dad literally tells her that nobody cares what grades he got. It doesn't matter. And she gets all mad at him and is like, "I care what grades he got." And he just reminds her that that's because she's his mom and she's obligated to care. And she's like, everyone should care about everyone. And so he asks her this question. And you would think after you say something like everyone would care about everyone, you might be smart enough to think about like, okay, if he asks me something that would make me look like an idiot, be careful. And so he asks her, he says, "All right, well, would you care if my son got good grades?" And she was like, "No, why would I care about what your kid got in school?" And he's like, "Exactly. That's why I'm not going to give your kid a free car. Congratulations on getting on the honor roll. That's all you're going to get out of me." And she's like stomping her feet all mad and says something along the lines of how they weren't being very good neighbors in this moment and they could use this as a teaching experience for their kids. And the dad, thinking quick on his feet, goes, "You're right, we will turn it into a thinking experience for our kids, a learning experience. I can live with being a bad neighbor if my neighbor is an idiot," and just close the door, which is an absolute just like Fortnite take the L dance, man. Oh yeah, this is a teaching moment. Teach your kid to suck less. Door slam, just like, oh, bro, that had to have been brutal. After that, they didn't really bug them too much about the car. I think they got the hint that if they did, it would just end up in a very similar situation. People don't take too kindly to people demanding things for free too often. I don't know why people just think that like, all right, you can steal fruit, you can steal a car if the person lives near you. If anything, you think that would be like even more of a reason not to do this type of stuff is because you're going to have to see and deal with them pretty consistently. You live close together. Thankfully, in this situation, they lived far enough away where they could just avoid each other and it really worked out for the most part. But dang, dude, moral of the story, don't think you deserve a car for free from someone that's not your family because you got good grades, because they don't care.
All right, so the first story that got sent in to me was this guy who was trying to scare all of his friends in school back in the day. So him and his group of friends decided to make up like a horror story about something in the area that had escaped and was going to attack people. And they were going to have one of their friends kind of dress up as this like escaped crazy person, this escaped convict, and scare everyone. And so him and this really tight group of friends start planning it, and one of them happened to have a gray jumpsuit. That'll be important later. And he says, perfect, we can take all of our friends out in the woods, do a little bonfire, start telling this story. And when we get to the climax of the story where everyone's going to be freaking out thinking there's this escaped maniac on the loose, you run through in your gray jumpsuit and everyone will lose it. And they think it's a great idea, so it comes to that Friday night. They all go out in the woods. They're building this bonfire. They get it going. And then one of them suggests the idea to tell a scary story. And the person that sent this in to me is like, "Oh, I have one. Have you guys heard of that guy that just escaped prison a couple days ago?" And they're like, "No, what happened?" And he starts to tell this story of a guy that had been kidnapping all these people and keeping them in a shipping container in his backyard, and the police caught him. And apparently he wasn't sorry at all. Like, if anything, he missed locking people in shipping containers, and he escaped jail, and he always said he was going to avenge being locked up. And, he's telling it a lot more intensely. I don't know the exact story time, but everybody's slowly getting more scared. A couple people are like, dude, come on. Like, this isn't real, bro. Come on. And somebody asks, like, well, what is he wearing? And he says, oh, he's probably wearing the jumpsuit he escaped from the prison in. And when he says that, he hears rustling behind him, and he assumes it's his friend in the gray jumpsuit rushing out to scare everyone. But everyone starts freaking out, even the friends that are in on it, and it's coming from behind him. So he gets scared, and he turns around, and what he sees sends chills down his spine, because it is someone in a jumpsuit, but it's not his friend. It's like a 55-year-old man with a terrible hairline in an orange jumpsuit sprinting towards him, and when he gets to the guy telling the story, he shoulder checks him. You know when you're walking through the hallway and you bump into somebody's shoulders? He does that to him. He knocks him down and then just sprints through the group off through the woods. And everyone's freaking out, especially the people that are in on the story, because that's not a part of the plan. And they're like, what was that? What was that? And as they're trying to figure it out, the guy in the gray jumpsuit runs up to them and is like, did you guys see the guy in the jumpsuit? I have no clue who that was. I have nothing to do with that. And when they see the guy in the gray jumpsuit is scared too and he has nothing to do with it, they're all freaking out. And the entire group puts out the bonfire as fast as possible. And they start sprinting out of the woods to their car. They just want to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. They have no clue who the guy is in the jumpsuit running through the woods or why he shoulder checked them or anything like that, but they're all shaking, scared. So they get back to the cars and they're driving home, and in one car is the group of everyone that was in on the story. And of course, they start pressing the guy in the gray jumpsuit. They're like, come on, man, you definitely hired that guy to come scare us. Just be honest with us. It was hilarious, but come on, just be honest with us. We know you must have hired that guy. And he is as white as a ghost, just pure fear. And he's like, guys, I would tell you if I hired that dude. I have no clue who that is. And to this day, they have never figured out who the old man in the prison jumpsuit was running through the woods, bumping into people. They looked it up on the internet and they didn't find any escaped convicts in the area, so it's not like it was a real one, but no one has any clue who it is or why they were there. If anything, that makes it even scarier, that there's just potentially some old guy running around the woods in a jumpsuit LARPing as an escaped con. That's a very bizarre thing to get up to on a Friday night, but needless to say, they never went back there and had another bonfire. I would just be on the lookout, okay? I would not be vibing in the woods alone if I lived in this area.
All right, so this next one a guy sent in to me, and he had just moved into a new house in a new state where he wasn't really familiar with the area. He had done a little bit of research into the house itself. It looked really nice. It looked like it wasn't one of those that they just kind of let fall apart and kept renting. And more importantly, it was a pretty good deal, so he had decided to rent it. He only had to sign a 6-month lease. So he gets there, and the rest of the neighborhood isn't as nice as this house, but it doesn't feel like it's a bad neighborhood or anything. There's nothing that gives him the impression that it's sketchy or he should be worried at all. And he goes about moving his stuff in, and he's setting it all up, and for some reason, he just has this weird vibe, almost like he's being watched. And so he goes around the house looking for everything, just seeing if there's maybe something someone left behind, a camera or something. It's really sending chills down his spine. He just feels like he's being watched, but he can't find anything, so he just goes back to setting everything up. And after the first day of moving in, if you've ever moved before, you know there's that awkward first day where your bed's kind of set up on the floor, everything's half set up, nothing feels comfortable yet. That's kind of where he's at, but he's laying there and he can't sleep. Normally, this dude has the ability to pass out anywhere, new spot or not, but he is just really feeling paranoid, he's scared almost. And as he's laying there tossing and turning, he's pretty sure he hears the side gate open to the backyard. You know, where if you walked up from the street up that side of the house, you could get to that back gate. It almost sounds like someone just opened it and pushed it open. And it was grass up to the gate, and then after that was a bunch of rocks. And he immediately knows that it definitely was the side gate, because after the side gate opens, he starts to hear the crunching of rocks, and it sounds like someone's in his backyard now, walking along the back of the house into the backyard. And so that freaks him out. He gets up, he grabs a baseball bat that he has next to his bed, and he runs over to the back door, which is a slider.
And the backyard had a light that he had turned off because he just assumed no one was going to be in his backyard in the middle of the night. It's not like that's something you usually prepare for. So he flicks on the light so that way there's light in the backyard, and he's listening for the footsteps, and the footsteps stop. And this sliding door's there, but it has blinds on it so you can't see. And so he's just kind of sitting there waiting, listening to see if the person's going to keep coming, what they do. And he hears the footsteps starting to go back towards the gate, like the rocks are crunching away. And so he turns around and he starts running to the front door to try to like see who's coming out the side of his house. He doesn't want to really confront them, but he just wants to know, like, is it a group of people? Is it a bunch of people? What's going on? Who's on the side of my house? So he runs to the front door, opens it, and yells, "Who's there?" and looks to like the left, which is the side of the house they're on. And all he sees is somebody in like a black hoodie with the hood up. So he has no clue what they look like, anything about them. They could have long hair, bro. They could be bald as Mr. Clean. All he sees is just a black hoodie running away as fast as humanly possible into the night. And so he goes back inside and closes the door. It's not like he's going to chase them. Who knows what they're up to? They were obviously willing to like go sneaking into his backyard. He doesn't want to chase them and find out what they're up to. And he calls the cops just because he doesn't know what's going on. And they come over and they're like, "Oh yeah, we get calls like this all the time in this area. You know, it's not that uncommon. It's not the greatest area." And he's kind of confused because they're acting nonchalant and he didn't know a ton about the area, but it becomes apparent as to why he got such a good deal on the rent on this place. Because apparently it's so common for people to just be like trying to break into your backyard that the people come out there and they're like, "Oh, well, you know, it is what it is. You live here." So whatever, they leave. They don't really do anything to reassure him or whatever. And he goes back inside and has to try to go to sleep. And he's still there just because he's signed the lease. There's not much he can do now, but he's just kind of been a little paranoid ever since. Like any noise late at night or anything he hears, he just assumes someone's coming into his house. Which has to suck. I'm not saying it's great, but that's literally the worst luck ever. The first night in your new neighborhood, someone tries to break in and then you call the cops and they're like, "Yeah, it is what it is." Probably do a little bit more research before you sign a lease next time. At least you learned that lesson, but it's only for 6 months. It would suck way more if you were like, "Oh, this is such a great deal. I'm going to sign a 2-year lease," you know? At least you can leave after a bit. And the person hasn't come back. I don't know. Maybe they knew the person who used to live there, you know? Like, I don't know the situation. All I know is that it would freak me out if I, like, felt someone on the side of my house, heard them, went to go look, and all I see somebody is in a hoodie just running away into the night, and I don't know who it is. That'd probably freak me out, too. All right, so this next one was a person who didn't believe in ghosts. It's not like they hated the idea. It's not like they like ridiculed people who did. They just personally had never had any supernatural experience, so they didn't believe in it. Which I get, I guess, like, that's kind of where I'm at, you know? I've never had a ghost come tap me on the shoulder. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not challenging them. Please don't come haunt me or anything. I'm just not 100%. But they ended up moving into this really old apartment. And when I say really old, I don't mean from like the 50s, 60s. I'm talking about this building was a few 100 years old. Possibly there'd been like a witch trial out in front of it. That's how old this building was. And when they went in to rent a unit, the owner had told them that, like, some people had had some supernatural experiences, so if that was something that they were really afraid of, you know, they couldn't get out of the lease for it. Which goes to imply that they have had people come in, rent a unit, and get so freaked out that they try to get out of their contract before. But as I said, this person didn't really believe in them in the first place, so, like, they just thought it must have been a quirky little thing that had happened before. They didn't think too much of it. And they still signed for it because they really liked the apartment and they thought it was really cool that the building had all this history to it. And for the first few weeks, they have no weird experiences, but they end up having a friend over from work and they're talking about the building, and he mentions that the owner had like talked about how some people have had weird experiences and they couldn't use it to get out of the lease. And their friend starts really making fun of the concept. They're like, "Oh, what? The ghost is gonna come and try to convince you to break your lease? I can't believe people would be that dumb, you know? There's no way that would ever happen. Like, that's so silly." And for whatever reason, when they started doing that, like, chills started going down the person that lived there's spine, and they changed the subject pretty quickly. But whatever, their friend's hanging out for a bit, inevitably goes home. And that night, they're laying in bed, and for whatever reason, they're, like, afraid to fall asleep. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling, but every now and then, I'll be like, "Oh, I don't want to have a bad dream."
That sounds dumb, but that's kind of like the feeling that they were having. It was almost like they knew something weird was going to go down, but inevitably, you can only fight sleep for so long, so they go to sleep, and they have a really bad, weird dream. Basically, they dream that they're in the perspective of someone else in their apartment, and they're kind of like going through their apartment at night, and then they walk in and they watched themselves sleep. And it was like a dream where they wanted to wake up, but they couldn't. They were just watching themselves sleep. And of course, that's insanely freaky. Imagine knowing you're dreaming, but you're not in control of it, and you're like watching the perspective of someone watching you. So of course, they're just kind of sitting there in this dream terrified. It was almost like a sleep paralysis type of vibe. And the next morning when they like wake up and snap out of it, they are freaking out, right? They're laying in bed, not knowing what was going on, what any of it was. And they finally work up the courage to go out and explore the rest of the house and just be like, what happened? And when they go out and start looking around, they're even more scared because when they go into the kitchen, all of the cabinet doors are open, all of the drawers are pulled out, and it's freezing. They go over to the thermostat. The thermostat says it's like 75, but there's no way. Like in the kitchen, it literally felt like they needed a parka or something because it was just so frigid in there. That really freaks them out, and they're starting to get paranoid that there might be a ghost in the house. But whatever, they put on a brave face, they get ready for work, and they go to work, and they like go to their friend, and they say, listen, I gotta tell you something. And they start explaining to them the dream and what happened and how they're really freaked out. And their friend's face doesn't look like it's about to make fun of them. It looks like their friend is starting to get really scared. And the friend cuts them off before they finish, and they like say, listen, I don't want you to tell me anymore because I don't want to think about it anymore, but I'm just going to let you know that I had a very similar dream, like the exact same dream. And yeah, that is absolutely insane to me, bro. Imagine everything is like telling you that there might be ghosts in this apartment. Nothing's going on. Your friend comes over, makes fun of them. That night, you have a terrible dream that someone's watching you sleep. All your drawers and cabinets are open. You go to work and the same person that was making fun of ghosts, like, oh, that's so stupid, tells you that they don't want to hear anymore because the dream freaked them out too much. And after that, they went home and like sat on the couch. They didn't know what to do, so they just kind of talked out loud and were like, hey, I'm really sorry for my friend, you know, if it offended you, but I don't want any issues. Like, I believe in you. We're all good. And as weird as it sounds, since then, they haven't had any more weird dreams or anything. There hasn't been any more mornings, like, with the cabinets opening up and the drawers opening up. Maybe he just had issue with you making fun of him, you know? He's like, listen, I'm in this weird in-between realm for a bit. I don't know how to get out of here. The least you could do is be a little bit supportive. I can't scare you out of this apartment. All right, so this next one was sent in to me by a guy that was at the park playing basketball. He just liked to go do that when he needed to clear his head, think a little bit. So he had just decided to go play some basketball, and it was later in the day on like a weekday, like 8 p.m. on a Wednesday. And it just so happened that he was the only guy there. And at this particular park, the basketball courts were right by the road. And there was a fence to stop the balls from like going out into traffic and being hit by a car or whatever, but it was pretty easy for somebody to go around the fence from the road if they wanted. And he's alone just shooting the ball, and he hears behind him like a car slamming on the brakes. You know when the brakes screech, the tires squeal, it just sounds like a car is slamming on its brakes so hard that it might break itself? He hears that noise, and that's not something you're used to hearing if you're just like at the park playing basketball. So he turns and he sees that there's a car in the middle of the road just stopped there, and whoever's in it is like looking his direction. He can just tell that all three heads are looking at him. And he's not sure what's going on, but he just gets a weird feeling. And out of the car jumps two dudes with ski masks on, and they don't say anything. They just start sprinting towards him, and they start coming around the fence. And if you're just at the park minding your own business playing basketball, and all of a sudden two dudes with ski masks start running at you, you're probably going to do the smart thing and take off running. You're not going to sit there and be like, hey guys, what's up? Can I help you? What's going on? Are you guys lost? Do you need directions? Obviously, they're not up to anything good. And if they are up to something good, then that's a stupid way to go about being up to something good. So they start getting close to him, and he takes off running. And it's evident that they're chasing him because he's running and he leaves his stuff and keeps running away, thinking that they were just going to come like steal his stuff. But instead of running over to his stuff, grabbing it, and running back to the car, when he looks back over his shoulder, they're still chasing him. So he thinks that they're there to steal his stuff, but it becomes evident that they're not there for the stuff that's there, they're there for him. So he's sprinting, and the two guys in the ski mask are chasing him. And he's probably running for like a good half mile with them just on his back. And he's zigging and zagging through a neighborhood at this point, and he finally loses them. And he's literally hopped the fence into like some random person's backyard, and he's sitting there trying to catch his breath because he's like, adrenaline is pumping. He felt like he was literally just running for his life. And he finally is like, okay, I'm just gonna go like get in my car and go home, because he had his keys with him. That was the only thing that he did grab when he was running. So he gets back and he like slowly walks back to the park, making sure there's no car waiting or anything. And he gets back to the basketball court. And what he sees makes him even more scared about the situation. And it already freaks him out. Imagine being chased for like half a mile by two guys in ski masks. That's an insanely scary thing. But when he gets back to the basketball court, he looks and all of his stuff is still there. It doesn't even look like anyone walked up to it and like rifled through it to see what was going on, if there was anything worth taking. All of his stuff is there. And you might be thinking like, oh, isn't that a good thing, you know, that nothing got taken? And yeah, it's good that nothing got stolen. But then it's like, why were they coming after me? Obviously, you don't ever want to get robbed, but, you know, they charge you with a ski mask, you run away, they take your stuff, they get back in the car, they leave. Like, that makes sense. But if they didn't take anything, then what were they possibly planning for you, you know? Like, that makes him even more scared. So he grabs his stuff as fast as he can, runs to his car, gets in the car, and gets out of there. Doesn't really want to think about why they were chasing him or what was going on, but he has avoided that park ever since, which is probably for the best. I feel like if you have a chance of being kidnapped at the park, you should just avoid that park. Just a general rule of thumb. Those guys were definitely up to no good, though. Like, there's no way they were bringing him a birthday cake, you know? Like, that's not what was going on. They weren't trying to give him a prize. Sir, you're the 8,000th visitor to this website. We're here to deliver you your iPad. That was definitely not what was going on, and I think he made the right choice by literally sprinting as fast as humanly possible in the other direction. Alright, so this last one is more like Final Destination-esque, but this guy was at the skate park one day, and this skate park happened to be located on a road, but it was built up on a concrete platform. So, you know, in order to have the ramps be above the rest of the skate park, the road came up to the curb went up to like this dirt, the dirt went up like a foot, kind of in a dirt ramp thing, like with grass, and then there was about 3 feet of concrete. And the 3 feet of concrete at the top was a small pad where you would use to like drop into the ramp and get to the rest of the skate park. And because that concrete pad was there wasn't a fence or anything, because the road that was leading up to it was not a road people were supposed to be going fast on. And it was very apparent you weren't supposed to go up there because there's a giant concrete wall. Whatever, the person that sent this to me is standing up on that, like, pad thing, and they hear a car coming. And so they look back, and they see a car coming a little bit too quickly, like, straight at the wall. And it pops up over the curb, keeps going, and smacks into this concrete wall at probably 15 miles per hour. Not enough to decimate the car. It's not like the person would have been very seriously injured, but it's enough to make the car get damaged and set the airbags off. It's definitely not something you want to happen to your car. And so the airbags go off, the windshield breaks, and of course the entire skate park is like, what happened? And they run over there and they start looking for the person to make sure they're okay. And this old man, not like crazy old, not like he shouldn't have been driving old, but retired old, gets out and he's like, it's fine, I'm fine. And he explains that he had just got these new, like, floor mat things off the internet, you know, and they didn't fit right. And so when he pushed the gas pedal down, the floor mat slid and made his gas pedal stick down. And thank goodness it only got up to, like, 15 miles per hour, because that could have gotten a lot worse. But they look, and sure enough, the gas pedal is, like, stuck, depressed down. And so he calls the fire department or, like, the police, 911, whatever, like, the accident management people. And they're kind of waiting there for a bit, and they pull up, and they start asking everyone what happened, and they ask the subscriber where he was standing, and he's, like, right there. And they have a weird look, and they're like, dude, you were probably a good, like, 2 feet away from being hit by that car. If that concrete little pad wasn't there, that would have ended very badly. And he hadn't really thought about it until that moment, but when they pointed it out to him, he was like, oh, yeah, I definitely came a little bit closer than I ever wanted to being sandwiched right there.
Hopefully this doesn't activate some like Final Destination voodoo or anything. So we all know the weather's been changing, at least hopefully you've noticed that. If not, it's probably time for you to go outside, bro. And with the seasons changing, leaves fall off the trees and it makes a little bit of a mess in people's yards. And you gotta pick it up somehow. Like if you live in certain places, there's rules about, oh, there's only a certain amount of leaves you can have in your yard. And if you live in those places, that sucks. But regardless, sometimes you just need to have your leaves cleaned up. And if you don't have time to do it, you've got to pay a company. But the neighborhood that this guy lives in, there's an older guy who like just does it for everybody. And he 100% doesn't have to. People tell him he doesn't have to, but he just thinks that it's nice for the neighborhood if he helps pick up leaves. And everyone is super grateful for it because it obviously saves them time and money. And if someone's saving you time and money, you're not going to be angry at them for it. And he does use like a backpack blower just to make it faster because he'll do like 2 or 3 houses at a time. And no one really cares about the noise because once again, he's solving a problem that either they would have to do or they'd have to pay for. And if you were paying for it, then the guy would come out and use a blower because he's trying to go fast to go to his next job. And then there would just be multiple noisy backpacks going every day. And on top of it, the guy's just being nice. So no one cares. No one says anything about it. And before anyone's like, well, why doesn't he use a rake? Because it takes way longer. And the guy's older. He's not going to use a rake. And this blower is not loud enough to like hurt your ears, you know? It's not like there's a cannon going off repeatedly outside your door. It's just yard work. And so at 11 a.m., the person who sent this in to me starts hearing it, which seems like a reasonable time. Obviously, if he started doing this at 5 a.m., that might be a little bit annoying. I could get that. But if someone starts doing yard work at 11 a.m., I feel like that's past the time of the allowed complaining window. Like, that's just a reasonable time to do something outside on the weekend. And he's doing yard work. It's not like he's just playing music as loud as humanly possible for no reason. And so whatever, he knows who it is and what they're doing, so he just kind of like goes back to playing his video game, not really worried about it. But he starts hearing screaming, and it's like a woman screaming, "What is that? What is that?" And he looks out his window where the noise is, and he sees this Karen that he hasn't seen before, like yelling at the old man with the blower backpack on. And she's pointing at the backpack, and her facial expression and the way she's pointing at the backpack makes it seem like she just found some strange alien device, you know? She had just stumbled upon some ancient alien relic that had started outputting this strange odor, and she was just so confused by it. And he wants to go see what's up because they're in his yard, so it's kind of becoming his business, and on top of it, he doesn't know why this lady is yelling at the guy who's doing him a favor. Anyways, he gets outside and he opens the door, and the first thing that he like really clearly hears is, "Stop that racket!" Racket? Like, what is this, 1811? Are you trying to ask someone to like stop playing with their phonograph? What are you asking them to do? "I do say, cease this racket immediately." He goes over there though and is like, "Hey, is everything okay? What's going on?" And the Karen turns to him and says, "No, he's making so much noise. And it's ridiculous. I don't even know what he's doing." And so he tries to explain that, like, well, he's getting our leaves. It's okay. He's supposed to be here. We know it makes noise. And she stomps her foot and goes, "It's so early." Keep in mind, it's almost noon. So I wouldn't really call that early. Maybe, like, some people have a different definition of if 9 a.m. is early or not. But noon is pretty universally not early. And on top of it, it's past the time where he can like legally do it. I think there is certain quiet hours. So even if you don't like it, it's okay for him to do it. And so he says that he's not going to stop. Like he's going to just keep cleaning up and it's okay. He's fine. It's okay for him to be here. And she yells that she doesn't like the sound. And his response is to just be like, "Well, it's my lawn. So I don't really mind if you don't like the sound because it's not happening in your yard. So it's not your problem." "Well, you're just gonna let him be this loud?" And the old man is like, "No one's letting me do anything. I'm choosing to do this. This guy isn't my boss. It's not like he's paying me. Just leave me alone so I can finish what I'm doing." It's almost like she had forgotten that the old man had a say in it too, you know? Like he just had lost his freedom in her mind, just condemned to constantly be blowing leaves. This was just the only thing he ever did. And she turns to him when he starts speaking up and is like, "Take the blower off." And he says, "No, I'm not going to take the blower off. I'm using it and it's mine. Like, you can't tell me what to do." And she reaches over and starts trying to pull the strap off. And so he steps back and is like, don't touch me, because no one wants to be touched by someone, especially if they're aggressively doing it. Like, it's pretty reasonable to say, hey, don't grab me and try to take my possessions off me. And her response to being told to back off is to be like, well, I said take it off right now. Okay, it doesn't matter if you said take it off right now. You're not his boss. Strangers don't have to listen to your orders. It's not necessarily something that you have to do. If a stranger walks up to you and is like, give me your car, you're well within your rights to look at them and go, no, I'm not going to give you my car. It's not like you're his boss or anything. So whatever, the homeowner at that point steps in and is like, I think you should leave. And she, at the point where she's getting kicked out now, goes back to the straps to rip the backpack off, except now she's doing it super aggressively. And so the old man, like, falls over and she's trying to take it off. And at this point, she's just attacking him. And he's yelling for help and the guy doesn't know what to do, so he just runs in and grabs his phone and is like, I'm calling the cops. And so he comes back out with his phone, on the phone with the police, and she gets mad at him and is like, why are you calling the cops? And he's just like, are you kidding me? You just attacked an old man for blowing leaves at 11:30. Like, what do you mean, why am I calling the cops? You're just attacking this dude. And she starts getting all mad at him, saying he didn't need to do that. They could have just resolved it. And she runs over to her house, gets in her car, and drives away. And he didn't even know where she had lived before. Like, this was their first interaction. So he was really confused when it wasn't like his next door neighbor or something, because you'd think if you're going to get that mad about the sound, you'd have to live really close. How are you going to get mad about a leaf blower like 5 houses down? Are you kidding me? Like, that's just a very unreasonable thing to think that you have any control over. The entire block has to remain silent because I don't want there to be noise right now. Regardless, he called the cops and he starts talking to the old man. And the old man's okay, but very shaken up. Like, he was just trying to blow some leaves. Next thing he knows, he's getting shoved to the ground and someone's trying to rip his leaf blower off of his back. And it takes a little bit for the cops to get there, but they get there and they take a statement. And he points to the house and he's like, that's where she was, but she drove away. And as soon as he says that, the officers are like, all right, well, we don't really have time to sit around here and wait all day for her to maybe come home, so we're gonna go. And he was a little bit confused by that because, like, this lady literally attacked an old man. I feel like that's a pretty good reason to wait, but whatever, they left. And so he decided to, like, let the neighborhood know about it just so they could be on the lookout. If he's ever out front blowing leaves in their yards, be on the lookout for someone that's gonna come try to attack him. And the entire neighborhood was incredibly pissed. Like, everybody would yell at her and be like, why did you attack that old man? Not like go to her house and yell at her, but, you know, if she was ever, like, trying to cause an issue for somebody, they'd be like, yeah, aren't you the person that started screaming at the old guy that takes care of our leaves? Because this old man, like I said, was a saint. He's retired and he just volunteers his time to, like, pick up everyone's leaves so they don't have to hire a landscaping company. Pretty solid dude, no reason to get mad at him. And what's crazy is the entire neighborhood's mad at her, they don't like her, and she just would not apologize for it. Like, it literally would have all gone away if she would have just said, you know what, I didn't realize the situation, I'm super sorry, I shouldn't have screamed at the man with the leaf blower. But every time someone would get mad at her, she would be like, well, it's the old man's fault. Yeah, it's the old man's fault that you decided to attack him and throw him to the ground because he had a leaf blower on. And when they would point that out to her, she'd be like, well, he just shouldn't have been too loud. I think everyone's gonna lose their temper if something gets too loud. I didn't know that was a fact. I didn't realize that if something gets loud, you're allowed to just start punching people in the face. It's like that scene from the Kingsman movie where, like, they have that thing in their ear that makes him go crazy in that one church. I don't really get how you can blame this on him, but basically ever since that, she's cut back a bunch on her interaction with anyone in the neighborhood, which is probably best for everybody. She doesn't have to hear about how she was wrong for attacking the old man, and they don't have to hear that it's the old man's fault for being attacked because he just shouldn't have been that loud. I don't know how you can get mad at someone for collecting leaves for you, but this lady managed to find a way. What's that saying from, like, Jurassic Park? Life finds a way. It's the same thing with Karens, you know? How could anyone get mad at this? Karens will find a way. Alright, on screen now is a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every single video I post here on the channel as a way to just say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on those notifications. So if you haven't already, you definitely should. I post videos like this regularly and I literally give away money. And if you are someone that's already subscribed with notifications on, then thank you for being just an absolute incredible person. Some of the smartest, sophisticated people on the planet are subscribed to this channel, actually. So the next story I've got for you guys is hilarious. So this person works at a game store, probably the game store you guys are thinking of that buys used games. There's really only one, and they really love red lights because they love stopping. Either way, there were certain consoles at this store that just were hard to keep in stock. Even years after all this crap, it's still not uncommon for them to sell out of the next-gen consoles. It's not like the workers love having to tell people, no, we don't have any. Like, they don't take any joy in that. It's just the reality of the thing's super in demand, so they don't have a ton. But one guy comes in and just off rip, you can tell that he's got the whole, like, I'm better than you attitude. Oh, I've gotten so much money, I don't need to be in the store. And he starts demanding a PS5. Like, you guys need to get me a PS5 now. That's the only reason I'm here. The only way I'm gonna have a good customer experience is if you get me a PS5. And they're listening to this intense speech about how they need to make sure that he has the best customer experience and whatnot. And what's unfortunate is they were out of PS5s. The day before, they had a few, but people had come in and bought them, so it's not like there's any way for him to just make one magically appear. So he tells the guy before he can continue his rant that, like, they don't have any. And as someone who's shopped at a store before, I feel like we all have, if a worker comes to you and goes, oh, we don't have any of this, yes, there might be a 2% chance they're lying, but at the same time, like, are you gonna sit there and argue with the guy about what does and doesn't exist in the store you don't work out? Well, apparently this guy decided that that was just the most logical approach, because he looks at him and says, I know you have one. And the worker's really confused because it's like, yeah, but if I had one, I would sell it to you because it's my job to sell consoles. Like, clearly I don't have one because we would want to sell it to you. And so he tells him, no, sir, I'm sorry, but we really don't have another PS5. Like, there's no way for me to make one appear. And this old man starts getting angry with him and is like, cut the crap, I know you have some back there, I know it's store policy to keep a few extras in the back. Just go back and get one of the secret consoles. And once again, the worker's like, secret consoles, dude, what are you talking about? You're coming in trying to buy something that's been sold out for years now. It's a lot easier to find them in stock, but it's not easy, and you think that we just have this secret room full of all these consoles that have been highly in demand. We could have sold them for a huge profit, but we've just been hanging on to them secretly. I don't think any game store would do that. I don't think any business in general would do that. If someone told me their business plan was to hide half of their stock in the back and make people think it was out of stock and then sell it all from the back, I'd be like, that's a dumb idea. Why don't you just put it out and sell it normally? I don't know why this company would just decide randomly to hide their most expensive items and only the super secret people that are smart enough to ask get it. Like, I don't think that's how business works. Either way, when he tells the guy, like, yeah, still don't have a PS5, doesn't matter if you think there's a secret room in the back, we don't have one, not much I can do. He starts getting really angry, like face turning red, a little bit of spit coming out when he's talking. I know you have some extra. And it's a pretty dead day. It's not like there's a ton of people in the store. So his manager looks over and sees this guy like starting to have the beginning stages of a stroke or something because he's getting so mad at the fact that they don't have this console. So his manager comes over to just see what's going on, make sure this like situation doesn't escalate as managers do. And he comes over and is like, hey, what's the problem? Your worker refuses to sell me a new console. It's like he wants your business to lose money. I don't know how you function with employees like this. Okay, so now you're just gonna try to get the guy fired too, because he can't give you something that they don't have. Like, what? And his manager is confused too, because it's not like this worker is having a bunch of problems not selling people things, so he asks the guy, like, well, what console? He replies PS5, even the manager is now aware of the situation, so he tries to politely explain to this guy that those are super in demand, we don't have any, I'm so sorry. And his response to the manager saying, we also don't have a PS5, is to be like, you're in on this too. I knew there was a conspiracy for you guys to keep these consoles, but I didn't realize how up the flagpole it went. How up the flagpole it went. If the worker is hiding consoles, wouldn't it make sense the manager is too? And I know they're not hiding consoles, but I love that in his mind, like the manager of the store is as up the flagpole as it gets. Might as well have just discovered like an Illuminati level conspiracy. That's how he was acting. I cracked the code. Everyone's in on this together. Yeah, all the workers got together this morning and they said there's one guy in particular who we all hate that we're just not going to give a console. Just that guy. Everyone else, we have tons of PS5s. Let's just keep them in the back like a secret and only say no to this guy. So no one really understands what he's trying to imply by saying that there's some conspiracy to not give him the consoles. So he starts trying to nicely explain, the manager, no one's conspiring against you. There is no secret plan for us to keep all the consoles from you. That's not what's going on. He's not having any of it though. He's like, I know how this works. You guys are gonna go above and beyond to convince me there's none here as a sales tactic. And now the worker talks up again and he's like, what sales tactic? It's not like we really need to do a whole lot of sales pitches to get people to buy stuff when they're in the store looking for a console. And he starts going off about how they're going to pretend that they don't have one once again and then fake find one right before he leaves so that way he's desperate to buy it. I don't think that the store has to do stuff like that, and even if they did, wouldn't that be a dumb idea? Because now you're just pissed off and angry. In what business class do they teach you the best way to make a sale is to piss off the customer as much as possible? And so they kind of once again, for the 8th time now, tell them, we just don't have any consoles. And now they're stopping being nice. The customer service voice is dropping. They're just being like, we don't have any consoles. You gotta go. And he starts trying to guilt trip them, saying that he's gonna leave the store and they're gonna miss out on their commission that they could have made by selling him a console. And that's even funnier to them because now they realize he really just has no clue how this works because they don't make commission at all. I almost said permission. They don't make commission. It's not like their store is out here giving them $50 for each next-gen console they sell. Trust me, I feel like if that was the case, they'd be grinding trying to sell them to you. If they were making commission on the consoles, why would they not let you buy one? If anything, they would be trying to push people to buy consoles they don't even need because of the commission. If they got paid per console, they'd be out there grinding, dude. You'd see them on TikTok, buy a console now. They'd be doing dance videos trying to go viral, like those corporations that are trying to go viral on TikTok, and it's mad cringe. Anyways, he's getting increasingly angry and he's like, I'm going to give you guys to the count of 3 to find a next-gen console and bring it out here or we're gonna have bigger issues. And he starts counting down. And I've never understood why a grown-up would do that to another grown-up, because I'm gonna keep it a buck. When people snap their fingers at me or start counting, it triggers something in my brain that turns me back into caveman mode where I'm just like, oh, we're fighting now. Not literally. If you snap your fingers at me, I'm not going to fight you. If you count at me, I'm not going to literally fight you. But that's a pretty disrespectful thing in my opinion. If you're going to start counting down at another adult, demanding they do something before you get to 1, that's just rude. You do that to little kids when they're freaking out. You don't do that to a worker you know nothing about. And obviously, none of these grown men are going to start running all over the place trying to find a console that doesn't exist when he's counting down. And so he gets to the end of the countdown and they're still standing there. And he looks at them and goes, where is it? Well, they didn't move the entire time you were counting down. So I'm going to guess not in their hands. They didn't move. Did you think they did the SpongeBob thing where they were like, want to see me run and grab the console? Want to see me do it again? Clearly, they were not in a rush to go get a console during this countdown and they didn't do it. And they'd retell him, we don't have any. We told you. And he starts screaming. He was already mad before, but now he's just straight up raging. This is ridiculous. I can't believe that you guys are refusing to sell me one of these. They're not refusing to sell you anything. They just don't have them. You guys are losing my business. I can't believe that you're going to let a paying customer walk out the door. And the manager is like, sir, we have customers here all the time. I'm not going to be spoken to this way. You can leave. Now we're not going to sell you one even if we do have one. And when he hears that, he turns around and they happen to have this little display set up with all these plush figures, all the plushies. And he smacks it. So all the plushies go flying everywhere. The display rack falls to the ground. And he turns back and looks at them angry and is like, that's what you get for not selling me a console. Oh, wow, man, I'm shaking in my boots. You took your anger out on a plushie display. Oh, no, I am quivering. Dude, you picked the least intimidating thing to take your anger out on, even in general. If you start punching stuff in a store to try to intimidate the workers, you're 100% in the wrong. But imagine trying to intimidate somebody by, beating up a plushie. So whatever, he leaves and they clean it up, and they were just talking about how insane it was. And what was funny is, 99.9% of the time, working with customers at this guy's job is his favorite part. Because usually it's just people that like video games, and he likes video games, and they talk about video games. But every now and then, the Karens just decide to pop up, or in this case, a Darren. I would love to know if there's any couples out there that got the Darren Karen name combo, because you know they're unbeatable when it comes to yelling at managers. All right, and the last story I have for y'all today is just insanely funny, but not long. So the person who sent this in to me was going on a run on Saturday, and he usually just runs in his neighborhood and has absolutely no issues. But he turns the corner, and he sees like 4 grown men in just tank tops standing out in the road. Almost looks like the beginning of King of the Hill, you know, when all the dads are just kind of standing there drinking beer, like very much a similar vibe. And he sees them looking like they're talking to him, but he has headphones in, so he takes off his headphone and is like, huh, what? And one of them goes, is that your drone? And he looks up and he sees a drone, probably a good 150 feet up above him. And he's like, no, I'm running. How would he be flying the drone if he has nothing in his hands and is like running down the street? Do you think he's controlling it with his mind, you know, Elon Musk Neuralink style? And they start explaining to him that like they don't want the drone there and why they don't want the drone there because they feel like it's spying on him. And he's just standing there listening to them like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I get why you don't want a drone flying above your house for an extended period of time, but it's not my drone. So I'm really not sure what you would like me to do about it. It was almost like these 4 had been standing there complaining about it for a while. And so like the first person that walked up that wasn't in their group, they just decided to let them know every concern that they had about this drone. And I get it. It is weird if there's just a drone hovering above your house for an extended period of time. But it's not every stranger that walks by's drone, you know? Like, oh, you without the controller. Is this your drone? And so when he says, yeah, there's certainly a drone there, I don't know what to do about it, they're like, well, what should we do? He's not a drone whisperer. He's not an expert. And he says, I'm not sure. Maybe just like get it out of the sky. And he goes to keep running, but he's confused because a 5th guy magically appears from one of the garages and starts walking over with a bow and arrow. And so he doesn't run away just yet because obviously he's very curious to see what this guy's about to do with the bow and arrow and to see if he's about to go all like Robin Hood on the drone, you know, Legolas, just drone down. And so he walks underneath the drone, pulls out a lighter, and lights the arrow on fire, which, I mean, +5 cool points, but I'm not really sure if that's the best way to take out a drone. Think about it. I don't think it being on fire, if it hits the drone, does anything bonus, and you're shooting it up into a neighborhood. So if you miss and the flaming arrow comes down on top of somebody's roof and you can't get to it, are you going to go to jail for arson? I just feel like the flaming arrow might not be worth it, but whatever, he does it. And he pulls it back, fires the arrow. And you would think that there's no way this guy's got the accuracy to hit the drone. But somehow, instead of using his luck to win the lottery, he used it all on this moment. Because the flaming arrow smacks into the drone starts spiraling down with the flames coming off of it. And everyone is like, yeah, they start cheering. The runner's just kind of standing there. Could you imagine the guy who was flying the drone? He's just like, oh, I'm trying to get some B-roll shots of this neighborhood I'm making a documentary on. Next thing you see is just like a flaming ball coming towards you and then your drone turns off. Did I just get shot with a fire arrow? Like, that's what he's thinking. Either way, the drone hits the ground and he's looking at it and it's on fire and he looks back up and all 5 of the guys had vanished. It was like they wanted nothing to do with this. They just all went inside like, okay, when the guy comes to find his drone, the guy with the flaming arrow can't be here. And once he realized that all the men had disappeared, he's like, well, if the drone guy shows up, I'm the only one here, so I'm going to get the blame. So he ran over to the drone and like stomped out the fire, which probably was not better for the drone, but it had already been impaled with a fire arrow, so it's not like stomping on it was going to make it any worse. And he ran away too because he's like, I'm not getting blamed for this. I had nothing to do with it. Either way, a little bit of a, I don't know, like a little bit of a Karen move, but at the same time, don't hover drones above people's houses. That's weird. I'm not saying you deserve to have it shot with a fire arrow, but weird to spy on people. All right, so this story time was sent in to me by a guy named Marcus, and he had just gotten to college and was renting a room in a house, which is pretty standard. I feel like around every college, there's these houses that for the most part, like 9 college students are going to live in for a year because it's cheap. And usually when I get a roommate story, it involves the roommate being just so dramatically disgusting, they might as well slap a TLC logo in the bottom left-hand corner and call it Hoarders. But this guy, who was this dude's roommate, he wasn't disgusting. He was just the other type of annoying where he wanted to have too much fun all the time. Like always throwing a party from the moment Marcus walked in. And we're not talking about a little party either. This guy basically 7 days a week wanted to have enough people over that the cops would come over and shut them down because it was a noise complaint. You know, literally 7 days a week. There wasn't a day he wasn't trying to throw a party. Not even like he wanted to and then people stopped showing up. That's what was really crazy at first, is this guy was throwing parties every day for the first like 2 weeks of school. And somehow every night, like 50, 60 people would show up at their house. And Marcus got tired of this after a while because he's not a giant party animal. Even if you are a party animal, having a party at your house just makes it way more exhausting because you have to clean up the mess and you have to just deal with people while you're trying to do your homework. And after 2 weeks, everyone's really annoyed because imagine you get off like your last class of the day, right? It's a little bit later, you go home, you just want to go upstairs, watch Netflix, do some homework, go to bed. You show up at your house and you just see like 50 cars worth of people inside your home. It got a little bit exhausting, especially for the guys that work jobs after school too. Like, all right, you're at school all day, you go to work, you come home, and someone puked in your bed. Like, just not a very good vibe, because college parties aren't very calm and mature, especially if it's a bunch of people showing up at a stranger's house. They don't care about your house. They don't know you. They're gonna puke in your bed sheets, dog. I don't know who, but somebody will. If there's 100 people at a party, someone is doing something to your house that you're not going to enjoy. And what made it even worse is it was not a big house. It was one of those smaller homes in like an older neighborhood near this college. So even if you're trying to do homework in a house this small with 50 people, it's basically impossible because the floor is like shaking from the amount of music being played. And just imagine the noise that 50 people make. Even if they're talking quietly, you put 50 people in a small house and get them talking, that noise is going to be able to like drown out a jet engine. And if you tried to just go up to your room and ignore it, people from the party would come up and knock on the door and be like, hey, can we use your room? And you're like, no. And whenever you would tell them no, they would act annoyed with you. And Marcus would always start to argue with them and be like, oh, I'm sorry, is me doing my homework in my house interrupting your party? That's so inconsiderate of me. And at first, Marcus was one of the only roommates that was super annoyed. Everybody else was like not thrilled with the situation, but they would still partake in the partying from time to time. But as more of them got jobs and like the school year just got going on weeks in, it got really annoying to always have people over. And I'm going to call the party animal Brad because I just feel like that's a very party animal name. And Brad was just hell-bent on the party never ending. He would literally do it 24/7 if he could. He wasn't at college for the whole college thing. He was more there to have a good time. His parents basically told him as long as he had decent attendance, they didn't really care about his grades as long as it was passing and he could do whatever he wanted. So in his mind, he's like, sweet, I'm just gonna throw parties all the time. It doesn't really matter if my roommates are annoyed. Who cares? And so he would like go to class during the day, sleep in the class, come home, party, just so he's marked present. But Brad did not care about anyone being annoyed. There had been a few times they mentioned, like, do you ever get tired of having people over all the time? And he looked at them like they had 3 heads. No, why would I get tired of this? And at first, you know, the people would get a little bit out of control, but it wasn't that bad. But as the parties went on, the quality of people at the parties started changing a little bit. And I'm not one to be like super crazy. Oh, I don't want to hang out with you because you're just not my type of friend or whatever. Like, that's stupid. I don't get that. But that being said, we all know that there's some people that like respect things a little bit more. You know, maybe if it's a friend that you've known for a while, they're a lot less likely to like mess with your house versus if it's a stranger that you found on Craigslist. There's a much higher chance of them maybe not caring about your house because they don't know you. And over time, like the people that Brad would be inviting over to party just got more strange and he literally started finding people to party with on Craigslist, which is just, that's how you know you've got a problem, bro. You're like, listen, I have to have a party today. I don't want to do it alone. Let me hop on Craigslist real quick. Lucky you didn't invite a serial killer over on accident. Whatever, though, he just starts inviting all these people over, and now, you know, some sketchy individuals are showing up because they're responding to party ads on Craigslist. And there was this one guy in particular
named Dan that he would invite over, and Dan happened to live in a trailer park that was relatively nearby. And nothing wrong with that. I'm sure there's tons of cool people that live in trailer parks. I don't know. I've personally never lived in one. That's just where Dan lived. Except Dan was not one of these cool people that probably live in trailer parks. Dan was exactly like the stereotype to a T, which sucks because you don't want to meet someone and be like, oh, you're trailer park Dan. But just off meeting Dan, you were like, oh, you're trailer park Dan. He was constantly telling stories about how like he used to go steal his neighbor's cars and, you know, he would take the catalytic converters off of them and sell them, and how from time to time he would like get into trouble because he would drink so many monsters that his heart would have heart palpitations. Just a lot of stuff where you're like, Dan, all right, man, I don't know why you're telling me and bragging about robbing your neighbors and stealing things off people's cars, but okay. And at first, everyone kind of thought he was joking about the, like, stealing stuff from his neighbor's cars thing and, like, taking catalytic converters. But over time, the more he would come over, he was just, like, always talking about it. So they kind of realized, oh, he's serious. And so all of the roommates sit Brad down one day and are like, listen, we don't mind that, you know, you're having parties, because they realize there's no reason to tell him they cared because he's not going to stop. But the Dan guy kind of makes us uncomfortable because, like, he's just giving the vibe that we're going to come home to all of our catalytic converters gone off of our cars. There had been a few times where like Dan would wander off from where everybody in the party was and be like going through their stuff in their room. Someone had caught him going through their stuff in their room, and they're like, you know, he's bragging about robbing from his neighbors, and then I find him going through my stuff. I've just like, it's kind of making me feel uncomfortable. And I get that. If it's your house, you don't want someone you don't know who's bragging about robbing people going through your stuff. You just don't want someone you don't know going through your stuff, period. All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video as a way to say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on those notifications. So if you haven't already, you should do that. If you already do, you're a legend. And while I got your attention, press the like button if you're enjoying the video so far. Thanks. Brad gets all pissed though and is like, Dan would never do that. I love Dan. He would never ever steal from anyone. Well, apparently Brad was kind of half right on that one. He would never steal from anyone at the house. That much was technically true, but all of a sudden there started to be a lot of reports from this neighborhood about how car parts were going missing. Not just any car part, catalytic converters. And those get stolen a lot. It's not like it's uncommon. But there was a little bit of a red flag thrown up because it was like, no catalytic converters get stolen. Dan, the guy who says he does it and has experience doing it, shows up. All of a sudden, there's a bunch. I'm not saying that Dan 100% did it, but that is a pretty bizarre coincidence. Anyways, it keeps happening, and just by happenstance, like one day, there's some officers walking around that neighborhood because it was by the college, and they happen to look like back behind the house that Brad had, right? And they see this shed, and the door's open, so it's not like they need a warrant or anything to just look in it. And sure enough, there's a bunch of car parts in the shed. So they go over and look, and it's Brad's shed that he didn't use. He was letting Dan use it, just full of catalytic converters. And so because it's visible from the road, they like walk up. I don't know what the laws are on that. I'm pretty sure the rule is like if they can just see it, then there's not much they have to do to like get a warrant and come back. So they come and knock on the door, and it just so happens to be Marcus, the guy that sent this in to me, who's there at the time when they come knock. And they're kind of like, hey, what's going on with all that stuff in the shed? That's kind of weird. And he's like, I don't know. I don't use the shed, to be honest. I just rent a room here. I have nothing to do with this house. It's Brad, the guy whose name is on the lease. I think his parents own it or something, but I'm just renting a room. So I don't really know a whole lot about the history of the property. Like, I'm not a flip or flop agent. I don't know why there's a shed full of car parts in the back. And the cop is like, all right, well, do you know when Brad will be back? And almost like comedic timing, he walks up and tries to walk past them into the house. And obviously they're like, who's this? And Marcus doesn't say anything, but Brad goes, hey, I'm Brad. And the cops are like, well, can we talk to you for a second? And he's like, sure. So they start talking to him on the porch.
And Marcus goes up to his room and opens the window because his window was above the porch, which, yes, is eavesdropping, but I can't even blame him, dude. If this conversation was going on outside my window and I 100% could listen, I'm not going to say I wouldn't, all right? So whatever, they start talking to him and he's listening, and they're like, what's up with all these catalytic converters in the shed? And Brad's excuse is the classic, well, they're not mine. And the cop's like, yeah, but they're in your shed at your house, though, so you kind of have to know where they're coming from or what's going on. And Brad starts trying to deflect. He's like, oh, it's not my house, it's my parents' house. And they're like, well, we can call your parents and ask if they know why all these car parts are in the shed, or you can just tell us what's up with all these car parts in the shed. And then they start explaining that if he doesn't explain how they got there, it looks really bad that there's all this potentially stolen stuff in his shed behind his house that his name's the lease on. And once again, he's like, well, it's not mine. I don't really know if that excuse is gonna fly though, bro. Like, if they decide for whatever reason to charge you with this, he didn't do it. But if they did, you're gonna get in front of the court and be like, oh, by the way, it wasn't mine, it was this one dude's. And they're like, what dude? I'm not gonna tell you, but it was another dude's. I don't know, they probably won't believe you. So the cops kind of explain that it doesn't matter if he says that it's not his, and he's like, but technically they're not mine. Once again, doesn't change anything. The cop's not like, oh, you didn't call double dibs? Well, in that case, we'll just leave. Keep the stolen stuff. And so they keep pressing him, and finally he relents, and he's like, all right, my friend Dan has a recycling company, and he keeps those there. And that is probably what Dan told Brad, right? Like, he was bragging to everyone else about how he steals catalytic converters, but if you're going to be storing it in his shed, you're not going to walk up to him and go, hey, can I store all this stolen stuff in your shed? Anyways, he's telling the cops the story about Dan, and they stop him and say Dan's last name. And Brad's like, yeah, that guy. And the cops are like, yeah, well, he's literally been arrested multiple times for stealing catalytic converters. So we're gonna assume these are stolen. Can we go take a closer look? And Brad realizes now he's in super deep crap, and he's like, yeah, okay, sure, you can go look. Putting two and two together that Dan's just been using that shed to store all the stuff he's been stealing from the neighborhood. So they go look, and Brad calls his parents before the cops can, so that way he can make up a story about what happened. And Marcus is upstairs listening, and I don't think Brad realized that, like, he could hear the phone call conversation. And he starts saying that his roommates had forced him to start hanging out with Dan. He wanted nothing to do with the guy. He knew he was a sketchy character, but, you know, sometimes his roommates would just really peer pressure him, and he's embarrassed that he got peer pressured, but he wanted nothing to do with this, and his parents should just forgive him. Keep in mind, that's just not what happened. His roommates had sat him down and been like, yo, dude, something's off about that guy. We don't know what it is, but it's definitely something. And he said, take a long walk off a short pier, Dan is the best. But of course, they're going to believe Brad's story because it's their kid. They're clearly, like, delusional enough to think buying their kid a house was a good idea, letting him live in it is a good idea. So the second he's like, oh no, I didn't mean to get in contact with Dan, the big scary catalytic converter man, they're like, oh, my poor son Brad, my poor son Brad. But whatever, that night they decide they're gonna have a house meeting, and everyone who wasn't there is like, dude, we told you that Dan was bad news, like, man, if only you would have listened to us, all this could have been avoided. He was stealing stuff from the neighborhood. There's my stuff missing from my room. Like, one of them had found some of the stuff that had gone missing from their room in the shed, which, bro, Dan, come on. That's just ice cold. You're gonna steal from them and then keep it in their backyard? Like, stealing is already ice cold enough, but to steal something and then store it in his backyard under his nose is just some next level damage. But of course, Brad is like, I know, who could have ever seen this coming? Like, Dan was such a good guy. Literally everybody. Everybody saw it coming and warned you, except for you. Dan was probably the only person who didn't see it coming, like you being smart enough to figure it out. I think Ray Charles himself probably saw it coming. That's how obvious it would have been. And then whatever, the next part is really nuts. He admits that he told his parents that it was all their fault, like his roommate's fault. And they're not thrilled about that. They're like, dude, why would you tell your parents that we had something to do with this? We had nothing to do with you becoming friends with Dan, hanging out with Dan, Dan stealing anything. Like, none of this had anything to do with us. And he's like, yeah, well, they would have cut me off and even evicted me if I said that I had done it, because this is my third strike. Third strike, bro. What were the other two? You just have like a catalytic converter stealing empire or something? Paul Walker himself doing like a stolen car ring a la Fast and Furious? Like, what in the world are your other 2 strikes that you have, where if you told your parents about this one, they would have been like, again, Brad? Again? So whatever. They're just kind of like, all right, well, it is what it is. That's what you told your parents. As long as we're not in trouble or anything, it's okay. Like, the cops aren't mad at us. And he pulls out these envelopes and hands them to the roommates. And they open them, and the guy to Marcus's left reacts before he can even read it. And he's like, "You're evicting us? What?" Yeah, I guess Brad's parents had decided that they needed to be evicted, which from their perspective, where they think these guys are like inviting people over, storing stuff that's stolen in the backyard, makes sense. But they're more mad at Brad, because Brad had really sold them out, and then his parents were like, "We're gonna evict him." And instead of trying to stand up for them, no, they had nothing to do with this, just, yeah, all right, I'll give him the letters tonight at the house meeting. He literally sold them out for like basically nothing to his parents and blamed them and then evicted them on like 1 day notice. So whatever, they're getting evicted and they're not fighting it or anything just because they don't want to live here anymore in the first place. If anything, Marcus was really relieved. He's like, great, I don't have to live in this party house anymore. So all of the roommates that are like good influences, they get kicked out. And there was no way they were going to get out because they had been in a year lease, so it was kind of like a blessing in disguise situation. And Brad, after that, wanting more roommates to make the house cheaper, make it more affordable, like paying for a house by yourself, stinky. Renting out all the rooms and having it paid for, not stinky. Regardless, Brad in his infinite wisdom decided to replace them with Dan. He let Dan move into the house. Even after all the stolen parts were in the shed, all this stuff, he moves Dan in with him. And I don't really know who signed off on that or what, if his parents were not smart enough to realize it was the same person he was talking about before. Also, how is Dan just hanging out? Like, did the cops just come, take all those parts, and be like, "Oh, Dan, you little rascal," like tussle his hair a little bit? "You silly guy, you just stop stealing those catalytic converters, okay, pal?" Obviously, the house, though, became more of a crapshoot. Their partying continued, but now without, like, his other roommates pushing him to go to school, he just stopped going to school, too, which was one of the only rules that his parents actually had, is that, like, you have to go to class. And so it's just like falling apart. The cops are there all the time because someone's always calling because they did something. He's never in school. And finally, the police somehow get in touch with Brad's parents. I don't know if it was because they're like, look, we've been to this house 9 times in the last month. Him and Dan are just always up to something and like, we just got to do something about it or what. But as soon as his parents were contacted, they started looking into his attendance records and stuff, and they can only guess this. Like, I don't know this for a fact, but the only thing they really cared about was him going to class. He stops going to class, gets in trouble all the time, and one day, Marcus is walking down the street because his house was further down the road, and he sees that Brad's house has been completely redone. The siding, everything, it looks like it got remodeled, and right in front is a nice for sale sign. So I bet you his parents were like, dude, what is going on? Probably came to see the house, find it trashed. They had really destroyed it. Like, there was windows broken, you know, they had started to take like tarps and just cover a lot of the holes in the wall that they had put. It was looking rough, and it did not look like that when they moved in. It was small, but it was a nice house. So imagine you're sitting there, your kid's like renting your house from you, and you find out that they've been hiding a bunch of stolen car parts in the back, and the house is trashed. Oh, and I'm sure they probably realized too that the other roommates were not the problem. They're like, wait, isn't this the Dan guy that all your roommates were forcing you to hang out with? Yeah, but like they're not forcing me to do that anymore. And another group of like college students ended up buying the house, or probably one of them did, and that guy would throw parties in the house from time to time, and it was always really weird whenever they would go, because like, imagine walking into a house that you've lived in and people have partied in it all the time, but you don't know anyone who lives there or owns it now, but it is a party. And sometimes people would show up and be like, hey, is this Brad's house? And like the new owners would have to be like, nope, we don't know Brad, but we certainly do not party like him, so sorry, but there's nothing going on tonight. And people would like argue with them, oh, we know this is Brad's house, it's just not Brad's house anymore.
What's going on, guys? As you can tell from the title, today's story is going to be a little bit different. Basically, one time I was talking trash on Xbox to this kid I went to school with, and his mom showed up and tried to convince my mom to ban video games from my house. You know, just a typical Tuesday. I'm not gonna lie, this story is when I realized that my trash talking abilities low-key had superpowers and I should probably pursue a career in internet trash talking. It ended up working out though. Regardless, guys, it should be a pretty entertaining video, so as I've said, press the like button, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So back in my 8th grade year of high school, I had just really gotten into playing Call of Duty online, and at the time, I think Black Ops 1 was like the newest Call of Duty. Yes, I'm a little bit old, I know that, but I really like to play Call of Duty. And at the time, like, I didn't have a bunch of online friends. I really just played from people from school like a normal person, you know? I hadn't yet forgotten the rule, which is don't talk to strangers on the internet. I'm surprised I never got kidnapped, to be honest. As a kid, I really deserved it. Like, I was talking to grown men on the internet that I didn't know, telling them where I lived so I could get monitors sent to my house. It really is a miracle I am not, like, dead in the bottom of a ditch somewhere. Regardless, though, I would just play Call of Duty with, like, some of my friends from school, and it was a pretty good time. However, like, this is right when gaming started to become super popular, like, in school, and everybody started playing video games. I'm old enough to remember when it was weird to admit that you had an Xbox, okay? And I still was a proud gamer back then. But all of a sudden, everybody and their mom started, like, getting Xboxes and playing Call of Duty, so, like, this tight-knit group of kids that I went to school with that we used to game with suddenly just became like everyone and their mom playing Call of Duty together. And there was one kid in particular that just for whatever reason did not like me. Like, don't get me wrong, I can be pretty annoying sometimes. Don't get it twisted. I'm not claiming that I'm perfect by any means. But this kid just really didn't have a reason not to like me. He just didn't like me. To the point where, like, if I would join the Xbox Live Party to play Xbox and he was in there, he would just constantly talk trash about how bad I was and how annoying my voice was and how crappy my mic was. Like, he would just basically try to get me to leave the second I would try to come hang out with my friends. And for the most part, I like to think that I'm a pretty chill dude. I'm not just gonna, like, come out the cut and insult you for no reason. But if every time I'm joining the Xbox Live Party, the first thing out of your mouth is, ugh, wait, to go, I guess all of our good games are done for the day, then, like, dog, you're kinda asking for some beef. I can't help it. But for the most part, I'm pretty sure this kid knew that, like, I was willing to talk trash back, because he would basically leave me alone in, like, the Xbox parties. And anyways, one day, I joined the party to play with my friends, and, like, in a COD lobby, you could only have 6 people, and it's me, a couple other kids, a kid named Frank, and then the kid that I don't get along with. So there's 3 other kids involved, and Frank was, like, this super sweet kid who didn't have a lot of friends. He wasn't very popular, but he was super fun to play video games with, and, you know, I really liked Frank. He was a good guy. I liked him a lot. That being said, I don't know what was, like, in the kid who I didn't get along with's, you know, soup this morning. I don't know if his grandma peed in it or what, but clearly something had been in his cornflakes that affected his behavior. I'm gonna name the douchey kid something horrible that only people who really hate their kid would name him, like Benjamin. So I'm gonna nickname him Benji for the rest of the video, and if you're named Benji, listen, it's not my fault that your parents hate you. And Benjamin starts talking trash almost immediately to Frank. And I was made for trash talking, alright? It really doesn't get under my skin that hard. It's super hard to tilt me while talking trash. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, video games can make me mad, but trash talking, not so much. But Frank, like I said, is a pretty sensitive kid. So we're just sitting in this party, and I don't know if the kid, like, was trying to look cool or what, but he just starts tearing into Frank as soon as we start playing. Like, we're playing Search and Destroy, and there's a 1v4. Frank kills 3 people by himself and dies to the last guy. And, you know, Benji just decides to go into the mic and be like, oh my god, you're so useless. No wonder everyone at school hates you, you garbage Call of Duty player. Which, I mean, listen, everybody talks trash to their friends on the internet sometimes, but, like, we didn't know this kid that well. I would play with Frank more often, and this kid was not around a lot. So it was just out of nowhere and definitely a little too mean to say somebody to, like, you don't know very well. Just imagine, dude, it's your first time, like, playing soccer with some kid. He misses the ball. You just walk up to him. Oh my god, they might as well chop your leg off, you blind monkey. I would rather have Helen Keller as a teammate, you garbage kid. Ah, just kidding, you know, we get along. It's like, dog, I don't know you. It's kind of whack. So Frank gets really quiet, and, like, I can kind of tell that it bugged him, but whatever, you know, we end up winning that game of Search and Destroy, and the entire time, this kid Benji is talking trash to, like, me and Frank exclusively. He's going after me because apparently my skins on my guns are ugly, which, I mean, alright, bro, yeah, you really got me. The developers coded the design wrong, oh. And then he's just going in on Frank. Frank was a little bit of a chunkier kid, and he's saying, like, obviously your thumbs are too greasy with Dorito dust to actually control it right. And, like, low-key, Frank was not playing that bad. And obviously, like I said, he's kind of a sensitive guy. So after the game, Frank is like, yo, I'm not going to play. I'll stay in the party, but you guys can get someone better because clearly, you know, I'm just doing a bad job. And the mean kid, Benji, is like, oh, thank God I don't have to play with this loser, dude. My cool points were going down by the minute. And that finally is the point where Frank has enough, and he's like, guys, I'm gonna get off. I feel like crap. I'm sorry. I'll play later. And, like, he leaves the party. And I've been trying to be cool all day. I'm trying to avoid the beef, but if you're gonna make this kid that, like, very obviously isn't bad at Call of Duty and is a good person upset and leave because you can't keep your mouth shut, I got a problem. So I messaged Frank on Xbox, and I'm like, look, if you want me to go in on this kid right now, I'll do it. And he's like, yeah, that'd be sick. I'm not gonna lie. So before anyone in the comments is like, oh, you just decided to be mean for no reason, Frank told me to, and everybody knows if someone named Frank tells you to do something, you can't say no. So Frank joins back into the party, and I start trash talking, you know, he fails a clutch on Call of Duty, and I'm like, Jesus, you suck, dude. You called Frank Helen Keller, but you're really out here walking around like you drank drain cleaner, you garbage kid, and like, you know, just talking trash, which is what I do, and no one ever really had, like, talked trash back to this kid before because he's flabbergasted. He doesn't know what to say. I always avoided it because I was just trying to, like, keep the Xbox party cool, you know? It's not fun to listen to your friends fighting on Xbox, but he made Frank upset, you know? I was pissed off at this point. I'm not in a good mood, whatever. So I start talking trash, and he starts to get, like, emotional, you know? You know when you start screaming and, like, your voice is cracking because you're so emotional? You're, like, illogically screaming. He is screaming into his microphone about how I'm a loser and I'm never gonna do anything. He is so pissed off. And all I had to do was say that he failed a clutch at Call of Duty. So, like, this kid's got anger issues. And trust me, I get mad at video games, but I really didn't say anything that bad. And he is just losing his mind, screaming into the microphone. So Benji is screaming into the microphone, and I hear, like, the anger in his voice. So I do what anyone does, and after he's done screaming about how much I suck, I get really close to the mic and I go, okay, and like that's all I say back to his screaming, and that's when he just loses it. I hear stuff getting thrown. He had a Connect mic too. I don't understand who can talk trash with a Connect mic. Sorry that I can hear your whole goddamn house having prayer on Sunday, bro. Anyways, we're hearing him slowly destroy his room, and that's when it happens. We hear a sound that nobody likes to hear on Xbox. It's a mom's voice on the microphone, and she's like, what's going on? And obviously he's super upset, and he starts saying that I made him upset, and like I was talking trash to him and bullying him on Xbox, and how I'm ruining his day. And so I'm like, ah, shit. So sure enough, we hear the mom be like, well, do you want me to say something? And he doesn't respond. So she like walks to the room, and it's a Connect mic, so we can hear all this going on, and she's like, which one of you guys was talking trash to my son, you know? And it's dead silent in the party because, you know, that's nobody wants to snitch and nobody wants to say anything, you know? So thankfully my brother in arms stays silent. Nobody snitches right away, and that's when she goes, fine, well, if you want me to just take this to the school to handle bullying, then I can write down all your gamer tags and we'll figure this out. And, like, you know, she doesn't say gamer tags because, like, moms don't know how to do that. She says names, but I don't know. Yeah, it was a gamer tag. That's what it was. I can't say it wrong, okay? I'm not a mom. I can't call an Xbox a Nintendo. I just can't. Anyways, she makes, like, Benji pull up the party, and she starts writing down the names. And my gamer tag at the time was pretty embarrassing. I'll just say, like, a variation of it. It was something along the lines of, like, Steelers Kid 1999. It wasn't very good. So she says my name, you know? And I just happened to be, like, one of the last people in the party. And when she gets to my name, one of the other kids in the party goes, wait, it's Ryan Agnew. It's Ryan Agnew. There, I said it. It's Ryan Agnew. I'm sorry, Ryan. Ryan, I didn't mean to. It's Ryan Agnew. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to snitch, dude, but I can't get in trouble, dude. My parents are going to take away my Xbox if there's any problems. It's Ryan Agnew. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, shit, I just got snitched on. And I don't blame my friends because, you know, when you're young, like 8th grade, and a mom is screaming at you, you're just kind of desperate to get rid of the situation. And getting in trouble is not fun. Losing your Xbox is not fun. I'm not really pressed. I'm just saying I'll go down for the boys, okay? Like, I might not do 20 years in prison, but if I have to have a soccer mom mad at me, I'll take one for the team. Anyways, the soccer mom is all pressed, and she's like, oh, well, Ryan, who do you think you are to be bullying my son? And I just stay silent because, like, I'm not playing games. She's like, well, we'll just see what your parents think when I come tell them. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of weird that, you know, you would come to my parents. I thought you were just going to tell the school. I can explain to the dean trash talking on the internet, you know. I'm not opposed to doing that, but I don't know if my boomer parents are really going to understand, but oh well, this lady doesn't have my address. I'm not worried, or so I think. There's no way this lady's going to show up at my house. She doesn't know where I live. She just knows my name. I don't know how this lady does it, but about 20 minutes later of still playing Xbox, there's a knock on my door. And I don't go answer it because I'm a kid at the time. I don't answer the door. What do you want me to do? Oh, you want someone to buy cable? Sorry, I'm 12. But then I get called down, and I go down, and there's like a very angry woman standing next to my mom with her hands on her hips. And she's like, are you Ryan? And I'm like, yeah, you know, and my mom looks at me and she's like, why have you been bullying kids on Xbox? I didn't know that you were talking to people. Do we need to take it away? And I'm like, I wasn't bullying a kid on Xbox, you know? And the angry lady, the Karen, is like, well, then how do you explain my son being upset? Nothing gets him upset. And I look at the lady, and at this point, I've just had enough. And I go, well, your kid's an asshole, so that's why, you know? Nobody likes being around him. And I go off on her kid in front of the mom because I don't care. What are you gonna do? You're at my house? Oh, you were mean to my son on Xbox. Yeah, and I'll do it again. Some kids deserve to get made fun of sometimes. I can't help it. Maybe if your son wasn't getting appeased like an angry little German man in 1942, he'd be a better person. But he's not. So every now and then, somebody's gotta slap him in his metaphorical face so he realizes that the world doesn't revolve around him. I still firmly believe that, by the way, man. If a kid's a jerk, someone's got to beat him up a little bit. It's just a fact. I know that's unpopular, all right? I know there's comments being written, oh, that's not true. I used to be a jerk, and then I got the crap kicked out of me, and I realized being nice is the move. So sometimes you just need your ego checked. That's okay. The mom, though, does not take me calling her son mean names to her face very well and is like, this is why we need to ban violent video games. I can't believe that games like this are teaching our kids how to be violent bullies. And I'm writing my state senator about how video games need to be banned because they're corrupting the youth. And she's like trying to get my mom on board to write a letter with her, bruh. And my mom's like agreeing with her. She's like, you're right. I haven't seen the side of the kids since before they started playing violent video games. And I'm like, whoa, ladies, don't get me wrong. Call of Duty's kind of violent, but Call of Duty didn't teach me how to make fun of people. Not once in the Call of Duty tutorial are they like, yes, and if he has glasses, call him Four Eyes Freddy. Like, that just doesn't happen. Violent video games don't make you a bad person. In fact, I think the video games that have made me, like, the worst person, you know, definitely Minecraft. I've done some psychopathic stuff in Minecraft. Anyways, there's a Karen and my mom agreeing that apparently it's my fault that kids are like evil and video games are corrupting the youth, and I don't understand how this started, okay? I was just making fun of a kid on Xbox, and now apparently I've got moms writing letters to senators. I have that power over people. So whatever, like, I'm just sitting there, and my mom and this mom are, like, going back and forth about how bad video games are, and then my mom looks at me, and she's like, you should have been nicer. Obviously, he comes from a good family, and I'm like, you don't even know this kid, dude. You're acting like he wasn't just making another kid cry on Xbox 20 minutes before I made him cry. Whatever, dude. The moms are, like, just kind of standing there talking about how terrible kids are now. So I'm like, can I go? They say yes. I don't get in very much trouble because I think my mom was like, well, you live and you learn, and now we're going to make the world a better place, or whatever crap moms believe. I don't know, man. Live, laugh, love. So after a bit, you know, that kid's mom leaves, and my mom comes in, and she's basically like, well, you and her son get to talk to the school on Monday about being nicer to each other online. And I'm like, what? And my mom proceeds to inform me that she had figured out where we live because her husband is like some whatever at my middle school, some office whatever. I don't know, dude. He worked in the office at middle school. I wasn't going to remember this dude's job title. And basically, I wasn't going to get in any trouble at school as long as me and her son gave a presentation to my grade about how we need to be nicer to each other online and how violent video games aren't always a good thing. I don't know why my mom wanted me to lie to everybody, but what was I supposed to do? So, sure enough, the next day, we get called into, like, this backup auditorium. It wasn't the main gym. It was, like, this theater thing that we had. And we go in, you know, and the kid that I don't like, that I've beefed with all year, is standing there with his mom and his dad. And they like see me, and they're basically like, you guys have to be nice and talk about the benefits of making friends online, and like, you guys should be friends after this and all this stuff. And listen, I'm just saying, I've definitely got the upper hand on this dude. Keep in mind, I'm the reason that this happened. He was a crying little baby who told on his mommy, and his mommy came to my house. So I've got the upper hand, you know? And like, he just won't make eye contact with me, which, I'm not gonna lie, pretty awkward. You're about to have to give a presentation on why bullying is bad because your mommy went and yelled at the kids on Xbox. That's yikes. Regardless, this presentation starts, and like, the kid's mom is presenting this stuff that doesn't even make sense. She's like, this kid used to be a good kid, and then he started playing video games and committed armed robbery. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's a couple steps in there that might be missing, you know? Like, I don't know, the fact that he was 8 before he started playing video games, and maybe he just grew up to be a criminal. Not really sure how that's video games' fault, but whatever. Soccer moms can delude themselves into thinking video games need to get banned because, I don't know, Martin crashed on his Xbox or whatever. After his mom presents about why video games have to be banned, they make me and my friend get up there and like do this awkward speech into the microphone about how we used to not like each other, and then we were nice on Xbox, and now we're friends, and they like make us hug, but I don't like this kid, so it's a very awkward forced hug. And like, I'm not a giant hugger of dudes anyways, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, girls are soft, they're easy, you know, they smell good. Like, hugging girls is nice, but dudes kind of smell bad, and it's weird if you don't know them. Like, I don't know this kid very well. I don't want to hug him, but they make us like hug each other, and then they send everybody back to class. And later that day, you know, I still made fun of people on Xbox. It didn't change anything, but I'm sure that soccer mom still is telling people all the time how she changed everyone's life with her speech in middle school about how, you know, video games are bad. But yeah, moral of the story is, if you're a parent out there and your kid is going crazy over video games, you might just be a bad parent. It might not be Xbox's fault. And yeah, be careful who you talk trash to on the internet, because their mom might show up at your house and make you hug your worst enemy in front of your middle school, and that's just life. Anyways, guys, this has been an incredibly long video, so sorry about that. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought of the video. Subscribe if you're new, and turn on those notifications. Today's notification shout out, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Logan Power. Big thank you for having your notifications on. I do really appreciate it. And yeah, get yourself the merch. Use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout, and don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
Whenever 24/7 outside. I'm not a weather expert, it just matters that that's coming up soon. And, you know, I guess Martin had decided that he wanted to start hustling. So he had been going around the building asking everybody for business ideas. And as he's asking everybody for ideas, one of my friends, who was in my dorm room actually, one of my roommates, ended up telling him that he used to wash cars back in high school. The important thing, though, is when you decide to, like, start washing cars, open a car wash, is that you have to ask people if you can wash their car for money. You know, you can't just, like, go out, wash the car, and then demand money from them. Well, I guess Martin didn't end up thinking that part through. You know, he had just heard that you can make money washing cars and just rolled with it. Instead of thinking about how to open a business, you know, or get some clients, he just decided that he wanted to get paid for washing cars right then. So one night at like 9 p.m. when everybody else was kind of inside doing their thing, he went out in like 40-degree weather and washed everybody's car. And I'm using air quotes around wash the car because he basically just got everybody's cars wet, got water all over the parking lot, and then went back inside. Well, obviously, when you're in Arizona, it's not that big of an issue, but when you're in Utah, which is where we were, and things freeze at night, having a bunch of wet stuff everywhere is not a good idea, bro. So the next morning, everyone's cars are covered in like ice and slush. The potholes are frozen over, they're mini lakes, there's ice all over the parking lot, just like a thin layer of it, and everyone is super confused because it didn't rain. And then everybody realizes what happened, you know, Martin happened. And the only reason we even figure this out is because he snitches on himself. He started walking up to people that were like looking at their cars covered in ice and asking if they liked all of his hard work from last night. So obviously these people are like, what do you mean? And then it clicks, bro. This kid unironically thought he had done a great job washing the cars last night, when in reality he had just turned the entire parking lot into a disaster. So everybody starts getting annoyed with him, asking him why the hell he would wash their car without permission. That's weird, like they're not gonna pay him. And he starts getting pissed and demanding that people give him money. Like, he's yelling at them, saying that he did all this hard work, and if they're not gonna pay him, then, you know, he's gonna call the cops for ripping them off. And obviously that's just not the way it works, but like, it goes to show you, the kid just didn't understand how life worked. What do you mean you don't like my hard work? You need to pay me for it. Bro, they have to say they want the work done first. You can't just paint somebody's house and charge them if they never asked you to paint the house. And at that point, when he starts getting pissed demanding money, is when things really got out of control. Anyways, Martin starts demanding that everyone gives him $10 a piece for the work, and that's not gonna happen. He doesn't understand, you know, what's happening. And finally, he calls the school police. Yeah, that's right, bro. He calls the police to call and say that he did all this work that people didn't want and they won't pay him. Like, he really just did not know reality. So now the school police are coming to investigate whatever the hell is coming on, and obviously they come pretty quickly just to see what's up. There's not much else going on the campus anyways, and they very quickly explain that you can't just do that. You can't just walk up to somebody, wash their car, and then demand payment. You know, that's extortion. And Martin doesn't argue with the cops. Like, once they explain it, he gets it, and he starts apologizing to everybody, being like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I didn't realize, you know, like, I'm sorry, I was just trying to work, you know, just trying to, like, get stuff done. And everybody's just really annoyed with him at that point. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if this makes me a horrible person. I was laughing. I was to the side laughing. And he apologizes to me, and I'm like, dude, honestly, it's pretty funny. And he starts laughing and says he didn't realize how cold it was gonna get last night. Which, honestly, as somebody who's from, like, a desert city, I'm from Las Vegas, I kinda get it. Like, yeah, obviously the guy was kinda dumb. There's a reason I'm telling a story about it. But he really wasn't, like, trying to ruin everybody's day. It was just a side effect of him just being him. You know what I mean? It probably would have been a better idea if he had done it, you know, when it was a little bit hotter and stuff wouldn't have frozen, but hey, that's just the way it is sometimes. And most people are still pissed. They're just giving him dirty looks. Most people are giving me dirty looks for even, like, talking to him, you know, like, oh, how dare you, this guy has been mean. And the cops are just started standing there now, and they start asking if, like, anybody wants to press charges for vandalism, which, I mean, come on. Obviously, everybody, and thankfully, I should say, everybody said no to that. Nobody went all Karen mode. The guy really didn't mean any harm, and it's ice. Like, it'll just melt. It's really not that big of a deal, bro. I kind of would have been annoyed if somebody would have been like, yes, we need this man prosecuted for Grand Theft Auto. But, Martin did try to apologize to everyone quite a bit after that, dude. He ended up trying to bake these, like, apology muffins for everybody in the dorm, which, you know, is very sweet. It's a sweet concept, but keep in mind that this is the guy that couldn't even microwave a marshmallow correctly. So these muffins end up coming out with, they end up, like, basically being hockey pucks. And I don't even mean to insult him, just they were not edible, bro. And he starts going around and giving them to people as, like, an apology. And obviously some people got, like, a little offended by it. What is this, you know, trying to give somebody an inedible muffin as an apology? It kind of rubs some people the wrong way. I didn't really care, bro. He tried to make muffins. Obviously, the kid's not a chef. I wasn't expecting, like, him to suddenly become Gordon Ramsay and make the most delicious thing ever. He obviously couldn't cook anyways, so who cares? But as he's going from dorm to dorm, like, offering people muffins and apologizing, one guy gets, like, incredibly offended by it. So offended that he, like, grabs the basket of muffins out of Martin's hand and starts throwing them at him. And so they start running down the hallway towards the common area. And I was still kind of by the door, so I end up going down just to see what's up, because, like, oh, commotion in the hallway. I bet you it's something entertaining. And I see this chaos of them, like, throwing muffins at each other running towards the common area. And he picks them up back and starts throwing them back at the guy. And so now they're, like, throwing these hard muffins at each other. And one of them goes out and, like, hits somebody else who's just sitting in the common area in the head. It's just chaos. And some of the people in the common area, you know, were the type of people that used to scream really loud whenever the fire alarm went off in class. Like, they just overreact to stuff to be dramatic dramatic for no reason. So when they're throwing muffins at each other, some of the class just starts screaming as if, like, you know, a literal bull just charged into the room and now everyone's, like, lives are on the line, bro. Everyone's freaking out. And then a few more muffins get tossed, a couple more people get hit, and our RA comes down to the common room just to see what's going on. Like, he obviously hears the commotion. You can't have that many people yelling and fighting and not hear anything. And obviously, as the situation becomes clear, the RA is just exhausted at that point, and he tells Martin, he's like, look, I either have to kick you out of the dorm, or you can't use the common area anymore. Like, you have to come, go to your room, and then go to class. Like, you really can't be causing issues anymore because this is just getting out of control. And honestly, yeah, I know some people are like, that's not fair. At that point, yeah, he's caused so many problems. You basically have to do something. And he wasn't the type to argue. He really did understand, you know. But one of the stipulations, too, was that he had to pick it up. So, like, Martin had to go around sadly picking up all these, like, hard muffins. I did end up helping him pick up the muffins just because I felt bad, bro. I was like, this is just messy. This is just not a good situation. Muffins are supposed to be used for friendship, not war. After picking up everything, you know, he kind of did just go about his life as normally as possible. I didn't really see him too much because he wasn't allowed in the common area. He did basically just kind of go to and from class, which was probably for the best considering it seemed like anytime he interacted with other people, it just led to him getting in trouble somehow. As for like what happened to Martin, I honestly have no idea. We weren't really boys. I never really like hung out with him or anything. It was just entertaining to just watch everything go down while I was there. I wasn't able to find him on Facebook. I tried. I figured he would be a Facebook guy just because he was just a little weird. I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like old people use Facebook. But regardless, I'm sure he's up to something fun and hopefully doing well, man. Hopefully he like accidentally bought a bunch of a cryptocurrency like Dogecoin and now he's a billionaire somehow. That's my headcanon, all right? In my head from now on, that's what happened to Martin. He became a Dogecoin billionaire because if he didn't, well, that's just going to be worse. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a quick second to press the like button. It helps the video do better and get into recommended, which gets me more views, which makes me very happy. So, yeah, go ahead and press the like button and comment down below. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment, I don't know, Fortnite is dead or something? I don't know. Literally comment poop. I don't care. Just comment something as well. It also helps the video do better. And as I've said, if you're new, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Other than that, I went ahead and put a bunch of the old story times up on Spotify because I see people saying that you want a way to like listen to them not on YouTube. So I did that. I'll put a link in the description. And along with that is a link to the merch. We've got the 2 million sub merch from the main channel. It looks like this channel's getting closer to that milestone as well. So big thank you to you guys for that. But go check that out. And last but certainly not least, if you use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout, you get a fat discount. Helps me out, helps you out. You get some cool G Fuel out of it. Literally everyone is a winner. But yeah, on that note, guys, I'm pretty sure that's everything I gotta plug and shout out. Big thank you to everyone who supports the channel. And on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time that was sent in by a subscriber that I've never really talked about before, but basically this dude got scammed by somebody he thought was a friend who was like pretending to be a stock investor, but in reality was just pocketing all the bands. Honestly, the situation I just kind of felt like making a video about because it was crazy to read about, and I felt like it would be a good way to let y'all know that you gotta be careful, bro. Just because somebody kind of sounds like they know what they're talking about doesn't mean you should trust them with money. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. You're gonna get scammed. And that's not very swag. And without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the main character of this story we're gonna call Tony. And Tony was a freshman in college when all of this went down. He had a job at a pizza place and, you know, worked a lot but was not making a lot of money. Working an hourly job does kind of suck, but it's something that everybody just kind of has to do. You got to start at the bottom of the totem pole. I've worked those jobs, and yeah, it does definitely suck when somebody tells you that like an hour of your time is worth $7.25, but it is what it is. But obviously, when you're working that job, you want to make more money. So Tony started like Googling ways to make more money, just kind of trying to find ways to get money on the side. And everything he saw kind of said that like investing in the stock market was a good way to do it. Obviously, it's been like incredibly popular over the last year for everybody to be investing in the stock market, so, he kind of was like, oh, this is a great way to make a bunch of money. And he started doing research on stocks himself and kind of realized that it was very complicated, and to be honest, unless you're like a hedge fund investor or really know what you're doing, you can make money on the stock market, but you're never gonna like quadruple your money in 4 days, you know what I mean? So he started talking to a couple of his friends, and a couple of his friends mentioned that they knew this dude named Dennis, and they introduced him to him, and Dennis starts talking about how he makes all this money on the stock market. He's the best investor ever. He's making like 5% a day. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's total BS, all right? Like, yes, there has been times where I've personally gotten insanely lucky and gotten like 20% in a day, but those are few and far in between. That does not happen on a daily basis. If this dude was averaging 5% a day, he would be like a multi-billionaire. The S&P 500, which is like the 500 biggest companies in America, grows at like 7% a year. So this dude is basically saying he does almost what that does in a year every single day without fail. But he's saying all the buzzwords, he's saying everything that sounds right, so Tony decides to trust him. He's like, wow, this guy really seems like he knows what he's doing. This is a great idea. So he asks if Dennis will invest money for him. And Dennis says, yeah, but I'm gonna take a 10% fee of anything you give me just because of all the hard work that I'm doing. And he also mentions that it's risky. There is a chance that he might lose all of his money, just kind of trying to like cover his butt, just in case the money disappears. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And Tony started off by giving him $1,000 to invest. And that's not like a crazy large amount of money to start investing with. It's a great start, don't get me wrong. But, just to give you guys an idea of how absolutely insane what this guy was promising was, after a week, he would have like $1,200-ish. After a month, he would have $2,600. Okay, that seems reasonable. After a year, though, if he actually could average 5% a day consistently and never failed, it would be like $157 million. So, that's the issue. You might be able to get lucky and get 5% a day, maybe like twice a year. But yeah, if you're actually able to average 5% a day every single day, you're like a billionaire. You have no reason to be taking $1,000 from kids on college campuses. Anyways, he gives him the money, and for about a month, he believes that it's working. He's sending him like these fake statements, kind of showing that his money is growing, kind of showing him that everything's working the way it's supposed to, and he's really, really excited. But after about a month, he ends up damaging his car's transmission. So he's like, crap, bro, I'm gonna need a bunch of money to fix this. He didn't have enough in his savings account. So he goes to Dennis and he's like, hey, can I have $700? At that point, apparently he's got almost $3,000, so he doesn't think it's gonna be a big deal. But Dennis really does not want to give him the money, bro. He's like doing everything he can to avoid actually giving him the money back. And, going back and forth, he's like, no, I need my $700. And finally, Dennis is like, fine, but it's going to take me a couple days to get it for you. And after a few days, Dennis like comes over to his dorm room, gives him the money, acting all pissed off, like it was the most annoying thing in the world. And obviously, Tony is like, well, that's kind of weird, I guess, but he got his money, so he doesn't think anything is too off. But this is the first time that like the red flag started to get raised. He started to be like, maybe something isn't really as it seems, because if this guy's really making all this money, this should be no big deal for him. He's really like acting like me withdrawing $700 is the end of the world. Anyways, he gets his car fixed and he ends up going down to his hometown like a week later, and he's talking to his dad about everything going on, about work and whatnot, and he starts telling his dad about this Dennis guy and, how he's getting 5% a day, he's already 3x'd his money, blah, 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 blah. And his dad immediately points out like, yeah, that's definitely too good to be true and something suspect. I would make sure that everything is what he's saying it is, because that's not possible. His dad just had more experience. It wasn't even like his dad was a stock trader or anything. Just over the years of like having a 401k, he realized that there was absolutely no way that this kid was telling the truth. But Tony ends up getting like super defensive of Dennis, saying that he's not stupid enough to get scammed. This guy's a genius. His dad's just jealous because, he never was in a position to make all this money. He's getting really, really defensive about the fact that his dad is even insinuating he could get scammed. And listen, dude, I understand getting defensive, like not wanting to admit that somebody pulled one over on you. But if your dad is honestly just just telling you, like, this doesn't seem right. And that's definitely not the worst thing in the world, okay? Like, it's okay. You can admit that you were dumb to your dad. I promise you he's seen you do stupider things. If he's your dad, he's watched you crap your pants. That's a pretty stupid thing to do. And honestly, it's not even that embarrassing to be getting scammed in these types of situations. Like, Bernie Madoff literally stole billions of dollars from millionaires that knew what they were talking about with money. It's not like it's that bad. Like, okay, obviously it's not good. You should stop it once you realize you're getting scammed. But it's not like you're an idiot that can never be redeemed again. This happens to people. But at that point, you know, he gets defensive. He leaves his parents' house, but the wheels are turning. And he decides that when he gets back to college, he's gonna have to ask Dennis what's going on, seeing the accounts, how it works, just like make sure everything is actually doing what he says it. And he texts him and kind of like starts asking questions. And Dennis is just super dismissive of it. He's like, bro, I'm super busy right now, dude. I've got a lot going on. I really don't have time for this. You have time to take his money. You don't have time to show him that your money is safe, though. You know, he just starts like being really weird. And before this, he's been incredibly nice, super responsive. But now that he's asking questions, I'm not cool with that anymore. And he ends up like sending another text kind of being like, I need you to give me a date on when you're going to show me everything. You being busy doesn't matter. I have to see everything. And he never ever got a reply again, dude. It was as if, you know, the guy just blocked everybody. So he tells his friends that are still at the school that had also given him money and told him about the guy in the first place. And obviously they start kind of freaking out, realizing that they might have also been scammed and they had given a lot more money than Tony did. So they're kind of like, oh my God, if this guy's a scammer, then I might really be screwed here. And they immediately like go to his dorm room to see if anything's going on. Anyways, when they go over and they knock on the apartment door, nobody answers, so they start knocking harder, and one of Dennis's roommate kind of like opens the door and is kind of confused, and obviously the guys start asking for Dennis and the confusion increases even more. And he kind of explains that, like, Dennis had literally, like, just left. He had packed up all of his stuff, said that he was dropping out of school and going back home, and then just, like, dipped with all of his stuff. He had literally, like, moved out in a hurry. Once he realized that this guy wasn't gonna let it slide and, like, was gonna demand to actually see everything, he knew the game was up, so he just dipped, bro. Literally just cut his losses and dipped. All in all, I guess amongst everybody that he had like scammed, he ended up getting like $30,000. And don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money. Like, that's a lot of money. But I feel like that's not like drop out of college, have to be on the run for a while, have to leave your life behind and like screw over all your friends' money. You know, definitely not the brightest scammer to also scam people that know who you are, like your full legal name and everything too. Oh, yeah, they'll never find me. I just went back home. Like, bro, you had some of them added on Facebook. Just definitely didn't think this through. And he ended up getting to the airport and getting back home before, like, anyone really knew what was up. And at that point, he was across the country, so they did end up report it to the police. But unless he was, like, dumb enough to come back to the school or come back to the state, like, they kind of were like, yeah, chances are there's not really going to be too much done about it. Which is super wild to me, bro. Like, whatever. He's just went home, man. He's just vibing. What's crazier, though, is that it's not like this guy just did all that and then disappeared. He had the balls to actually reach out a few months later and try to, like, explain what had happened to everybody. Obviously, everyone knew what had happened, but he came up with the excuse that he had actually been investing it the entire time. He had just made some bad investments and lost it all and didn't know how to tell them. And, you know, a couple of the people who were, like, kind of trying to at least hear him out ended up saying, if that's true, then, like, send us the transactions of your bad trades. Like, send us you losing the money. And at that point, he said, like, he was too embarrassed to log back into the account and he just wasn't going to be able to do that. So obviously at that point, everyone's like, nah, he had just taken the money and spent it from the very beginning. He had never even tried to invest it, bro. Honestly, he probably didn't even have a brokerage account. It was just in his bank account. He's like, whatever, I'm just doing my thing. Even then, bro, if you had made bad investments, there would still have been something left, like just a little bit of something, unless you literally like had purposely done a strategy that makes you lose all of your money if you mess up. You would have been able to recoup some value unless you're like an idiot. So obviously that was just cap, but surprisingly, like nothing ever really came of it. No one ever really hunted him down because he had spent like 30 grand spread out against a bunch of people. Nobody really wanted to like chase him down states away and go through all the hassle for, the 2-3 grand that they had given him. So honestly, the dude kind of got away with it, which is wild to me, bro. Like, he still hasn't ever been back to that state, and he probably shouldn't go back there because it's still in the reports there. But yeah, this dude basically like did a little Ponzi scheme on the people that he went to college with, and then when he got caught, just cut his losses and moved home. Hey mom, sorry that I had to drop out of college. You wouldn't understand. I tried to run a Ponzi scheme. You've ever done that before? And they're like, no, I've never done that before, ever. Well, maybe you should. It's a lot of fun. Like, come on, dude. I also love that he said he made bad investments. Usually that would be like screenshots of him picking a bad like stock right before it crashes. He probably just invested it in cocaine, let's be honest here. He was like, I'm gonna invest it in having a good time so that way I can think better about what to invest in tomorrow. But the one positive about this though is that Tony did end up learning about investing after it. Like after he got scammed, he decided he didn't want to get scammed again, so he just learned about it. Which is honestly what I can say to a lot of you guys. Like I don't get a lot of comments. I do see some though, like, oh, how do I make money? How do I do this? I'll tell you this, bro. Learn it yourself. Don't just trust somebody that's telling you stuff that's too good to be true. And even then, be realistic with what people are telling you, bro. You're never gonna be able to turn $1,000 into $3 million in 2 years by like forex trading. Anyone that's telling you that you're gonna be able to just print money out of thin air with absolutely no hard work or anything is just lying to you. So be careful, don't get scammed, especially if it's somebody that's willing to just like, I don't know, drop out of college, waste tens of thousands of dollars and leave. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought of the video, and as always, if you don't know what to comment, go ahead and comment the word turd, which is what I did to this guy who griefed me. He blew up my cargo. It's so sad. Anyways, guys, other than that, I did end up putting a few of my older story times up on Spotify because I had been getting comments saying that you guys wanted them up on there. So if you want to check those out, I ended up putting a link to it in the description, so go check that out. And also in the description is a link to the merch, which is pretty fantastic. You should go cop it if you haven't yet. And last but certainly not least, if you use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout, you get yourself a hefty discount. Helps me out, helps you out, everyone's a winner. But yeah, on that note, that's everything I gotta plug. Thank you so much to everybody who watches the videos, notification, has ever liked, commented, all that good stuff. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Ba-da-ba-ba. McDonald's.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a story time for y'all that was sent in to the Instagram about a kid who ended up getting his car stolen by his nemesis's dad, which, is taking the high school beef thing a little bit too far. Defending your kid, I understand. Committing a felony, grand theft auto, ooh, I'm not too sure if I can understand where you're coming from on that one. Regardless, it should be a pretty fun video, and be sure to press the like button, or no joke, no scam, your car's gonna get stolen by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
The sun's down and I'm feeling it right, so tell me, little mama, what you doing tonight? I'm trying to hit it, I'm the being.
Alright, so as I said, this is a subscriber story, and for the reasons of this video, I'm going to change the name. The main character, we're going to name him Zach, and Zach was a pretty good kid. I wouldn't say he was the type of person to regularly be committing felonies and other serious crimes, so, I have to give him some credit. Holding back off committing grand theft auto is apparently pretty difficult. But, as much as Zach is not the type of kid to go out there and commit a felony and spend the rest of his life in prison, I guess there were some kids in the area that just didn't really get that memo. Oh yeah, I'm totally down for committing crimes for pointless high school beef. That's like half the point. What's the point of being a high schooler if you're not gonna go out of your way to do stupid things that could ruin your life forever? Don't get it wrong, I understand that sometimes beefs can happen, sometimes you're not gonna like somebody, but that being said, it's probably just never a good idea to go around committing felonies to get back at your enemy, bro. Cause, don't take this the wrong way, but I highly doubt the cops are gonna like that excuse. Well, you see, officer, the bank robbery I committed wasn't actually for me. It was to piss off the owner, Jimmy. Went to high school with the guy. Anyways, Zach, for whatever reason, had mega beef for this kid that we're gonna call Andy for the rest of the video, and it was one of those situations where, they just absolutely hated each other, and they weren't even really sure where it came from.
Like, they had just hated each other for so long at this point, since like first grade, that they couldn't remember the event that made them hate each other, but you know, they were worst enemies. And Andy hated Zach back, even more than Zach hated Andy. Like, these two guys hated each other. And it wasn't bizarre for like the hatred to just reach irrational, crazy levels that everybody else around them was very uncomfortable with. One time, Zach would skate a little bit, was like skating from the school to the car in the parking lot where he was going to get a ride home from, because he couldn't drive yet at the time, and for whatever reason, Andy like checked him off of the skateboard with a bunch of power and ended up breaking his wrist. Obviously, that takes things to a new level. That's a good way to hate someone, but Andy pushing him off the skateboard and breaking his wrist was just revenge for when Zach stole his girlfriend, but that was revenge for when Andy ended up, you know, bullying his little brother to the point where he had to change schools, and then that was revenge for da-da-da-da. You guys get the idea. These two people did not like each other and were just going back and forth being awful to one another. Andy and Zach were basically the equivalent of like Heat Miser and Snow Miser from that one Christmas movie where, you know, sure, we might go to the same place, we might have the same mom, but I hate you and I'm gonna make your life miserable. Anyways, y'all get the idea. These two guys hated each other. They both had good reasons to hate each other, so for that reason, whatever, you know, I'll let it slide. It's kind of weird to have somebody with beef that hard that you don't remember, but whatever. It's the kind of rivalry that created a Bond villain, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if 15 years from now we ended up with Andy like on an island somewhere with a missile silo, giving this speech to Zach about how if you had simply let me bully you more in high school, so maybe I would have never nuked the planet. Anyways, Bond villains aside, I guess getting a car at their school was a huge deal. You know, like obviously whenever you get a car and you're in high school, it's a big deal. You feel like on top of the world. But maybe the rest of your school doesn't care so much. For whatever reason, I guess this school that they went to, people who got cars were instantly like superstars. The best way to get popular as fast as humanly possible was to get an automobile, bro. It could have been a Model T, it could have been a Ferrari, it didn't matter. Just having a car made you one of the coolest kids in school. And honestly, there weren't a lot of kids who had cars, that's why it was so cool. And for whatever reason, I guess one weekend, Zach ends up getting a car with all the money he had been working for. He had been taking up odd minimum wage jobs in the summer, you know, he had been working since he was 14 to be able to get this car, so he buys it, and the same weekend that he gets his car, I guess Andy's parents went out and bought him an incredibly nice car because he had rich parents that bought him anything he wanted. And normally it'd be like, ah, damn, two people got cars this weekend, everybody just get over it. But for whatever reason, Andy was very upset that the car his mommy and daddy bought him would be sharing a parking lot with somebody else on the same day. You know how the kids with rich parents who get them anything are, like everything has to go their way and be their thing, like otherwise they're gonna throw a temper tantrum. Yeah, that was kind of the situation going on here. And I guess he was just so upset that somebody else had gotten a car on his weekend that he ended up reaching out to Zach on Instagram with some crazy demands. I guess Zach had been taking a nap and he woke up to his phone just kind of buzzing like crazy, and he checks and it's Andy basically saying that Zach isn't allowed to drive to school for a week in his new car because Andy wants all the attention on him for a bit. And honestly, Zach's like, wow, that sucks. You want all the attention on you? That's chill. I'm tired of asking for rides and having to take the bus. I just worked for a couple years to get a car. So no, Andy, I don't really care that you want all the attention. I'm going to drive my car to school. And, you know, he tells Andy no, which I think is fair. No, I'm not going to take my car that I just paid for to school because you don't want me to. And Andy did not like that. No. Andy was very upset, bro. You would have thought somebody just called his mom a whore in a Halo game. Anyways, Zach tells Andy no. I'm going to park my car in the parking lot. There's nothing you can do about it. He doesn't like that. And so the Instagram DMs that were like, please don't drive your car here, otherwise we're going to have problems, instantly start becoming threats, dude. But not like concrete threats, you know. It's obviously Andy didn't actually know what he was going to do, so he just starts hitting him with the, if you drive your car to school, you're going to regret it. I'm going to make your life miserable. And obviously not a fan of being threatened. Zach, when he starts saying that, is like, all right, well, what is that supposed to mean? How am I going to regret it, huh? You're going to make me regret driving my car to school?
And at this point, he kind of starts giving Andy attitude back, which I don't blame him for, bro. Nobody likes to be threatened, especially by somebody that's just not threatening. So eventually, he gets attitude. He's giving him crap. He has no good answers. So he just tells Andy, look, I'm driving to school, and if anything happens to my car, you're an idiot because you just told me that you were going to be the one to do it. And as soon as he points out that, like, it's probably not a good look for Andy to have threatened the person in a place where there's going to be screenshots and evidence, Andy goes ahead and just unsends everything that he had sent so far. He instantly realizes, like, ah, crap, I just threatened something was going to happen to his car if he drove it here, so now I've got to just get rid of the messages. So as he's unsending everything, Zach gets a screenshot. He doesn't get the most, like, incriminating message of, like, you're going to regret it, or, like, I can't say what's going to happen, but something will. Like, those types of messages got taken out. But what he does screenshot definitely does give the vibe of, like, this kid trying to threaten him into not parking his car in the school parking lot. What really blows my mind is that, like, either of them were this upset about it, bro. Don't take it the wrong way, but I'm sure the parking lot is big enough for the both of you, even though we live in America, even if you are pretty chunky. Like, Andy, alright, hypothetically, congratulations, your parents bought you a car or whatever, they're spoiling you for life, you're never gonna have a good work ethic. That being said, maybe you could just talk to this Zach kid and be like, hey, park on the other side of the parking lot or something. I don't know, maybe anything other than threatening to make their car go missing or, like, have problems is a good idea, especially because I feel like it's a pretty large commitment to be like, yeah, someone's gonna commit Grand Theft Auto in a felony just so I will be the only person with a new car in the parking lot this week. And let's be realistic, Zach had worked hard to buy his car with his minimum wage job for years. You got a car bought by rich parents. I'm sure you even had the cooler car, Andy. Let's keep it $150. I highly doubt that Zach over here, saving all of his money from pushing grocery carts, was able to buy a Ferrari compared to your rich lawyer dad. And trust me, I did push carts for a while, so I know for a fact you weren't getting a cool car, bro. My car was pretty momish. Whatever though, he just blows it off, assumes that Andy was getting really over emotional. So the day comes and he drives to school just like he said he would. He pulls into the parking lot, he gets out, he's not trying to make a scene, he's not trying to have people crowded around him, he just wants to go to school. So he's on his way across the parking lot and there's like a group of people crowded around Andy's car because it was a cool car and it's new and he loved the attention. He wasn't just trying to park and go inside. He wanted everybody and their mom to be like, whoa, bro, sick car. Yo, dude, that's gnarly. Whoa, oh, yeah. And I just don't really understand Andy's thought process here. Everyone knows your parents bought that for you, bro. Do you really think anybody is like, nah, a high schooler got the $75,000 for this car? You know, like, I just don't. Flexing a car in high school ain't that sick because we all know that you didn't pay for it. Oh, my mom and dad have a lot of money. They buy me stuff that is stupid and I should not have, and I will crush it. Anyways, as Zach is walking by the like group of people kind of crowded around Andy's car, they start pressing him a little bit, being like, oh, did you drive to school? Did you drive here? We told you not to drive here, bro. You're gonna regret it. And Zach just thinks they're trying to look cool in front of all the people crowded around the car, so he blows past him and starts walking, and that's when Andy yells out, you know, I'm gonna regret it. But he didn't say I'm, he said Zach. But like Zach, like, oh, you're gonna regret it. Sorry, I was reading the email a little bit. My bad. Anyways, he's like, you know what, I'm not afraid of these dudes, I'm just over it, and he goes into school, which probably when someone starts threatening your car when it's there, you might want to stick around and figure out what they're saying, but hey man, bygones are bygones, mistakes happen. It's alright now, you know never to let your car get stolen again by a bunch of 16-year-olds. And all day, everything's fine, he gets a couple compliments on his car, people asking him if it's his, how it's been going, you know, everybody's being pretty chill about it because it was a big deal at their school, but he's just kind of keeping his head down, minding his own business, and all day, he's super excited to get out of school, get back to the car, and go drive around. Obviously, it's new. He had, like, just gotten it. Yeah, no one wants to be locked up in school all day when they could be out, like, driving around their brand new car they just got. Let's be honest. School already sucks, but it's even harder once you have a car. Like, taking a day off and, you know, driving around is awesome. Having a car and being in high school is a lot like being a dog and having your leash taken off outside. Like, you know you shouldn't make a break for it and run because your owner's gonna get mad, but you really want to do it anyways. I'm gonna be honest, I had way too much freedom once I got my car in high school, bro. I got my car and my attendance rate started going down. I just was like, I'm gonna go to anywhere. Usually there's too much freedom involved once you can go anywhere, you know, especially for stupid small brains like mine. Who came up with this idea and expected people not to be ditching school, though? Like, it's a miracle that not everyone with a car never comes. We're just gonna throw you guys in a building with 1,600 strangers that might bully you or might not. You might get along, there's a good chance you won't. Good luck, have fun, enjoy it for 12 years. Oh, and by the way, we tell you not to leave, but there's gonna be 2,000 of you, so if any of you leave, we actually won't notice as well. It's honestly a miracle that more kids aren't skipping school. So whatever, he's just sitting there all day, sitting on his thumbs, ready to go out, get in his car, and go drive around, obviously, as you would be. All y'all are gonna get a car one day and be like, all of a sudden, driving around the freeway doesn't sound that bad, because it's your car and you're doing it. Anyways, before I get more off track, the school day ends up ending, and Zach goes out to the parking lot to find his car and go home. So at first, he's like, dang it, bro, I park in the parking lot at school for the first time, and I forget where I park. So he's walking around the parking lot looking for it, and he can't find his car. And he spends about 20 minutes just kind of walking around the parking lot. It wasn't an enormous parking lot or anything, and as he's walking around, he's like, oh my god, I can't figure out where this car is. And suddenly it hits him. He's been walking around the parking lot for 20 minutes without even as much of a glimpse of his car, and Andy had been telling him that he was going to regret it and his car was going to disappear and everything else. And yeah, you pretty quickly puts two and two together that for whatever reason and for however reason, Andy had something to do with his car going missing while he was at school during the day. And obviously, he starts freaking out, bro, thinking he has the worst luck of all time. On the first day of you taking your car to school, bro, it gets stolen out of the parking lot. What a bizarre place for a criminal to go and just start stealing stuff. That's why you, had to have been somebody at school, right? Could you just imagine? All right, Tony, as we know, Grand Theft Auto is one of our favorite crimes. Let's go to the local high school and steal a student's car. Obviously, in the midst of freaking out, he calls his parents instead of the police first because he doesn't really know what to do or if it's stolen or what's going on. So he calls his parents and he's talking to his mom and he's like, Mom, my car's gone. Mom, my car's gone. And his mom's like, all right, well, I'm going to give the phone to your dad because he'll know what to do. And his dad just goes into total dad mode and starts telling him what to do and all this. And finally, he's like, son, why did you call me instead of the police if your car is missing? I'm at work. What do you want me to do about it? So at that point, he kind of realizes oh, yeah, my car is gone. It's out of here. This isn't, something that my mom and dad can fix, bro. I understand that moms have a radar for finding things that are lost, but somebody stealing your car is probably a little bit out of her wheelhouse, bro. Unless the scrapbooking that she does is a little bit intense and involving, finding hidden artifacts. So his dad tells him to register his car as stolen and call the cops so that way they can start looking for it. So he hangs up with his dad, and at that moment, before he can even dial the cop's phone number, in comes Andy's car to the parking lot. And at this point, the parking lot is basically emptied out. There's a couple of teachers' cars that are still there, but for the most part, the students have gone home. And Andy's car pulls up to Zach all slow, and he slowly rolls down the window, the way they do in the movies when someone's just about to be a douche, It was like this guy had just watched a bunch of Adam Sandler movies as a kid and related to the guy that bullied everyone and nobody liked. That was who he wanted to be for some reason. And he starts teasing Zach, being like, where's your car? Where's your car? And at that point, he had an idea that for some reason Andy had been behind his car going missing, but now he knew for sure. What are the odds that you come back to school, pull up to me, and start asking me where my car is? You know what I mean? Unless you'd had something to do with it going missing. So Zach's not in the mood for playing games. Andy's trying to tease him, make fun of him, haha, where's your car? And he's having none of it. So he looks at Andy and he says, you have 30 seconds to tell me where my car is or I'm calling the cops. Do you understand? I know you had something to do with it. They have security cameras in the school. You tell me now or I call the police. And as soon as he mentions the police, calling the cops, and any of that, bro, Andy's face goes from this cocky smirk of haha, I have your car, to no, dude, don't call the cops, don't call the cops, don't call the cops, I can get the car for you, I can get the car for you. And yeah, his whole demeanor changed, bro. He went from I'm tough to I'm scared real quick. So instantly Zach is like, where's my car? And Andy starts explaining that he had his dad come earlier. I guess his dad had a flatbed trailer and load the car onto the trailer while they were in school and take it to Andy's house because he wanted to be the kid with the car after school. And at that point, Zach's like, so let me get this straight. You're such a little twat that needs, all the attention on you that you had your dad come steal my car so that way I would have to walk home because you wanted attention in the parking lot after school. And Andy was basically like, well, when you put it that way, yeah, when you put it that way, it sounds stupid, but there's no other way to put it, Andy. That's literally what you did. Like, how else do you want to say the facts? So obviously at that point, Zach's like, I'm calling the cops. I've had enough of this. Your dad's going to jail. You stole my car. Like, I'm not playing games. And Andy is like, no. Please don't call the cops. Please don't call the cops. And he starts explaining to Zach, and obviously this is why I had to change the names, that his dad had gotten like a DUI 2 weeks earlier, and if he had stolen a car and got caught doing it, he was going to go to jail for a really long time. And listen, man, that's not something very refreshing to hear. By the way, the person who stole your car, put it on a flatbed, and drove it across town to my house also drives drunk. That isn't more refreshing, but Zach is kind of like, well, crap, I really don't want to send this kid's dad to jail forever. So he talks to Andy and he's like, fine, I'm getting in your car, we're going to my house, and you're going to give me my car back, you're going to give me the keys, and you're going to give me $2,000 in cash, or I'm telling the police. And Andy's like, bro, we're not giving you any money. Are you kidding me? Da-da-da-da-da. And Zach at that point is like, look, I can tell the cops, bro. Your dad stole my car. Imagine getting involved in that, dude. Like, how do you even get involved in that as a dad? I'm not a dad. I don't have a kid. That being said, if my future kid ever comes to me and says, hey, dad, will you commit Grand Theft Auto so that way I can be the cool kid in school? I'll be like, son, I play the game. I don't do it in real life. Anyways, Andy reluctantly agrees only because his hands are tied here. His options are either taking him to his house and giving him his car, or his dad goes to jail, So he hops in the car, and on the way, Andy is dead silent. Like, this kid that's usually chirping, talking all this crap is quiet now. And you can really tell what someone's actually like when they're in a crappy situation. If, the charm, the charisma, the crap talking turns off, it's like, oh, you messed up, buddy. He was well aware of the fact that, like, this was arguably the biggest screw up of all time. And Zach just kept kind of mentioning, like, he was really lucky that he didn't send him to jail, and like, his dad better be okay with giving him the money, da-da-da-da-da. Not even necessarily because he wanted to send everyone to jail. Obviously, no one wants to do that. But to mess with him and scare him and be like, yeah, you see, this ain't that funny, bro. Like, nobody else is giggling. Congratulations, you stole my car. Now look what you got yourself into. So whatever, after a very awkward car ride, they pull up to the house, and when they pull up, Andy's dad is like waiting for them in the driveway. And he gets out and he's like, oh, so you must be Zach, the kid that tries to steal my kid's shine, huh? And Zach is, having none of this. And is like, yeah, and you must be the old man that steals kids' cars. Where's my car? And when he says it like that, the dad is kind of like, oh, why you so angry? Like, I don't know. Why do you think he's so mad, bro? You came into the parking lot where all the kids park their cars, lifted it up on a flatbed and left. Did you expect him to be like high-fiving you, calling you a criminal genius for doing the easiest crime of all time? Literally the equivalent of stealing candy from a baby, but like the car version? So whatever, the dad is kind of like asking him to calm down, hey, we don't want any trouble here, we don't want to get the police involved. And Zach's like, yeah, you should have thought about that before you stole my car. Totally reasonable, bro. If you didn't want me to call the cops and you potentially to go to jail, then maybe you should have thought about that before you went around stealing people's cars. So whatever, the dad gives him his car keys and he's like, all right, okay, no trouble. And he's like, and I want my $2,000. And the dad is like, look, your car back is more than enough. And at that point, he's just realizing that this dad doesn't understand what's going on. And he realizes the dad's just not going to give him the money. So he's like, all right, fine. At least I get my car back. But he looks at the dad before he leaves. He looks at Andy and he's like, I want you guys to just stop messing with me, bro. Like, stop it. You guys stole my car, okay? I get it. You guys don't like me driving to school. I'm still going to drive to school. And you're going to let me, and you're going to leave me alone. Because now I know that you guys stole my car. Like, you guys have to leave me alone at the bare minimum. Fine. And, the dad is kind of like looking at him thinking for a bit. And obviously the fact that he had to think about it shows that this dude's probably got 5 brain cells combined. This kid's nice enough to not report you to the police for stealing his car. And you're gonna maybe encourage your son to keep messing with him? No, you make him back off, bro. To be fair, I would never be in a situation where I was stealing 16-year-old cars in the first place. This is like the Fast and Furious Little Tykes version, you know? They're robbing semi-trucks for everything on the back of it to sell it for cash. This guy just goes around stealing like Power Wheels from children, all that good stuff, you know how it is. Finally, though, the dad is like, all right, Andy, I want you and your friends to leave him alone, you know? He's obviously proven that, like, he deserves respect, even if we don't see eye to eye. Like, deserves respect, bro? What do you mean? Because he had a backbone about you stealing his car, all of a sudden it's like, oh, now you deserve respect. Before, nah, we were gonna keep stealing your vehicle. But now that you've shown up and potentially could send me to jail, now I respect you. So, whatever, after that very weird encounter, he just got back in his car and went home. He gets home a little bit late, obviously, and his parents are like, oh, you know, what happened? And he had just kind of told them that he had been, like, driving around and that, you know, he had just taken a little bit of time to get home because he didn't want to tell his parents about what happened because obviously at that point they'd be like, yeah, you're not driving to school anymore, buckaroo. So he kept it a secret. In retrospect, he says in the email that he probably should have told his parents, and I would agree. I feel like car theft is one of those things you probably shouldn't be handling on your own at 16, but hey, what do I know, bro? I've done dumb stuff too. I really do just want to know what was going through that guy's head to get that involved in some, like, high school beef, bruh. The wildest part is that, like, the Andy kid and his friends really did leave the dude alone. I know you're thinking, well, obviously he had to. There was a felony committed, but you gotta remember here, guys, that this is a high school bully. Usually they are not the sharpest tools in the shed, so the fact that he could put down the crayon, stop eating him for a second long enough to realize he should leave him alone, hey, I gotta give the guy a little bit of credit. I guess he's got more brain cells than I thought he did. Moral of the story, don't steal people's cars. It's really not that deep, guys, unless you're Dominic Toretto, okay? Anyways, on that note, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, please be sure to press the like button and comment down below. Come on, I just entertained you for 23 minutes. The least you could do is smack a like button and leave me a comment. Other than that, if you guys want to support the channel, you can check out a link to the 2 million subscriber merch that is going to be down below in the description. Along with that, if you enjoyed the intro song, a link to that can be found down there as well. And I actually have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast, which can also be found in the description. Wow, it's so many treasures down there. Other than that, if you are in the market for some energy drinks to keep you gaming and you're going to get yourself some G Fuel, the best energy drink for gaming, go ahead and use code Scrubby at checkout for a little bit of a discount. Helps me out, helps you out. Let's scratch each other's backs here. You know what I mean. Alright, I think that's everything that I've got to plug. Big thank you to everyone who's subscribed with notifications on. I really, really do appreciate it. If you're not, you might as well. So that way you never miss another upload here on the channel. I basically tell story times every day and, well, every other day. Sorry, guys. The longer ones take more time. But, yeah, if you're new around here, definitely subscribe. I'm gonna go start a car stealing ring around a high school so I can crush everyone's dreams as soon as they get their first car. If anyone needs me, you know where I'll be. Yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today's video is going to be a little bit different. As you can tell, it's really, really long. I was going through my Instagram DMs today, just looking, and I realized I have a metric crap ton of stories from you guys that aren't long enough to be in their own video. So, instead, I figured I would put a bunch of good ones that I found that were a little bit short into one video, make it like an hour-long special, and, yeah. If you guys like this idea, comment below, sorry, if you want more of them. And if you have story ideas, my Instagram is just at Scrubby. Feel free to send them in. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into some subscriber stories.
The sun's down and I'm feeling it right, so tell me, little mama, what you doing tonight? You know I'm trying to hit it, I'm not being polite.
Alright, so this first one is about a crazy neighbor. Let's go. So there was this older lady that lived in this guy's neighborhood, and she was one of those Karens in the HOA that would, like, go around the neighborhood and complain about everything she saw. You know, she had her little ruler, and if your grass was 3 centimeters overgrown, she was calling the police. She was just a nuisance, and the person who sent in this story's dad was actually the president of the HOA, and because he was the president, he was always getting emails from this Karen complaining about every little thing that was ever wrong
in the neighborhood, talking about how bad his dad was at running it and how, like, he should be ashamed of himself because the HOA president shouldn't let grass get too long. I don't know if she knew that, like, sometimes grass just grows in between it getting mowed, but, she was trying her best. So one day, as this guy and his mom are coming home from school, they start kind of pulling into the driveway. And as they're pulling into the driveway, this Karen lady starts, like, walking into their front yard and kind of confronting them. So the mom is like, "What are you doing on my property? Please get off my driveway," which is a pretty reasonable response to, like, somebody just coming into the area and messing with you. I'm just saying, if somebody comes to my house and started beef, yeah, I would probably be like, "Get off my property." Anyways, this lady decides that the proper response to being asked to leave, isn't to, leave or, like, simply go away. She instead goes to the sidewalk and says, "Well, now I'm on public property, so you can't make me leave," and is just kind of sitting there staring at him, dude. She's not even arguing with him, she's just sitting there, and obviously this guy's mom is, like, starting to get frustrated because it's basically the adult definition of "I'm not touching you." When you were trying to torture, like, your little siblings when they were younger and you would just be like, "I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you." That's literally what this grown woman is doing with another grown woman. And to make it even worse, the reason everybody was so pissed too, especially his mom, is this wasn't the first time she had been snooping. There was one other time before all this where she had sent, like, her husband into the backyard to go snooping. Anyways, the mom and this lady are kind of going back and forth as she's standing at the bottom of the sidewalk. She just has an obsession with them. She sent her husband in James Bond style to spy on their backyard. Here she is doing the adult version of "I'm not touching you" to argue with them. And finally, after a little bit of arguing, she walks away. I don't know if she realized that, like, there wasn't actually gonna prove anything. Being the lady standing on the sidewalk yelling at a homeowner just makes you look crazy to everyone driving by. And they think that's the end of it. They're like, "My goodness, this lady sent her husband over here. She went over here. Finally, maybe they'll just leave us alone now." So the kid and his mom go inside, and he's got soccer practice in a bit, so he starts to get ready for soccer practice just like every other day. After your neighbor has already yelled at your mom once, you're not, like, getting ready for the sequel later. You're just kind of expecting the rest of the day to go normally. At least I would be. So he gets in the car, they go to soccer practice, and he gets back in the car after soccer practice, and his mom is like, "I've got to let you know something crazy happened, and I just, like, don't think you're gonna believe it." And obviously he's like, "What happened?" Expecting to hear some more tales about how this lady had been, like, yelling at his mom more or arguing with his dad. Nope. Apparently this Karen had gone home after the argument and snapped and ended up game-ending her husband, bro. Yeah, that's right. She had picked up the 9 and got to plapping, if you get what I'm saying. And then after that, she proceeded to blap herself in the thigh so she could tell the police when they came that it was in self-defense, dude. That's right. Moments after arguing with this dude's mom and, like, "I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you," she yeeted her husband out of existence and then tried to, like, blame it on him, dude. So obviously that's not what you're expecting whenever you get in the car after soccer practice. Just some casual "my neighbor committed murder." Definitely not something you're, like, ever expecting. And he comes home to just rows and rows of cop cars, fire trucks, basically every emergency response vehicle known to man. And there's, like, news stations out there interviewing everybody. Anyways, at this point, the ambulance takes the husband to the hospital to try to save him. At that point, the only thing everybody knows, though, is he has been shot 7 times. 7, okay? So they're pretty sure that their Karen neighbor just committed murder on her husband, bro. They're interviewing everybody. His dad gets interviewed on the news about it. But the plot twist of all of this is somehow, miraculously, the Karen husband survives. She's not a murderer. She's just an attempted murderer, right? Like, oh my goodness, wow, look at that. Titles can change. And you would think after getting shot 7 times by your wife, you're gonna, like, file divorce, maybe decide to, send her to jail or whatever. The husband decides not to press charges, and she gets out of jail after a month. What in the name of toxic relationship is going on here, bro? I don't care if we're married. I don't care if I have your name tattooed on me. You shoot me 7 times where it's over. It's just done. So the lady gets out of jail after a month, bro. And the neighborhood is obviously like scared of her because if she can do that to her husband, she'd have no problem doing that to the president of the HOA. But she was so embarrassed about it that she just ended up moving out, which, like, honestly, embarrassment seems like the least likely problem. Like, man, honey, I just can't believe that all these people think I'm a jerk because I shot you 7 times. I think we need to move. It's probably because you are a jerk. Did you ever think about that one? Realistically, I think the moral of that one is, my neighbor wasn't as crazy as I expected, bro. Karen was nuts, but at least I never had to worry about her game ending me, bro. Alright, guys, this next story time is one somebody sent in to me about a kid who thought he was a rapper at their school who, tried to do a diss track on the teacher in the middle of class, and it went about as good as you think it would be. So I think every school, especially now, has like the kids that swear they're gonna be rappers. Even when I was in high school, we had a couple kids that would like post a few songs on SoundCloud and then start talking about how they're really gonna make it in this industry and leave this crappy city behind and all their haters are gonna regret it. I'm still not really sure what haters most of them were talking about, dude. Like, it's not our fault that you fought the lunch lady and everyone thought you were a jerk for it. Anyways, the person who sent in this story is a senior in high school, and obviously when you're a senior in high school, there's a lot of emphasis on like what you're gonna do next, you know. Like it or not, the reality of being a senior in high school means you gotta pick what you're gonna do. You gotta do something else. You don't gotta like go somewhere else, I guess. You don't have to do anything productive. You just can't stay there. The high school doesn't want like 20-year-olds hanging out there because they can't figure out what to do. And you know, it's just the teacher's jobs to get you thinking that way. It's not supposed to be super personal. And I guess one day in this class, the teacher was just kind of asking all the students what their plans were after high school. And there was this one kid who we're gonna name Bumpkin for the rest of the story because, you know, I feel like using that as a name. Was swearing that he was gonna be a rapper, dude. Like, everybody else was talking about, you know, the jobs they had, the trade schools they were going to, or like a couple kids wanted to be musicians, but they had already, you know, posted songs before and they had already done stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like out of nowhere they were saying they wanted to be a musician. And this Bumpkin guy was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a rapper. Like, I'm gonna be the toughest in the game. I'm gonna have a song with Drake by the end of the next year. And obviously all the students were like, yeah, sure, because I guess this kid's SoundCloud was kind of a meme at school. Like, it was one of those SoundClouds where everybody would just kind of clown on it low-key. He had like 20 followers. His most played song had 2,000 plays, and it was the first time the teacher had heard about it, though. So they start kind of asking like, oh, well, you know, you're gonna get a song with Drake. Wow, do you have a record deal? Like, oh my goodness, you really have a song with one of the biggest artists in the world? That's incredible. And the kid starts like being like, yeah, you know, I don't have it yet, but like I'm manifesting it. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta think positive. Like, if you just hold that thought in your head enough, like, it's going to come real. And listen, bro, I see this all the time on social media and stuff, like, oh, just manifest your dreams. And I don't think people understand that, like, manifesting your dreams still means that you have to do the work part of it. Like, it doesn't just mean it's magically gonna happen. The idea behind it is you're supposed to think positive, but then like still put in all the hard work, right? Like, I'm gonna be a YouTuber, and then do everything in your power to be a YouTuber on top of it. You don't just like post a video a month and be like, nah, dog, I'm really manifesting this. It's gonna happen. This guy had like 5 songs, all of which, you know, were not very pop, and he didn't have a lot of followers. And he was just convinced that if he thought hard enough, he was gonna get a song with Drake. Like, no connections, no, oh, I'm working on a new project, nothing. He was just literally thinking that if he just put it out into the universe enough, somehow he was going to get a song with the biggest rapper on the planet. So obviously the teacher just does what the teacher has to do and starts kind of pointing out that like the kid doesn't actually have a plan and he probably should have a backup plan. But when he says the words backup plan to the kid, dude, he immediately is like, what, you don't believe in me? And the teacher is like, no, I'm just saying, like, your plan seems to rely quite a bit on just stuff happening that, you know, you really can't control. And the kid is like, oh, you don't believe in my rap skills. You're just like everybody else. And the teacher is like, no, that's not what I'm saying. He's like, yeah, I'm going to rap right now. You want to see what I can do? And the teacher is just kind of sitting there with this blank look on their face because obviously, like, you don't really know what to do in this situation. It's not every day a student says, hi, let me rap at you to show you that I'm going to get a song with Drake through the power of positive thinking. So before the teacher can even answer, immediately they're just like, yeah, what's poppin'? I don't like my teacher. My dreams, he's robbing. I'm Batman on this track, and you know I be stomping. Like, he just started doing stuff like that. I'm sorry if you guys heard my fridge. And obviously, he really is, like, really feeling himself, bro. And it starts okay, I guess. Not really the type of stuff that I think Drake would want you to hop on. Like, it doesn't seem like an artist like that. But hey, no harm, no foul, I guess. Do whatever you want to do. He's kind of just going off. And then it starts to get bad, bro. School is a joke, and I don't do it easy. I like cream soda, water bottle, hydro flask. Like, it just stops rhyming, bro. He went from Dr. Seuss to Dr. Helen Keller writing real quick. Just like random words on the page. Stuff was discombobulated, not even making sense. And at that point, the class just kind of starts laughing at him, right? Because it's like, bro, you went from diss track to dissed real quick. And whenever everybody starts laughing, he starts piping up about how, like, yo, all y'all haters are his motivators. And, like, one day when he makes it, y'all are gonna regret laughing at him now. And I'm gonna be completely honest, dude. I think the story would be even better if you eventually made it. Like, imagine saying that you went to school with, you know, Lil Wayne, and you watched him do a horrible diss track against your teacher. That's way more entertaining than, like, yeah, he was always great. And even then, bro, I'm pretty sure the power of positive thinking is not going to magically get you a song if you can't even do a diss track about a teacher that is one of your haters. I did air quotes on haters there. I just realized you guys can't see it, though. Don't take L's like that, bro. I promise it's just not worth it. Being the laughing stock is not a good time. This next one was sent to me. It's about a kid who almost got kidnapped one time. I really did not know how to make this into its own video, but it was pretty scary. I wouldn't say good, because that's not good, but it was a good read. Do you know what I'm saying? Alright, so this little guy was playing on the playground one time at one of those, like, after school things where it's basically a bunch of teenagers paid to watch all the elementary schoolers after school. And obviously, because it's a bunch of high schoolers watching the kids, they're not paying super close attention. And they were at this playground that was right next to the elementary school, and I guess while they were playing, there was this guy kind of watching them play that started gesturing over to this kid. And this kid at the time was, like, in kindergarten. He was 5, so really, really young, and I guess nobody had sat down and given him the stranger danger talk. He says in this message he was an absolute moron, but for some reason, he decides that he's gonna go see what this random guy wants, you know? He keeps telling him to come here, so he starts walking over to the guy, and he gets told that his mom had sent him to pick him up, and that they were gonna go home. And obviously, this little kid who doesn't know any better is like, yeah, sure, no problem, and he starts walking off with this dude away from the rest of the group towards the rest of the park. And thankfully, because it was after school, the park was pretty busy, and he's holding the guy's hand, and they're kind of walking towards the parking lot. And at this point, he doesn't know anything is wrong, and the only thing he remembers that really made him realize that anything was wrong was that the guy pulled out, like, a knife in his other hand and, like, flicked it out as if to kind of let him know, like, hey, don't try to make a move for it. And I guess 5-year-old him was smart enough to realize, hey, knives are bad. Like, not smart enough to realize you shouldn't walk off with a stranger from the middle of a playground, but, you know, somehow was smart enough to realize that knives are bad. So what he decided to do in his 5-year-old mind was something that his mom had taught him, just in case he was ever getting kidnapped, which was to just break away from the dude and run to a woman while screaming mommy. So he, like, pulls away from the dude's hand, looks around, sees this girl with a stroller, and just starts sprinting to her while yelling, mommy, 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 like, just over and over and over again to make it seem like he was running towards his mom. And he didn't look back while he was running to her, obviously, but when he got to the woman, he could tell that her eyes were super wide and she was, like, really worried. And he looked back and the guy was
was just sprinting away. Like, as soon as the kid he was trying to lead away from the playground started getting people's attention and talking to an adult, he got out of there, which is how you know the dude was definitely up to no good. Call me crazy, but if you were just trying to help take a lost kid home, you don't run away when they find their mom, you weirdo. Regardless, the woman who was pushing the stroller took him back to like the school people, and they didn't really care. Like, they were just teenagers, so they were like, oh, that sucks, that's crazy, thank you. And the mom just didn't feel right, so she ended up like taking the kid home and telling his mom what happened. And apparently after that, he was never allowed to like stay after school in that program thing that was run by teenagers again, which is probably a good idea. You know, if one of the kids that they're in charge of almost gets kidnapped and they're like, accidents happen, then like, no, accidents don't just happen, bro. What are you talking about? You're not allowed to just let little Timmy get kidnapped and call it a day. Y'all are getting paid $7.25 an hour to make sure kids don't get kidnapped, bruh. How weird is it that that's the one thing people are okay like paying really cheap for? Like, oh, we wouldn't want somebody that, you know, knows what they're doing to watch our kids. Let's just take a bunch of 10th graders and pay them dirt cheap wages and expect them to watch our kids all day. Realistically though, I guess this dude ever since then has been crazy paranoid about being kidnapped, and I honestly can't say that I blame him. I feel like once somebody tries to lure you away from a playground with a knife, you become a little bit more aware of your surroundings. Maybe not in a good way. Like, I'm not saying you deserved it, bro. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I can't say I'm surprised that's what you're paranoid about. It makes sense. That's like everyone's biggest fear, I think. Our next story is about a crazy Spanish teacher, which you guys know I can relate to. I've told a story about my crazy Spanish teacher on here before. So this guy says that the craziest teacher he ever had wasn't anybody that was like smacking kids' heads on the whiteboard or anything. It was never like she was a teacher assigning massive amounts of homework. In fact, for the first 90% of the year, she was an absolutely great Spanish teacher. He says that till this day, he still can speak more Spanish than most people, and a lot of that's because of her. The only thing was she got pregnant at the beginning of the year. And there's nothing wrong with that. Congratulations on having the family, you know. The only thing is, by the end of the year, it meant that she was like 8 months pregnant. And usually around that time, it's about time for you to start like taking maternity leave, taking some time off, I think. You know, like it's just a hard time, I'm sure. You're literally, days away from popping a child out of you? I'm sure that's stressful. But because it was close to the end of the year, she was like, nah, I'm riding it out. And because of that, she was just having what pregnant women have, which is a lot of hormonal mood swings. I'm not saying that to try to be mean or like, oh, she was having mood swings. It's just a fact that when women are pregnant near the end before they give birth, they have a lot of crazy hormones. And this is when she went from like a Spanish teacher to just one of the most confusing classrooms you've ever been in. Her mood swings would be so confusing that she would like open the class by screaming at everybody for spelling a word wrong on the test that she had taught them and how they were never going to be able to learn Spanish, like screaming at them. And then she would transition into laughing because somebody would like say something funny in return to her being mad at their spelling, and she would be hysterically laughing, like tears falling out of her face. And then right after that, she would just start crying because she's so disappointed in the class's grades. And like all of this is within the first 10 minutes of class happening. It just started becoming very, very unpredictable and all over the place. Some would say, El Pollo Loco. There you go, there's some Spanish for y'all, I'm dropping it in, bilingual Scrubby in the chat. And that was pretty normal, just the mood swings and whatnot. But what really got confusing is when she started comparing those mood swings and combining them with like random cravings that would dictate everything. Like once she was writing on the board, teaching some Spanish, teaching you how to conjugate some verbs, all that good stuff that they have to teach you how to do in another language. And out of nowhere, she stops writing and just like staring at the board intensely with her eyes closed. Does that make sense? Like, you ever just seen somebody with their eyes closed, but you can tell they're not sleeping? They're like thinking. And all of a sudden she turns around to the class, throws the marker across the room and is like, I want McDonald's. And the whole class, when she turned around and freaked out, was scared that, this lady was about to give birth in the middle of their Spanish class. They were about to meet their new, I don't know what you would call it, your teacher's son, your nephew. Obviously, that's a joke, but you get what I'm saying, bro. I'm sure in Spanish class, they were not prepared for this lady to start giving birth. And all of a sudden, she's just like, I want McDonald's. This lady had gotten a craving for McDonald's so intensely in the middle of her lesson, she had to stop teaching it. And she starts going over to the phone and yelling at him in Spanish, saying that, like, you need to bring me McDonald's. I'm hungry. I have your baby inside me. Like, I need McDonald's. I need it now. And I guess everybody knew that, like, her husband was also a teacher at the school, so he obviously couldn't go get McDonald's. And she started crying because of that in the middle of class about how, it was just really, really unfair that he wouldn't go get her McDonald's. And the entire class is kind of sitting there like, yeah, that is really unfair. Aware of the fact that this dude is definitely not trying to be mean to her. He just can't leave his class in the middle of the day to go get his wife McDonald's. I don't think the boss would really understand that. Yes, Principal Billy, I understand that I left the class unattended and every one of the students ended up starting a small fire, but what you have to understand is my wife wanted McDonald's. The only other time there was something funny about that was a couple days later, similar situation, she froze again, right? And then she went, I want chicken, and just waddled out of the classroom and came back like 5 minutes later with a whole rotisserie chicken and just ate it while teaching Spanish. Honestly, dude, I do have to say, kudos to her for just having the confidence, bro. I'm very grateful that I'm never gonna have to pop a baby out of me. Congratulations if you're a woman. You got a lot to look forward to, apparently. On the bright side, having an excuse to get out of like any room by just saying you want chicken and being able to waddle out does sound pretty sick. I'm not sure if I would be on board with the whole having to push a 9-pound baby out of me thing, but hey, leaving the room is pretty cool for 8 months, I guess. Honestly, I just want to know what she named the kid. Like, did she name him Diablo for the way he made her act? Like, what was the situation here? She probably named him McDonald's in honor of the favorite food of his during his pregnancy or while he was in the tum-tum. All right, ladies and gents, this next one is about how this guy got his worst enemy, which honestly, bro, I love a good villain origin story. You know what I'm saying? So I guess this guy's mom had a company, and one of her employees had a son that was around the same age as her son. So obviously, whenever there was like a work event or whatever, they were kind of forced to pretend to get along, Like whenever your parents have a work friend with a kid around your age. Oh, yeah, you know, little Timmy, yep, you guys will love each other. And like, obviously, sometimes it's pretty chill, you guys get along, but every now and then there's a work friend that you just are not a big fan of. And on this particular instance, they were having like a party at this kid's house. And so his mom's employee's son came to his house, and it was kind of his duty to like keep him entertained all night, be a good host, all that good stuff. And at first everything was going good. They were eating pizza, vibing, playing some video games, and all of a sudden the kids started getting like really, really bossy. Go get me pizza, get me this, get me that, I want that controller, like just being like that. And whenever the person who sent me this would be like, hey man, you're kind of being rude, they would do the whole, well, I'm the guest and the guest gets what the guest wants type of thing, which is the most annoying thing in the planet, bro. I don't know if y'all agree, but like whenever somebody starts kind of abusing the fact that you have to be nice to them, it makes me want to just 720 no scope them with a foot to the nose, pow, Conor McGregor style. And this guy's just being a jerk, but whatever. His mom had told him that he had to be a good host and like he had to do it, so this kid's just kind of chugging along, letting him treat him like garbage. And one time he told him to go get a soda, and it had just so happened to be right after the kid had found his Game Boy. And the person who sent me this was a huge Pokemon fan. Like, obviously, I think everybody who grew up in the last, 20 years has been a big Pokemon fan as a kid. And he was playing Pokemon Emerald, which was on the Game Boy Advanced, and he had this, like, Swampert. He had this whole team that he had spent hours and hours playing. He said his save file at the time probably had, like, 70 hours into it of him just grinding Pokemon, so it was something that he had put a lot of time into. And
and the kid had like opened it and started looking at his Pokemon, and obviously he was like, go get me a soda, and he went to go get it, but he told him not to do anything too crazy to the Pokemon game. So he goes and gets him a soda, and he comes back up, and the kid is like, yo, there's something wrong with your Pokemon game. And so he picks up the Game Boy and goes to look, and he's back at the start of Pokemon Emerald when you're in the back of that moving truck getting off. The start of the game, and he's like, yo, what happened? And he said, well, I restarted the game so I could pick my own Pokemon, and then I couldn't get your save file back. And immediately, the person who sent me this starts freaking out, like yelling at the kid, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? For those of you that don't know why that's a huge deal, if you delete a Pokemon save file, it's gone. There is no getting it back. There's no multiple saves. Once it's gone, it's gone. So while he had gone to get a soda for this kid to drink while he was playing his Game Boy, he had deleted the entire save file. Every one of the Pokemon was gone, all 70 hours of work was gone, all the gym badges, literally everything. So obviously he's upset and he's like, dude, you deleted my Pokemon file, are you kidding me? And the kid wasn't even apologizing. He was like, well, how was I supposed to know that it wasn't gonna da-da-da-da-da? He's like, why would you delete a file in the first place if you didn't know that it was gonna like replace mine? And he's like, well, I'm the guest, so it's not like it matters. And at that point, the kid had had enough, and he just started swinging on the dude who had deleted his Pokemon save. All day, he had been treating him like a slave, making him get stuff for him. Go get me this, go get me that. And in return, he deleted all of his Pokemon, bro. I don't blame you for, like, being pissed. But instead of fighting back or anything, the kid just started crying. So the parents come to investigate, and his mom is like, are you kidding me? You're fighting with the guest? Are you out of your mind? That is so inappropriate. And he's getting in trouble for the fact that this kid deleted his Pokemon and he like got mad about it. All right, this next one is another classic teacher freak out story. I don't know, these are always really fun to read because I had a bunch of crazy teachers, and it makes me feel better to know that I'm not the only person with teachers where you're like, how did you get a job here? Alright, so this one takes place in this guy's 8th grade year. He went to a pretty small school, so there wasn't like a bunch of students roaming around the class. There were only 3 classes in his grade, like 3 classes of 8th graders, you know what I mean? Anyways, they were in science class, and it was getting to the end of class when the science teacher noticed that somebody had taken the eraser off the whiteboard and like put it on a table near the whiteboard. There's not any markers on the table or anything, like it really was just an eraser sitting on the table, and all he would have had to do to pick it up is just kind of like grab the eraser and set it back on the whiteboard. It wasn't like there was a giant mess, it was literally like somebody had just kind of forgotten the fact that, you know, there was something there. And the teacher is like, alright, which one of you guys left this here? And nobody answers. Instead of anybody being like, oh yeah, that was me, my bad, and going up to move it, like, honestly, the entire class is dead silent. And the person who sent me this says that that's probably because of the fact that, like, they didn't remember doing it. I don't think I would have ever remembered, you know, leaving an eraser on a table when I was in school. I was barely paying enough attention to know what period it was. If you want me to remember where I left the erasers, good luck. But the entire class was silent. So the teacher at that point is like, all right, I've tried playing good cop. I guess you guys want bad cop. And so he leans over his desk and he's like trying to look all intimidating, and you know, he starts saying stuff like, if you guys don't want to talk to the law is gonna make you talk. Just cringy stuff like that, as if he's been watching nothing but Law and Order reruns on TV and he's looking forward to getting used all of the lingo that Ice-T taught him. So while he's vibing doing all this, he decides that what he's gonna do to get them to break is he says that none of you are leaving this class until you tell me who moved the eraser. I'm not too sure why this dude was so drastically upset at the fact that an eraser had been moved. Like, I don't know why you would want to keep all these kids in class until somebody found it. It's not even like it got stolen. It just moved 2 feet. Is this really worth it? So this also happens to be, in this particular instance, these kids' period right before lunch on a Friday. So obviously, Friday lunches are very important when you're in 8th grade. It's like the best lunch of the week. And this teacher is basically blackmailing them to either like admit who moved the eraser, which none of them know who did, nobody remembers, or they're just not going to be allowed to use any of their Friday lunchtime, which would be tragic, dude. Imagine not getting to be like, yo, it's Friday with the boys at lunch. That's really a travesty. Finally, like after just tearing all this time out of it, 10 minutes out of their lunch just ripped from them, this troublemaker stands up and he admits to leaving the eraser on the desk. You know what I mean? He says, look, you know, man, I'm a troublemaker. I'm constantly out here causing problems in this class. And I'll tell you right now, I did it. I left the eraser there. But for some reason, the teacher is like not satisfied with this. Even though he's already taking 10 minutes out of this kid's lunch, he just refuses to believe that it's this kid who did it. Regardless of him admitting it, regardless of everything, he's like, no. And for the next 45 minutes, he just holds us in class. And he promises, even after he lets him go after that 45 minutes to go to the next class, that like he's gonna get him back. And sure enough, at the end of the day, the entire class is brought in again. They're all told to sit down. And for 2 hours after school, he's just holding them in detention, trying to get them to break. And for 2 hours, nobody comes forward except the troublemaker, because genuinely, I don't think these kids knew who moved it at that point. They just really probably moved it at some point in class and forgot to move it back. But for 3 hours, 45 minutes at lunch and 2 hours at the end of the day, they got detention and were just held the entire class, even after somebody admitted. But the worst part of all of this is the reason he let them go after 2 hours is because his wife was getting home from work. Like, he didn't even figure out who did it. The troublemaker kept admitting it, but he just kept refusing to admit it was that guy, just saying that he had a hunch it wasn't him and that he was just trying to take the fall for the real culprit, as if, yes, the international criminal ring running your school is very hell-bent on moving your erasers. So he never even figured it out. He just wasted 3 hours of their time, and by the time they came back to school on Monday, it was like it never even happened. And what probably happened, bro, is the teacher went home and realized that he was the one that moved the eraser and was like, ah, crap, I can never admit ever that I was actually the person to move it, because these kids would never trust me again. Even though I'm sure giving them 3 hours of detention for something that none of them did already made them not like you, bro. Call me crazy, but I feel like after that detention run, you were already losing your popularity points with all the students. Best of luck, though, G.
Alright, guys, this last story of the video is a story about just like a weird kid. It's been a long time since I've told one of these because YouTube demonetizes them now, but this one's pretty funny. So we all know that one kid that is constantly like starting fights with people, getting himself into drama, and then like acting like the absolute victim whenever that happens. The only difference is usually eventually kids grow out of it. But and this particular story takes place in somebody's 7th grade class with a kid who thought he was a dinosaur and would like walk around and rah at people to get them to stop. So there was this kid that we're gonna call Trevor, like the GTA character, and you know, he was really into dinosaurs. Where this kid lived, it was a situation where everybody from the elementary school went to the same middle school, and from the ages of like 1st grade until, you know, now, he was just obsessed with dinosaurs to the point where he would act like a dinosaur. He refused to, you know, walk around the class like a normal person. He would like stomp around on his tippy toes, which I know sounds like an oxymoron. He would stomp around on his tippy toes to like look like a dinosaur, and whenever somebody would give him a weird look, he would roar at them like, "Rah!" But on top of that, whenever he wasn't acting like a dinosaur, it wasn't like he was a really nice guy. He would just constantly pick fights with people. Like one time, this girl came to school with pigtails, and he decided to tell her that it made sense because she was fat like Miss Piggy. And when she got mad at him and started yelling at him and calling him rude, his response was to go, "Rah!" and like roar in her face instead of actually replying, which I'm not gonna lie, might actually be a solid response, because what the hell are they supposed to do to that? Like, are you kidding me, Jeremy? Are you really being that rude? Do you have any idea? Like, oh my god, what? Oh yeah, you're right, bro. I should just leave you alone because you're weird. But that's not the story we're supposed to be talking about. The one that was sent in to me happened in PE in 7th grade. For some reason, dinosaur boy Trevor also thought that he was a blessed super athlete. He was convinced that one day he was gonna go to the NFL, even though he never played football. But it was the time in PE to do the football unit, and obviously whenever that happens, like, all the 7th graders take it very seriously, bro. It is not time to play. We all knew the one kid that took it way too seriously, and Trevor ended up being one of those people. And regardless, one day they're playing, and there was a situation where Trevor was covering somebody going for a pass, and he tripped him and then stepped on his ankle and twisted it on purpose, like to try to keep him from getting back up. And obviously, the guy was pissed off that he tried to do it. He didn't actually end up twisting his ankle, because believe it or not, dinosaur guys are not very good at hurting people. But he knew that the guy was playing dirty, so he got up in Trevor's face and was like, "Are you kidding me?" and started shoving him, asking him why he was trying to hurt him on purpose. And the Trevor kid looks at him and said, "I wouldn't do that again if I were you, or you're gonna face the wrath of a real dinosaur." And I guess the kid who was pushing him had just had enough, so he pushed him again. And that's when the Trevor kid gets up on his tippy toes, reaches back, puts his arms in like that T-Rex position, and goes and starts trying to bite the guy. The only problem is, even after all that years of dinosaur practice, Trevor was not very quick at latching out with the jaws. So it very quickly ended up with him on the ground with the guy he tried to beat on top of him, just kind of being like, "What are you doing?" The PE teacher came over to break it up pretty quick, but rumors spread pretty quickly about the fact that this guy had gone full dino and like tried to bite somebody during a fight. And after that, it almost became like a game for people to try to fight him and see if he would bite them. And he loved it. Like, he was super into it too. He loved the fact that people feared being bitten by him. Like, he would kind of snap his teeth at people in line for the water fountain and stuff to like get in front of him, because most people were afraid of him. It was just a really weird situation, dude, but it all got shut down when the same kid that he had fought with originally in PE asked him to meet up after school, and he said yes. And I don't want to embarrass Trevor too badly, I'll just put it this way: the video of them fighting after school ended up on World Star, you know? And after that, his whole I'm better than you, acting like a dino thing was stopped. And I will say, nothing humbles you more than getting punched in the face. I know from experience. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you want more of these, just kind of collections or shorter stories, be sure to let me know. I had a bunch of fun making it. If you want more content, you can check out my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. Link is down below, along with the link to the intro song if you enjoyed. And if you want to submit your own story, my Instagram @ is just @Scrubby. Feel free to follow me on there. Send me a story if you want. Twitter's @Scrubby_69. Other than that, the merch link is also down below in the description if you feel like picking that up. It is the coolest merch in the world ever to exist, even though I am a little biased. But yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm gonna go punch my teacher now. I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a little bit of a different video for you guys. I've been on a true crime kick, just kind of watching documentaries on it, and I found a Reddit that kind of has unsolved disappearances and whatnot, and I spent last night going through all of them and picked out 5 of the ones that I thought were the most creepy and unexplainable, and just figured that I would make a video here on the channel talking about all the stories. And yeah, hopefully y'all will enjoy them. And without further ado, let's get into it. No disrespect to the families. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stories. And if you got any intel, call the cops and tell them or something.
On Discord to celebrate. It's not good. Nice racking her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a feeling.
Alright, so the first story that we're going to be talking about today is the 2019 disappearance of Matthew Broncho from Idaho. Basically, this man vanished into thin air. All that they have left is his truck and his dog, and nobody has any idea where he is. Matthew J. Broncho was a 35-year-old man from Idaho, and he was a member of a tribe up there and took quite a bit of pride in the fact that he was Native American. He had a degree from Idaho State University. You know, he had studied political science with an emphasis on federal Indian law and economics. He was a very smart, educated young man.
And in fact, at the time he went missing, he was actually planning on going back to school to obtain a master's degree. He was definitely somebody that had a bright future and a good head on his shoulders. He worked for the commodities department on the reservation and had worked for a couple other departments there as well. And everything was going pretty okay. And then all of a sudden, he quits his job that he apparently liked 2 days before he goes missing. Nobody really knows why. Obviously, they've never been able to get to the bottom of it, but all they know is that 2 days before he vanishes, he just quits his job. He had a dog, a dachshund named Afa, who he was really close with, that lived with him, obviously. And he was really close with his mom, Cynthia. Anyways, 2 days after he quits his job on March 20th, 2019, he leaves his home with his dog in his truck and he starts driving. He didn't have a massive amount of money on him or anything. The day before he decided to leave, he took $250 out of his bank account, but it wasn't like he had emptied his life savings or anything. And the last time that anybody has seen this man is when he was getting into his truck with his dog and driving away. 2 days after he had left his house, his mother still hadn't heard from him, she hadn't heard any details, she didn't know where he had been, and because they were incredibly close, she decided that it was probably time to try to find him or track him down. So she tried to find him via Find My Phone, the GPS thing, and it ended up pinging off this exit in Utah. Obviously, near the Idaho-Utah border, there's a bunch of freeway exits and whatnot, but what was really weird about the exit where his phone was pinging for his location was that it was 2 hours away from Fort Hall. So his mom went to go find out and figure out what's going on. So she got in her car and ended up driving the 2 hours down there to figure it out. And when she gets there, she just finds his truck at the ramp. The truck is locked. There's no sign that anyone had broken in. And inside was his phone, his wallet, which contained all of his IDs, bank cards, driver's license. And that's it. There's no sign of the dog and there's no sign of Matthew, It's just this abandoned truck with all the valuable goods sitting inside of it. And usually if somebody's gonna run away and start a new life and they're gonna abandon their car, they would take their wallet, they would take their stuff because, they're gonna need it to start their new life. And the fact that the truck was locked with the wallet and everything else inside with no appearance of the man or the dog obviously concerned the mom. So she started driving the truck around town to try to figure out if anybody had any information on Matthew's whereabouts. And considering it was a super, super small town, it didn't take her super long for her to go around and start asking all these questions. And as she's asking around this town, it's pretty evident that nobody has any clue where this guy is. And considering the population is really, really small, chances are somebody would have seen him or heard something. So she goes ahead and reports him as a missing person. So that all goes down on March 20th and March 21st. And on March 27th, she gets some good news. She gets a call, Cynthia, the mother of Matthew, and they tell her that they found the dog. She was located around exit 5, so 2 exits before the one where the truck was at, and she was fine, she was alive. It took everyone some attempts to catch her, and obviously once the dog was found, they were expecting maybe a little bit more better news, but no, that's the last thing that they've heard. Nobody has been heard from or seen any sign of Matthew since then. As for theories on what happens, there's a couple of them. Not all of them are happy, obviously, because when somebody goes missing, it's not a happy event. The first theory is that he took his own life and his body hasn't been found. I guess Matthew's brother Jim had told the Idaho State Journal that he had appeared depressed about recent events and that, he seemed upset about undisclosed personal issues. However, the only thing about that is he did take his dog and everything else, and it reported that he left no indications that he planned to leave home long term. Obviously, this is possible. I hope that's not what happened because, I don't want anybody to take their own life, but it is a possibility. The only other 2 theories that we have is that he was met with some foul play. The one thing that does seem weird is that the dog was just wandering around everywhere. The truck was locked with all of its valuables inside. If this had been like a robbery gone wrong or something, the wallet wouldn't have been there, all the valuables would be missing, but the truck itself was fine and not even broken into. So, as weird as this sounds, I feel like foul play is the most logical answer, either that or taking his own life. The third theory that they have on here that I don't really believe is that, he just decided to quit his life and leave and never come back, and now lives as a transit man without any identification. Which I guess in theory, it's possible, but in my opinion, just seems a little bit unlikely. But yeah, how crazy is that? Man literally took his truck and his dog and just vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. All right, that obviously is pretty wild, but the next one, for some reason, I'm surprised I hadn't heard about sooner. Basically, back in the roaring 20s, the first time around, 1928, the third richest man in the world disappeared from his private airplane in the middle of the flight. He went to the bathroom and then just vanished, and nobody has any clue what happened. And considering that it seems pretty impressive to disappear in the middle of an airplane, this one's wild. So, back in the 20th century, there was this man named Alfred, and it wasn't the guy who helped out Batman. It wasn't his butler. His name was Alfred Lowenstein. I'm hoping I said that right, and he was one of the most powerful financiers in the world. He would basically act as like a broker between investors and the investing companies. He would invest a lot of money. He would allow businesses to get off the ground. He was just a very, very powerful guy. And he was actually one of the pioneers of the concept of a holding company. So a very, very wealthy man, obviously, third richest one in the world. And on July 4th, 1928, him and his employees boarded this private plane at the Croydon airport. They were supposed to just be going home, a pretty normal trip from him from the UK to Belgium. He was from Belgium, so it wasn't like it was super rare for this dude to be flying home. Everything was good, the weather was perfect, the flight was going just fine, and then at some point in the middle of the flight, this guy gets up, goes inside to the tiny bathroom compartment at the back of the cabin. There's no windows in it, it had 2 doors, and there really wasn't a way for anyone to get off the plane, other than opening the exit of the plane, which would have been crazy obvious, and at some point while he was in the bathroom, he never makes it out of the compartment. The last time anyone sees him alive is him just casually going into the bathroom on the back of his private plane and then just never coming out. After about an hour or so, one of the employees went to check on Alfred because, when someone's been pooping on a plane for an hour, you're gonna want to check on it. He goes to the compartment and he realizes it's empty, and when the third richest man in the world just vanished off a plane, obviously you want to let everybody know. So he runs over and he tells the pilot, this guy named Donald, he's like, hey man, Alfred's gone, he jumped out the bathroom, we can't find him. And so the pilot decides that he's just gonna land on this deserted beach outside of the city of Dunkirk instead of, the airport, which obviously not the best decision, not really sure why he decided to do that. So they land on this beach and suddenly the French military comes around them and they apprehend everybody because, it's not every day you have just a random airplane landing on the middle of the beach. So they start getting questioned, and it's very quickly obvious to everyone that these employees have no clue what happened. They're convincing themselves that he must have accidentally opened the exit door and fallen. Because, how the hell did this guy manage to get out of the airplane? Nobody really had any idea, and at this point, he's still missing. Well, 15 days later, somebody finds something that kind of, puts a slightly sad ending to things. A fishing boat is just kind of doing its thing near the French coast, and it finds a body just kind of floating there. And sure enough, the body is Alfred. Somehow, he had gone from the bathroom of the airplane to the middle of the ocean floating there dead. So obviously they take the body, they give it an autopsy to try to figure out how he died, and they can't really find any signs of foul play, but there is amount of alcohol in his blood, which was really weird because this Alfred guy, I guess, was super anti-drinking, so everyone's like, that's odd that there would be alcohol in his body when he fell out of an airplane. So, when the third richest guy on the planet disappears and then you find his body after he falls out of an airplane, you would think that they would, really go in to try to figure out what happened, what could have possibly happened for this to occur. But for some reason, it appears that, the entire thing was just kind of swept under the rug. An official inquiry was opened, but basically nobody was under oath, and they all decided that the death was completely accidental. Both men insisted that the exit door was easy to open and that it was possible that it was opening by accident when they were asking the mechanic and the pilot what could have happened. The only problem with this is it just didn't seem very likely. Nobody really questioned the story that the third richest man on Earth had just opened the door of an airplane and fallen to his death. death because these guys just said it was easy to open. And what's really weird is that under further examination, this exit door was super not easy to open whatsoever. In fact, some other people ended up doing some tests just to see if it was possible, and they had men hurling themselves at the entry door at an altitude of 1,000 feet, and it didn't even budge. So you have the pilot and the mechanic claiming that this super rich dude somehow managed to accidentally open the door and fall to his death, and then the government, having people literally go try this and not being able to get the door open. But for some reason, everybody's just like, oh, nope, it was an accident. Nope, nothing to see here. So obviously, if there's no way to accidentally get the door open, and suicide doesn't really make sense considering he was making plans for the future right before the incident, he was on his way home, and even if he wanted to open the door, he couldn't have. It means that somebody had to have pushed this guy off the plane, right? The two most obvious suspects at the time were Donald Drew and Robert Little, which is the pilot and the mechanic. And there's an author who's written about the book, and he kind of believes that they were hired to kill Alfred. Because all of a sudden, after Alfred was killed, they started to live a very lavish lifestyle, you know what I mean? Suddenly, the pilot life he was living before was nothing compared to the life he was living now. Almost as if he got a large sum of money out of nowhere after this really, really wealthy dude died on his plane. Basically, the author who wrote this book thinks that there was a faulty door kind of put on the back of the plane, and when Alfred went to the bathroom, they just kind of had to open the door, let him fall out, and then oops, look at that, what an accident. And then once he had fallen out of the plane, they could just replace the door with another one. And he says this is the reason why the pilot decided to land on the beach instead of an airport, because if they land on a beach, it's a little bit easier to replace the door without people noticing as much. As for who would have wanted to hire anybody for him to get killed, there are a couple people that people are suspicious of. One is Henry Dreyfuss. He was a business rival, and I guess he was friends with Alfred at one point. And they were in a feud, and they basically had been getting into this massive fight ever since Henry had made an expose trying to expose Lowenstein before. Dreyfuss, as a result of that fake story, was actually being sued for libel by Alfred. And, him dying definitely would put a hinge in him being able to sue him, The only other ones that are really possibly intentional that would want him to die are Albert Pam and Frederick Svarsey. And these were the two men in the holding company that he owned. And, obviously, on the surface, partners don't benefit from one of them dying. But apparently, after International Holdings died, the owner, Alfred, died, the stock soared, and $13 million in profit appeared out of nowhere, And what's really weird is that $13 million in profit that made the stock soar is the exact number of an insurance policy that was taken out on Alfred before he died. So obviously this all happened in 1928. It's unlikely we're ever going to get an answer now, but yeah, at some point somebody basically whacked the third richest man on the world by throwing him out of an airplane, and we're never going to know who. So always double check your airplane doors if you're a billionaire flying, I guess. All right, next up we have one that genuinely has me puzzled 100%. Basically, this one takes place in 1998, and it's the story of Lenny Dirksen. Basically, he was having breakfast with his son one day when an unidentified man asked about a horse that he had for sale. He went with the man to discuss the horse and then just never came home ever. And then later, it came out that he didn't even have a horse for sale, and nobody even really knew what the guy he had left with was talking about, Basically, on March 14th, 1998, there was a 39-year-old named Lenny, and him and his 16-year-old son were having a normal Saturday morning, just eating breakfast together on the dairy farm in Oklahoma that they had. And at 9 a.m. as they're eating, doing their thing, just vibing around the dairy farm, a visitor showed up in a white pickup truck, and the son watched as his dad went outside and just kind of talked to the stranger for a bit. And the conversation seemed friendly. It didn't look like he was mad at all or anything was bad-blooded. And they're just kind of standing by the truck for a bit. And Lenny comes back in the house and tells Jared about how the man outside was interested in buying one of Lenny's stud horses. And obviously, because this man wanted to buy a horse, he wanted to see the horse before he bought it. I've never bought a horse, but I'm guessing that's pretty common. So he looks at his son, and his father tells him, I'm gonna go with this guy really quick. Stay
here, get some feed, go feed the cows, and I'll be back this afternoon. And obviously, working on a dairy farm, it wasn't that weird, so he says okay, tells his dad to be safe, and he'll see him later. And Lenny had to have traveled a little bit that city. He was supposed to go to Elk City, Oklahoma, and Mobeetie, Texas that day, and his son didn't really know which one was going to be first, but the last time he sees his dad is him just kind of going with the stranger to show him this horse. When time comes that evening for his dad to come home, he just doesn't show up. His son figures that there just must have been something going on, and he waits until the next morning to report his father is missing. Obviously, once they report his dad is missing, the police come through and they're kind of thoroughly searching the house, and they discover that Lenny had left an uncashed paycheck at the house and that he only had $150 less on him on the day of his disappearance, which obviously doesn't bode very well. When people disappear without any money on them, it usually shows that they weren't planning on disappearing. And later, people are digging into it, they find out that he had never even had a horse for sale. So wherever this guy who had come up and said he was interested in buying a horse had come from, it definitely wasn't a listing that Lenny had actually had. So sure enough, they figure maybe, it just wasn't listed. So they go to the property where he kept his horses just to see if he was there, something went down there. And sure enough, they get there and there's basically no proof that he had even been there that day. Everything looks relatively undisturbed, and now the police have literally no leads onto where he is or what could have possibly happened. His entire family thinks that there's no way he ran away on his own whatsoever either. I guess around the time of his disappearance, Lenny was struggling financially and emotionally. He was in debt, he had his credit cards maxed out, and his dairy farm business had actually folded a couple months earlier because of milk prices crashing. Amongst all of that, though, his family insists that he would have never disappeared and abandoned his family because, he loved his family. His son to this day talks about how every morning him and his dad would go to work, do the chores, and do everything together, and he doesn't think that his dad would have ever just left for no reason and never come back to say anything. And apparently things were even starting to look up. He had gotten a job at a metal factory and was enjoying working at the metal factory so much he was considering buying it before he disappeared. To make matters even weirder, shortly after 9 a.m. on the morning of his disappearance, a waitress saw Lenny and another random male individual eating breakfast together in a local coffee shop. Apparently, from what the waitress says, the strange man, probably the one who was interested in buying the non-existent horse, was just talking, and Lenny was just kind of sitting there listening. Sure enough, the eyewitness description of the random man ended up matching Jared's description of the stranger that had come to the farm that day to see the horse. But the waitress and Jared both agree that there was nothing too suspicious about the man's behavior. 6 months after his disappearance, a man ended up calling the police saying that he saw Lenny in a bar in Texas. He described the man over the phone, but didn't want to give his name, saying he wanted to remain anonymous. The police rushed to the bar, but by the time they got there, both the man and Lenny were both gone. Apparently, though, the bartender who had been working there corroborated the caller's story. Apparently, she remembered the caller being there at the bar, and the police say that they had no reason to disbelieve the incident. It's almost a stretch of the imagination that a guy would be dancing around the bar screaming, "It's Leonard," and not be Leonard. I believe he was in the bar in Amarillo, Texas. In the 20 years since his disappearance, it remains unsolved, and his family is still holding out for any information. Our last story of the video is one that I personally find the most creepy. In 1993, a mother and daughter returned home to find their husband and father, David Glenn Lewis, missing. However, hours later, a deceased hit-and-run victim was found 1,000 miles away. It would take 11 years before the victim would be identified as David Glenn Lewis. How did he get there? On January 31st, 1993, David Glenn Lewis's wife and 9-year-old daughter came home from a little trip in Dallas, Texas, and found that David had gone missing. They had no idea that across the country, David was hours away from being found as an unidentified John Doe. The man had been seen walking down a Washington highway before being killed in a hit-and-run. David Glenn Lewis was born in Borger, Texas in 1953. He was an honors student who ended up graduating Texas Tech University Law School and gaining a doctorate in law in 1979. He was a very successful and very smart man who had a family. He was a Sunday school teacher and a director for the Board of Community Education Council. This was a very family-focused man, not the type of person to just up and leave his family in the middle of the week. Anyways, it's
Super Bowl weekend of 1993, and David's wife and daughter decided to go to Dallas for a little bit of a weekend shopping trip. Amarillo, Texas at the time wasn't exactly the hustle and bustle in place like Dallas was, so that weekend they did the 400-mile drive down to Dallas just to kind of have some fun. It is known that David is seen last alive on the 30th of January, but by where and by whom has not been revealed. All it knows is that the police know that he was alive at some point after his wife and daughter had left. On the 31st of January, the day of the Super Bowl, his family came home expecting to find their husband and their dad waiting for them, and they were surprised to find that David was gone. There was a tape recorder that had been left recording the match, and it had continued to run after it finished. And there were 2 freshly made sandwiches in the fridge, with David's wedding ring being placed on the kitchen counter. It's important to know at the time that this tape recorder that had been recording the game couldn't have been left on because, there was no presetting function in 1993, so he had to have set the recording for the Super Bowl. Looking around the house, there were no signs of struggle, there was no signs of a break-in or foul play, and it basically looked like he had just gone out for a bit. Due to the Super Bowl going on and the recording, his wife basically thought he had gone to a friend's house and he would come back later. But a day later, on the 1st of February, with him being gone, the wife ended up going to the police department and filing her husband as missing. Anyways, as he's reported missing in Texas at 10:30 p.m. in Washington, several people are spotting this dude kind of walking down the highway. Obviously, it's dangerous to be walking down the highway. And eventually, he ends up getting hit by a car. The police go to this area and they find a middle-aged man dressed in some military-style clothing. There's no drugs or alcohol in his system, and it looks like he had been hit by a hit and run. A Camaro had been near the scene at the time of his death, and obviously they thought it might have had something to do with it, but he didn't have any ID on him. It just looked like some random transient walking down the highway who had been getting hit by a car 1,600 miles away from where he had gone missing. Basically, back where David's from, they launch an exploration or an investigation into his death, and they start looking for his car, and they find it outside of a courts building downtown. Under the floor mat, they find his house keys, his car keys, his checkbook, his credit card, his driver's license, everything that you would think somebody would be taking when they go to run, right? Nothing personal is missing, nothing valuable is missing, which obviously doesn't really help. The only lead that they have is that sometime before he died, David had gone to his wife and said that he's in danger. He didn't want to tell his wife anything, but basically he believed his life was on the line based on the danger he was in, and now he had disappeared. So obviously his family starts trying to find things to give them closure, and they start thinking that maybe because he was an attorney, there was, a client or something that was mad at him and was trying to hold him accountable. He was actually due in Dallas a week after his disappearance for a conflict of interest between his former law firm and a wealthy client. And basically, he told his father that he was not going to cover anything up and that he was going to tell the truth, whoever it hurts. And obviously, rich people really don't like the beans being spilled on them doing horrible things. The possible leads, however, went nowhere until later the investigators found something crazy important. 2 plane tickets that were made in his name around the time of his disappearance. The first ticket that was purchased on the 31st was from Dallas to Amarillo, and it was the same journey that his wife and daughter had made. The second ticket that he purchased was from Los Angeles to Dallas, and this is the exact same day that his body was found in Washington. As for why he bought the plane tickets, nobody knows. It's not sure if he wanted to use them or if he wanted to go anywhere. All they know is that he purchased it. But this is when things get even more confusing. So in 2003, 10 years after that man is found dead in the road walking down the street, there's this thing posted kind of talking about the body in a newspaper. So one of the people listening to this starts kind of Googling all these characteristics and starts trying to match who was missing. And within a week, the police have a breakthrough from doing this. They find a list of victims who ended up matching this guy. And one in particular, David Glenn Lewis, looked very familiar. It was strikingly similar to the guy they had found, and they just figured that if they put glasses on him, they would actually be twins. So they go looking, and sure enough, they're able to identify through DNA connection that this guy that died 1,600 miles away and David Glenn Lewis, who had disappeared,
are the same person. Somehow, he had made it 1,600 miles away from home without anybody noticing, and had gotten hit and killed by a car with no identification. The fact that he thought he was in danger, said he wasn't going to cover up anything, obviously makes this pretty interesting. It's not every day somebody says they're going to get whacked and then they get whacked. It does make it kind of like a sci-fi movie. But I honestly thought that one was very interesting, even though we're probably never going to know about it, dude. I'm sure his family having closure was good for them. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the video, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know this one was a little bit scarier. I just think this stuff is fascinating, you know, not in a cool way, but in like a weird way. So I just decided I'd make a video talking about some of my favorites. If you enjoyed, I would appreciate you pressing the like button, letting me know in the comments section down below what you thought. If you like the intro song, a link to it will be in the description, along with a link to the merch. And yeah, on that note, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I have a story time for you guys I've been wanting to tell for a while, but I just wanted to make sure I could do it justice, you know? And as you guys can tell, today's story time is a little bit longer than normal because I finally think I've done it. So before we get into it, you know, I'm going to be telling you guys the story of a guy I worked with who literally thought he was a Power Ranger. But before we could get into it, if you guys could just press the like button in honor of this story, I would really appreciate it. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so most of you guys that are loyal subscribers to the channel know at this point that, like, I used to work at a grocery store. I've told a lot of stories about it, but this one in particular I haven't yet. At the grocery store, there was this department of guys that, like, worked behind the milk aisle that you guys see. I'm gonna call them the dairy guys for the rest of the video, you know, working in the derriere of the store, the unsung heroes of the refrigerator, the thin, icy line. No matter what you call them, you know, the one thing that tended to be true about this dairy team for whatever reason is that they all tended to be a little bit bizarre. They didn't really have to interact with the other workers too much, and so because of that, they kind of lived in their own world. Like, if somebody was a little weird, we would put them back there. And there was one particular dairy guy who was a little bit weirder than everybody else, though, and he was this 40-year-old ginger man with, like, a giant beard named Nathan. Now, Nathan was, you know, by his looks, like this big dude, almost looked like a biker, you know, a big portly man. He looked very tough, looked like a very tough guy. And, you know, one of his most distinctive features was like this massive beard. And most of the store was horrified of him because he just looked insanely scary. But the dairy guys loved him and were always talking about how funny he could be, even though he was annoying. It seemed like one of those situations where working with him could be super frustrating, but it was also entertaining. And, you know, I was pretty cool with most of the people at the store because at the time, for a while, I was just kind of floating from department to department, helping whoever was shorthanded that day. And every time I would come into the store and see that I was on dairy duty, I would, like, check to see if I was with Nathan, because every time we were with him, it would be entertaining. And that's not necessarily a good thing. He was primarily entertaining because he would, like, get really mad and made no sense. Because the one thing that it seemed like no one except for the people on the dairy team really knew about Nathan was that for some reason, he thought that he was a Power Ranger. You know, that's why he was so fun to work with. And when I say that, I know most of you are thinking that, like, you know, he was just a massive fan and he would talk about it sometimes. Maybe he had a sticker on the back of his car or something. And trust me, you know, that would be way more normal compared to what was actually happening. But this grown 40-year-old man genuinely thought that he was a member of the superpower team, or the superhero team, the Power Rangers, you know. And I figured this out pretty quickly my first day working with the dairy guys because I was actually replacing Nathan that day. And the whole day they kept making fun of him because he had taken off work and told everybody that he had official Power Ranger duties to attend to, which is why he couldn't come in. And honestly, when they were first saying it, I thought that they were kidding, you know, but like as it went on through the day, I kind of was pressing them for more information. And what I found out wasn't short of like one of the greatest things I'd ever heard. This was my first time filling in personally, but they told me that basically once a week he would call in and basically say he couldn't come in and someone needed to cover his shift. And, you know, all he would say as to why was that he had some Power Ranger duties. And obviously everyone in the dairy department is like super annoyed with this because, you know, it wouldn't be a big deal if he had asked ahead for time off or like requested it ahead of schedule, but when he's literally calling like 10 minutes before he comes in and saying he can't come in because he has Power Ranger work, it's pretty annoying, you know. And I honestly thought that they were messing with me because I was like, there's no way that this 40-year-old man is looking at his coworkers and saying that he couldn't come in yesterday because he had Power Ranger work. And so I kind of was like asking more questions, and they told me that they had confronted him about it before just to see what he would say about it. And he had mentioned that, Power Ranger work isn't scheduled, so whenever he gets beeped, he just needs to go. And I'm stupefied, bro. They can tell by the look on my face. I just don't believe it. So they keep telling me stories, showing me screenshots, showing me videos of him talking about being a Power Ranger, telling them that, like, yesterday when I called out of work, I actually went and fought supervillains. And I am, like, not believing any of this, dude. I kind of play along. I'm hoping that it's just trolling me or something. And as the day comes to an end, I'm kind of disappointed because it was being pretty funny. And I'm also disappointed because I don't know if I'm ever going to get to work with Nathan. I didn't really work in the dairy department super often. But the idea of, like, seeing this dude who thought he was a Power Ranger just entertained my mind. So I go home, and for some reason, I just can't stop thinking about this, elderly large ginger man thinking he's a Power Ranger. So I did something that's a little bit weird, but my curiosity got the better of me. And I go and I look him up on Facebook. I'm trying to find him. I'm not going to lie. It takes me a while because his name was like Nathan and then just the most generic last name ever. So there's like a lot of dudes with the same name. And his last name was also pretty Scottish. So they're also all ginger. So like I'm just having a hard time finding him. But I finally find him and I start to go through his profile to figure out what's going on. And I'm not kidding when I say that every post is him talking about how hard life is as a Power Ranger and how he's always saving people. But as I'm scrolling through it, dude, I see the cream of the crop. Now, as I said, Nathan was a larger ginger man, and there's nothing wrong with that, but sometimes you just gotta have a little bit of self-awareness, And if you've ever seen the Power Rangers, they wear these, like, super skin-tight suits and helmets, and that's their uniform. It's actually the least effective armor to have ever been made. Like, it doesn't look like it would protect you from a paper airplane crash, let alone the type of combat that Nathan is telling these dudes that he's getting into once a week, Anyways, on Nathan's Facebook is a picture of him wearing the skin-tight Power Ranger suit, but on top of that is this Power Ranger helmet, and it almost looks like he's had it for just too long, and it's 2 sizes too small, because it has, like, the visor, and in the visor, you can see his face, like, smushed up against the visor. I'm not saying, like, it was like he just had it for too long. It was almost as if he had bought the costume when he was, like, 17 and then just never got a different one. The real power was that it was somehow still working. Anyways, there's this, like, photo shoot of him in his costume, doing poses, parkour, all that stuff, And the caption is something about how he had this Power Ranger since he had first been recruited, and it still fits like a glove, which is not the term I would have used, but hey, I guess that's why I didn't write it. But one thing that really confuses me about this is this dude was way older than the Power Rangers. Like, I watched the Power Rangers growing up. I was born in 99, so late 90s, early 2000s. A lot of people were into them. My older cousins were, my younger brother was, but like that's the prime demographic, I feel. This dude was already like 26, 27 years old when they even came out, which means at some point, this grown man was just watching Power Rangers and was like, oh my God, this is incredible. And, which is messed up. I mean, this is the nicest way to Power Rangers. They don't hold up well. Like, if you ever watched Power Rangers as a kid, I'm telling you now, honestly, don't go rewatch it. You're just gonna be disappointed. But the idea of a grown person being able to watch that and dedicate their life to it kind of scares me. I made the mistake of rewatching it a bit ago, and my God, dude, there were literally better actors in Darman videos. Like, when you're little, it's awesome. It's the coolest show ever, but if somebody else watches it and dedicates their life to it, there's something wrong. Anyways, I'm now sitting here with all this information, and my desire to go work in the dairy section of the store is even stronger, dude. I'm like, I don't even want to go to school. Go put me in the dairy section. I need to just hear this. I really felt like I just needed to meet Nathan at this point, hear his story, understand what it was like to talk to him. I'm just going to work, crossing my fingers I'm going to get assigned to that area. And finally, I walk in one day, and I'm really hyped because on the schedule, I see Nathan's name and my name, and I basically sprint to the back of the store because I'm just like, let's get this party started. It's time to go. I want to meet a Power Ranger. So I get into the back room and everybody's already there, including Nathan, and he's the only one that I haven't met from this crew at this point because I've worked with them before. So I introduce myself, and you would think that he wouldn't lead with the fact that he's a Power Ranger. You kind of want to keep that on the low. But I introduce myself and he looks me in the eyes and just says, I'm the Blue Ranger. Nice to meet you.
And as soon as he does that, I kind of look at everybody else and they kind of like look at me wide-eyed with the whole, I told you we weren't crazy and he's actually like this. Obviously, I had known at this point after my research on Facebook, but these dudes were probably like so vindicated telling these stories about this Nathan guy, and nobody believes you because it's just like, there's no way you work with a dude who thinks he's a Power Ranger. And you would think, that as a Power Ranger, working with the Power Ranger should be great. He should be able to lift as much as everybody else, like 25 times. He should be super helpful, super nice. But if this guy was a Power Ranger, then the saying, like, don't meet your heroes is definitely true, dude. We start working, like actually getting work, and right away everybody's frustrated because this Nathan dude just vanishes. Like, I swear he walked out of the fridge and into the Power Ranger lair. I could not find this guy anywhere. And of course, like right when he disappears is right when a giant delivery came and we have to be lifting all these boxes to and from where the truck is into the fridge, just like going back and forth. It's not fun, but it's just very convenient that he disappears right then. And it was then that I realized that, he's just not the type of Power Ranger to help. He's just the type of Power Ranger to watch and let everybody else do the heavy lifting, He's just here to help us get our workout. He doesn't need the workout because he's a Power Ranger already. Obviously, he's already jacked. It's up to us to continue to get stronger without him. Anyways, almost like clockwork, as soon as we finish unloading the truck, he moseys over, and in his hand, he has like a piece of sample sushi from the front of the store. So he had obviously, while we were unloading this truck, like gone, walked around the store, talked to some people, got some sushi. He had just been having a great time while we were all back here working. And as he's eating his sushi, it's like in his mouth, there's food in his mouth. He's like, yeah, I would have helped, but I hurt my back on this Power Ranger mission last night, but I'm really proud of your guys' hard work, and you should feel good that a Power Ranger is proud of you. Like, oh, thanks, man, that's cool and all, but I really don't care if a Power Ranger is proud of me at this point, considering I just had to do a bunch of work that would have been way easier if you helped me, You're a random stranger. You being proud of me means literally nothing. I didn't know for sure, but, I thought it was obvious to everybody that basically he just kind of disappeared whenever the order showed up so that way he didn't have to do any work, And I just figured out that that was pretty common because everybody else was just like, yeah, whatever, just help now. Like, they didn't act like it was crazy abnormal for him to be doing that. And for the rest of that, the first day is a mix of him literally running away from any hard work to get done. Like, sure, the first truck that came, he had vanished calmly. But there was literally one time when this, yogurt had come in and we had to, like, unload it into the display. And he literally ran out of the fridge saying it was his lunch break, even though he had only gotten there, like, an hour ago. And I kind of was understanding why everybody had seemed so annoyed with him the first day because it just seemed like he avoided doing any work. Like, it wasn't like he was just avoiding work and not talking either. It's one thing if you're slacking and you just stay out of everybody's way, you're really grateful that they're doing all the heavy lifting. But on top of avoiding doing work with us, he would always just be bringing up like his non-existent Power Ranger experience as a reason he should be in charge and like was better than us, So he comes back from lunch when we were doing the yogurt, and I guess whatever, he didn't like the way we had done the yogurt. So he comes in yelling at us about how we had basically ruined the store, and the Power Rangers would have never put yogurt out like that. Yeah, you're right that the Power Rangers probably would have never put out yogurt like that because they don't exist, bro. They're not real. Like, this was literally what he would do. If you're gonna slack, then slack and shut up. You don't get to slack and then also complain about all the hard work that everybody else is doing. And if the Power Rangers were real, they probably wouldn't be stocking yogurt. That's probably it too. You want to know why we didn't stock yogurt the way Power Rangers would? Because they've never done that. Why would they be doing that? They have powers. People with real superpowers have better stuff to do. If I had been a superpower at 16, I wouldn't have been in the grocery store, that's for sure. I would have been like jumping buildings or something. And nobody cares how Power Rangers would have done it. And if you wanted it done a specific way, like the Power Ranger way, then maybe you shouldn't have ran away while we were doing it. Like, you call me crazy, you just lose the right to complain about how it's done if you did everything in your power to have nothing to do with it. Like, if you tell the people running the group project, you don't care, and then you get an F, okay, that just is what it is. It's your fault, He did the deadbeat dad equivalent of leaving for 18 years and then coming back and complaining about how the kid turns out. Like, it would have been better if you helped Mr. Power Ranger.
And even beyond that, he would also just challenge people in these super weird ways. Like, he would just talk mad crap and then back out, citing the Power Ranger code. And these are just some of the weird things I witnessed him doing. There was this younger dude named Gerald who worked in the dairy department, and he was a bigger guy. You know, his biceps were about the size of this dude's helmet, which was 2 sizes too small. And because he was a bigger guy, he would carry 2 boxes of stuff at once, like, instead of 1. And you weren't supposed to do that, but he literally was just strong enough where it wasn't that big of a deal. They weren't light boxes, you know, they were large, and it was impressive seeing him carry it. And it would made our job a lot easier. Obviously, if he's carrying more stuff, I have to carry less. So nobody else is mad at this dude for doing more work. But one time we're going, and out of nowhere, Nathan is like, oh, you're not lifting enough, bro. With arms that big, you shouldn't need help doing this at all. You should be able to do this by yourself. You should be able to lift 3 of them. And everybody's really confused at that because, like, he's literally just helping, you know? And Gerald's had enough of it, so he comes back and he's like, dude, you literally run away from work. You can barely carry 1 box. How about you shut up about my carrying boxes until you help? And then Nathan has the nerve to say this, dude. Well, you know, I could carry 10 boxes at once. It's against the Power Ranger code for me to use my powers at work, you know. Oh, yeah, okay, man. So you get super strength, but you just can't use it. Like, why even talk crap to a dude who's doing more work and helping a lot for no reason? Especially if you're just gonna talk crap and then be like, well, I would back it up, but I can't. I'm a Power Ranger. You know, why get mad at a strong guy and claim you're stronger if you're just not? It's not like there was any provocation. There was no beef. He just really wanted to let everybody know he had super strength again. He hadn't told anyone for 5 minutes. It was like a vegan that hadn't told anyone to stop eating meat in 43 seconds. For someone who was supposed to be a superhero, he had no problem just telling everybody about it. Like, I'm sure the Power Rangers had to pull him aside and be like, dude, you're supposed to be an inconspicuous superhero. You can't be running around telling everyone at your job that you are one. That kind of defeats the whole, like, under the radar thing, you know? We're trying to keep it low key. It's an exclusive club. But I think the wildest moment that I have ever seen him was involving the time that he used his Power Rangers at work in front of us to fight a customer, you know? Apparently, the I can't use my power thing goes out the window when you're just pissed at somebody. One day, though, I'm helping out in the dairy section, and we're, like, behind the fridge where you grab the milk. And when you're in this spot, people can see you and hear you if they're really trying. And, like, the general rule of thumb is to shut up when you're in this area, because the last thing you want is someone to hear you talking while they're grabbing the milk and, like, go tell that you mentioned your manager sucks or something like that. But, you know, that's just the rule, is be quiet. But apparently, you know, on this particular day, Nathan hadn't been bragging in a while, hadn't been in a minute, because he was acting like he was making up for lost time, letting everybody know how awesome his Power Ranger time was. Even when we were in the fridge, he's just talking about how he was in a fight with a supervillain and doing the play-by-play dude. Like, I thought Joe Rogan was in my ear, and then I threw an elbow, and then I used my shield to double block the return fire, and then I punched him. And he's just talking really loud, and like some customer, probably like 23, is out there, and he overhears him talking about some Power Ranger villain or whatever, and he says something like, man, I miss the Power Rangers. It sucks that they don't make them that good anymore, you know, like talking about how the quality of the show had fallen off, trying to be nice, if anything. Obviously, in the context of this conversation, it's not insulting. It's not like he came out the gate and said, you're not a Power Ranger, you're an angry old man. But it didn't matter what he said or what it was. I think Nathan was just like looking down to throw down with anyone. So he's like, what did you just say? And the guy is obviously a little bit confused with milk in his hand, and he just like repeats that he misses the Power Rangers. And Nathan starts yelling that like the Power Rangers are the unsung heroes of this town, and anyone who has the nerve to disrespect the Power Rangers is gonna get beat up, and if he has a problem, he's more than happy to walk out of this fridge and teach him a lesson to respect them. And like, if I were the guy on the other side, I probably would have chalked it up to just some dude working here being a nut job. But the guy on the other side's not the type to back down, so he's like, who are you talking to? Yeah, come out here and teach me a lesson. And so I watched Nathan take off his gloves. It was really cold in there, so we had gloves on. He takes off his gloves, and he just kind of like power walks out of the fridge and starts going out there. And as much as I would love to say that I stayed behind and, you know, didn't want to go watch, that's a lie. I was very excited to see what was going to happen. So me and everybody else goes out, and we go and start to watch. And like, what do you expect me to do? You know, I'm just a kid. There's a guy telling me that he can beat up everybody, claims he's a Power Ranger, he's about to fight. You want me not to watch it? Come on, you would too. Anyways, we get out there though, and this younger dude that we couldn't really see from the other side of the fridge is a lot larger than I would have expected. He's probably got like 5 or 6 inches on Nathan height-wise, and he's just in way better condition. This guy looks like he just drank raw eggs for breakfast. Anyways, Nathan, though, almost fearlessly just walks up to this tall guy and is like, "Are you the dude that's disrespecting Power Rangers?" And the guy is like, "Yeah, and before you can finish his sentence, Nathan just like points his head down and just spears into him and goes to tackle him. And he actually gets him to the ground. I just think like the surprise of it catches him off guard. And at that point, everybody else in the dairy section is staring. They're like, "Oh my God, stop. Oh my God." You know, all the moms freaking out. We're not really saying anything. We're just kind of like, oh, watching this happen. And obviously, he kind of had gotten him off guard, but the guy who got tackled wasn't having any of this. So he gets up and he starts kind of like holding Nathan in a headlock by his hip. And he opens the fridge and he just takes Nathan, one hand on the back of his shirt out of the headlock and like one hand on his belt, and just shoves him into the fridge and starts like pushing him head first into the milk so that the gallons are falling back into the milk fridge. And he keeps pushing him until he's half out of the fridge, like to the point where his butt is hanging out of the fridge and the rest of him is in it. And at that point, our managers start to show up because, you know, it doesn't take an insane amount of time to get across the store, especially if you're in a hurry with, like, how much screaming is going on and the commotion that's happening. I'm surprised they didn't get there faster. Anyways, they come around the corner to me and the other 2 guys who are in the back just watching this go down. And another one of the workers with his butt out of the fridge with an angry man, like, trying to still shove him in further. So in that moment, everybody just is kind of like frozen, and the only thing that gets us out of that is we hear a scream that sounds like a wounded buffalo, and Nathan pulls himself somehow out of this fridge and, like, in a fit of strength, just starts hitting this dude in the chest and is like, "By the power of Zordon," which is the Power Ranger, like, hero dude. And he keeps hitting him in the chest. And, you know, I think in Nathan's head, he was like, this is my ultimate anime arc moment. I'm going to get powers. This punch is going to do, you know, 3,000 damage. It's a max level attack. But instead of it actually doing anything, the guy, like, wasn't even fazed by it, dude. You might as well have just been hitting him in the chest with Nerf darts. It was like nothing was happening. So he does his little outburst, and the managers come in to separate him before it gets worse. They tell us to go to the back of the fridge, so we do, and, like, we're standing back there just kind of talking about it, laughing. We can't believe what just happened. And after, you know, about 30 minutes, Nathan comes and starts emptying out his locker, and, like, we walk up to him and we're say, "Sorry about losing your job." You know, obviously they don't really have a choice. If you're trying to fight a guy trying to buy milk, it's not good for business. You can't really stay. But, like, instead of being upset about it or regretting it at all, he just looks at us and he's like, "Nah, don't feel bad for me at all, dude. I would do it again. I'd beat him up again for disrespecting the Power Rangers. They're just lucky that they broke us up before I could really put the beating on him, you know?" Somehow in his mind, he had won the fight. Like, somehow, when he ended up inside of the milk fridge with his butt hanging out, that was a win for him. I don't know how you could consider that a victory. These conditions don't really make sense to me to be a victory, but, you know, I guess when you take an L that large, you kind of got to cope somehow. Otherwise, you just have to accept 8 soccer moms watched you become a gallon of milk. I'm sure that's not very fun to admit, so I guess cope, do what you got to do. I think my favorite part about all of this is the fact that he just never admitted to not being a Power Ranger. Like, he just left and is probably still rolling with that. And I also love that, like, somewhere out there is this random guy that has this story now. He's not involved in this guy's Power Ranger life, our dairy gang, nothing. He has no clue what was going on that day. All he knows is that he was like, "Yeah, man, one time I was standing there picking between whole and 2% milk, and I made a comment about the Power Rangers. Next thing I know, this worker comes out and starts attacking me." Like, if Nathan and me did a 23andMe test, it would just be 90% delusional and angry. I don't know what it was about working in a grocery store, but it honestly collected some of the craziest people that I had ever met. But I think that's going to do it for the video, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button and comment down below. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment Power Ranger down below. It helps the video do better, and I would really appreciate it. Other than that, subscribe, turn on those notifications. If you really want to help out the channel, you could go to the description and click on the link to my other channel, Scrub Shorts. It's the Shorts channel that I made. And along with that is a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. And if you look on screen, you'll see the coolest merch to ever exist in the history of the world, which is also in the description, and you should definitely buy it. Other than that, be sure to use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. If you're getting yourself some of the best energy drink for gamers, it'll give you a discount, which is very fantastic. Helps you out, helps me out. Everyone is a winner. And yeah, that's everything that I gotta plug. On that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully, I will see you guys all again in another video. I'm gonna go find a random 90s TV show to become insanely obsessed with, get a job at a grocery store, and then convince kids that I actually am a member of the Blues Clues or the Power Rangers. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time for y'all that was sent in to me about a guy at this person's school who thinks he's dating an anime character. That type of cringe, you know, we just gotta tell the story about. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, your best friend is gonna think they're dating an anime character. And without further ado, let's go.
Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
Alright, so as all of you know, back in the day, I used to tell quite a few stories about weeaboos. It's been a long time since I've had a good one submitted, but when I had this one sent in about a kid who thinks he's dating an anime character, it just really made me happy, so I figured I would share it with y'all. But basically, what you gotta know about this is that this takes place in a graphic design class that this person is in. And in this graphic design class, you really don't have to, you know, share with the class. You don't have to talk to anyone. In fact, it's one of the only classes where, like, the teacher doesn't even take roll by talking. Like, at this kid's school, he literally just looks, and if you're sitting at your computer, you're marked there. But there's one kid in this class who, for whatever reason, is constantly, like, just talking really loudly, bragging to the class, asking to talk to the class about his life. Just obviously has I'm the main character syndrome. You know what I mean? Like, where they just think they're the most important person on the planet. And for some reason, you would think somebody that wants to get up in front of the class and brag about stuff would have a lot going on, but this kid really doesn't have a lot going on, and he's committed to trying to convince people that he is dating an anime character. And usually when somebody's like trying to convince someone they're dating an anime character or whatever, usually the approach is like, oh, I'm dating someone that happens to have all the same qualities and name of an anime character, because they're hoping that you don't realize it's a cartoon character, right? No, this kid really is trying to convince his class full of people that he is dating a cartoon character, and it comes to life at night and comes and hangs out with them, but it's like not gonna come to school or talk to any of them because it doesn't want them to judge its relationship. And what's wild is this is not like a, you know, an elementary school class here. This is a high school. This dude is out here trying to convince a bunch of people that he's dating a full-blown cartoon character. And at first they thought he was trolling. You know what I mean? Like, they thought, okay, maybe this kid's just playing the long game to get a joke. He's gonna be like, haha, I convinced a group of people that I'm dating a cartoon character. But what really got weird is, as I said, it's a graphic design class, and some of the assignments that would get presented involved, like, you know, photoshopping things together. You would get an assignment and have to edit things together. And because of that, people have gotten pretty proficient at Photoshop, and whenever they do an assignment, this guy turns in an edit of him and this specific anime character in like super romantic places, but it's never far off in Paris, it's never a dream. He picks places in town, and when he turns it in, he says, I took this picture of me and my girlfriend, but I just edited in like the sky. I made the sunset prettier. I did this, I did that. He completely just avoids saying to the fact that he adds the anime character in as well. And so obviously people kind of started messing with him about it, like confronting him, you know, you're not actually dating the anime girl. And when they said he wasn't actually dating the anime girl, he got like really mad, you know, like, ugh, and was like, you guys have no idea what it's like to date a celebrity, okay? I know you guys have never heard of it, but in Japan, anime characters have been invented and have been voice acting for a long time. They've been real since the 90s. Yeah, bro, I understand that Japan is way more advanced, alright? They have better transportation, they have better technology. I'm not fighting with that here, but I think we definitely would have heard about it by now if they somehow managed to make cartoon characters become real. I also don't know what the benefit of that would be. Like, if I was actually a cartoon company, it's so much easier for me to just have people voice act a character and not actually have to, like, be responsible for the character.
But anyways, they were kind of like, dude, that's just not true. Come on, you are not dating this anime character. Like, it's not real. You're not dating them. And he just would not admit it. Like, kept doubling down, getting angrier. And eventually he was like, if you guys aren't going to be supportive of my relationship, then just don't talk to me anymore. And when that happened, everyone was like, dude, trust me, we don't want to have to be hearing about your fake relationship with the cartoon girl that doesn't exist. It's just kind of hard not to hear about it when every assignment you're like editing her into your pictures. And he's like, I do not edit her into the pictures. The pictures are taken of me and my girlfriend. They're like, regardless, you're always talking about her. You're always like saying everything so loudly about her. If you don't want us to make fun of you and make fun of the fact that your girlfriend's not real, stop talking about her. And he's like, well, she is real, but fine. If you guys don't want to hear about my happy relationship anymore, then so be it. I won't talk about it anymore. And so finally they think they've gotten rid of it, right? Like he's gonna stop talking about it. But sure enough, around that time of year, prom started to come up too. And inevitably in class, people started talking about prom, their plans, who they were taking. And this guy, of course, says, I'm bringing my girlfriend. And everyone's like, oh, do you have a girlfriend now? And he says it's the character's name. And once again, the people that are sitting near him were like, dude, you can't bring a cartoon character to prom. And he's like, no, trust me, she's gonna come. She says she wants to come show all of you guys that she's real, you know? And so, like, trust me, you guys will see. And obviously everyone's like, dude, you don't have to do this. Like, trust me, your girlfriend is not real. It's a cartoon character. It's okay, dude. Like, you don't have to bring her to prom. But he keeps being super insistent that she's gonna come. So they kind of just deal with it, whatever. She's, you know, going to be at prom with this guy. And so prom is getting closer, and they keep expecting him to back out at the last second, you know, to be like, oh, she can't come, or I'm not going to go, we're going to go do something else, come up with some reason not to be there, but he keeps being insistent about it. And finally, the night of prom comes, and everybody's all dressed up. Everybody's tuxedoed up, all that good stuff, ready to have themselves a good time, but everyone from this graphic design class is way more focused on trying to find this kid in his anime cartoon character date because they're, like, so excited to see what he's going to do. And as they're scanning the floor trying to figure out where everybody is, finally they spot him over there and they cannot believe what he has brought to prom. This kid had brought a cardboard cutout of this anime character to prom to try to convince everybody that she was real, dude. And listen, I know everybody thinks everyone at their high school is stupid. Chances are they are. I don't think any group of people is stupid enough to think that a cardboard cutout is a real person. So obviously, whenever they see it, like the group of people kind of go over there to talk to him. They're not going to try to make a scene or confront him or bully him or like overly embarrass him in front of everyone, right? Nobody wants that, but they just kind of got to like ask what he's doing because he is now like proceeding to go out on the dance floor and dance with this cardboard cutout. And obviously a lot of people are staring, but like he thinks they're staring because he's out on the dance floor with his quote unquote girlfriend. I don't think he really realized that people were aware of the fact that it's a cardboard cutout. So they go over there and they're like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this just looks weird. And instead of going, all right, guys, you got me. I'm really embarrassed that I committed to this fake cartoon girlfriend thing so long. So I kind of brought this cardboard cutout. I don't know why. It was really dumb that I'm thinking about it. He doesn't do that. Instead, he commits this hard where he goes, what do you mean? I'm here at prom with my date, He starts doing the voice of her, trying to talk to them, saying that, like, you guys are silly, obviously I'm real, like, what do you mean? And, you know, at that point, I feel like you've got to start getting annoyed, because that's just insulting your intelligence. So they start to be like, dude, come on. Like, do you think we're stupid? Like, you're really gonna try to pretend to be this cardboard cutout? And he does commit to the whole, like, no, it's me. And he's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't think you're stupid. I'm just his date to prom. And so finally they're like, all right, man, if you're gonna be like this is ridiculous. This isn't even convincing. It's a cardboard cutout. Like, this is paper. You didn't even try to convince us that this is a real person. You're just insulting us by pretending to be her. And at that point, he switches back to him. Oh, well, you guys are just jealous because, like, she's so skinny that she looks like a cardboard cutout. Like, that's what this is about. Oh, you guys are trying to shame her for looking like she's made of cardboard. Well, she's a real woman. She just looks like cardboard. You guys are being ridiculous about this. Like, you think I'd bring a fake girl to prom, a cardboard cutout? And everyone's just kind of looking at him like, yeah, dude, I do. Now you're trying to convince me that a real person is as skinny as a piece of cardboard. I'm starting to think this is weird. And one of the other kids in the group kind of looks at him and goes, at this point, man, it's just kind of sad. Like, it's just kind of sad at this point. Like, you're really trying to convince a bunch of people that a cardboard cutout is real. I understand you might be embarrassed, but, like, come on, man. At this point, just give it up.
And he's like, no, dude, there's no way that you actually think this is a cardboard cutout. You guys are just trying to embarrass me at prom. In fact, if she's a cardboard cutout, prove it. Because I don't think you guys have any proof she's a cardboard cutout outside of you guys being jealous. And at that point, one of the other kids just leaches back and punches the cardboard cutout in the face. And obviously, cardboard cutouts aren't notorious for their ability to be like punched and bounce back. So as soon as he punches it, the head kind of flops back to the point where like the neck is now at a right angle. It is backwards, you know, it's broken. And everybody's like, see, it's cardboard, man. It's cardboard. It's cardboard. And the guy who has the cardboard cutout is sitting there with his arm still around its waist just looking at it. I don't think he expected them to, like, actually punch it. So he doesn't really know what to do. And then all of a sudden, like, the pause leaves his body, and he just starts screaming like he actually just watched somebody's neck break. No, what did you guys do? You punched my girlfriend. Why did you punch my girlfriend? Oh, now I have to take her to the hospital. Oh, I have to leave prom because you guys punched my girlfriend. And he like slowly leaves with the cardboard cutout saying he's gonna fix it. And he's like, oh man, I have to get her to the hospital now. And he seems almost relieved. You know, if you actually just thought a bunch of dudes snapped your girlfriend's neck, I think you would have a little bit of a stronger reaction. It just looked like he appreciated the fact that he had a way out now, you know, he had an escape. And so he leaves to take her to the hospital to get fixed. And the rest of the prom for everybody else is fine. Nothing else happened. No one else brings a cardboard cutout, right? And so he ends up coming back to class and everyone's like, how's your date, man? And he's like, oh, she needed surgery. She broke her neck, but she's fine now. The doctors ended up putting back together. She says she wants to come to the dance in spring, and you know, she understands why you guys thought that you thought she wasn't real, and like she understands the confusion, and maybe at the next dance you guys can talk more and hang out. So I don't know if that means that this guy actually does think he's like dating a cardboard cutout and it's talking back to him, in which case, you know, we got to keep an eye on that. I don't feel like that's super normal, but either that or he's just the most committed to convincing people that he's actually dating this anime character of all time. I feel like taking the cardboard cutout to prom, already bad enough. After it breaks, committing to it actually still being a real person is like almost impressive. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And, of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. If you really want to help me out, you can check out the intro song linked down below, along with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or you could use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout to get a discount on G Fuel. It helps me out, helps you out. Everyone's a winner. And last but certainly not least, I did go ahead and put some of my story times up on Spotify so you guys could listen to them over there. That link will be in the top of the description. Feel free to go do that if you want. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I have a story time that was actually told to me by a friend of mine. He told me I was all good to tell it on the channel, though. Basically, it's about how when he was 12, some guy dared him to hack him and basically embarrassed him in front of everybody and kind of challenged him to it. And my friend ended up going through and getting some revenge. The only issue is my friend at the time wasn't too bright about this stuff, so he had to go about it in a pretty mischievous way. You know how it is. But yeah, it should be a pretty good story time. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. You are going to get hacked by a 12-year-old. Trust me, the shame that comes with that can never be undone. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so my friend Jared has always been a pretty cool dude in my opinion. You know, he's pretty into computers. He's always building some type of crypto mine or a Raspberry Pi this. He just really loves that type of stuff. His job now is literally being a hardware engineer, so he followed through with his passion for computers. You know, he was a very techie type of guy. At least he is now, as long as I've known him. I didn't know him back when this happened. But apparently when he was 12 years old, he wasn't too bright on the whole computer thing yet. And that should be pretty obvious. Obviously, the grown man that has a job in hardware engineering is going to know a little bit more about technology than, like, the 12-year-old version of that guy. But even when he was 12, he was super, super interested in computers. He knew he wanted to be a hardware engineer. He was just obsessed with the stuff.
And, one thing that Jared did, unfortunately, because he was super into it at a young age, was he liked to pretend like he kind of knew a lot about technology, even though he didn't really at the time. He was really passionate about it. He knew he liked it, but, he liked to tell people that he knew how to build computers and stuff, and he just really didn't. I don't know, I guess he just thought that, being 12 years old, he had to act cooler than he is, and I think most people can relate to that. But regardless, he ended up at a summer camp one summer when he was 12, and it was like a sleepaway summer camp, not one of the ones where you just go for the day and come back home, but one where you're there for like a month. And one day at this camp, Jared is just kind of overhearing this conversation between one of the counselors, who was named Alex, and like a couple of the kids. And Alex is kind of telling everybody about his new gaming PC that he had just built because, obviously he had a job being the counselor here and how he was going to add some pieces when he got back. Keep in mind, Alex is a worker here. He was 18 years old at the time of all of this going down, so an adult. And when you're working at a summer camp, I think the rule of thumb is that you're supposed to be pretty nice to everybody, dude. Like, I don't think the parents would be really cool paying you to bully their kid or whatever. But, this Alex kid was known for, like, I guess kind of bullying the kids, trying to make himself feel all cool, that type of stuff. Anyways, Jared is overhearing this conversation about computers, and because he's really into computers, he kind of goes over and gets closer to it and listens even more and kind of is like paying attention to the conversation now. It's obvious that he's not just eavesdropping, he's just kind of standing there not saying anything. And Alex is like, oh, do you like computers? And obviously he says yes. And one thing that, doesn't really make sense to me now, but like at the time I can understand, is Alex was really mean to all the kids. He wasn't exactly a great camp counselor, but for whatever reason, people just really, really were like obsessed with his opinion. Everybody wanted to be on the good side of him. He was the cool camp counselor. He was just like the cool one. So obviously when Alex likes Jared, if he likes computers, he starts to impress him. Or tries to impress him and kind of starts being like, yeah, I know a fair bit about computers. And he did know a little bit. He starts talking to him about parts and whatnot. And Alex and him are kind of going back and forth. And as they're having this conversation about technology and Jared's trying to impress him, Alex says, I just think that like the really cool people with computers, the coolest people are hackers. How they can get in and like take stuff or get information and nobody knows. And in that moment, Jared messed up, bro. Obviously, he was trying to be cool. He really wanted to impress this Alex guy. Keep in mind, he's like 12. So as soon as Alex says that, without thinking, he goes, oh, yeah, I know how to hack. And, he didn't. Obviously, it's not good at all. But like in the moment, with everybody there and just trying to want to look cool, he just stupidly says it. And instead of just kind of letting it go, which is what Alex should have done, sometimes little kids get a little bit ahead of themselves, start telling tall tales. He kind of starts pressing Jared on it, like, oh, really? And kind of starts kind of getting up in his face, but not in like a quizzitively asking questions way, in like a, I'm about to try to make this guy look like an idiot and embarrass him way. And it's pretty obvious within like 2 questions that Jared does not know anything, bro. Like, he doesn't know anything that he's talking about. He's not really an expert. And at that moment, 18-year-old Alex really has 2 options here. You can kind of just let it slide, pull Jared aside later, let him know that he doesn't know anything, and like not put him on blast in front of everybody as the super cool dude that everybody looks up to. Or you can just destroy him in front of everybody to make yourself look cooler. And he picks number 2. And so it's probably a group of like 4 people at this point. Alex kind of screams out, hey, everybody, come here. Jared thinks he's a hacker. And because he's like the cool camp counselor, everybody starts coming over. And at that moment, Jared turns beet red, dude. He's just super embarrassed. That feeling when like you're getting embarrassed and everywhere just feels super hot. And he looks over at Alex and he says, look, I can't actually hack. I'm sorry. Now, even at this point, you could still just like let it slide, call it off, dude. But he calls over the entire summer camp that's still coming over. He's encouraging more people to come, and he just lays into this kid saying he's an idiot, pointing out that he didn't know the answer to the questions that he asked him, and like, how could any hacker be so stupid? And obviously, he's super embarrassed, but he's just kind of taking it on the chin because he knows he's in the wrong. Like, he doesn't think he was in the right. He doesn't think by any means, that it was the greatest thing he could have done. But Alex is taking it a bit too far, just keeps laying into him. And after about 3 minutes of just shaming him in front of everybody, Jared kind of gets all, like, pissed off about it and is like, well, if I hack you, will you just shut up? Obviously not a good idea, but Alex goes, yeah, but, there's no way that you can't, so, it's not like it matters.
And at that point, the crowd's just laughing at him. He's gotten super embarrassed in front of everybody, so he just kind of walks away beet red. Obviously, Jared's in the wrong in this situation. You shouldn't say that you can do stuff you can't do, but like an adult just going after a 12-year-old at that point to just shame him for minutes and minutes in front of everybody, like, isn't the nicest thing either. So he starts thinking of ways that he can try to, like, quote-unquote hack Alex. Obviously, he doesn't actually have any hacking skills. You know, he doesn't know how to actually hack into anything. So he decides that he's just gonna kind of go ahead and try to get into his phone that night. Like, while he's sleeping, maybe he can get into his phone, change some stuff around, make him think that he hacked him. And I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty stupid and kind of creepy if you think about it. Like, oh, I'm gonna go into his cabin while he's asleep and steal his stuff. Like, all right, that's kind of weird. But whatever, he figures it's just the best way to, like, get Alex off his back and try to save some face. And honestly, it's probably just not worth it, but that's his plan. He decides to go through with it. And his plan is to get in, like I said, and change something, but his main target was his Facebook account. This is a long time ago, obviously. He's an adult now, and at the time, Facebook was like the cool social media. So if he could get in and change the name to that, then, you know, it's all good. Now, as I said, this is creepy. Don't do this. Don't be, like, sneaking into cabins and taking people's stuff and hacking them. That's just weird. The only excuse is that he's 12 and it ends up going wrong and he's stupid, and that's why it's a good story time. Anyways, after he comes up with it, everybody's kind of treating him weird. The rest of the day is super awkward and tense, but he's determined to make his plan happen. You know, he's just kind of thinking it over in his head, where he's doing the thing where you, like, live your thought out, you know, where you're just daydreaming, like, super intensely. And throughout the day, he's just kind of watching Alex, and he watches him unlock his phone a couple times, and he learns his code, so that way, if he ever gets to it, you know, he can get into it. And finally, that night comes, and everybody's in their cabins, and, like, the lights go out, everybody kind of starts going to bed, and Jared decides that it's time to go ahead and sneak out and get out there, probably, like, an hour after everybody went to bed. To the point where most people would be asleep, you know, but, like, if he was out, it wouldn't be that questionable. And he realizes that he's going to have to sneak to a different cabin, but he doesn't want to get questioned by anybody as to, like, why he's out. So he decides that he's, like, not going to use his flashlight. But when he turns off his flashlight and goes outside to sneak to the other cabin, it's pitch black. You know, he had grown up in, like, a suburb where even at night there's, like, street lamps, that type of stuff to kind of look where you're going. But they're in the woods, dude. There is none of that. So he's kind of just stumbling all over the place, kind of trying to get through and, like, get to the other side where the cabins are. And as he's kind of stumbling through the dark, he finally gets near Alex's cabin, and he's kind of like, I don't know if I'm making the right choice. Should I just go back to bed? Is this stupid? And at that moment, he hears the door to the cabin open, so he kind of, like, ducks down to make it so no one would be able to see him if they were coming out. And who other than Alex is coming out of this cabin? And so he crouches under the porch before he gets seen, like, moves under there from where he already was kind of hiding, and as he's there, Alex walks out, and he hears him go down the stairs and walk in the other direction. Not towards his cabin, but, like, away, somewhere not near this place. And he's like, all right, well, obviously, this is my chance. Like, you know, he was looking for is this a good idea? And then the person who he was going to do it to just leaves. So at that moment, he kind of creeps out from under the porch, slowly opens the door, slowly starts sneaking in. Remember, it's a cabin full of other people that are sleeping, so even though Alex is gone, it's not like it really matters. He still has to not wake anybody. The good thing is that he was the only counselor in this cabin, so if anybody else woke up and, like, looked, it would just be a kid. They wouldn't really know who it is, so he's just kind of trying to sneak through. And the other benefit of Alex not being there is originally he was going to have to go person to person and figure out who he was. But because he's not there, there's an empty bed. And, you know, he's moving towards the empty bed and his heart sinks in his chest. He feels this moment of dread and he's like, crap, I bet you if he left, he took his phone with him. And if his phone's not here, then it doesn't matter. I can be here. It doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change. But as he gets there, thank God, for some reason, he had left his phone charging on his pillow. So, you know, by the grace of Grayskull, his plan has somehow worked out. The phone's there, so he punches in the code. And as he's doing this, like, every noise, every little toss and turn, every creak, keep in mind it's a wood cabin, is, like, freaking him out because he doesn't really know what's going on. And he's, like, going in, he changes his Facebook name to get pwned by me, or, like, something like that. You know, something that would be pretty obvious to Alex when he saw it that Jared had hacked him. I did air quotes again, I promise. But as he finishes it and he's, like, changes the name, saves it, and puts the phone right back where it was, he hears on the porch people coming up. and he's near a window and he looks out and Alex is coming back into the cabin. He had left, but, you know, he had just come right back, I guess. Maybe he realized he had forgot his phone or something. So Jared has this moment where he doesn't know what to do. He's like, dude, I don't know if I'm going to get caught. Do I just surrender? And like in a split second, he just goes under Alex's bed. So at this moment, he's curled up under the guy's bed of like whose phone he was just messing with. He comes back in and Alex gets in bed. So he's stuck underneath him and it sounds like he's going to sleep. And so Jared is sitting there trying to be as quiet as possible and he's thinking and he's like, dude, I can't move for a while. Like I have to let this dude fall deeply asleep before I can move. Otherwise I'm busted. And it already would have been weird if you caught me trying to change his phone. But if you caught me sleeping under its bed, it's even more weird. You know, like this is just getting out of control quickly. I should have just never done it. So he's crapping himself, you know, underneath this bed, nervous. And as he's laying there in the pitch black, waiting for time to pass, somehow, I don't know how this is even possible, he falls asleep. And that's right, while hiding under someone's bed, he like manages to pass out. And he wakes up a couple hours later and he looks and it's still dark. And he's like, thank God I didn't oversleep. And he rolls out from under the bed and creeps out. And as soon as he's down the stairs on like the porch of the cabin, he sprints back to his as fast as humanly possible, just trying to get back there. And he gets back in, lays down in his bed, sleeps for like another hour or two till everybody else gets up. Everybody else gets up and he's just acting normal. You know, hey guys, what's up? Oh yeah, I slept great last night. You know, just playing along, just acting like everything's chill. And as everything's being normal, people are getting ready and whatnot, there's a knock on the door and everybody looks out and it's Alex. And they're like, yo, Alex is here. Yo, Alex is here. And the door opens and he looks in and he says, hey, Jared, can I talk to you? And everybody's like, ooh, you know, and he goes outside and Alex kind of takes him away from the cabin a bit. And he goes, hey, I just wanted to apologize for making fun of you yesterday. Like, I saw that you changed my Facebook name. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize that you were being serious. And Jared, you know, while he's crapping bricks, is like trying to play it all cool. He's like, yeah, man, it's cool, we're good. Like, he's obviously nervous, you know. And Alex is like, it's pretty cool that you did that, though, you know. Like, it was pretty neat. Like, it's pretty cool. I didn't expect that of you. So, like, we're good, right? And he's like, yeah, we're all good. And Alex is like, all right, good. Well, then I'll see you in a bit. Pats him on the shoulder and goes to leave. And he leaves, and Jared is like, oh, my God, how did any of this happen? Last night was insane. Goes into the mirror. He's obviously white as a sheet. Like, just obviously nervous, dude. And, yeah, moral of the story, don't do what he did. Like, very fortunate that he did not end up getting the crap beat out of him in this scenario. And, yeah, nobody really knew. Alex had changed his name back. He didn't admit that anything had happened. Jared didn't really want more publicity, so they just kind of went about it. He respected him after that and kind of left him alone. Regardless, I wouldn't really recommend this. I give this plan about a 0 out of 10. Either way, accidentally ending up having to, like, sleep under a bed because you're an idiot is pretty funny. So, yeah, on that note, though, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Comment the word dragon down below if you enjoyed it and made it this far. It just helps me know how many people made it to the end and helps me in recommended. And, of course, subscribe and turn on those notifications. You can also check out the Scrub Shorts channel. I'll put the link in the top of the description. I'm just uploading little shorts on there as the name implies, but go sub to it because I want another plaque. Other than that, my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, is down in the description with a link to the merch that's on screen now, aka the coolest merch to ever exist. If you haven't already, go get yours. It's pretty fantastic. If you ask me, and I'm not biased in the slightest, it's not like it's my merch at all. On that note, though, guys, I think that's going to do it entirely for the video. Big thank you. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. One more time. I'm getting desperate here, and yeah. On that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a story time for y'all that, you know, I've been wanting to tell for a little bit, but just haven't really had the time to sit down and get done. But new month, new me, I figured now would be the perfect time to tell the story of the time that a fully grown man ended up showing up at my house when I was like 13 to try to fight me over some Xbox beef. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. I've been embarrassed of this for a while, okay? My parents definitely made me hop off the Xbox for a couple months after this, but it should be a pretty good story time, so sit back, relax, and enjoy, and press the like button, or no joke, no scam, someone showing up at your house, and let's get into it.
On Discord to celebrate. It's not good. Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a feeling.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that playing video games online is a little bit of a different world. You know, you say things that you would never necessarily say to, like, somebody in person, and for anyone that's like, oh, yeah, because you're a coward. No, it's just because it's Call of Duty trash talking, and we're all aware that it's just not that deep. And things have definitely calmed down now. I would say the internet is less toxic than it used to be, and I know that's surprising to a lot of you, but, like, back in the day in an Xbox 360 game chat, you would hear things that would make a sailor blush a little bit. You know, the insults were impressive, bro. I've been told to kill myself in more creative ways than, like, I don't know, Edgar Allan Poe. It was just a little bit of an awful place. That being said, it basically raised me as a kid. I don't know what it was, dude, but playing Call of Duty with, like, people online was really all I wanted to do as a kid. My parents would be like, go outside, go do this, go do that, and I'd be like, excuse me, guys, I've really got to get my prestige on. I would prefer it if you would just, you know, maybe stay back about 200 feet so that way I can get my game on. And for some reason, when I was gaming, bro, I would hang out with these dudes who were a little bit older than me. I was like 12, 13. They were maybe, you know, 18, 19 years old, a little bit older. And they kind of taught me how to talk trash a little bit. You know, 12-year-old me was not as creative with the words, but with the help of some older gentlemen, I was able to up my vocabulary, and trash talking became something I was pretty good at. And whenever I would play COD with my friends and the other people would start trash talking, they would usually encourage me to trash talk, because something is more insulting about getting trash talked by a 12-year-old, you know? If they were talking crap on me and the boys, then it was like, all right, Ryan, start flaming them. And then little 12-year-old me hops on the mic.
Yo, what's up, guys? Your mom's a stupid whore, dude. Oh my god, I'm telling you, your mom is so stupid. Oh, dude, your mom gets passed around like a joint at a Wiz Khalifa concert. Honestly, bro, you've probably got so many options for who your dad is that the Maury Show is still recording. It has been since you were born. You're 21 years old, and they're still cycling through the amount of men that could be your dad, dog.
You know, 12-year-old me was just going in, and we thought it was hilarious. And one day, we're just chilling, playing video games, and there was this older guy on the other team. I would guess, based on his voice and what he ended up looking like, that he was, you know, late 20s, early 30s, you know, 28, 29, 30, 31, that range. And for whatever reason, he was just talking a bunch of crap in the pregame lobby. So, of course, I'm with a couple of my friends, and I just start talking trash back. And I'm going to be honest, I wasn't even necessarily going that hard on the guy. Like, I'm somebody, I know how to talk trash, I know how to get under your skin, but I genuinely wasn't even really trying to get under the guy's skin. I think I just started saying something about how, like, apparently he's good at Call of Duty, but he has to use the ACR with the red dot sight. Because back in the day, that was just super OP, it was a laser. I was just talking trash, you know, as you do when you're playing video games. But this guy, when I decide to insult his choice of gun, just starts coming for my neck, bro. He starts talking about, you know, my mom, how, you know, clearly they don't care about me if I'm playing this video game, all that stuff. So he starts insulting me back, and obviously I don't want to look like a wimp in front of my friends, bro. I'm not gonna lie, some people out there on the internet are like, I don't care what my friends think. Alright, well, good for y'all, but I do, alright? So when 30-year-old Bob the Builder over here starts roasting me in front of everybody and they start laughing, you know I had to defend my honor. I had to hit him with that, hey dude, well, you're stupid. Obviously it was a little bit better than you're stupid. I'm trying to stay monetized, but me and this guy start going back and forth. And whenever you're like in a roast battle with somebody, you can kind of tell what they're sensitive about based on their reactions. So I just kind of started calling him a 30-year-old loser. And I could tell that whenever I would mention him being a loser or him being lonely or whatever, that he was just getting like really, really, really mad. Like, you know, normally he would be insulting me, but whenever I would call him a loser, he would just start screaming at me. And because we're both going back and forth trying to piss each other off, I just started calling him a loser over and over again. And he starts telling me that like he's not a loser, bro. His wife's a supermodel, you know, and definitely not a loser whatsoever. And obviously he starts telling me that like his wife is a supermodel, and I just start kind of poking holes in his story because it's cap. I'm like, oh, okay, so your wife's just cool with you screaming at 12-year-olds all day on Xbox while she's like out being a supermodel? And he's like, well, shut up, dude, shut up, man. Me and my wife's relationship is great. Like, don't you comment on it. You don't know anything about it. And I said something along the lines of like, well, obviously I don't know anything about your wife and yours relationship, because let's be honest here, everybody in this lobby knows that she doesn't exist. And when I said that, the lobby started laughing. Even people that like hadn't really been involved yet all started giggling, because I had just made this guy look silly. I don't know why he decided to make up a supermodel wife. All right, that's a pretty easy thing to disprove. We're all sitting here screaming at the Xbox, dude. None of us got that going on. But regardless, when everybody started laughing, that's when he switched from just trash talker on the internet to very scary person that I wish I wouldn't have insulted. So I get an invite to this dude's party, and I let my friends know that he invited me, and they're like, yo, join and invite us. So I join and I invite my friends, and we're all sitting there just kind of talking trash to this guy in the party. And this used to be a way bigger problem on Xbox Live. It obviously can still happen now, so be careful about, you know, hopping in servers with strangers and stuff. But as we're sitting in this party talking trash to this guy, he just starts reading out our addresses, dude. And if you've ever been talking trash in Call of Duty and then you start hearing your address get read out to you, it's pretty horrifying. You know, I'm a little bit more used to it now, like it's happened, it is what it is. But this is the first time anyone has ever been like, hey, I know where you live, buddy. And immediately 13-year-old me is freaking out, bro. Not even necessarily because I was scared. Like, sure, the guy showing up to my house was a scary thought, but I was more scared on how in the world I was gonna explain to my parents like how our address had gotten out on the internet and people were gonna show up. Because here I am trying to convince my parents that I should be able to play more Call of Duty, and of course they're parents, so they're like, oh, there's strangers on the internet that are gonna come kidnap you. And I had spent so much time convincing them that wasn't gonna happen. No, mom, I'm not gonna get kidnapped. No way, you're tripping. And here I am sitting in this party listening to this dude read out my address, and I'm like, ah, crap. So all my friends and I stop laughing immediately, and we're just kind of like, what do you want? What do you want? And the guy is like, I want an apology. So all my friends decide that they're going to apologize. And for some reason, like 12-year-old me decides that I'm going to be stubborn. In retrospect, I'm telling you this now as the adult in this situation, I 100% should have just apologized. When somebody is reading out your address saying they're about to show up at your house unless you apologize and they're crazy enough to just do it, it's easier for everybody to just go, hey man, I'm sorry. Clearly this dude was having a bad day. I should have just apologized. That being said, this wouldn't be as good of a story time if I did. So everybody else is apologizing, and he gets to me and he's like, I want an apology from you. And instead of apologizing, for some stupid reason, this was not well thought out. This was idiotic. This was the exact opposite of what I should have done. I told him to come to my house. I don't know why I did it. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Don't do that. And I told him, pull up and fight me then if you're so tough. And what's really bizarre is I didn't know where this guy lived. He had a little bit of a southern drawl, so I had assumed that he lived across the country. And this is why you should never assume anything. There's an old saying I've heard a couple times about assuming, and it's like you never want to assume because it makes an ass out of you and me. And I just made an ass out of myself because I told him to pull up, and instead of living like in the south of the country, you know, thousands and thousands of miles away from me, he lets me know that he actually lives about 10 minutes away. And he's like, all right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. And he leaves the party. And as soon as that happens, everybody in the like party that's left, all my friends, are telling me I'm a moron. Like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? I've got to go tell your parents. Like, I've got to go tell my parents, you know, They're all yelling at me, calling me an idiot. They were not on board for what I had just done. And at that point, I'm sitting there. I think I was literally in my underwear with my headset on, and I don't know what to do. I'm like, do I tell my parents? Do I hope he doesn't show up? What do I do? And they're like, look, you got to go tell your parents. And I knew my parents weren't going to be happy, but at this point, there might be a crazy guy on the way to my house. So I'm like, all right, well, I've got to tell them. I don't really have a choice here. I've got myself into this mess. I at least need them to know that there might be a crazy person coming to kill me over Call of Duty. So I'll never forget, I like walk into my parents' room, bro, and my dad was sitting on the bed and my mom was like in the closet or something. And I looked at my dad and I go, hey dad, I've got to tell you something, and I know you're gonna be mad, so will you just let me explain before you start reacting? And he looks at me and he's like, okay. And you know the look when your parents are very nervous about what you're about to say? So I start telling him, you know, naturally trash talking is normal when you're competitive, and obviously sometimes when you get into the moment, you start to say things that maybe go a little bit too far or get people angry. And my dad is like, all right, well, what did you say? You know, like, what's the situation? I go, oh, no, I didn't say anything too bad. I mean, I was swearing, I will say that. I thought if I was like super honest about everything that I would get in less trouble. And so I started explaining that basically there was this grown man in the COD lobby who was talking a lot of trash, so I started trash talking back, thinking that, it was just gonna be some COD beef. And my dad is like, all right. And then I explained that he invited me to a party and I joined it because I just thought he wanted to talk more trash. But that when I got in there, he started reading off everybody's addresses. And I'll never forget when I told my dad that, like, the addresses were getting read off, bro. His eyes got all wide and he goes, okay, and then I explained that, he said our address and the guy sounded like he was from the South. So I challenged him to come fight me, and come to find out he lives like 15 minutes away and he's on his way to fight me. And I said it, and my dad immediately is just like, you what? Are you kidding me? Why would you challenge a grown man to a fight? What's wrong with you? You're a child. Even if he shows up, like, he's gonna beat you. Are you kidding me? Now I have to fix this. Why are you giving away our address on the internet? Do you have any idea what could happen? What if you get kidnapped now? All the parent stuff. And listen, obviously I didn't get kidnapped. I'm still here, but imagine you're sitting there on the bed just relaxing and your son walks up to you and goes, oh, by the way, someone's on the way to come beat me up. No big deal though. Like, obviously you'd be freaking out too, So my dad is like, all right, let me go get your mom. So he goes and gets my mom, and he comes out. He's like, you're not going to believe how stupid our son is, So I have to repeat the story to my mom, and sure enough, she has the same reaction. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to get kidnapped? Why do you want to die? And I'm like, Mom, I don't want to die. Listen, look, guys, I don't know if you're aware of this. There's still a guy coming to beat me up right now. So my dad basically is like, all right, what did you say? And be completely honest. He thought that, I had said some really horrible stuff to this dude, but I basically was just calling him like a giant neckbeard. It wasn't that bad. So my dad's like, all right, well, at least you didn't say anything that deserves to be beaten up for it, My dad's always been like pretty honest with me. So if I had said something where I deserved to get punched in the face, he honestly might have let it happen. Probably not. He's not a bad dad. That was a joke. But like, you guys get what I'm saying. So obviously my dad's like, all right, well, let's go wait by the door. So my dad goes into the closet and he grabbed an item, and I don't really know if I'm allowed to say what the item is on YouTube. I'll put it this way. He grabbed an item where if you point it at somebody trying to break into your house and beat up your child, chances are they're either going to leave or they're gonna leave the earth. You picking up what I'm putting down? And before anyone in the comments is like, why did your dad grab a gun? Well, I don't know. There's a crazy person on the way to beat up his 12-year-old son. What do you think? So whatever, we're just kind of sitting there by the door, and as we're sitting there by the door, I'm getting a lecture from my dad about, never talk to strangers, don't give out my address, blah blah blah. And so I'm explaining to my dad, actually, that, like, I didn't give him our address. There's something called an IP resolver, and if you're in an Xbox party chat for long enough, they can resolve your IP and get it that way. Genuinely, I'm enlightening my dad on how this stuff happens. So we're sitting there having a nice conversation, and for a little bit, I honestly forgot what we were sitting there for. Like, if I wouldn't have known any better, those couple minutes of explaining to my dad how the IP had gotten it and, like, how he had gotten our address from that, everything was going great. It was almost like I forgot that I had somehow talked trash to somebody unhinged enough on Xbox that they came to my house to come beat me up. But hey, that's just the way the life is sometimes. And thankfully, my dad didn't let me live it down. As soon as things kind of seemed to go back to normal, he immediately, like, got all stern and was like, but let's not forget why you're here, mister. You gotta be careful. You never know who you're talking to online. Which is true. Like, one important lesson I learned from this is just, it's not worth trash talking with everybody you meet in a game lobby. Messing with the boys, that's one thing. But if some guy's really having a bad day in the Xbox lobby, it's probably better to just let him be and not push him to the point where he comes to show up at your house, dude. I don't know how bad of a day that this guy was having, but it had to have been pretty bad. I've never been having a bad enough day to go show up at somebody talking trash to me on Xbox's house and, like, threaten to beat him up. Maybe that's just because I'm a normal human being. But sure enough, my dad are sitting there, and there's finally a knock at the door. So obviously there's a knock at the door, and my dad goes and he looks out the people and he sees it and he opens it and he goes, hello? And I hear a voice on the other side that's very obviously, like, not a kid. And it's like, oh, hello. I think that maybe I'm looking for somebody that lives here. And my dad is like obviously sketched out by this dude. So he says, oh, well, who are you looking for, you know? And this guy says my gamer tag, which, you know, is really, really embarrassing, bro. My gamer tag at the time was a joke about boobs. So hearing this grown man tell my dad the boob name that I had on Xbox was really funny. And my dad obviously is like, I don't know anyone by that name here because he didn't really know my gamer tag. And this guy starts explaining to my dad the situation. And I don't know if he thought somehow that like this was gonna make my dad be like, yeah, go beat up my son. But he starts explaining to my dad that, you know, we were playing Call of Duty and I was talking trash and saying all this stuff to him. And obviously, you know, he doesn't like to be disrespected. So he got my address to come teach me a lesson about manners and da-da-da-da-da. And my dad stops him and he goes, okay, so let me get this straight. You were getting trash talked by a 12-year-old in a video game, so you decided to get his address and then come here to teach him a lesson. And the guy is like, yeah, basically. And my dad looks at him and is like, well, what lesson do you want to teach my kid? And the guy says, well, you know, maybe I'll just like rough him up a little bit. And my dad's like, no, you're not gonna rough up my son. No, you're not gonna go anywhere near him. And the guy, for some reason, is like, well, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. This guy had to have been nuts or something, bro, because I'm sorry. If somebody was like, huh? Imagine knocking on somebody's door and their dad answers, and you just like are explaining why you should be allowed to beat up their kid. But keep in mind, you're also literally over double their age. So they're kind of having that conversation, and my dad's starting to get more annoyed when he realizes that this guy is a moron. Like, it's not even just a guy having a bad day. This guy unironically thinks that he's allowed to like beat up kids. So my dad tells him to get off his property, and the guy is kind of pissed off, and he's like, no, I'm not leaving till I get to talk to your son. And my dad tells him again, you know, get off my property. Like, get off my property. You have no right to be here. Get out of here. You're not going to teach my son a lesson. And at that point, this guy is like, fine, I'll just wait in my car till your kid has to go to school, and I'll teach him a lesson then. Which is never a good thing to say to an angry parent, bro. Regardless of whether or not I was talking trash on Xbox, sitting outside of somebody's house until they have to go somewhere so you can teach them a lesson, I'm pretty sure is the definition of stalking, bro. Like, oh yeah, I may have sat outside the house for 47 hours waiting for you to have to go to the bathroom, but hey, that's the way the ball bounces sometimes. Shouldn't have talked trash on Call of Duty, bruh. Not to mention, I called you a 30-year-old loser, and only a 30-year-old loser would have the free time to sit outside a 12-year-old's house to teach him a lesson about Xbox trash talking, bro. I've never seen anybody who's a winner in life being like, you want to go stalk some kids? So, the guy was just kind of being obnoxious, so my dad had that little boom boom stick in his pocket. So at that point, he brandished it. He didn't point it at anything, and he's like, if you threaten me or my family again, we're gonna have problems, and you're gonna leave. Do you understand? And it seems like the guy who thought he was in a video game before kind of realized that, no, reality is real, and this guy is not playing games about you threatening his family, you know? So he skedaddled very quickly after that, bro. And for anyone that's like, oh, that was wrong of your dad. Nah, I would have done the same thing, dude. I mean, I was 12, bro. Like, listen, I'm all for, like, accountability or whatever. If I did this now, yeah, it's my issue. I probably should have taken it outside or whatever. I was a 12-year-old. This was a 30-year-old man saying he was going to beat up a 12-year-old, guys. That's not cool. What? That's like me beating up one of you. Anyways, after he left though, bro, oh my god, I got the lecture of a lifetime, and not in a fun way, dude. My mom and dad sat me down, made me like watch all these documentaries about kids that got kidnapped and stuff and like were never found again because they didn't believe me that the guy had like just gotten the address, bro. They thought that I had given it to him, and they wouldn't believe me when I was like, Mom, I didn't give him the address. My mom was crying, saying that like she doesn't want to lose her little boy. I'm like, Mom, I'm not gonna die, dude. I got my Xbox taken away for a year after that, dude, and even then, when I got it back, I had to like secretly get Xbox Live because they didn't want me to have it. But yeah, I will say, like, it was horrifying at the time. I hope none of you ever find yourselves in a situation like that, but it's a pretty funny story time, all things considered, bro. And realistically, now that I'm older, the fact that I'm so good at trash talking that I somehow convinced an adult to drive to my house and try to fight me, it isn't something that I should be proud of, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm smiling just a tiny little bit right now. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a quick second to press the like button. We'll even take a second right now. Go press it. Press like. Press it. Press it if you liked the video, please. And if you really enjoyed, go ahead and comment down below too. Obviously, this was a longer story time, so all support would be appreciated, and subscribing with notifications on is the ultimate support. If y'all like the intro song, I'll put a link to it down in the description along with the link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. And if you're really trying to support the channel, the link to the merch store can always be found down below too. Get yourself some of the coolest merch to ever exist. I'm obviously a little bit biased, but hey, who's not? And yeah, on that note, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant whatsoever, and if you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time in another video. I'm gonna go play some Xbox until somebody talks trash to me so I can find out where they live, go to their house, and try to fight them if anyone needs me. And yeah, this has been Scrubs, and I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time for you guys that is a little bit different. It's basically just gonna be me telling you guys about a wild night that me and the boys had a little bit ago, where we ended up meeting a bunch of crazy people at 4 in the morning, and it was just a pretty funny time. Regardless, I figured it would be something y'all enjoy, so without further ado, be sure to press the like button, or no joke, no scam, you're gonna get kidnapped at 4 a.m. And without further ado, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
It's not good. Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of.
Alright, so it's safe to say that usually only weird or crazy people are out at 4 in the morning. And I guess I'm definitely a little bit bizarre, bro. Like, I talk to video games as my job. And about, you know, a year ago now, before everything went to crap, I had a couple friends in town, and I live in Vegas. And whenever people are in Vegas, they really want to see the strip, dude. They're like, oh my god, it's gotta be so cool. Gambling is sick. I bet you the strip is a shining beacon of swag. And listen, there are sometimes 100% where the strip is fantastic. The strip is great. It's a good time. That being said, the later in the night it gets, usually like the drunker the people get and the weirder they get. You know what I mean? Like everybody by 4 a.m. that's relatively normal is like back in bed or at least getting near their hotel room. Maybe not everyone, but you get the idea. So a couple of my friends that were in town really wanted to go down to the strip, and so we went down there, and obviously we started partaking in activities that you do on the strip. So we started to get a little hydrated, and as we were walking around, just like looking at the lights, doing all the cool stuff, talking to people and whatnot, time started to move pretty quick. And because we were all in a little bit of a different state, we weren't exactly like checking our phones, checking our watches, so time started to really get away from us. And I noticed that something was off when like the fun people that used to be, you know, walking around everywhere, the crowded walkways, became very empty, and what used to be fun people started to be the type of people that like you didn't want to make eye contact with on the off chance they thought it was a threat and decided to rip your throat out of your esophagus, right? And at that time I decided to look at my phone, and I very distinctly remember it being like 4:30 a.m. and I was like, guys, it's 4:30, and everyone was like, oh crap, we should probably like start walking back to the place where the Ubers were. So it's 4:30 and we start walking back, and you know, obviously if we would have just gotten there no incident, there wouldn't have been a story time. But while we're on the way there, one of my friends who isn't from this town and just hasn't really learned to like ignore people trying to give you stuff on the street started talking to this dude handing out these like pamphlet cards. And listen, if you're from a big city, you know exactly what these people are, bro. They're just paid to sit out here and like give you stuff, you know, like and try to make you feel guilty, so you go there or give them money. So usually you just ignore them and keep walking, you know what I mean? But my friend's from a small town, so he starts talking to the dude, and sure enough, this guy is telling us about, you know, there's this club a little bit that way and it's really cool and you guys should go. And we're like, no, I don't think we're gonna go to the club. We're actually trying to go home. It's 4 in the morning. I'm sure the club is closing down soon. And he's pretty understanding of that, right? But what happens next is really bizarre. Instead of like letting us walk away fine, no incident, he starts telling me and my friends about how he's a star seed, which, for those of you that don't know, I know because he explained it to me, means that he basically has alien thoughts and DNA inside of him, and when he's on copious amounts of certain substances, he becomes an alien and gets, like, alien powers. And obviously, even though I'm out of it, I'm like, yeah, okay, you're crazy, dude. You know, people want to believe in themselves, that's one thing. You start telling me that you are a rare human that has alien consciousness infused into your body, and sometimes you have memories of an alien, I'm gonna start looking at you crazy, bro. There's nothing I can possibly do to change that. And obviously the group kind of gets quiet at that point, and then he says something really funny. He's like, do you guys want to see proof of my alien powers? And whenever somebody starts talking about how they're an alien, they have alien memories or whatever, yeah, I do want to see your alien powers, bro, because I know there's no way this guy's actually an alien. And off the off chance he is, dude, if somehow he like calls a UFO down from the sky, whatever, I'm out. I'm going to Mars. You guys have a good time vibing on Earth, losers. I'm out. There's better things to do. Or I get to laugh at a guy trying to prove he's an alien. So obviously we say yes, and he's like, all right, everyone stand back. So we take a step back, and he closes his eyes, and he starts like humming, you know? And he's humming for a bit, and it starts getting really intense, like almost like a goddamn NASCAR engine, dude. This guy is humming with such intensity. And obviously we're like, is he pooping his pants right now? What could he possibly be doing to just be hummy, and then he opens his eyes just as quickly as he closed them, and he goes, did you guys see it? And I'm not gonna lie, bro, I did not see a single thing. Like, if you want me to keep it a buck with you, he closed his eyes, hummed so hard I thought he was about to poop his pants, and that was it. I did not really see anything else happen. So we're like, wait, what was supposed to happen? And he's like, oh, I started glowing. You probably couldn't see it because of all the neon lights. Homie really said that he started glowing because he hummed so hard, which first of all is a lame superpower. I don't know how many of you guys have seen Sky High, but there's a guy in that movie whose power is he can like glow yellow like a glow stick, and everybody talks about how useless his power is, because guess what? I'm sorry, unless you're like attending a rave or playing laser tag, I don't think having the ability to become a glow stick is a super cool power. But even then, homie just straight up didn't glow. Like, at least having a power is having a power. Even if it is lame, at least you have a superpower. Nah, this guy was not in one of those situations, bro. He really was just humming, convinced that he had made himself glow. To this day, I'm almost 100% sure he literally just like made up whatever power he remembered from Sky High in that exact moment. But when we start telling him that he wasn't glowing, he starts being like, all right, well, I have other powers I can show you. And now we're invested. So he's like, all right, come with me and I'll show you some powers. And I tell him straight up, we're not going to your house. We're not going to your car. We're not going in an alleyway with you. If you're gonna show us your powers, you need to show us it here. You know what I mean? I don't know if this guy thought I was a moron, but I'm not about to follow some dude that swears he's an alien with superpowers off the brightly lit, very safe area, off of it to like some dark, sketchy area where him and all of his alien friends might be waiting to, I don't know, abduct my wallet from my pocket. So he looks at me and he's like, you too are a starseed. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he starts saying that only other aliens have the ability to speak to other aliens like that. So he didn't realize that I was also an alien, and he apologizes for the disrespect. And now I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I am not an alien. I'm 100% human. So I tell him that I'm human, and he starts saying that's not true. And obviously, I must have been way too powerful of an alien if they wiped my memory and didn't allow me to remember that I'm an alien, bro. I'm getting gaslit by a crackhead at 4 a.m. when I'm wasted. I don't know what's happening. So we're kind of like, okay, we gotta go. So we start going to leave, but now this guy is convinced I'm an alien. So he's like, I need to get your phone number so I can start telling you all about your alien ancestry and how to use your powers. And I'm like, you know, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really care. I'm really okay not being an alien. I'm fine. And he starts saying that, like, no matter how hard I reject my destiny, there's nothing I can do to run from the fact that I am of another world. Honestly, I was feeling like the main character in an anime, bro. Like, no, Dad, I do not want to be the next ninja. Well, son, ninja is in your DNA. There is simply nothing you can do to escape the fact that your fate is ninja. Haha, there is nothing. So, regardless, man, I'm just kind of like, all right, well, we're gonna go. So we start kind of walking away, but he's following us, trying to convince me that I have to come with him to learn my alien journey. And we get off the kind of walkway to the point where there's kind of like bushes to the left of us. And as we're walking, like, a cop car drives by. And when the cop car drives by, Mr. Starseed, Alien Genius, 420 Swag, Blaze It, Mr. God himself dives into these bushes, dude, like full swan dive. You know in Black Ops 1 how you can dolphin dive into the bushes? Like, that's honestly what this guy does. He flings himself into the bushes with some veracity, and we're all kind of like, all right, now's our chance. And it was almost like an unspoken thing. While he's in the bushes or like trying to get out, me and all my friends, nobody says anything. We just start running to try to get away from this dude who's been following us. So we're running. We start like weaving in and out of casinos and whatnot. And we hear him being like, guys, behind us. And we're like, nope. We're really okay, Mr. Crazy Alien Dude. We don't want anything to do with you, bro, because he was just following us. We didn't know what to do. So after we ran away for a bit, we're like, all right, it's about, 5:15 in the morning now. After getting chased by a crazy dude who thinks he's an alien, we're like, it's time to go home. So we call an Uber, we head to the nearest casino that has an Uber, and we're thinking that everything's gonna be good. So we end up getting into this Uber, everything's fine, me and all my friends fit in, we're going to the address, and the guy starts asking us if we had a good night and whatnot. And obviously we're still a little tipsy, so we start telling him about the crazy alien dude and how, like, he was convinced that I was an alien, and it was just awkward, and he was chasing us, and he dove into the bushes, and the guy is really quiet when we're telling him this story. You know how usually when you're telling somebody something funny or crazy, like, they'll laugh or be like, oh my god, that's crazy. So I finally get to the end of the story, and he's like, well, I think that some people just have different beliefs, and you shouldn't count them out, and we're kind of like, yeah, okay, maybe, man. And then he starts talking about how he's been a starseed since the mid-'80s, bro. In one night, I met 2 of these dudes. I had never met anyone before that swears that they have alien consciousness embedded in their DNA before, dude. But in one night, I get chased by one, and then I hop in the whip and start talking about how crazy this dude is, only to be telling it to another one who's convinced he's an alien. Obviously, it was very awkward, too, considering I had just slammed the other dude for, like, being a crazy crackhead and, like, all that stuff. So as soon as he started talking about how he's one, too, I immediately was just super embarrassed because I was like, oh my god, even though this dude's crazy, that's just awkward. Just absolutely dunking on something somebody believes in, not knowing it, oops. So whatever, he starts telling us how he's an alien, and at that point, me and all my friends in the car just simultaneously, like, once again, a small unspoken agreement amongst the boys, just agreed to shut up and not say literally anything for the rest of the ride, because there was no way that anything that this dude was about to say or anything we were gonna say was gonna end in anything but an argument. How do I respond to that, bro? Like, yeah, you're right. You definitely are an alien with alien consciousness. And here's what's wild, bro. If you guys are aliens, if you have all these alien memories, if you're so sophisticated, you are from another planet with the ability to do interplanetary space travel, right? Why are you a crackhead on the Vegas Strip? That's all I'm saying, dude. Like, if you really are a genius alien with all the memories of this advanced species, the ability to make technology never thought of by man, you also would not be a crackhead. You wouldn't be picking up drunk people at 4 a.m. Like, Bill Gates might be an alien, all right? Elon Musk, we're not too sure that guy's human. You get what I'm saying? I just feel like if aliens are on Earth, they're in charge of this hoe. They're not, like, picking me up. My goodness, imagine getting in a spaceship for 800 years. You have to light speed travel across the galaxies just to drive Scrubby and his friends home, dude. What the hell? Anyways, the guy, like, finally gets us home, bro. We get out of the car. We all go inside, and we're, like, kind of just sitting there in the living room talking about what just happened. And we all agreed that, like, That was so bizarre. The odds of meeting that many people that all think that they're aliens in one stretch of time is either the aliens trying to send us a time or a sign, you know, or my city's just full of crazy people. And I really do think it's the later, because I've met a lot of crazy people in this town. But realistically, dude, you never expect to meet two people that are both secret aliens that forgot their existence but then remembered it, but then also the aliens don't want them. I'm still really not too sure what's going on right now, bro. I will say, homeboy had me blushing when he said I was an alien, though. Like, gee, you really think I'm out of this world, mister? Aw, thanks. That means a lot. Before you told me that I was an alien, I was really thinking about just getting in a rocket without a helmet on. I don't know, bro. If I am an alien, trust me, if I ever go to the national meeting of the Fleepledort gang on planet Zimbop, I will let all of you know, bro. I'm not gonna be a selfish starseed and keep the secrets of alien existence from the people. The second they start sending me mind control messages, I'm letting all y'all know. Don't worry, I will keep America and the Earth safe. That's priority number 1. Sorry, aliens, but you guys didn't raise me. The internet did. That's where my loyalty lies. USA! USA! Anyways, guys, that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know this was a very weird story time. I don't really know what I'm gonna title it. Maybe like people you meet at 4 a.m. or something. I have no clue. But yeah, it was just an interesting situation I figured you guys would enjoy hearing about. If you did enjoy listening to it, I would really appreciate y'all doing me a favor and pressing the like button. It just helps the video do better. And if you wouldn't mind commenting down below, I would appreciate it as well. If you guys were an alien, what planet would you be from? All right, that's what I want you guys to comment down below. Mars, Flingelborp, whatever. It's really up to you. You guys let me know. Other than that, if you are new, you should subscribe and turn on notifications. I post, simply put, the best story times over Valorant gameplay posted in the year 2021. It's a simple fact. And you're never going to want to miss another upload. If you want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find a link to that down in the description, along with a link to the intro song. If you enjoyed it, the Spotify link's down there. And the last link I got to plug from the description is, of course, the merch store. Go ahead and get yourself some of the coolest merch to ever exist. I'm biased, of course, but it helps out the channel. And yeah, on that note, if y'all got stories you want to send in to my Instagram, it's at Scrubby. The Twitter is at Scrubby_69. And yeah, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I will see all of y'all with another video soon. I'm out. Peace.